Ancient poems say, heaven's mandate is fixed, restrain desires to the utmost. Meaning, heaven's mandate cannot be changed. Mortals must abide by their duties and control their desires. However, this rule can only be used to bind mortals. But he, only 16 years old, possessed a heaven-defying physique and had cultivated to the great perfection of the heavenly extremity realm. He closed his eyes tightly, gripping his sword. Then, he opened his eyes, which radiated a terrifying aura. He unleashed a sword technique, and the ground seemed to be shaken by a violent tremor. The sword energy that radiated was terrifying. Soon, the sword energy shattered the boulder into fragments. The ground shook and cracked open, and dust billowed up in swirls. The power of someone who had reached the great perfection of the heavenly extremity realm was indeed not to be underestimated. He was Zhang Rochin, the only son of the Ming Emperor, one of the 9 great emperors of the Kunlun realm. Zhang Rochin expressed satisfaction with the sword technique he had just used. He thought to himself, with my talent, even the mandate of heaven can do nothing to me. Suddenly a girl watched him from afar and commented, your swordsmanship has become even stronger. Zhang Rochin stood in the smoke, calmly sheathing his sword. He glanced behind him. Qi Yao. A beautiful girl, her name was Qi Yao, the daughter of the Qing Emperor, one of the 9 great emperors of the Kunlun realm. This is my childhood sweetheart and fiancé. We grew up together and cultivated together. Everyone said that we were a perfect match, and our union would be a legend in the cultivation world. Zhang Rochin happily waved his hand and said, Qi Yao, why have you come today? Qi Yao said nothing. She approached him and stabbed him straight in the chest with a knife. Zhang Rochin looked extremely shocked. The knife pierced through his body, and he asked in confusion, Qi Yao. In response, she ruthlessly pulled the knife back out. Zhang Rochin's blood splattered on Qi Yao's face and body, but she coldly looked at her childhood sweetheart without saying a word. He asked her why. I treated you with sincere affection. Qi Yao. Zhang Rochin widened his eyes and shouted, why? Why do you want to kill me? Why? Qi Yao said nothing, just looking at him with an expressionless face. His vision blurred, and he vaguely saw her turning away coldly. Zhang Rochin asked again, why you? His mind told him, the person I once loved is no longer that person. The last image he saw was of Qi Yao moving further and further away, while he reached out as if trying to grasp her. At the same time, in another place, he opened his eyes in shock. Qi Yao. Why? He lay on the bed, gasping for breath, his eyes full of horror. He was no longer the man he was 800 years ago. He had been reborn into someone else's body 800 years later. The door to his room opened. A lady entered carrying a pot of water. She said, Chinan, did you have another nightmare? Zhang Rochin looked at the lady, his eyes seeming a little bewildered. Then he suddenly smiled. He replied, Mother, don't worry about me, it was just a dream. The lady was Lin Fei, a consort of the Yunwu County king. Her demeanor and gestures were extremely elegant and refined. She gently said, how can I not worry? She took out a packet of white medicine and continued, you have been weak and sickly since you were young. This time, your illness was so severe that you were bedridden. Chinan, if something untoward happens to you, what will I do? Zhang Rochin looked at her. The lady was holding a bowl of hot medicine. Looking at her, he thought to himself, this lady before me is the mother of my current body. Her real son, Zhang Rochin, died in bed 3 days ago. She handed him the bowl of medicine and said, come, Chinan, quickly drink this medicine. Zhang Rochin took the bowl and looked at himself reflected in it, thinking, to a reborn person like me, she is a stranger. But in the 3 days since I woke up, she has taken care of me in every possible way. He unconsciously smiled kindly and thought further, thinking of my biological mother whom I never met in my previous life. It is ironic that being reborn into this body that does not belong to me allows me to feel the warmth of a mother's love. With that thought, he raised the bowl to his lips and drank it all. The lady smiled secretly. She asked him again, Chinan, for 3 nights now, you have been awakened by nightmares. Each time, you called the name Qi Yao. Who exactly is she? Hearing her question, Zhang Rochin's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside, resounding straight into the room. It was someone's shout, what do you want? Hearing the commotion, the two turned to look. Outside, a group of soldiers led by a young man in red was facing a girl who was standing with her arms outstretched to stop them. She was Yunu, a court maid. She glared and shouted, "What do you want? This is the Jade Radiance Palace. Who gave you the gall to barge in here?" Suddenly, her eyes widened. The young man in red punched her straight in the stomach. Yunu was sent flying into the wooden pillar behind her. She screamed, "Ah!" The punch was so strong that she coughed up blood. The man stomped his foot hard on the floor. Yunu clutched her stomach, struggling to get up. The man in red said, "How dare a mere slave girl block this prince's path?" He glared, his eyes full of anger. He shouted, "You're courting death." He was the 8th prince, the son of the Yunwu County king and consort Xiao. Lin Fei opened the door and asked Yunu what happened. When she saw everything outside clearly, she cried out, "Yunu?" Lin Fei held Yunu in her arms and asked worriedly, "Yunu, how did you become like this?" Yunu was in so much pain that she was about to faint. She trembled weakly. Lin Fei's gaze shifted to the group of people causing trouble. Her eyes were both apprehensive and displeased. She helped her maid up and turned to the 8th prince, saying, "Your Highness 8th prince, this is the Jade Radiance Palace. Even if you are a prince, you cannot barge in here, can you?" Hearing this, the 8th prince smiled smugly. Looking extremely pleased, he raised his hand and said, "The queen has decreed that the palace of consort Lin Fei and 9th brother will be moved to the Violet Ether Hall today. From now on, the mistress of the Jade Radiance Palace will be the prince's birth mother, consort Xiao." Lin Fei's eyes showed displeasure, and she frowned. "The queen wants to drive my son and me out of the Jade Radiance Palace so quickly? Very well." Lin Fei supported Yunu, turned, and stepped inside, saying, "Tomorrow, Chinan and I will move to the Violet Ether Hall." The 8th prince said, "Wait." He said, "Mother said that she wants to move into the Jade Radiance Palace tonight. Please, consort Lin Fei, move to the Violet Ether Hall immediately." These words greatly shocked Lin Fei. She frowned, her face worried. She said, "Your Highness 8th prince? You know that your 9th brother is weak and sickly. It's late tonight, and the weather is cold. What if?" He said, "Consort Lin Fei, there are many pitiful people in this world, but not everyone is worth pitying." These heartless words made her grit her teeth and weep. He even laughed gleefully, jokingly saying, "If 9th brother is so weak and sickly, then what's the point of living in this world?" These heartless words shocked her greatly, and her face showed disbelief. Her eyes filled with tears, and she loudly scolded him, "He is your 9th brother." But he still maintained that smile, not paying attention to what she said. Suddenly, a voice rang out from inside the room, "There's no need to beg them. We'll move now." Both Lin Fei and the 8th prince turned their attention to the source of the voice. The 8th prince frowned, his eyes filled with disgust. Rochin draped a thin blanket over himself, his face tired, and he struggled to walk to the doorway. Lin Fei approached her son, her eyes full of worry. She asked, "Chinan, why did you get out of bed? The weather outside is cold, why don't you go back?" He replied, "Mother, we don't need to beg anyone. Soon there will be a day." Rochin's complexion was a little pale, but his eyes were full of determination. He took his mother's hand and said, "We will return to this place." Lin Fei looked at her son in surprise. She lowered her head, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. She replied, And so, the mother and son, along with the maid Yunu, walked out of the Jade Radiance Palace. Heaven's mandate cannot be changed, and mortals must abide by their duties. Heaven's mandate cannot be changed, and mortals must abide by their duties. I, in my previous life, never experienced the feeling of humiliation. Respect, resources, connections. In this cruel, natural selection world, the strong get everything, while the weak, who have no power to resist, only have one path, death. In the snowy night, 3 figures step by step left the city gate, heading to a desolate place. The Violet Ether Hall was a place with poor living conditions, no different from a poor peasant's thatched hut. The oil lamp flickered. Lin Fei sat in front of the lamp to keep warm. Outside, the snow continued to fall. Rochin lay in bed and said, "Mother, tomorrow is the day of the grand sacrifice ceremony." "Right." Rochin's eyes were full of determination. "I will definitely open the divine martial mark during the grand ceremony, become a martial artist, and prove myself." The so-called divine martial mark is the qualification that the gods bestow upon humans to practice martial arts. If you don't open the divine martial mark, you will never be able to cultivate true chi and cannot become a strong person between heaven and earth. At the age of 10, the 8th prince had already opened the divine martial mark and was now a young powerhouse in the late Yellow Extremity realm. Lin Fei looked at her son, thinking, Chinan is already 16 years old and still hasn't opened the divine martial mark. After 16, there is almost no possibility of opening it anymore. Even if he does, he will have passed the best age to practice martial arts, and cannot achieve much. But then, she still smiled gently, came to his side with a kind expression, and stroked his head. Mother believes in you. She went to the door and said, That's right, Chinan, you should rest early. Tomorrow, you still have to participate in the grand sacrifice ceremony. Rochin replied. Yes, mother, you should also rest early. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked him, That's right, Chinan, who exactly is that girl Chi that you always call in your dreams? Hearing this, he looked at her and replied, It's nothing, mother, you must have misheard. She said, That's good. In the future you must never call the name Chiao again, even in your dreams. After all, that is the name of the person who unified the 9 nations, established the Central Empire, and is the ruler of the entire Kunlun realm, Empress Chiao. Calling the Empress by her given name is a great act of disrespect. Once someone with ulterior motives hears it, you will be executed, she said. Rochin lay in bed, shocked. He kept his eyes wide open, unable to believe what he had just heard. Then, he gently replied, Rest assured, mother, I won't call it again in the future. He thought. In the future, I will be her nightmare. Yunwu County is located in the eastern region of the Kunlun realm, one of the many counties under the Central Empire, and must pay taxes and tribute to the Central Empire every year. The ruler of the county is called the County King. The grand sacrifice ceremony is the national day of Yunwu County. The ceremony is built with great care, surrounded by statues of fierce beasts gathered as if protecting the grand ceremony. The space for the ceremony is also very large and luxurious, with all kinds of sacrificial objects on the floor. In this freezing weather, countless young men and women wait to open the divine martial mark in celebration. The 8th prince turned to look at Rochin with a provocative expression and said, 9th brother, you are 16 years old, even if you participate in the grand sacrifice ceremony. You won't be able to receive the divine martial mark. What's the point of coming here to embarrass yourself? The 6th prince of Yunwu County also looked at him, and said, It is said that the 9 sons are each different. 8 of us have opened the divine martial mark. But only you are 16 years old, and still haven't opened it. Facing these criticisms, Rochin could say nothing. He lowered his head, not responding. The 6th prince glanced at him, his eyes full of contempt. He said, Tell me, what's the point of you living in this world? Why not just die and be done with it? The 8th prince spread his arms and said, Forget it, 6th brother. Although our father's bloodline makes it easy to open the divine martial mark, for ordinary people, 1 out of 10 may not even open it. Who knows if this piece of trash really has our father's bloodline or not? The 6th prince put his hand on his hip and added, That's right. I've also heard some rumors. It really brings shame to our royal family. The 2 of them stood in front of countless people and constantly insulted him, even implying that his mother had done something improper. Rochin's face darkened, his eyes full of anger. He clenched his fists, telling himself, Calm down. Before I have enough strength, there's no need to waste saliva arguing. This piece of starstone is a gift my father gave me during my coming-of-age ceremony at 16 in my previous life. I didn't expect it to follow me to 800 years later. Rochin looked at the piece of starstone that he was always holding in his hand. A pure white starstone, occasionally reflecting some light. He thought, I went from 800 years ago to 800 years later, does it have anything to do with it? A middle-aged man, dressed very luxuriously, held a scroll and shouted, The grand sacrifice ceremony begins. This man was the national preceptor of Yunwu County. The maids were using mallets to strike the chimes. A man with his chest bare, his face full of murderous intent, gripped a broadsword tightly, and raised it high to chop down on the sacrificial offering, a black pig. The broadsword chopped down, and the pig's blood splattered. Suddenly, the pillar in the center of the sacrificial altar flashed a golden light, shooting straight into the sky. The pig's blood was swept up by the beam of light. The people below looked up at the beam of light. The golden energy mixed with red flew away. That was the divine martial mark. The crowd below looked up and cheered, "The mark! The mark is descending!" The mark flew straight into the forehead of a young boy. His body emitted a burst of energy, and a mark like a flame appeared on his forehead. His eyes were full of joy. The people around him also discussed, the youngest son of the regional commander. At only 6 years old, he has already opened the divine martial mark. The crimson flame divine martial mark, belonging to the 4th rank of divine martial marks. Amazing, his future is limitless. The boy's father also happily said, "Good, worthy of being my son Ti Liang. Today, the regional commander's residence will hold a banquet. Everyone must come to attend." From the pillar of energy, more divine martial marks flew out. Everyone cheered, so many marks. One by one, the divine martial marks found their owners. Along with the joyful expressions of the children, the parents were no less happy. A mother hugged her child and said, my son has opened the divine martial mark, ha ha ha." The father next to her also said, "Daughter, you finally have a future. For so many years, father has only been waiting for this day." The people around Zhang Rochin all received their divine martial marks, but he didn't see anything. He looked up, thinking, the ceremony is about to end. Could it be that I have no hope of opening it at all? Suddenly, the piece of starstone in his hand emitted a white light. It seemed to resonate with the pillar of energy on the sacrificial altar. A white divine martial mark flew out. Zhang Rochin looked at the phenomenon before him. This is. The mark flew straight into Zhang Rochin's forehead, while he was still a little surprised. Zhang Rochin squinted his eyes, feeling the energy that the divine martial mark brought to him. After a while, a white mark appeared on his forehead. It was shaped like a swirling vortex. He thought, the divine martial mark, it's open. The mark on his forehead began to shrink. Zhang Rochin fell to his knees, clutching his forehead. The people around him turned their eyes to him, even more astonished. Someone said, "Isn't that the 9th prince? He's 16 years old, but he can still open the divine martial mark?" "That's right, he's been weak and sickly since he was young, yet he can still open the mark. It's really not easy." Both of his elder brothers also gaped in surprise. The 6th prince said, "I'm not seeing things, am I?" The 8th prince also said, How is it possible? This kid really opened it?" Cut to a location with a snowy sky. There is a luxurious-looking camp with 2 guards outside. An old servant is respectfully reporting to the queen, "The 9th prince has opened his divine martial mark." The woman sitting on the throne says, "Bring the child to me." The servant bows his head and replies, "Yes, your majesty." In a different location, Lin Fei is holding Zhang Rochin's hand excited, saying, "Rochin, you have finally done it." Zhang Rochin smiles happily at his mother. Before they can continue to enjoy the moment, the old servant from earlier interrupts, "Congratulations to Lin Fei for opening the divine martial mark for the 9th prince. The queen has requested an audience to test the grade of his divine martial mark." Lin Fei has a look of horror. She quickly stands in front of Zhang Rochin with the queen. Zhang Rochin observed his mother's actions and thought to himself, "Mother is clearly scared. This queen isn't a kind person." The 3 walk in the snow to greet the queen. Zhang Rochin says to his mother, "Mother, let us go pay respect to the queen. The queen is a beauty with a cold aura about her. She sits on the throne with a cold gaze, as if on top of the world." The queen says, "The king is cultivating, so I will be leading the ceremony." National Preceptor, did you test the 9th prince divine mark? The preceptor says, "The scroll of divine marks record all martial arts skills that have ever appeared, but there is no record of this mark." After the queen hears this, she says, "If there is no record of his mark, he must not have a rank divine martial mark. He is too old, it would be a waste of cultivation resources. We shall give him a bit of marrow cleansing fluid." After hearing this, Lin Fei says, "When Prince Chi opened his divine martial mark, he received 12 parts of fluid. My son opened his, how come he only gets 1? The queen replies, "He opened it when he was 3 years old at level 7. Your son cannot compare to the queen." The 8th prince steps behind Lin Fei, acting kind, and says, "7th brother is the son of the queen and has a stronger bloodline, how can he compare? The prosperity of Yunwu County will depend on him." The 8th prince lifts his hand and continues to say one finger of the 7th brother is more important than the 9th brother's whole life. How can you compare him? The queen nods. Lin Fei attempts to win back some benefits for his son and says when the 8th prince opened his divine martial mark, he was given 4 parts of the fluid. The queen says those with high talent will receive more resources. The 9th prince has no talent, so naturally he will not get many resources. Lin Fei is about to speak but the queen loses her temper. I have made my decision. If you continue to speak again, you will be punished. Rochin is confused and thinks again. Was Lin Fei beaten? He looks at his mother, and she bites her teeth and bears with it. Seeing his mother being pressured like this, he is full of anger. He squeezes his first, and decides to get stronger for his mother. The queen's maid gives Rochin marrow cleaning fluid and says 9th prince, claim your reward. He quickly grabs the fluid. With his rewards he put his arms around his mother and says let us go back. And his mother says okay. Watching them leave, the queen smiles and says in 3 months will be the end of your family assessment. The 9th prince should train hard and become a stronger true expert and bring the king joy. The 8th prince laughs. In 3 months to wash one's marrow is not so easy. With the 9th prince, it will take a year. At the same time, Rochin makes a decision and decides to not let them win. In an old rundown room, Rochin is meditating in his room. His body is bare and he says training to open the body's meridian is very weak. It is only the size of an egg and can hold too little. He thinks, upgrade to expand the meridian. Start to clean my marrow first and start cultivating. He grabs the fluid and drinks it. After drinking it, his body goes through indescribable pains. He starts cultivating the Sky 9 Mind Emperor art, and he bites his teeth and withholds the pain. He continues to say I will use my strength to prove that tonight I will complete my training and become an expert. Rochin is in pain and encourages himself to break through the last meridian. Success is at hand. His internal energy increases rapidly. The last energy passes through. His sitting position is kneeling with his hands. Rochin breathes heavily with sweats everywhere. He has calmed down and says success. My current level should be yellow stage beginner. Cultivating starts at heaven/earth levels and starts at yellow. There are 7 realms with the names initial, intermediary, advanced, beginner, intermediate, and initial level. Yellow to advanced is the opening of the meridians and strengthening the body. When you reach the yellow level, it is possible to knock down a cow and to have a cow's strength. From yellow end level it is possible to attain 4 cows' strength. Rochin closes a fist with his hand waving and says not for myself, but I must get back my mother's glory. In 3 months, I must reach the yellow level. Time passes by in the evening and the sun still shines. Lin Fei leans to watch him train and thinks he is training so hard I should not bother him. Rochin is still meditating and continues training. Lin Fei looks at her child and thinks, I can only try to give him the best environment. Then, she quietly left without alerting him. Rochin continues his training and focuses as he spins the energy around the mark. Then it was absorbed by the imprint. He slowly opened his eyes, thinking to himself, I've cultivated for 9 days, and my physical strength and true chi have also become stronger. Rochin leaned back against the pillow behind him and said to himself, I cultivate the 9 heavens underworld emperor scripture. The speed of absorbing true chi should be very fast. But the current speed is too slow. He continued, if there were a piece of spirit crystal, my cultivation speed might increase by another level. Spirit crystals can gather spiritual energy within spirit stones. Spirit crystals are naturally formed deep underground, gradually absorbing spiritual energy, making them extremely precious. Speaking of spirit crystals, Rochin suddenly remembered something. He reached into his pocket and took out a crystal. He held it close to his eyes and wondered, could this be a spirit crystal? He began to circulate his energy, and the divine martial mark appeared. Spiritual power from the divine martial mark directly entered the crystal. The crystal began to show anomalies, emitting light, and information about it appeared. Rochin began to ponder, time-space spirit stone. Strange, I've never seen such writing before, yet I can understand its meaning. In my previous life, I was countless times stronger than this life, yet I never activated this kind of writing. He added, or perhaps it's not due to the strength of true chi, but due to comprehension. Could it be that opening the divine martial mark also grants additional comprehension that happens to be compatible? With this time-space spirit stone? In nature, 90 types of spirit crystals lack comprehension, but some spirit crystals possess special comprehension, such as scarlet flame spirit crystals, profound water spirit crystals, lightning spirit crystals, and evil blood spirit crystals, which can help rare martial artists with divine martial marks speed up their cultivation. He said, in my previous life, I was considered knowledgeable, but I've never heard of the time-space comprehension of spirit crystals. Humans can't control time and space. And even gods must obey the laws of time and space. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a force, and the white energy grew larger and larger. Zhang Rochin's eyes widened in shock. He immediately threw the crystal away. Oh! This is bad. That crystal turned into white energy, and it's floating in the air. Zhang Rochin was sucked inside it. Space shifted, and Zhang Rochin fell freely from a great height, crying out in alarm. Instantly, that handsome and bright face smashed straight into the ground, clearly showing the pain. Luckily, my handsomeness is still there, and I only lost 1 or 2 teeth, he reassured himself. Fortunately, my physique is much stronger now. If it were my previous body, this fall would have killed me. Zhang Rochin sat up and looked around. There was a stone platform in the center with a table on it, holding 1 or 2 objects. He wondered, how did I get here? Where is this place? Zhang Rochin approached the table, where there was a scroll and a book. He tried to pick up the scroll, but it seemed incredibly heavy. He gritted his teeth. He tried to lift the scroll with all his might, but couldn't. Zhang Rochin wiped his sweat, struggling to speak. There's no way. I can't even pick up this painting, let alone open it. I should look at the book instead. He widened his eyes and looked at the book. Zhang Rochin circulated his energy, focusing it on the book. He managed to open the book. Zhang Rochin read the book and learned that it was the notes of the time-space spirit crystal's original owner, Gathering Dust Holy Monk. I opened the divine martial mark. The same time-space divine martial mark as him. Regarding Zhu Dixingxing, from ancient times until now, including her, there have only been 3 people who have opened the time-space divine martial mark. But this holy monk died in the ancient times, more than 10,000 years ago. Now I am inside the time-space spirit crystal. The flow of time here is different from the outside. 3 days inside this space are equal to 1 day outside. Zhang Rochin laughed. So, I'll have 3 times as much time as others to cultivate? That's great. He tried to turn the page, but the book didn't budge at all. Huh! I can't open it again. He read the words, cultivate to the lesser extreme realm. The book remained motionless, impossible to turn. But being able to enter this space and having more time to cultivate already made him happy. He thought to himself, there must be records of various mysterious cultivation methods here. Perhaps even related to time and space. I must cultivate diligently and break through to the lesser extreme realm as soon as possible to overcome this predicament. Suddenly his stomach rumbled. Zhang Rochin held his stomach and thought, with the time-space spirit crystal, I can cultivate to the late lesser extreme realm in 3 months. There's no need to rush. First I'll go home. Ugh, I'm so hungry. He returned to his dilapidated house. He and his mother were eating together, while Yunu, as a servant girl, stood beside them. Zhang Rochin held a steamed bun in one hand and a bowl of soup in the other, drinking it down. But it didn't seem to be enough for him. He thought, now that I've become a martial artist, this ordinary food can't satisfy me. What should I do? His mother took out a bottle of elixirs and said gently to him, Chiner, Mother heard that those who open the martial god mark use blood elixirs instead of food to nourish themselves. Take these 10 blood elixirs first. She placed the bottle of elixirs on the table and pushed it towards him, saying, take them. If it's not enough, Mother will find another way. Zhang Rochin was still eating, holding the steamed bun in both hands. He said to his mother, Mother, you need 10 taels of silver to buy one, so 10 of them would cost 100 taels. Where did you get so much money? Yunu, hearing this, sadly said to him, the Empress sold her most beloved jewelry to exchange for these 10 blood elixirs at the elixir market. Lin Fei immediately turned to look at Yunu, signaling her not to be so talkative, and Yunu could only stick out her tongue and give a wry smile. Then, she smiled gently at him, Chiner, don't think too much. As long as you can truly cultivate into a martial artist, Mother will support you, even if I have to sell everything in the house. Zhang Rochin said resolutely, Mother, don't worry. I will definitely become a powerful figure soon and use my own strength to protect you. He picked up the bottle of elixirs, his face full of determination. I still can't tell Mother that I've become a martial artist. Such an incredible cultivation speed. If this news gets out, it would harm us instead. I'm still too weak now. I must become stronger. Lin Fei returned to her room and sat in front of the mirror, letting Yunu help her comb her hair. Yunu took the opportunity to say to her, Nyang, martial artists not only need blood elixirs, but also cultivation methods. Only with cultivation methods can they open up their meridians. Lin Fei said softly, a pensive look in her eyes. I know, but even the lowest grade cultivation methods cost more than 500 taels of silver. With my current financial situation, I simply can't afford them. The court is currently presided over by the Queen and the Grand Preceptor. The Queen will definitely not allow Chinan to go to the library pavilion to receive a cultivation method. It seems there's only one way left. Yunu, while gently combing her hair, said, Nyang, are you planning to ask the Lin family for help? But 3 years ago, you had a big falling out with the Lin family. Will they give the 9th prince a cultivation method? Lin Fei lowered her head, her eyes already brimming with tears, a resigned look on her face. As long as they give Chinan a cultivation method, I'm willing to kneel down and admit my mistakes. Yunu's eyes were full of pity. She gently placed a hairpin in her hair and said, But it clearly wasn't your fault that time, Nyang. In a flash, 3 days had passed. Today, Zhang Rochin was no longer in his room. He stood facing a fairly large rock. He stood in a horse stance and tested his fist, executing the Dragon Elephant Prajna fist, first style. Wild elephant supports the earth. He forcefully struck the rock with his fist. Dust billowed, but the rock showed no signs of cracking, only a few inches deep impression of his fist. Zhang Rochin wiped his sweat and pondered. 9 days of cultivation in the time-space spirit stone were not wasted. The first style can be considered a success. The Long Xiang Ban Ra Quan is truly suitable for my current cultivation level and physical condition. I had to suffer to participate in the battle. The true chi in my chi si is already full, and I can open my second meridian. But where can I find a second meridian cleansing item, or even more meridian cleansing items? Zhang Rochin frowned in thought. At this moment, Yunu approached and called out to him, 9th Prince, Nyang is looking for you everywhere. What are you doing here? He explained to her, I came here to circulate my chi. By the way, Yunu, has the wound on your hand gotten any better? Yunu smiled brightly and replied, This wound of mine can't be treated with wound medicine. I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 months to heal. 9th Prince. It's already very kind of you to care about this servant girl. Hurry and go find Nyang. We have to leave the palace today. Zhang Rochin asked curiously, Leave the palace? Where are we going? Yunu replied, To see Ningshan. It's been a long time since you've seen her, you must be very happy. Right. Hearing this, he became even more puzzled. Who is Ningshan? Judging from Yunu's tone, she must have an extraordinary relationship with the owner of this body. Zhang Rochin left the palace with his mother. They rode in a golden carriage. The carriage stopped, and his mother stepped out first, while he was still sitting in the carriage, preparing to dismount. Before him was the main gate of a noble family's residence. His mother walked to the main gate, where an unidentifiable person opened the door to welcome them both. He observed attentively, and was slightly surprised. The Lin residents. Aren't they related to Mother? The Lin family is a prominent clan, but Mother doesn't receive their support, and is suppressed by the other consorts in the prince's residence. There must be some hidden secrets in this matter. At this time, both of them had entered inside. His mother said with a gentle smile, Chinan, you must have wanted to see Ningshan for a long time, right? Now that you've also opened the Divine Martial Mark, you must have something to say to her. Go on, do your best. Contrary to his mother's expectations, he didn't know who Lin Ningshan was. Who exactly is this Lin Ningshan? Why do I find that Nyang and Yunu's attitudes are somewhat strange? Entering the Lin residence was a luxurious reception courtyard, surrounded by interconnected tiled buildings. The guide said, Lin Fei, please follow me into the royal mansion. Ninth Prince, please feel free to look around. Yunu turned to him and said, Ninth Prince, aren't you going to see Ningshan? She's at the training ground now. The young disciples of the Lin family all cultivate there. He replied, Yes, let's go. Let's go to the Lin family's training ground. At the Lin family's training ground, Rochin saw that there were quite a few people there, all swinging their swords. He thought, the Lin family in Yunwu Prefecture can be considered a large clan. Suddenly, he stared intently in one direction. A girl was unleashing skillful sword techniques. Rochin praised her. Her true chi is abundant, and her sword strokes are powerful. Her martial arts cultivation must have reached at least the middle lesser extreme realm, even stronger than the 8th prince. He continued to observe attentively, while those around him looked on as if their souls had been stolen. At this moment, a few people noticed him and began to whisper, Hey, isn't that the 9th prince? I heard he just awakened his divine martial mark. The person next to him replied, What's the use of awakening the divine martial mark at 16? He even dares to come looking for Ningshan Jiejia? Unbelievable. The former covered his mouth with his hand, smiling mischievously as if he had encountered something joyful, and said, Anyway, His Highness the 9th Prince has always been fond of Ningshan Jiejia. If he knows that Ningshan and the 7th Prince are preparing to get engaged, what kind of expression will he have? The person next to him replied, Ningshan and His Highness the 7th Prince are truly a match made in heaven. What is that rotten fish, the 9th Prince, compared to them? The words of those people all pierced Rochin's ears. He gritted his teeth. His hands unconsciously clenched tightly. At this moment, Lin Fei had met her elder brother, who sat on a chair and said to her, The 9th Prince awakened his divine martial mark, so he should have gone to the library pavilion of the prince's residence to receive a cultivation method. Why has Fei Nyang come to our Lin family to beg for a cultivation method? Lin Fei replied, It's not begging, but asking my elder brother to show mercy for our blood ties and lend Chinan a cultivation method. He slammed his hand hard on the chair. Looking extremely angry, he shouted, Now you come to talk about family ties and blood relations? 3 years ago, I came to the prince's residence to beg you. Why didn't you consider our blood ties and agree to my request? Lin Fei frowned, a few tears already welling up in the corners of her eyes, and her expression was extremely troubled. As if there was something difficult to say. 3 years ago. Her elder brother turned away, ignoring Lin Fei standing silently in place. He waved his hand as if he didn't want to hear her explanation. He said, Don't say any more. Leave. The Lin family has long severed ties with you. From now on, Lin Fei Nyang, please don't come here again. Having no other choice, she knelt down. She said to him with a pleading and earnest expression, Elder brother, are you really so heartless? I want to see father. Her elder brother seemed unmoved, coldly replying, Father has passed away and ascended to heaven, you won't be able to see him. Also, Ningshan and the 7th Prince will be getting engaged soon, so tell the 9th Prince to stay away from her from now on. Lin Fei cried her eyes out, and replied, Brother knows that Chinan has always liked Ningshan. If he knows that Ningshan is going to marry the 7th Prince, how heartbroken will he be? Furthermore, why does it have to be the 7th Prince? He still replied indifferently, The 7th Prince is exceptionally talented, and his cultivation is currently ranked at the top among the younger generation in Yunwu Prefecture. The 9th Prince's abilities are no match for his. It's only beneficial to the Lin family and not harmful to align San with the 7th Prince. She retorted. Did Ningshan agree to marry the 7th Prince? Are you marrying away her happiness for the sake of the family's benefit? He laughed, his eyes slightly despising her, and said, You're wrong, this was originally Ningshan's decision. Back at the training ground, Ningshan had finished swinging her sword. She held the sword and walked gracefully towards Rochin. The men here seemed to have had their souls stolen. One of them spoke up, truly worthy of being a favored daughter of heaven. In front of many people, Ningshan thrust her sword into a straw dummy. Then she said to Rochin, Cousin, it's been a long time. I heard that you awakened your divine martial mark? But the Queen Nyang said that without a high-grade divine martial mark, it naturally can't compare to cousin's divine martial mark. Rochin finally understood everything and thought, So, she's my cousin. Ningshan said to him, awakening the divine martial mark at the age of 16 can be considered a blessing from heaven for you. Although you can't become a martial arts expert, at least it can help you avoid illnesses and live as an ordinary person. In her heart, she thought, when we were young, Rochin and I were considered close. It's a pity that times have changed, so I'll let him give up early. Rochin said frankly, I will strive to cultivate from now on and catch up with cousin's cultivation. Hearing this, she fantasized and thought, he really still wants to pursue me, how funny. It seems that I have to tell him the truth to avoid future troubles. Then, she said to him, Cousin, I'm already at the middle lesser extreme realm, and I'm about to reach the great extreme realm. With your foundation, I'm afraid that you won't be able to reach the middle realm even if you cultivate your whole life. Her face darkened, and her eyes seemed to threaten him. Cousin, what you should do now is to fully accelerate your cultivation speed, not blindly pursue things that cannot be pursued. One cannot force things in life, otherwise you will suffer greatly. Rochin also frowned, thinking, this Lin Ningshan is really arrogant. How could this body like someone like her? She continued, Cousin, there's still one thing I want to tell you. I hope you don't be too heartbroken. In 3 months, after the prince releases from seclusion, she smiled triumphantly and said, the 7th prince and I will get engaged. Thinking to herself, this time, you should give up. The crowd watching the show also cheered happily. There's a good show to watch now, hee. This 9th prince must be so angry that he faints. That would be even better. Rochin and Lin Ningshan stood face to face, while the excited crowd eagerly waited for the show to come. Contrary to their expectations, Rochin turned around calmly and said to her, then congratulations to cousin, you will be even closer in the future. The crowd was utterly disappointed. How boring, we wanted to see him get so angry that he went crazy, what a pity. Lin Ningshan was shocked at this moment, thinking, how could this be? She shouted at him, don't you want to know the reason? Rochin replied, I will come to congratulate you at your engagement ceremony. If there's nothing else, I'll go find my mother. He had originally intended to find his mother, but he saw her walking towards him. He called out, Mother? Seeing his mother crying, he anxiously asked, Mother, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? His mother replied, It's nothing, let's go home. At this moment, Lin Fei's elder brother stepped forward, holding a book in his hand, with a maid beside him carrying 2 bottles of meridian cleansing fluid. He said, This Tai Ju is for you, although it's not a profound cultivation method, it can complete meridian cleansing and opening, it should be enough for you. After all, you have the bloodline of our Lin family in you. Take these 2 bottles of meridian cleansing liquid as well. Lin Fei happily said to him, Chinner, quickly thank your 9th uncle. Contrary to his mother's attitude, he was extremely unhappy. No wonder mother was crying so bitterly. It turned out that she had to endure such humiliation just to ask for a cultivation method for me. He grabbed his mother's hand, brushed past him, and said, We don't need those things from the Lin family. Let's go, mother. Those present showed expressions of ridicule, mocking him. He doesn't even want to be given face. Does he think he's something great? Lin Ningshan approached her father and said, Father, cousin seems a little strange. He said, he overestimates himself. He just awakened the divine martial mark and he's already like this. Concentrate on your cultivation and don't pay attention to him. Lin Ningshan replied, Yes, father. In her heart, she thought, Father is right, we are people from 2 different worlds. At his dilapidated house, Rochin continued to cultivate. He said to himself, The immediate goal is to advance to the middle lesser extreme realm, and I have to use meridian cleansing fluid. But 1 portion of meridian cleansing fluid costs 200 taels of silver. Where am I going to get such a large sum of money? Suddenly he remembered something, and he happily said, I've got it. I'm too stupid. I can write down all the cultivation methods I saw in my previous life and sell them. I'll definitely earn a lot of money. Cultivation methods and martial skills are divided into 5 ranks: human, spirit, ghost, king, and god. The higher the grade of martial skills, the harder they are to cultivate. He pondered. The 9 heavens underworld emperor scripture, and the dragon elephant prajna fist in Kunlun realm are both divine arts, so I can't sell them. Instead, I'll write down some low-level cultivation methods and martial skills. So, he immediately got out of bed, went to the table, and picked up a pen. He said, even if it's a low-grade cultivation method, randomly taking out one can still lead to significant effects. Zhang Rochin wielded the pen, writing quickly. He earnestly copied the book. Martial skill manuals can't be made at will. With my current understanding of martial arts, drawing out a spirit grade, low-rank manual is the limit. A low-rank spirit grade martial skill is the lowest rank thing in my memory. In a moment, he had produced a series of sword techniques. He smiled unconsciously, but here, it can be considered a top-tier martial skill. Even a large family like the Lin family only has 1 or 2 low-rank spirit-grade martial skills to serve as their clan guarding secrets. Finally, he finished writing the Heavenly Heart Sword technique. Zhang Rochin assessed, this Heavenly Heart Sword technique can be sold for a high price. The scene shifted to another place, and the sky had gradually turned to dusk. Zhang Rochin walked to the city gate, where there were 2 guards. The guard asked, Your Highness Ninth Prince, it's so late, and you still want to leave the palace? Zhang Rochin said, This prince wants to go to the Lin residence to find my cousin, Ningshan. Quickly open the palace gate. With that, he left. The 2 guards watched him go and said, What arrogance! If he weren't a prince of Yunwu Prefecture, he would have died countless times already. The other one said, The talented young woman of the Lin family, Ningshan, is about to marry the 7th prince. He still hasn't given up, what an idiot. As soon as Zhang Rochin came out, he took a cloak and put it on, wrapping himself up tightly as he walked away. The martial market is the most developed area of Yunwu Prefectural City, divided into 5 districts: Pill District, Weapon District, Beast District, Slave District. And the auction house is at the center. The martial market can be said to determine the fate of the country's prosperity, so it is extremely strictly managed. Only martial artists or nobles are qualified to step inside. He walked to a magnificent and splendid mansion. With the naked eye, one could see a layer of barrier covering the mansion. He thought to himself, only by going to the auction house at the center and auctioning the Heavenly Heart Sword technique can I drive its price to the highest possible level. Inside, a rather beautiful girl welcomed him. She respectfully said, Sir, what do you need help with? Zhang Rochin replied, I want to see the chief manager of your auction house. The girl turned around and still warmly replied, I will go and report to the chief manager now, but the chief manager is usually busy receiving distinguished guests. Please wait a moment. But in her heart she thought, just who is this person who wants to see the chief manager as soon as he opens his mouth? He seems to have an extraordinary background. After a while, the girl returned with a middle-aged man, and they both walked up to him. The girl said, Chief Manager, this is the distinguished guest. The old manager immediately sized him up, discovering something. He looked at the shoes he was wearing, thinking, this person is wearing the gold-embroidered shoes of the royal family in the palace. His background is not simple. He warmly extended his hand to invite him. Your Excellency, please come this way. Zhang Rochin replied, His cloak nearly covered his face, only revealing that he was wearing a smile. He deliberately revealed his shoes because he wanted to intimidate these people. After all, a low-rank spirit-grade manual is very valuable, and if people covet it, with my current cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect it. In a room, Zhang Rochin sat on a chair, with an old man beside him, the appraiser. He said, I want to auction off a treasure. Zhang Rochin transmitted spiritual energy to the spirit stone to take out the book. He held the book and said to the appraiser, this is a low-rank spirit-grade sword technique. The old appraiser flipped through each page of the sword technique to examine it, and then he said, it's really a low-rank spirit-grade sword technique. The old manager beside him seemed to believe it, and he said, how is this possible? The starting price has to be 30,000 taels of silver. But after the auction is successful, the seller will hand over the sword moves and incantations. If there are any mistakes, the consequences will be unpredictable. Zhang Rochin said, just follow the rules of the auction. A few hours passed. The girl who greeted him earlier came in, still enthusiastically saying to him, reporting, Your Excellency, the Heavenly Heart Sword technique has been bought by the Lin families Patriarch for 1,240,000 taels. Zhang Rochin was surprised. The Lin family ultimately bought the Heavenly Heart Sword technique for 1,240,000 taels. The old manager entered, leading the father and daughter of Lin Ningshan. The old manager said respectfully, Lin Patriarch, this is the owner of the Heavenly Heart Sword technique. The Lin Family Patriarch immediately noticed the gold-embroidered shoes, and he smiled. It really is the gold-embroidered shoes of the royal family. Could he be some important figure from the royal palace? He stepped closer, clasped his hands, and respectfully said, I am Lin Ningshan, the patriarch of the Lin family. May I ask for your name? Rochin replied. You don't need to know my name. Here is the drawing of the techniques and incantations of the Heavenly Heart Sword technique. Patriarch Lin, please examine it. Hearing this, he immediately flipped through the book to examine it. After reading it, his eyes were filled with surprise, and he thought, it really is a low-rank spirit-grade sword technique, and it was drawn by a Sky Realm powerhouse himself. Buying this kind of low-rank spirit-grade sword technique means that our Lin family has obtained a treasure. He immediately put the book into his robe and said warmly, this low-rank spirit-grade sword technique is definitely a top-notch sword technique. Thank you, Your Excellency. We will take our leave. On the way back, the two of them talked to each other. Lin Ningshan said, Father, that person's figure looked familiar just now. Her father replied, I also had a sense of familiarity. I must have seen him in the royal palace. This person is not simple, his identity is probably intimidating. She asked again, Father, why do you say that? He replied, the ink on this book hasn't dried yet, which means that the sword techniques were drawn today. One who can draw sword techniques must be a Sky Realm powerhouse. She was extremely shocked. A Sky Realm powerhouse? Even grandfather probably hasn't broken through to the Sky Realm. She said again, Father, I have a question. After all, that person is a big shot in the royal palace, and he certainly doesn't lack money, so why would he put the sword technique up for auction? Her father said, in fact, the 8 types of spirit-grade martial skills of the royal family don't include the Heavenly Heart Sword technique. Therefore, it's best that we don't investigate. The Lin family can't afford to offend a Sky Realm powerhouse. Ninger, you use the Sword Dao Divine Martial Mark, and you are the most suitable person to cultivate the Heavenly Heart Sword technique. When you go back, go into closed-door cultivation and practice the first move of the sword technique. During the examination, you will definitely receive a dazzling glow. Lin Ningshan firmly replied, Yes, Father. Returning to Rochin, he held the gold card in his hand, thinking to himself, the auction's silver taels will put 1,200,000 taels into this card. And the rest will be exchanged for 20 link stones, and 8,000 taels to buy elixirs. He went to a medicine shop, presented the gold card and said, Shopkeeper, give me 20 portions of body washing liquid, 200 shui dan, and also body refining powder and qi gathering pills. The shopkeeper knew what he wanted to use them for as soon as he heard the names of the medicines. Lien San and Zhu Qi Dan could accelerate the improvement of cultivation. And they were also very expensive. He suddenly remembered something and said, Oh right, get me 1 more portion of tendon and bone nourishing ointment. Returning to the Zi Heavenly Palace, he saw Yunu lighting lamps and walking around. Yunu turned her head and saw him, saying, Ninth Prince, it's so late, aren't you going to rest yet? Rochin took out a box and handed it to her, saying, Sister Yunu, this is tendon and bone healing ointment that I bought for you, it can help your injuries get better. Yunu happily accepted the box, and she said gratefully, Ninth Prince, where did you get the money to buy injury-nourishing medicine for this servant? She thought to herself, even the worst tendon and bone nourishing ointment costs hundreds of taels, and the good stuff can cost up to 500. Rochin said, Sister Yunu, I have some secrets that I can't tell you for the time being. I hope you can keep this a secret, and don't tell Mother. Yunu replied. Okay, this servant agrees. She thought maybe the 9th Prince encountered a fortuitous encounter, and he might become a martial arts powerhouse in the future. After that, Rochin asked her, There's something I want Sister Yunu to tell me the truth about. Mother is the younger sister of the Lin family's master. Why did she sever ties with the Lin family 3 years ago? What exactly happened? Yunu's expression was gloomy, and she said, This servant has always been hiding the truth, because your highness's body has always been weak and unable to withstand excitement. But now that your highness has awakened the divine martial imprint, then this servant will tell you. Yunu said, You must still remember the top genius of the Lin family, Lin Ningshan, right? He's your cousin, and also the eldest son of the family head. At the age of 17, His cultivation had already reached the extreme perfection of the Huangji realm. Her eyes were stern, and she continued, but 3 years ago, Lin Ningshan offended someone and had both legs cut off, and was thrown into the heavenly prison. Rochin was shocked. How could that be? The Lin family is considered a major family in Yunwu Commandery. Who would dare to throw the Lin family's #1 genius into the heavenly prison? Could it be that the other party's background is even more formidable? Yunu replied, that's right, Lin Ningshan offended the most prominent person in Yunwu Commandery, the 7th prince. Anyone who wants to fight him can only accept a miserable ending. Rochin said, so that's how it is. Yunu frowned, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, and continued, after Lin Ningshan was thrown into the heavenly prison, the family head immediately went to beg the Ningshan for help. As long as she could save Lin Ningshan's life, the Lin family was willing to pay any price. The Ningshan immediately went to beg the Commandery king, but was blocked by the Wangho. The two had a dispute. The Wangho was furious and punished Lin Fei Ningshan with 30 lashes. After the punishment, the Ningshan only had half a life left. Rochin clenched his fists when he heard this. His eyes showed a hint of anger. This matter, did the Yunwu Commandery king not care to ask? Yunu replied, the 7th prince is the son with the highest talent among all the Commandery king's sons, and received a lot of favor. The Commandery king investigated and found out that it was all Lin Ningshan's fault, and the 7th prince was almost killed. She lowered her head slightly, with a look of pity for Lin Fei, and said the Commandery king was angry that time, and felt that the Ningshan was ignorant. The Commandery king originally loved the Ningshan very much, but after that incident, his feelings for the Ningshan also cooled down a lot. The Lin family couldn't understand the Ningshan's suffering. They didn't dare to offend the 7th prince and the Wangho, so they could only vent their anger on the Ningshan, thinking that the Ningshan didn't beg the Commandery king, causing the Lin family to lose a genius. From then on, they no longer recognized the Ningshan as a member of the Lin family. Rochin asked, then was Lin Ningshan spared from death? Yunu wiped her tears and replied, no, how could the 7th prince let him off so easily? Lin Ningshan was subjected to castration, and became a eunuch, and was taken in by the 7th prince as a servant. Rochin was shocked, and he said the #1 genius of the Lin family actually became a eunuch, and even became a slave of his enemy. For the Lin family, it's a great humiliation. At this time, Yunu was puzzled, and she asked him, but I don't understand, the Lin family suffered such a great humiliation, why did the Lin family head still marry his daughter to the 7th prince? Rochin laughed and replied, with the 7th prince's talent, he will surely inherit the throne in the future. The Lin family wants to have a place in Yunwu Commandery, so they will definitely re-establish relations with the 7th prince. Marriage is the best way. Although the #1 genius of the Lin family became a servant of the 7th prince, the 7th prince and the Lin family are not too antagonistic. The marriage of Lin Ningshan and the 7th prince was arranged by Lin Ningshan himself. Rochin scratched his head and laughed, then said, haha, but this is just my guess. Sister Yunu, I'm going to rest, you should go back soon too. Yunu watched his back and thought to herself, awakening the divine martial imprint really changed the 9th prince a lot. If Lin Fei Ningshan knew, she would definitely be very happy. A moment later, inside the crystal block, Rochin sat in meditation, calming his mind to cultivate. Next to him were 4 or 5 bottles of tishuayi lying in disorder. He pondered, strength. In this world, without powerful strength, one simply cannot survive, there is simply no such thing as fairness, I can't waste any more time. Today, I must open up the 3rd meridian and advance to the middle stage of the Huangji realm. He tightly grasped the scarlet crystal in his hand, his eyes firm. The 9 heavens underworld emperor scripture can cultivate 36 meridians. In my previous life, I cultivated 33 meridians and became invincible in the world. Now you are only at 31 at most. The meridians appeared through the divine martial imprint. Rochin was still pondering, if I want to break through to the late stage of the Huangji realm, I must open up the 3rd meridian. Rochin began the breakthrough process, his chi surging violently, and he seemed to be enduring intense pain. Rochin exhaled, it's all over. He was surprised, opening up the 3rd meridian, the Jinqi in the Qi Si, which was already full, is breaking through to the late stage of the Huangji realm. I need Zhu Qidan to speed up the gathering of Jinqi. He immediately took out a pill and put it in his mouth. Jinqi began to gather again. Zhang Rochin continued to cultivate. I only opened up the third meridian, 7 portions of the elixir's qi. I can't let the refining become a waste. Now I just need to speed up the improvement of my cultivation. No matter how much money I waste, it's worth it. The martial god imprint began to absorb Jinqi into its interior. Zhang Rochin said, still not enough, I still need to use Lin Ningshan to enhance my physique. Otherwise, I can't use Jinqi to refine. Several hours later, he endured the pain brought by the Lin Ningshan, and with it, impurities began to be expelled from his body. He thought to himself, this Lin Ningshan is really strong. My whole body and blood feel like they are about to crack apart in pain. Layers of skin containing impurities began to peel off his body, separating from his skin. Although his body was in extreme pain, his eyes were extremely firm. He thought, but only by enduring hardship can one become someone who stands above the masses. He took out another pill and swallowed it. The time within the starry sky stone can give me 3 times the cultivation time. This is an advantage. Now it's 10 days, inside the starry sky stone it's a month. I've reached the middle stage of the Huangji realm. My Jinqi is beginning to fill up, it's truly a miracle. Inside the starry sky stone, he practiced his fist techniques. His fist techniques were like a true dragon roaring, extremely brave and powerful. Zhang Rochin stepped out of the lake. He looked at himself in the mirror inside. The medicine lake really has an effect. The results after washing the body are really obvious. Zhang Rochin laughed. Tonight I can prepare to advance to the late stage of the Huangji realm. Outside, there was a knock on the door. It was Yunu's voice. She said, "Ninth Prince, the matter you told me to do has been completed." Zhang Rochin opened the door. Yunu held the card in her hand and said happily, "According to your instructions, all the jewelry that the Nyang pawned has been redeemed." Zhang Rochin smiled and replied, "In the future, if my mother pawns anything again, then you secretly buy it back." Yunu asked, "Your Highness, is it necessary to tell the truth to the Nyang? If the Nyang knows now that you are a true martial artist, she will definitely be very happy." Zhang Rochin wiped the sweat from his body, and he said, "I want to wait until the year-end assessment is over. I'll give Mother a surprise. Moreover, my cultivation is not strong enough now. I have to become stronger. You go out first, don't come and disturb me." Yunu said, "Tonight, I will block the door. Whoever dares to disturb the 9th Prince's cultivation, I will fight them to the death. 9th Prince, I believe you can succeed." After that, Zhang Rochin continued to cultivate. Opening up the 4th meridian was very smooth, but the 6th meridian was a bit difficult. He frowned, holding the pill in his hand, and thought, "I have to gamble. How will I know if I can succeed if I don't try?" He crushed the pill. Jinqi began to condense. It was absorbed by the divine martial imprint. His body became much lighter, breaking through to the late stage of the Huangji realm. Outside, the snow was falling heavily again. Zhang Rochin stepped outside. Yunu was still standing guard outside. Yunu was surprised, she couldn't believe her eyes and asked again, "9th Prince, you succeeded?" Zhang Rochin and Yunu stood in the snowy sky. He stretched out his arms and looked up at the sky as if to feel something. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. His feet felt heavier, making the ground sink. Dragon-elephant prajna stance. Zhang Rochin became fierce. He rushed forward. The true dragon appeared accordingly, displaying the moves quietly crouching elephant, movingly crouching dragon. Long Xiangban Ruojing, the second form, soaring dragon in the sky. He struck a palm towards the boulder. In just a moment, the boulder was shattered into small pieces. Zhang Rochin smiled excitedly, clenching his fist. Yunu stood behind and observed everything. She cried with joy, "9th Prince, you really succeeded, Your Highness. Perhaps has more martial arts talent than the 7th Prince." The next morning, the sky was very clear, the warm sunlight shone everywhere. Looking into the distance, you could see a few clouds. Zhang Rochin stood in front of a very ancient but also luxurious building. He thought, Qinshian Pavilion is one of the top 3 largest shops in Danshire. Let's go in and see what it's like. Suddenly an old man appeared from behind. His hair was all white. He said to him with a smile, "This young master, are you looking to buy Zhu Qidan?" Zhang Rochin looked at the old man and thought to himself, to be able to approach me silently, this person is not simple. The old man respectfully clasped his hands in front of him and said to him, "This old one, Mo Hanlon, is the shopkeeper of this shop." He replied, "So it's shopkeeper Mo, this one's surname is Zhang. I want to buy 50 Ju Chi Dan, 3 portions of Lin Ningshan. I don't know if Qinshian Pavilion has enough stock." The old man widened his eyes looking at the person in front of him. He thought to himself, Ju Chi Dan and Lin Ningshan are things that ordinary martial artists can't afford. Not to mention a martial artist buying so many elixirs at once, it's very rare. Realizing that this was a profitable deal, he smiled and said, "If young Master Zhang goes to another shop, he might not be able to buy so many elixirs. It just so happens that our Qinshian Pavilion has a large quantity of Ju Chi Dan and Lin Ningshan. We can definitely meet young Master Zhang's requirements." The elixirs and Lin Ningshan were prepared. They were placed in a white porcelain bottle and a wooden box. The old shopkeeper calculated on the abacus. The total amount of what young Master Zhang wants to buy is 80,000 silver coins. He looked at him and said, "Young Master Zhang is buying such a large quantity at once. Of course there is a discount. You only need to pay 72,000 silver coins." He laughed and said, "Shopkeeper is truly a generous person. In the future when I need to buy elixirs, I will come to your place to buy them." Hearing this, the old man happily smiled and replied, "Young Master Zhang, I don't know if you want to buy anything else?" He said, "The thing I want to buy, your shop probably doesn't sell." He then said, "Could it be that young Master Zhang wants to buy a weapon that suits his hand?" He replied, "Shopkeeper has a good eye." The old man turned to his servants and said, "Our Qinshian Pavilion has a branch shop in Qishir. I'll have someone take you there. Hanzi, take young Master Zhang to find the madam. Tell her that this is a distinguished guest. The price must be appropriately discounted." The person named Hanzi sweated profusely. He raised his hand to indicate that he didn't want to go. "I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I don't want to meet the madam. The madam can take men's souls away. Going to meet her is a sure death." At this time, the old man showed a bit of displeasure. He scolded, "You're just a kid who hasn't fully grown up. What's there to be afraid of? If you don't go, I won't give you Ju Chi Dan this month." Hearing this, Hanzi had to compromise. Don't, I'll go, that's enough." He said to him, "Young Master Zhang, please." Zhang Rochin waved goodbye to the old man. "Thank you, shopkeeper Mo, goodbye." The old man also smiled and replied, "Welcome young Master Zhang to visit again next time." On the way, Zhang Rochin asked the person named Hanzi, "You said the madam can take men's souls away. Could it be that the madam is very beautiful?" Hanzi replied, "The madam is a woman of peerless beauty. She dresses flamboyantly, and just looking at her makes people blush, and their hearts beat faster. Besides, she has been married to 7 bosses." Zhang Rochin was very surprised. Hanzi continued, "Moreover, the 7 bosses all died on the wedding night. The madam has taken over all their businesses. Even our shop's shopkeeper is just a worker for the madam." Time passed quickly, and they arrived at Qishir. The building was no different from Mo Hanlon's place, but it seemed to be much larger. The two stood in front of the building. The guards said to them, "We have sent someone to notify the inner courtyard. Please wait a moment." In a room, a maid stood outside to announce. Through a veil, we could see a woman wearing a bright red dress. The woman said, "The guest that Mo Hanlon introduced. Could it be an elder of some sect, or a family head of some family?" Qinshian Pavilion's madam, Qinya, was an extremely beautiful woman. She was also very charming and enchanting. She leaned back, placing her hand on the table, and said, "I'm a bit tired today, I won't meet him." The maid then said, "No, it's just a teenager about 16 or 17 years old." She glanced. Her eyes were very sharp. "Oh, that sounds very interesting. Suddenly I don't feel tired anymore. Call that kid into the inner hall." Inside the inner hall, tea and fruit were prepared. Zhang Rochin sat on a chair, holding a teacup in his hand. Hanzi stood beside him, constantly sweating. Qinya walked in and said, "This must be young Master Zhang, our Qinshian Pavilion's distinguished guest." She raised her hand and touched the hairpin on her hair. Her expression was smiling, and her actions were very standard. Behind her were 2 maids. She said, "What kind of weapon do you want to buy? Only then can this servant calculate." Zhang Rochin looked up at her and replied, "A sword, preferably a sword of the true martial treasure level." He also secretly assessed, "She is indeed a captivatingly beautiful woman. Fortunately my mental strength is strong, I won't be bewitched." She thought to herself, no wonder Mo Hanlin wanted me to meet him, he is indeed formidable. Ordinary teenagers don't have such strong mental strength. Chinya said. Young Master Zhang is already a distinguished guest of Qinxian Pavilion. This servant will personally take young Master Zhang to the weapon vault. Zhang Rochin followed Chinya to the weapon vault. There were 2 soldiers standing guard outside the door. They immediately bowed when they saw Chinya. Hanzi was terrified. He covered his eyes with his hand, but still peeked through his fingers. No man who can go into the weapon vault alone with the madam can come out complete. Young Master Zhang is probably in more danger than good. Chinya and Zhang Rochin stepped inside. What caught his eye was a large forge along with a painting. Fan Qi are weapons used by ordinary people. True martial treasures are weapons used by martial artists, and only martial artists can unleash the true power of true martial treasures. Based on the level of materials used to make the weapons, and the number of patterns engraved in the true martial treasures, true martial treasures can be divided into 9 ranks. Rank 1 is the lowest, rank 9 is the highest. Chinya said with a smile, Young Master Zhang, you can freely choose a sword in this place. If there is anything that catches your eye, then just say it. He replied, Thank you, madam. Suddenly he looked up in surprise. In front of him was a short sword, with a dragon head pattern carved very skillfully. Zhang Rochin was shocked. He recognized that this sword was Qinyuan. Zhang Rochin picked up the short sword and observed it. Chinya behind him also said, Young Master Zhang really has a good eye. This is an ancient sword with nearly 1,000 years of history. It is extremely heavy and unusually sharp. The material is very special. To this day, no appraiser has been able to determine what was used to forge it, if it was not damaged. It should be at least a rank 7 true martial treasure, or even higher. It's a pity that the patterns engraved in the sword have been broken. If young Master Zhang wants to buy it, this servant will sell it to you at the price of a rank 1 true martial treasure. Zhang Rochin touched the sword. Then, he turned around and asked the madam, How much money? She replied, 1,000 silver coins. He then said, I'll buy it. He held the sword in his hand and caressed it, thinking in his heart, This is the sword that Qi Yao gave me 800 years ago. The person is gone, the sword is also gone. Although I have been reborn, the sword cannot be reborn either. Qinyuan, I will help you wash away the outside and restore your glory. Chinya was angered by this scene. She thought, could it be that a broken sword is more beautiful than me? Suddenly, she leaned close to him, hugging him. Chinya whispered, Young Master Zhang, you're only buying this broken sword? Don't you want anything else? He didn't know what his expression was like, but his body jolted a bit. She leaned close to his ear and said, Don't you want to add anything else? At this time, he was a little panicked by her. He immediately went to the side of a sword, pointed at it and said, Madam, what rank is this sword? This Shan Hu sword is a rank 4 true martial treasure. There are 14 patterns engraved on the sword, 4 patterns of the strength system, 4 patterns of the ice system, 4 patterns of the lightning system and 2 patterns of the light system. It has 3 attributes of ice, lightning and light. The price is 30,000 silver coins. Zhang Rochin grabbed the 2 swords and ran out quickly. He said, Okay, I'll buy them. He thought again, I can't be alone with this beautiful madam anymore. It's too dangerous, I can't stand it. His actions were too fast. Chinya couldn't react in time and could only stand there watching. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her expression was somewhat happy. She said, He runs quite fast, haha, he's already in the palm of my hand. How can he still run? From now on, there will be fun. Somewhere, the 8th prince and a young lady sat together. The girl poured him a cup of tea and said, 8th prince, please drink. The 8th prince then said, Yangqin and Qiyun sect master are disciples from the same master. I should also call you Shimi. Shimi has come to Wangqing for the first time. I will definitely take care of you carefully. This is the largest weapon shop in Wuqing. If you see anything that catches your eye, just tell me. That girl was quite pretty, she said softly. Thank you, 8th prince. Actually, Xiang Ling came this time to see the talented geniuses of Wangqing, especially the top genius, 7th prince. The 8th prince said, It's a pity that 7th brother is not in Wangqing now. He has never participated in the year-end assessment, but he may return to attend the ceremony. If Shimi wants to participate in this grand gathering, this prince will definitely win a spot for you. Xiang Ling smiled and replied then once again, Thank you, 8th prince. Suddenly, the 8th prince turned around and saw Rochin walking over with 2 swords in his hand. He said in surprise, "Ninth brother, aren't you focusing on cultivation? Why are you here, buying weapons? Do you have money?" The 8th prince was quite angry. He glared and thought, "This good for nothing, isn't he being a kept man for the Qixuan pavilion's madam?" He only thought about it and dared to say it. "If you dare to do something shameful, this prince will break your legs in place of father." Qinya said in surprise, "8th prince, this is Qixuan pavilion, not the imperial palace. 9th prince is my distinguished guest. If you attack him, this servant can't ignore it either." The 8th prince said sullenly, "He has thrown away all the face of the royal family." Xiangling secretly assessed Zhang Ruochen's character without needing anyone to confirm it. They are both princes. Why is the 7th prince the son of heaven? And this 9th prince is willing to be a plaything for a promiscuous woman. It's truly as different as heaven and earth. Zhang Ruochen was thinking at this time, "I don't understand why everyone is looking at me so strangely." Zhang Ruochen didn't understand and didn't want to care. He left with the sword. He thought, it's better to run away. The madam behind the counter greeted him. She said, "Ninth prince, come often in the future. This servant will definitely take care of you wholeheartedly." She raised her hand to her face, smiled and said, "If you want any other cultivation resources, just come find this servant." Returning to the Zi Heavenly Palace, the sky was gloomy with falling snow. Zhang Ruochen stood outside the courtyard, holding the Qingyuan sword in his hand. Thinking, over the past 100 years, the sea has turned into mulberry fields, things remain but people are gone. The once glorious Qingyuan ancient sword is now also broken. If I want to repair the Minwen inscription in the sword and restore its power, I need a rank 5 or higher refining master. Does Yunwu Commandery have a rank 5 refining master? Zhang Ruochen raised the sword high and looked at it. Then, he put away the Qingyuan sword and took out the Shanhu sword. Even if it turns into a discarded sword, I will always carry it with me, reminding myself at all times that only by becoming stronger can I avenge Qi Yao. I don't know how effective this new sword is. He raised the sword high, transmitting his strength into the sword. The powerful currents of strength could even be seen with the naked eye. But after a while, he felt extremely difficult. The sword suddenly became heavier than ever before. He frowned, gritting his teeth and enduring it, thinking. Activating the first Minwen, the sword's weight has reached 100 kilograms. Zhang Ruochen stood his ground, keeping his balance as he swung the sword high. The sword is too heavy, I can't control the move. If I can open the fourth Minwen, then I can get used to the sword. The power is unimaginable. His face was covered in sweat. The Jinqi in my body can't open the second down now. I should still try the attributes of other Minwen. Zhang Ruochen touched the sword and activated the lightning Minwen. Then he swung the sword, the lightning Minwen activated. Finally, the light Minwen activated. Zhang Ruochen swung the sword, and with just one slash, he chopped the boulder in half. He laughed. Spending 30,000 on this sword wasn't bad. I must quickly cultivate, open the fourth Dao as soon as possible to activate all of them. I must fully utilize this rank 4 treasure. Time flew by, and it was already 2 months later. At the Yusu Palace. Inside, currents of strength flew out, and the maids passing by had to turn their heads to look. The 8th prince was cultivating, and currents of strength were constantly being absorbed by him. His mother stood beside him observing her son. The 8th prince was exhausted, sweating, but he was extremely happy. He laughed. I finally broke through to the Huangji realm Xiuji Wei. Xiao Fei, the 8th prince's biological mother, smiled. Good, my son, with your current cultivation, although you can't compare with other princes, when your father sees your progress, he will definitely reward you greatly. She hurriedly wiped the sweat for her son. The 8th prince laughed and said, Anyway, there's already someone at the bottom. His existence only makes me more outstanding. Xiao Fei replied, You're talking about the 9th prince. He only opened the divine martial imprint not long ago. He hasn't even completed washing his body. He probably won't participate. The 8th prince's eyes became fierce. He smiled sinisterly. Haha, whether he participates or not is not something he can decide. At the same time, at the Lin family's training ground, Lin Ningshan swung her sword, flying in the air. She displayed the heavenly heart finger do. A powerful sword move, with force. The sword she shot straight down to the floor, creating a violent tremor. The people around clapped loudly, cheering. Truly the daughter of heaven, our Lin family has its glory again. Lin Ningshan landed. Her father standing beside her also praised, Sanner, your talent in swordsmanship has really surprised your father, in less than 3 months. You can successfully cultivate a move in the low-grade sword technique. Relying on this move, in the year-end assessment, you will make people look up to you. Lin Ningshan smiled and said, this is because I have already cultivated the sword realm of sword follows heart, so I can successfully cultivate this move in a short time. Her father was also very satisfied. Among those under the age of 20 in Wangqing, there are no more than 20 people who can cultivate sword follows heart. You are only 15 years old, your future is boundless, cultivate well. Lin Ningshan replied yes. Then she swung a sword and chopped the boulder into pieces. Her father happily left. Returning to Zhang Rochin, he was in the crystal block cultivating. Zhang Rochin sat in meditation, clearing his mind. His body seemed to float in the air, with his chi fluctuating around him. He thought, I've cultivated in the time-space crystal for half a year. And my chi is full. My inner body has also surpassed the target. I can start entering the lesser completion of the Huangji realm. Zhang Rochin opened his eyes and said, my aptitude may not be comparable to my previous life, but after cultivating for so long, opening the 11th meridian in the lesser completion is not difficult. Zhang Rochin picked up the marrow cleansing elixir and drank it. Instantly, his chi became stronger. Zhang Rochin exerted himself, Huangji realm lesser completion, finally a breakthrough. He happily stood up and said, let's go out and see what level my strength has reached now. I wonder if it's several ox powers. Then, a few days later, outside Shanjun County, in the royal palace, Zhang Rochin stood before a rock several meters taller than him. He began to unleash the elephant stomping ground. He struck the rock in front of him with a palm. Before long, the rock was nothing but fragments flying everywhere. He thought to himself, not bad, this punch is approximately 8 ox powers. Let's try some swordsmanship. My genuine chi can now activate 2 enlightenment inscriptions at once. Then, Zhang Rochin immediately drew his sword. He began to activate the water attribute enlightenment inscription and the strength attribute enlightenment inscription, performing the heavenly forest finger road swordsmanship. A surge of sword chi shot out. He then used the heavenly heart-breaking steps, rushing quickly towards a corner of a tree. Countless sword strikes pierced into the tree trunk. Following each sword move, a 6-petaled flower was carved into the tree trunk, piercing straight through it. Zhang Rochin was overjoyed. Only by cultivating to the realm of the sword following the heart can this move be completed. I'm probably not too far from the sword following the heart. This move would be very advantageous when used against people. Zhang Rochin closed his eyes and tried a sword wind defense. He began to perform the heavenly heart sword bell, forcefully planting his sword into the ground. Sword intent erupted, forming a bell that enveloped him. Zhang Rochin was extremely happy. He laughed triumphantly. This move can defend against the attack of a Huangji realm greater completion cultivator. From now until the exam, I only need to practice these moves. Time passed until a sunny morning. Zhang Rochin stepped outside, where Yunu was already waiting with a set of clothes for him. He asked, Yunu elder sister? Is today the assessment? Yunu replied, yes. Yunu replied, Your Highness 9th Prince, you must be careful. I heard that 8th Prince has broken through to the Huangji realm lesser completion. He will definitely target you. Zhang Rochin leaned close to Yunu and said, Yunu elder sister, I'll tell you a secret. Actually, I've also broken through to the Huangji realm lesser completion. But I've only opened the 11th meridian. I still have to work hard. Hearing this, Yunu was extremely surprised. She said, Your Highness, you must know that opening the 8th meridian in the lesser completion is already top-tier talent. Even 7th Prince has only opened the 10th meridian. Yunu will help you keep the secret, and Your Highness must be more careful. Zhang Rochin replied, Okay, I'll be careful. At this time, Yunu smiled and said, Your Highness, please change your clothes. You can now go to the royal family's training ground in Wanshan. Back in the room, Yunu helped him comb his hair. He then asked, Will Mother come to see me today? Yunu replied, The Empress Consort will definitely go, but she doesn't know you're participating. If she could see you become a martial artist, she would definitely be very happy. Yunu continued to adjust his clothes, saying, Your Highness 9th Prince, among all the princes, you are the most like the county prince. After finishing everything, Zhang Rochin stepped outside, not forgetting to say to Yunu, elder sister, let's go to the royal family's training ground. At the ceremony venue, the place was crowded and lively. The sound of firecrackers added to the vibrant atmosphere. In the royal palace, where the royal family gathered, Yunu Great Prince was a dignified man with a long scar on his forehead. He coldly asked seventh son, hasn't he returned? The queen spoke up, Great Prince, seventh prince sent a letter half a month ago, saying that he couldn't make it back in time due to important matters. Moreover, with his cultivation, participating in this year's competition would be meaningless. The Great Prince said, since seventh son isn't participating in the competition, I don't have much expectation for this year. Xiao Fei stepped forward and said, Great Prince, seventh prince can't participate, but ninth prince is participating this year. 3 months ago, ninth prince opened the divine martial imprint. When Lin Fei heard her son mentioned, she was a little startled. At this time, a smile appeared on the Great Prince's face. He said, Haha, Lin Fei, why didn't you tell me such good news earlier? Lin Fei's eyes were somewhat indifferent, as if she didn't see this man as her husband, but she still replied gently, Ninth Prince only opened the divine martial imprint recently. And I didn't dare disturb the Great Prince. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, as long as Ninth Prince can open the divine martial imprint, it's something worth celebrating. Where is Ninth Prince? Why isn't he brought here to see this prince? Eighth Prince spoke from behind. Everyone has arrived. It's ninth brother who's slow and late. It seems that opening the divine martial imprint has made him arrogant. Suddenly, Zhang Rochin's figure appeared from outside the door. He said, Eighth brother, is it good to speak ill of others behind their backs like that? Hearing this voice, Eighth Prince was startled and turned to look. Eighth Prince looked displeased, while the others watched him enter the main hall. Zhang Rochin cupped his hands respectfully and said, Greetings, Great Prince. Those around him were startled upon hearing this. Did I hear wrong? He actually said, Greetings, Great Prince? Eighth Prince was overjoyed. He couldn't stop smiling, thinking, this little brat is really asking for trouble. This will be a good show to watch. Ha! The Great Prince frowned and asked, You called me Great Prince? The Queen was furious. She pointed at him and scolded, Ninth Prince, you are so bold. Do you no longer want to acknowledge this father of yours? Lin Fei knelt down and pleaded, Great Prince, Chinan is momentarily confused and misspoke. But he affirmed, I didn't misspeak. To be the father of others, one must have the responsibility to educate their children. May I ask, Great Prince, since I was young? My body has been weak and sickly. As a father, what have you taught me? Have you ever cared about me? To be a father, one must have kindness, affection, and righteousness. May I ask, Great Prince, when my mother was suppressed by the Queen, did you show her affection? He steadfastly said loudly in front of everyone, 3 years ago, my mother was bullied. Where did you put your kindness towards her? Lin Fei heard her son say this, but she kept her head down and remained silent. Zhang Rochin became more resolute as he spoke. My mother and I were in a cold and remote mountain valley, driven out of the palace and into the cold palace. Where was the righteousness? If you can't be a father and can't be a husband, may I ask, is it wrong for me to call you Great Prince? As the Great Prince high above, no one had dared to speak to him like this before. Now, being spoken to like this by his own son, he could only stare at him with wide eyes, unable to speak. The maids and servants all prostrated themselves, not daring to raise their heads. At this time, he looked at the Queen and asked, Who gave the order? Who drove them out of the palace? The Queen immediately glanced at Xiao Fei, signaling to her. Xiao Fei naturally knew what she meant. She thought to herself, even though the Queen gave the order, how could I dare reveal her? Xiao Fei and her son immediately knelt down, their faces full of fear and panic. It was your concubine. The Great Prince's eyes were cold. He crossed his arms and asked suspiciously, You alone? Xiao Fei immediately replied, Only your concubine. His eyes narrowed, and he said, If you want to take responsibility alone, then from now on, you will reside in the Z Palace. Xiao Fei collapsed and fainted. Eighth Prince grabbed his mother's shoulder and shouted, Mother! Mother! Someone, quickly take my mother to rest! At this time, the Great Prince looked at Zhang Rochin and said, It seems you have become a true martial artist. You are much different from before. For the sake of you sharing the same bloodline. As this prince, this prince will spare you this time. Do you want to participate in this competition? He immediately replied, of course. He then burst out laughing, good. Haha, no wonder you are this prince's son. You have ambition. The annual assessment now begins. The spectators were very excited, eager to see the intense matches unfold. Mo Hanlin walked with his boss, Chinya, and looked at her, saying, Boss, every year the royal family sends invitations to the Qixian pavilion, but you've never gone. Why are you interested in participating this year? She replied, I met someone who piqued my interest, so naturally I want to understand him better. In her heart, she was very excited. Ninth Prince has always been sickly and weak, and the Lin Fei mother and son are in a difficult situation. How could they suddenly afford resources from the Qixian pavilion? What secrets are hidden behind this? Mo Hanlin said, Boss, the first round has started. The smallest stone is 100 jin, and the largest is 1000 jin. On the arena were stones arranged from small to large. A little girl walked onto the stage. The people below cheered, Oh, it's the little county princess. She's so cute. She's so young, I wonder what her strength is like. The little county princess used her strength to gently lift the 100 jin stone. After lifting it a little, she let go. The 100 jin stone fell, creating a loud noise. The audience said, No wonder she's the little county princess. She's so young. But her strength is already very good. Mo Hanlin also gave his assessment. The little county princess opened the divine martial imprint at 4 years old. Now she can move 100 jin stone. It's really unexpected. Chinya didn't seem to care much and said, I remember that the order of appearance is based on age. Is that genius young woman, Lin Ningshan, about to go on stage? Sure enough, Lin Ningshan went on stage. She stood with her arms crossed, staring intently at the stone in front of her. The host announced, the next person. The daughter of the Lin family's patriarch, Lin Ningshan, 15 years old. Immediately, her expression became serious, and she shouted loudly, Rise. In the blink of an eye, she lifted an extremely large stone high above her head with one hand, while standing firmly without feeling tired. After a moment, she threw the stone down with all her might. Those who witnessed this were shocked and astonished. One man said, Too powerful. The Lin family has produced another peerless genius. The woman beside him said, A woman's inner strength can't compare to a man's. She can easily lift 1,000 jin stone with one hand. This cultivation is really strong. Even the great prince sitting high above exclaimed, Whose talent is this? With such talent, even competing with 9th county princess wouldn't be much different. The queen quickly replied, Great prince, she is the daughter of the Lin family's patriarch, Lin Ningshan. I also feel that she is very outstanding and have the intention to arrange for 7th prince to marry her. He glanced over and said, This prince has an impression of her. It seems that she had a good relationship with 9th prince when they were young. I still wanted the 2 children to marry. But unfortunately, what happened 3 years ago makes that impossible. The queen smiled, but her eyebrows furrowed. She said, Great prince is confused. With Lin Ningshan's talent now, how could she have 9th prince in her eyes? The gap is getting wider and wider, but marrying 7th prince as a consort can consolidate the relationship between the Lin family and the royal family. After Lin Ningshan lifted the stone, it was Zhang Rochin's turn to go on stage. 8th prince made fun of him again, teasing, 9th brother, you have to be careful not to let the stone break your legs. The bald man next to him also looked at him with disdain. In such a short few months, I'm afraid he hasn't even finished cleansing his marrow and meridians. I'm afraid he can't even lift the smallest stone. The bald man behind him also said, to avoid embarrassment, he shouldn't have participated. He stepped onto the arena at the same time that Lin Ningshan stepped down. Lin Ningshan said as she walked, Cousin, you shouldn't have come. With your aptitude, I'm afraid you can't lift the 100 jin stone. She glanced at his figure and said, To embarrass the Lin family, Lin Fei, and the royal family, is that okay with you? Zhang Rochin also turned back and replied, Ningshan cousin, you are very outstanding, and your talent is not bad, but don't underestimate others. Seeing that he didn't listen to her advice, she thought to herself, I only advise you because of our childhood friendship. Why are you so stubborn? I don't care about you. She also said, Suit yourself? Zhang Rochin stepped onto the arena step by step. As soon as he stood in front of the stone, the crowd shouted, "No way, no way." At 16 years old, he still wants to use this stone to test his talent? Ninth Prince is just a waste. Contrary to the crowd, Chinya was very expectant of his performance. Zhang Rochin, is this all you've got? Zhang Rochin skipped the smallest stone and walked to the largest stone. He stood in front of the largest stone. The entire audience was shocked. He wants to move the largest stone? Someone excitedly said this ninth prince is probably going to lift the stone and smash his own feet. Another person said, he's really overestimating himself. He definitely has a problem with his head. It seemed that everyone was looking forward to seeing his failure. Eighth prince gritted his teeth, feeling very uncomfortable. He said, even if you cultivate for 30 years, you can't lift that 1,000-gene stone. Lin Ningshan next to him held her head, feeling annoyed. At this time, on the arena, Zhang Rochin focused his strength on his legs and stomped hard on the arena floor. The 1,000-gene stone flew into the air, and he was ready to catch it. As the stone fell, he used his strength to punch the stone up high. The stone hovered in the air for a moment, and then fell. The crowd in the audience scolded him, he's crazy. That stone will crush him to death. Seeking death. The stone fell, touching Zhang Rochin's hand. His hand trembled slightly. Everyone thought he would be crushed to death by the stone. But no, he gently held it, and then gently placed it on the floor as if placing a light object down. The entire arena changed its attitude. They cheered, wow, Ninth Prince has really surprised us. After all, he is a member of the royal family, truly extraordinary. Eighth Prince was the most difficult to accept. He widened his eyes, astonished. How is this possible? The second person was Lin Ningshan, who was equally shocked. How could he be so strong? Was he deliberately hiding his strength just now to humiliate me? Chinya sat watching with great interest. Interesting, he turned his genuine chi into a wave to blow the stone up and then borrowed this wave of genuine chi to gently bring the stone down. He knows how to control genuine chi very well, even better than many profound realm martial artists. Someone who was happy for him was also his mother. Chiner, my Chiner, you succeeded. I've waited for this day for a long time. Xiao Fei was also sweating, surprised. Ninth Prince has such achievements. In the future, no matter what, we must not offend Lin Fei. The great prince also praised him. He clapped his hands, good. Ninth son's breakthrough was late. In the next test, this prince is looking forward to your performance. At this time, on the arena, the old national preceptor announced, the second round of the competition is hunting in Wangshan. The hunting area is dangerous, and it is for those who move the largest stone in the first round. There are a total of 43 people. Suddenly, someone started talking to Zhang Rochin, ninth brother, be careful in the hunting round in Wangshan. She was ninth county princess, Zhang Yushi. The girl smiled and said, I am your strong opponent. Then, she changed her attitude. She covered her mouth and laughed, hee hee. Eighth prince senior apprentice brother lifted the 10th stone and injured his leg. How embarrassing. Zhang Rochin didn't know what to say, he could only laugh it off. At this time, the old national preceptor was still explaining the rules to everyone. Each person has 5 arrows. In the arena, there are first-order wild beasts. The more fierce beasts a shooter hunts, the stronger they are, and the better your performance will be. The old man continued, only by killing fierce beasts can you advance to the third round. The mountain is full of dangers, and there is even the possibility of losing your life. If you encounter 2 fierce beasts, you must run away immediately. The hunting competition in Wangshan begins. Lin Ningshan mounted her horse and ran towards Zhang Rochin. She said, cousin, the strength competition is my weakness. Now is the time to start exerting my strength. I hope you won't be too disappointing, father. Ninth county princess also mounted her horse. She said to him, ninth brother, then I'll go ahead. Zhang Rochin was still leisurely. He grabbed his clothes and said, the game has just begun. The sound of horses rang out, and Zhang Rochin entered the hunting forest. In front of him, a rabbit jumped quickly across. Zhang Rochin drew his bow and aimed at it. He muttered to himself, phantom shadow rabbit, fast speed, poor defense, very easy to hunt. Then he put his bow away, first order low-grade fierce beast, not worth wasting an arrow on. Suddenly, someone shot the beast. Zhang Rochin was surprised. The person who came was 6th Prince. He said to him, "Ninth brother, this is your first time participating in the Wangshan hunting event. Why didn't you kill a fierce beast when you saw it?" He chuckled, raised his hand to his head, and said, "A man must be bold, understand?" Ha! After this self-directed and self-acted scene, he rode away, saying before leaving, "The number of fierce beasts in Wangshan is limited. Just because you have 5 arrows doesn't mean you can definitely shoot 5 fierce beasts. Ninth brother, don't come back empty-handed." Although he didn't like this guy's words, what he said was somewhat correct. Zhang Rochin thought to himself. At this time, he went to the side of a lake, where he had just heard the roar of a bull. It must be somewhere around here. Suddenly he was surprised and called out, "Ninth sister." Ninth County Princess was facing 3 large bulls. Seeing Zhang Rochin arrive, Ninth County Princess smiled and said, "Ninth brother, quickly take a step back. These 3 bulls are mine." Then, she immediately drew her bow and shot at the bulls. An arrow pierced straight into the head of one of the bulls. Zhang Rochin was also surprised. This elder sister of mine has some skill. Ninth County Princess continuously shot 3 arrows at the 3 monsters, and they were all taken down. She proudly said to Zhang Rochin, "My 3-point reverting origin arrow technique is a low-grade martial skill, and I have mastered it thoroughly. Ninth brother, what do you think?" Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from the shore of the lake, as if something was about to emerge from below. Zhang Rochin immediately sensed it, and he shouted, "Ninth sister, be careful." From under the lake, a monster rushed out, charging towards Ninth County Princess. Ninth County Princess turned around with a horrified expression. "This is bad." The mad bull immediately rammed its head into Ninth County Princess's horse. Fortunately, she jumped out in time. But she couldn't land safely, and she fell to the ground. The monster continued to move towards where she had fallen. It kept charging like a monster that had been provoked. Ninth County Princess turned pale, thinking, "Am I going to be trampled to death?" Just as the mad bull charged, an arrow came flying, and a green surge of genuine chi spread out, but even so, it seemed that one arrow was nothing to it. Ninth County Princess could only sit there, watching helplessly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her eyes. Zhang Rochin shot a second arrow. This time, the mad bull could not escape after all. The surge of genuine chi enveloped it, and it roared in pain. The moment it fell to the ground was also the moment Zhang Rochin gently landed on the ground. He gently asked, "Are you okay?" Ninth County Princess narrowly escaped death. She wiped the sweat from her face and said, "If you hadn't rushed here in time to pull me up, I would have been in trouble. Ninth brother, your arrow technique is really powerful. The defensive power of the Ironhide Mad Bull is comparable to that of a Huangji Realm Greater Perfection martial artist." Zhang Rochin quickly explained, "Regardless of whether it's a mad bull or a human, they all have weak points. Attack the weak point, and even if your strength is not as good, you can still kill it." Suddenly, Ninth County Princess climbed onto Zhang Rochin's horse. She said, "The Thunderbolt arrows all have symbols. The guards will come and collect the animals. Let's go." He asked her, "What are you doing?" Ninth County Princess sat leisurely on the horse. She turned to him and said, "My horse is severely injured, so I can only ride one horse with you. Ninth brother. You wouldn't want your elder sister to walk while hunting, would you?" She held out her hand, smiled, and said, "Ninth brother, hurry up. If we don't leave, the other guys will hunt all the wild beasts." Looking at her blatant horse snatching, he didn't know what to say. Then, he grabbed the hand reaching out to him and said, "Let's go." In an area of tall ancient trees, the 2 siblings were talking as they walked. In nearly 10 years, only 7th Prince has hunted a first-grade wild beast in this competition. It's not bad for us to have hunted an Ironhide Mad Bull. Ninth County Princess said, "The ability of a first-grade wild beast is equivalent to a Huangji Realm Greater Perfection martial artist. If we really encounter one, we wouldn't even have time to run." Riding a horse with 2 people was not very comfortable, and Ninth County Princess kept bumping into Zhang Rochin. Zhang Rochin's expression was a little uncomfortable, and he said, "Hey, don't move." Suddenly, a wild beast appeared from somewhere. In front of them was a deer with long antlers approaching them. Both of them looked towards it. A deer-shaped wild beast but with a body like a blue flame. Ninth County Princess was horrified. She covered her mouth to avoid making a loud noise, and said, "That's a first-grade superior wild beast, spirit deer." "Ninth brother, what do we do?" Rochin didn't know when he had dismounted. He threw the quiver to the ninth princess and said, "I have 3 arrows left. Adding yours, giving your name. They can pose a certain threat to the spirit deer." The ninth princess fearfully guessed, "You wouldn't be wanting to." Rochin looked back and laughed. "Don't tell me you don't want to hunt a rank 1 savage beast?" Then, he stared at the savage beast in front of him, thinking to himself, the spirit deer's advantage lies in its speed. Predicting its position and attacking it should be possible. He patted his body and shouted loudly, "Come here." The savage beast was provoked and roared. Then, it charged forward towards him, its ferocious horns preparing to gore him to death. Rochin leaped up. He jumped straight over the savage beast's head, before he could be gored to death. In his hand, he executed Flying Dragon in the heavens, descending towards the savage beast. True Qi surged forth, creating a very loud sound. Zhang Yushi's face was full of joy. She quickly ran over and waved at Rochin. "Too awesome, ninth brother." But unlike her attitude, Rochin was very tense. He said, "It's not that easy. After all, this azure fire deer is a top-grade rank 1 beast." As he said, he felt the savage beast appear from behind. It swung its leg, wanting to stomp him to death. Quick as lightning, he turned around, arriving just in time. Rochin directly confronted it. He circulated his true Qi and punched the savage beast head-on. The top-grade rank 1 beast was not inferior, and staunchly took his blow. As a result, his coat and arm were scorched. Rochin frowned in pain. He quickly leaped away, keeping his distance from it. His expression looked extremely strained. He frowned, sweating profusely. Then, he used true Qi to heal the wound on his arm. The destructive power is too strong. As expected of a top-grade rank 1 beast, the wound on his arm quickly healed, without a scratch. The savage beast suddenly growled, seemingly angry. Suddenly, its hooves stomped repeatedly on the ground. The savage beast rushed towards Rochin. By the time he realized it, it was only a few meters away. Zhang Yushi stared intently, observing carefully. The azure fire deer's attention was entirely on her ninth brother. This was a good opportunity. Taking advantage of this, she continuously shot 2 arrows towards the azure fire deer. The 2 arrows struck the azure fire deer. Although the damage was not great, it caused its head to turn in one direction. Rochin seized this opportunity. He laughed and said, "You finally revealed an opening?" With that, he gave the savage beast a palm strike to the cheek, causing it to vomit blood. Not waiting for the savage beast to think, Zhang Yushi immediately drew her bow again. "This arrow will definitely injure you." The arrow flew, and indeed hit the savage beast, causing blood to splatter. The arrow struck one of the azure fire deer's eyes. It howled, sounding extremely painful. At this time, Rochin picked up an arrow from the ground. He rushed towards the savage beast at his fastest speed. He jumped onto the savage beast, holding the arrow firmly in both hands. Then, using all his strength, he plunged the arrow into its neck. The arrow pierced through its neck, causing a huge tremor. The savage beast was finally defeated. Zhang Yushi, standing on the side, witnessed this. She stared wide-eyed, incredibly shocked, as if she couldn't believe the truth. "Ninth brother, you killed a top-grade rank 1 savage beast." Rochin turned his head and corrected her, "Not me, but us." Zhang Yushi then laughed happily, ran over, and hugged his neck, saying, "Ninth brother, we coordinate so well together. We're truly the best partners." Unlike Zhang Yushi's attitude, he was a little awkward. He said that, "Ninth sister, we should go back now." Back at the Royal Martial Arts Arena. Most people had returned to the martial arts arena, but Zhang Yushi and Rochin were still missing. One person worriedly said, "Almost everyone has returned. Ninth brother and ninth princess haven't come back yet? Could they have encountered some danger?" The sixth prince sarcastically said, "That good-for-nothing can't even kill a shadow hare. It's best if he just dies in the mountains." Consort Lin was extremely worried. She clasped her hands together, praying for her son. May the gods protect Chinan and bring him back safely. Scene changed to the Lin family father and daughter. The Lin family had asked his daughter, Ninger, "How do you feel about participating in the royal hunting competition for the first time?" Lin Ningshan replied, easier than I imagined. I'm confident that I can make it into the top 10 this time. She thought, Rochin hasn't returned yet. It seems he didn't hunt any savage beasts. Even if he relies on a treasure to increase his strength in a short time, he has no combat experience. The crowd suddenly became noisy. Someone raised their hand to their forehead to see more clearly. Look! It was Rochin and Zhang Yuxi returning together on a horse. The crowd cheered, Ninth Prince and Ninth Princess are back. Seeing that everyone had returned, the great king handed the scroll to the general beside him and said, Gu Qian, you announce the results of the royal hunting competition. The top-ranked person will be heavily rewarded with the heavy profound bow by this king. He replied, yes. Gu Qian stepped forward, opened the scroll, and read aloud. 43 people participated in this round. There were 2 deaths, 9 failures, and a total of 32 people hunted savage beasts. The 32nd ranked, 14th, 6th Prince Zhang Mi, hunted 4 low-grade rank 1 savage beasts. Hearing this, the 6th prince was clearly happy. He looked at Rochin and said, this year's competition is somewhat fierce. 9th brother, it's not too embarrassing that you didn't hunt any demonic beasts. 7th, Lin Family, Lin Ningshan, hunted 1 mid-grade savage beast and 1 low-grade savage beast. The father and daughter were clearly happy. The crowd discussed. The Lin family's second miss is only 15 years old, and has already hunted a mid-stage savage beast. Her future is truly limitless. In another 2 years, probably no one will be able to stop her. Lin Ningshan was still obsessed with Rochin. She thought, did you hear that, Rochin? This is the difference. Gu Qian continued to read the rankings. Next are the top 3 ranks. 3rd place, 5th Prince Zhang Min, hunted 4 mid-grade rank 1 savage beasts, and 1 low-grade rank 1 savage beast. 2nd place, Situ Family, Situ Lin Jiang, hunted 5 mid-grade rank 1 savage beasts. Situ Lin Jiang was shocked by his ranking. He thought, am I not the first? How can this be? The person who got the first place was finally announced. Gu Qian read it louder this time. 1st place, 9th Prince Rochin, killed 1 top-grade rank 1 beast and 2 mid-grade rank 1 beasts. Rochin smiled triumphantly like a winner. Lin Ningshan was very surprised. She thought, he's only been cultivating for 3 months. How is this possible? Situ Lin Jiang laughed with interest, as if he had implicitly affirmed Rochin. As an opponent, this 9th prince is somewhat interesting. I should be careful in the next round. The people who had always looked down on him were also very surprised. In just a few short months, the prince has achieved such accomplishments. This is too rare. The happiest person was the great king, because in addition to the 7th prince, he now had another talented son. He happily ordered, Gu Qian, bring my heavy profound bow here. This king wants to personally award it to 9th son. Rochin cupped his hands respectfully and said, wait a minute. The top-grade rank 1 savage beast was killed together by me and the 9th princess. It can't only be counted as my merit. Hearing this, Zhang Yuxi immediately said to the great king, Father, I encountered danger during this hunt. It was thanks to 9th brother's rescue. As for killing the savage beast, I didn't help much. 9th brother is the greatest hero. He was very pleased with the attitude of the two. He said, you siblings are humble and loving. This king is very happy. 9th son, you decide who the 9 profound bow belongs to. The 9 profound bow was a mysterious purple bow. Rochin held it in his hand and said, I only use swords, not bows. Great king, just award this 9 profound bow to Zhang Yuxi. The bow was handed to Zhang Yuxi. For a bow user like her, this bow had great appeal. Taking the bow in her hand, she stared at it without looking away, saying, 9th brother you. Rochin laughed and said, this is what you deserve. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to kill that azure fire deer. But in his heart he thought, becoming an ally with Zhang Yuxi will make things easier for me and my mother in the palace in the future. Zhang Yuxi hugged the bow in her arms, treasuring it very much. She was very grateful. Then I won't be polite. You have to do your best in the next martial arts competition. I hope you can enter the top 5. After the hunting arena were the arena battles. The first battle was between 9th Princess Zhang Yuxi and the Lin family's Lin Ningshan. The two stood facing each other with their swords in hand. very tense. Zhang Yushi said, Ninger, I really want to see how strong your newly comprehended swordsmanship is. With that, Zhang Yushi drew her sword. Then, she swung her sword and began to unleash her move, Emerald Hand Maiden. True Chi was refined into sword shadows. The sword shadows swirled together to form a storm aimed at Lin Ningshan. But Lin Ningshan was not at all timid. She stood watching the sword move coming towards her. Then, she swung her sword, tearing apart Zhang Yushi's move very easily. Zhang Yushi also rushed forward with her sword. She continued to attack. She slashed streams of sword chi towards Lin Ningshan. But everything was easily resolved by her. It was clear that Zhang Yushi had no chance to compare swordsmanship with her. Zhang Rochin, standing outside watching, sighed, unfortunately, the difference in strength is too great. Lin Ningshan leaped into the air. She turned her eyes towards Zhang Yushi. She swung her sword down. The sword chi was too strong. Zhang Yushi managed to block it, but her expression showed some difficulty. Sure enough, this slash was extremely powerful. When the sword move was unleashed, it created a huge shockwave, shaking the ground. Zhang Yushi was also sent flying. She continued to swing her sword. It's not over yet. Zhang Rochin was very worried. He shouted, Danger! Her sword chi condensed into a six-petaled flower, called Heartless Plum Blossom Shattering, aiming at Zhang Yushi. But fortunately, just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Zhang Yushi, Lin Ningshan retracted her sword intent. She smiled victoriously and said, Princess, you've lost. Scene change, Zhang Yushi lost the battle. She went to Zhang Rochin and complained, Ninth brother, my cultivation isn't weaker than hers, so why did I lose so quickly? He replied, Your comprehension of swordsmanship is too weak compared to hers. When your cultivation reaches the point where the sword follows your heart, you'll understand. Her mood changed again, becoming much happier. She smiled meaningfully and pointed at him, saying, Ninth brother, it's your turn. Your opponent isn't ordinary either. You have to do your best. The next match was between Zhang Rochin and a muscular man named Bai Wanli. He said, Ninth Highness, you belong to the sword-wielding system, but I don't know how to use a sword. To be fair, let's fight with fists and feet, how about it? He replied, Then let's just use fists and feet. The audience discussed, the Bai family is strongest in fist techniques. Isn't that bullying him? That's right. Moreover, His Highness the Ninth Prince is already weaker than him. Zhang Yushi also sat on the stand and observed. Bai Wanli circulated his true chi, becoming much more dangerous. He hunched over, his eyes bloodshot, but it could be seen that his muscles and strength were also enhanced. He struck first. He swung a punch. The critical strike was quite large. A punch quickly came towards Zhang Rochin. He glared, preparing to receive this punch. Zhang Rochin channeled his energy into his hand. He rushed forward, using his palm technique to block his punch. The strength of the two collided, creating a shock. Zhang Yushi happily sat on the arena and commented, Victory and defeat have already been decided. Zhang Rochin used his palm to block his fist attack. His palm blocked the attack steadily, as if he had plenty of strength to spare. Bai Wanli frowned, his face somewhat painful. It was very likely that his arm was broken. Zhang Rochin smiled triumphantly. He said, You've lost. The two were now keeping their distance from each other. Bai Wanli knelt down, hugging his powerless arm, his face strained, and said, How can your strength be so strong? Just now, I clearly used the strength of 9 oxen combined with a human-grade mid-rank martial skill. He said with a very confident attitude, Then that can only prove that the strength of 9 oxen is still not strong enough. Bai Wanli felt oppressed by his aura. He widened his eyes in fear, and his body unconsciously secreted a lot of sweat. He thought, This ninth prince's pressure is too strong. Guqian, standing beside the great king, was equally surprised. He assessed, His Highness the Ninth Prince's control of power is very subtle. At the moment of the punch, he also carried a twisting force, breaking Bai Wanli's arm. The great king sat on the dragon throne. He laughed loudly and said, Ha, this king, on the contrary, wants to see how many surprises ninth son can bring. Looking at it, it was enough to understand who the winner was. Guqian began to announce the quarterfinal matches. The first match of the quarterfinals, Ninth Prince Zhang Rochin, Lin Family's Lin Ningshan. The audience continued to give their evaluations. The girls again discussed the love affairs of others. A girl with blue hair said, "Ninth Prince and Lin Ningshan are cousins. Moreover, Ninth Prince has liked Lin Ningshan since childhood, but it seems Lin Ningshan has no feelings for the weak and sickly Ninth Prince, so she gradually became distant and indifferent." The black-haired girl beside her replied, "This match will be very interesting." Zhang Rochin said, "What a coincidence." Zhang Yushi revealed a smiling expression, her face excited as if she had heard something interesting. She said, "Hee hee. This time, there's a good show to watch." Zhang Yushi saw Lin Ningshan and immediately said, "Ninth brother, look, she's looking at you." Lin Ningshan walked over, standing opposite him. Zhang Yushi put her arm around his shoulder and said, "Sister knows you like Ningshan, but she doesn't like you. Don't be tender and cherish the jade. You must unleash all your strength. I'm still waiting for you to avenge me." The two faced each other, their expressions showing that there would be no yielding here. Zhang Rochin took off his outer coat, as if declaring that he would unleash all his strength. She looked at the image of Zhang Rochin in front of her and thought, in the past, cousin's pursuit of me only revealed his stupidity. But now, if this infatuation is placed on a martial arts prodigy, it will have more exploitable value. Thinking this, she played the emotional card again. She said, "Cousin, I didn't expect your cultivation speed to be so fast. It's truly amazing." Her expression suddenly changed completely, her eyes sparkling, and her tone became gentle and kind. "Cousin, do we still have to fight? You know how important the quarterfinals are to me." In her heart, she thought confidently, "You have been so infatuated with me, you will definitely agree." Contrary to her calculations, Zhang Rochin replied, "The quarterfinals are just as important to me. How about this? I can fight you without using a sword." Hearing this, she drew her sword and said, "If cousin is so humble, then Ningshan thanks you." As soon as the sword was drawn, she swung it, and her sword intent erupted fiercely. She rushed towards Zhang Rochin, who still stood there without moving. Quick as lightning, he dodged easily. She again used her swordsmanship, flowing clouds and running water. One swing of the sword could level the area in front of her, but he quickly leaped up to avoid it. Her eyes also became tense. The next move was wind sweeping away remnants of clouds. The sword slashed straight down from above. If hit, he could be split in two, but it still missed. The next move was rain clearing scattered clouds. A stream of sword chi slashed straight at his left shoulder. But unfortunately it was just an afterimage, but it could be clearly seen that each sword move seemed to want to take his life. At this time, Zhang Rochin was standing calmly behind her, while she was still in shock. She widened her eyes in surprise. How can all of them miss? I can only use the final move. She continued to make her move, and this time her true chi erupted 3 times more than before. She swung her sword high, and the sword chi intertwined like a hurricane. This move was clouds opening to disperse mist. A powerful sword slash came straight at Zhang Rochin, but it still missed. He jumped up to dodge the blow. He leaped, stretching quite far. His foot had already fallen out of half of the arena. If he retreated any further, he would fall out of the arena. He looked behind him and thought, I can't escape anymore. Zhang Rochin channeled his true chi to his hand. His eyes became stern, and he emitted a very strong stream of true chi from his hand, attacking Lin Ningshan. Seeing this, she said somewhat arrogantly, "Want to defeat me with bare hands? Too naive." Zhang Rochin used his bare hand to block one of her sword strikes. The shock erupted too strongly, shaking the entire arena. Zhang Yushi, sitting and watching, praised, "The power is so strong. So ninth brother has always been hiding his strength." A trace of killing intent appeared in Zhang Rochin's eyes. He said, "You've lost." Zhang Rochin used his bare hands to deflect her sword attack, and the true chi from his move sent her flying away. Lin Ningshan was a little stunned, unable to believe it. She said to herself, "How is this possible?" A stream of true chi shot straight into the middle of her chest up to her chin, causing a part of her clothes to shatter into pieces, and she herself vomited blood from the attack. Zhang Yushi, sitting in the audience, laughed, her face very amused. This little guy really doesn't know how to cherish the fairer sex. He even tore her clothes. Zhang Ruochen's father watched the match, and could not hide his smile. He secretly calculated, just opened the divine martial mark and already has such strength. Maybe ninth son has talent equal to seventh son. Lin Ningshan's father was very surprised. One strike defeated Shaner. Is that really my useless grandson? Back to the arena, Lin Ningshan was hit by one of his moves, and was sent flying several meters, as if she was frozen in the air. Rochin retracted his hand, and he said leisurely, "It seems I won, cousin." Lin Ningshan fell to the ground, her mouth full of blood, but her face was very unwilling. She said, "I didn't lose." Rochin, let's continue." She reached out and picked up her sword. Rochin turned his back, and he said leisurely, "The difference in strength is too great, there's no need to continue fighting." When he said those words, Lin Ningshan was still unable to stand up. She was still lying on the floor, only able to support her face with her hand. She replied to his words with a very determined tone, "Don't underestimate others, I still have a trump card that I haven't used." She stood up, releasing Truchi fiercely, as if calling him to fight again with her. Lin Ningshan swung her sword and rushed to Rochin, who still stood with his back to her, with no signs of counterattack. Zhang Yushi in the arena was very worried and she shouted, "Ninth brother, be careful." The others discussed, "Lin Ningshan is attacking. Ninth prince will die." The Lin family had thought, if ninth prince dies under Shana's sword, the Lin family will be finished. He shouted to stop his daughter, "Ningshan, stop." Lin Ningshan still slashed, but the sword only hit the carved statue of the arena, while Zhang Rochin quickly sprang up, dodging the blow. Without knowing when, Zhang Rochin had circled around behind her. He clenched his fist tightly, channeling true chi into his hand. He landed a palm strike called Flying Dragon in the heavens on Lin Ningshan. At this time the true chi transformed into a palm attacking her. She widened her eyes and thought, "I can't escape." Indeed, a palm strike hit her directly, the force so powerful that it sent her flying upwards, creating a massive burst of jinchi. Zhang Rochin aimed for her right shoulder, tearing the clothing in that area, but fortunately, he didn't hit a vital spot. Smoke enveloped them both, leaving only Zhang Rochin's figure standing tall in place. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw Lin Ningshan battered and lying on a rock, the arena in disarray. The Lin family head was extremely worried and called out his daughter's name, Ningshan. As he passed Zhang Rochin, he said, thank you, ninth prince for showing mercy." Zhang Rochin coldly left, while the Lin family head rushed to help Lin Ningshan up, anxiously asking, "Ningshan, what's wrong?" Lin Ningshan didn't answer but stared at Zhang Rochin, thinking to herself, "Zhang Rochin, the humiliation you've inflicted on me today, I will repay it tenfold in the future." Time passed, and the final duel arrived. Guqian stood on the arena stage and announced, "The next battle is between 9th Prince Zhang Rochin and the Guisher Zhang Huafu's Shuekai." Shuekai was a carefree rogue, always carrying a blade on his back. He waved his hand and said, "Your Highness 9th Prince, how about we compare sword skills?" Zhang Rochin replied, "All right." On the arena stage, Zhang Yue bent down and tossed a sword towards Zhang Rochin, saying, "Ninth brother, catch." Zhang Rochin caught the sword, surprised, and thought to himself, 3 inscription formations of the enhancement class, 3 inscription formations of the strength class. Activating one of each is enough. Suddenly, Shuekai swung his sword and charged forward, saying, "Still in the mood to admire a precious sword? That's a bit too arrogant." He swung his sword down with immense power, a surge of golden jinchi erupting fiercely, but it still missed. Zhang Rochin quickly dodged, despite being caught off guard. However, this strike closed the distance between them. He glanced, then swung another sword, saying, "Got you." He immediately seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword towards Zhang Rochin's abdomen, aiming to finish him off with this move. Zhang Rochin was hit. He was sent flying backwards. The spectators in the audience said, "The 9th prince has been hit." Zhang Yue secretly smiled, thinking, although 9th brother has little combat experience, he's cunning like a fox. How could he be hit by such a simple move? I wonder what he's plotting. At this moment, Zhang Rochin appeared behind Shuekai, saying, "If young Master Shui doesn't use his full strength, I'm afraid he'll lose." Shuekai gritted his teeth, glared, and said, "To be looked down upon by a good-for-nothing, what an insult." He turned and swung his sword in a sweeping arc, the sword intent fierce. Zhang Rochin, holding his sword, leaped into the air. Shuekai continued to swing his sword, again intending to strike the middle of Zhang Rochin's body like the first time. This time, Zhang Rochin's face was calm, and he said softly, using the same move repeatedly without success. Why are you so stubborn? He swung his sword to block Shui Kai's sword intent. The impact was quite strong, but Zhang Rochin didn't flinch at all. Shui Kai retorted, "It's not over yet." He continued to unleash that heavy strike repeatedly towards Zhang Rochin, the golden Jinqi erupting powerfully. Zhang Rochin simply swung his sword to block each blow, none of which could touch him. Each sword strike he unleashed was incredibly solid, completely blocking Shui Kai's attacks. Zhang Rochin said disdainfully, "The young master of the Guisher mansion is nothing more than this." Hearing this, Shui Kai was furious, his face filled with murderous intent. He roared, completely provoked, "Stop being arrogant, take this." He slammed his sword into the ground, the Jinqi exploding powerfully, causing the surrounding rocks and earth to crack. Zhang Rochin leaped into the air to dodge. He landed, but the pressure pushed him back. The distance between the two was completely widened. Shui Kai remained in the same pose, as if exhausted. He glanced at Zhang Rochin, thinking, "I have fallen for his trap. He's deliberately trying to exhaust my stamina and Jinqi." At this moment, Zhang Rochin revealed a smile. "Now it's my turn to attack." He channeled his power into his feet. Then, Zhang Rochin raised his sword high, the surging Jinqi transforming into a six-petaled flower. Shui Kai was astonished by his technique. At this moment, Zhang Rochin flew towards Shui Kai, executing the 1,000-heart palm technique. Shui Kai used his heavy sword to block the attack, trying his best to withstand the blow. But as a result, his heavy sword was broken in two, and he also received a sword strike from Zhang Rochin. The sword slashed across his chest, and he spat out blood, saying, I lost." His heavy sword was cut in half, flying backwards and plunging straight into the ground. The wound on his body was bleeding non-stop, the blood spraying straight into the air like a cascading waterfall. The crowd was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Unbelievable! A martial artist in the Huangji realm's great perfection stage actually lost to a martial artist in the minor perfection stage. This ninth prince is truly unfathomable." Lin Ningshan and her father were also in shock. Lin Ningshan said, "I didn't expect him to also use the 1,000-heart sword technique. Could the mysterious person we met at the auction be him?" Her father replied, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. Don't make a fuss. After we return, we need to plan carefully." The scene shifted to where Mo Hanlin and Chinya were observing. The old manager said, "Your Highness, the ninth prince is indeed a genius, but in the final match, he has to fight Situ Lin Jiang, the #1 expert of the Situ family. With the current gap in their cultivation levels, it's truly impossible to win." Chinya said. "That's not necessarily true. A genius is called a genius because they can create miracles." Chinya raised her hand to her mouth, touching her lips, and said, "That's not necessarily true. A genius is called a genius because they can create miracles. Now it's time for the final match, ninth Prince Zhang Rochin versus Situ Lin Jiang of the Situ family." Both opponents stepped onto the stage. Situ Lin Jiang held his spear and said, "I was determined to win today's Royal Mountain Hunt, but I didn't expect the ninth prince to snatch first place." His eyes showed clear anger, as if he wanted to devour Zhang Rochin alive. He said, "I must defeat you to reclaim the glory that belongs to me." In contrast, Zhang Rochin smiled with amusement, saying, "If you don't perform well, you'll lose even more glory." Flames began to engulf the tip of his spear, the fire raging fiercely. He charged towards Zhang Rochin with his spear, shouting, "Words are useless. Let me see your arrogant nature." His speed was extremely fast. Even Zhang Rochin was surprised, thinking too fast. Before he could react, Situ Lin Jiang's fiery spear was already upon him, but Zhang Rochin teleported extremely quickly to dodge the attack. Seeing this, Situ Lin Jiang exclaimed, "He got away!" At this moment, Zhang Rochin appeared behind him, and charged forward. Situ Lin Jiang sensed it, but Zhang Rochin was already very close. Zhang Rochin glanced, then unleashed his Jinqi, saying, "Dodging? This is called taking a step back to move forward." Zhang Rochin unleashed a powerful sword strike at Situ Lin Jiang, who used his spear to block. The two streams of red and blue Jinqi collided, the pressure from both being immense, and the ground began to shake. Situ Lin Jiang blocked Zhang Rochin's sword strike, arrogantly saying, "Is this all you've got?" Zhang Rochin widened his eyes, surprised. This opponent was not to be underestimated. Situ Linjiang flicked his spear lightly, forcing Zhang Rochin to retreat. Situ Linjiang's expression suddenly turned fierce, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He shouted, "Can you block the next one?" He swung his spear, and a blazing fire erupted, engulfing him. The fire then coiled into a dragon, charging straight towards Zhang Rochin. The power was not to be trifled with. The name of this technique was Crimson Fire Serpent. Zhang Rochin looked at the technique, thinking, if I get hit, I'll either die or be seriously injured. A fiery red dragon charged at him with lightning speed, quickly appearing right before his eyes. Zhang Rochin gripped his sword tightly, thinking, I can only use this move. Before the fierce attack closed in, he immediately executed the 1,000-heart sword bell. The sword chi transforming into a bronze bell that enveloped his body for defense. At the same time, the fire dragon charged forward to attack him. The audience watched in astonishment. The 9th prince can actually resist this attack? That's too reckless. Lin Fei frowned, extremely worried for her son, Chinan. Please don't let anything happen. Zhang Yuwei stood beside her, reassuring her, noble consort Lin Fei, don't panic. 9th brother's strength is not limited to this. He will definitely be fine. Please rest assured, consort. Situ Lingjiang's flames finally subsided somewhat, and Zhang Rochin didn't have a single scratch. Zhang Rochin laughed, taunting him, if you don't use your full strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat me. Situ Lingjiang's energy surged, the raging flames also reflecting his frustrated mood. He said, I originally wanted to use my full strength when fighting the 9th prince. Since you don't know how to appreciate life, then I'll let you see a bit of my true power. Situ Linjiang gripped his spear tightly, the flames raging even more fiercely, his face as ferocious as a rabid criminal. He charged forward extremely quickly. Zhang Rochin watched intently. Here it comes. A vortex of fire slashed through the air, attacking him. Zhang Rochin used his sword to block. He also became tense, his Jinqi erupting powerfully. Zhang Rochin channeled Jinqi into his sword, and with a swing, a torrent of sword intent swept out like a wave, executing the 1,000-heart palm technique. Situ Linjiang leaped into the air to dodge the attack. Zhang Rochin looked up at him and said, You don't seem as tough as you look. As quick as lightning, he also leaped up to attack him. Situ Linjiang felt that Zhang Rochin's attack was extremely reckless. He said, Fool! You can't gain an advantage in the air. Sword and spear clashed, and Situ Linjiang roared, What they call an extra inch in length is an extra inch in strength. My long spear has the advantage. See how you fight me. The two of them switched to fighting in the air, one wielding the sword, the other wielding the spear, either yielding to the other. Wave after wave of sword intent and spear intent collided fiercely. Below, the audience cheered loudly. Situ Linjiang's spear tore through the clothing on Zhang Rochin's chest, while Zhang Rochin's sword just barely slashed across Situ Linjiang's face. Situ Linjiang roared again, You dared to injure me. You're seeking death. He unleashed his Jinqi. The flames at the tip of the spear surged even more fiercely, slashing towards Zhang Rochin, who was sent flying. He fell freely towards the arena floor, but his eyes and demeanor carried a hint of arrogance. You're right, you can't gain an advantage in the air. You're like a living target now. Hearing this, Situ Linjiang retorted, That's a good point. How could I let myself be used? Situ Linjiang stood in midair, both hands gripping his spear, raising it high into the sky, the flames raging fiercely. He executed the fire serpent star point. At the same time, Zhang Rochin landed on the ground. Zhang Rochin gripped his sword tightly, just tried to meet force with force. A raging fire shot straight down, colliding with the surging Jinqi that attacked upwards. The two collided violently, terrifying all who saw it. In the audience, two young women commented, The destructive power is truly astonishing. Will the 9th prince be alright? The other said, Whichever of these two is seriously injured will make the other feel sorry for them. Mo Hanlin was no less surprised. The potential of His Highness the 9th prince is too astonishing. In such a short period of time, he has advanced to such a level. To be able to match the number one genius of the Situ family in strength, it's too unbelievable. Chinya was very calm. She chuckled and said, I said earlier that there's a difference between geniuses. To be precise, the 9th prince should be considered a prodigy. Mo Hanlin showed respect, You see things clearly, I admire you. Chinya said if the 9th prince has the opportunity in the future, you can pay more attention to him. She laughed triumphantly. Having calculations in her heart, Zhang Rochin, I want to see how many more surprises you can give me. The final collision ended. Zhang Rochin's clothes were torn, revealing his toned muscles, and he had some burns caused by Situ Linjiang's fire. He stood firm, laughed, and said, I don't think we need to fight anymore. Compared to Zhang Rochin, Situ Linjiang was in a somewhat sorry state. He slammed into the floor, one of his arms completely frozen. Zhang Rochin said, in this situation, our strength is equal, but I believe you can feel the difference in our power. He gently advised, continuing to fight will really not benefit you. Give up. Situ Linjiang frowned, his expression showing no intention of negotiating. He said, enough talk, let's fight again. Immediately he swung his spear, sending several rocks around him towards Zhang Rochin. Zhang Rochin also swung his sword, slicing the rocks into pieces. He then said, I offered words of advice, but you are stubbornly resisting. The pain you will suffer next is all your own doing. He immediately moved. Instantly, he reached Situ Linjiang. Zhang Rochin swung his sword at his hand, blood splattering as the spear was knocked away. Situ Linjiang had not yet reacted, he just stared blankly. Then he roared, I haven't lost yet. He charged forward, throwing a punch at Zhang Rochin. Zhang Rochin stood firm and executed the myriad forms ground restraint, blocking Situ Linjiang's attack. He said, still want to fight? Then come. He circulated Jinqi into his fist, making it impossible for Situ Linjiang to hit him no matter how much force he exerted. Situ Linjiang frowned, struggling, thinking, this strength is too strong, no wonder he's so confident. Zhang Rochin held his sword, channeled Jinqi into it, and said, it's over. This is the final blow. He executed the 1,000-heart plum blossom, multiple sword strikes advancing towards him. Situ Linjiang was unable to defend. He hugged his injured hand and received the attack. Blood splattered, his horrified expression hidden in the blood. The blood formed a 6-petaled flower, etched directly onto his chest. At this moment he said, I lost. Situ Linjiang immediately signaled for the battle to end. The announcement sounded, Situ Linjiang admits defeat, the year-end assessment is over. 9th Prince Zhang Rochin wins the championship. The audience was either delighted or stunned in disbelief. Some said, wow, after the 7th prince, another genius has emerged in the royal family. There's hope for the revitalization of our great Yun Marshall County. Zhang Yue smiled gleefully, while Lin Fei was so happy that she shed tears. Chinya stood up and left, saying to Mo Hanlin, the result is as I expected, pay attention to the 9th prince in the future. He immediately replied, as you command. Farewell. The great king also laughed heartily, saying, good. Worthy of being my son, by decree, the ice-fire Jilin armor is awarded to Jur. The other princes were somewhat unhappy, one saying, the higher the talent, the faster they die. The queen consort will not let you grow up. As he said, the queen consort put on a grim face and ordered the person beside her, Han Chi Luo, you know what to do next, I don't need to say more, right? The person replied, your subordinate understands. The scene changed to a statue erected in the middle of the main hall. The Gushur stood before the statue and said, the Mansion Pond is located beneath the temple. To enter the temple, you must pay respects to the great emperor, and the emperors of all dynasties of the Kunlun realm. The Gushur continued, especially the great majestic and virtuous Nu Huang. The statue was of Empress Qi Yao, a carving that was incredibly lifelike, as if she were actually present. The others quickly knelt before the statue, expressing their reverence. Lin Ningshan said, Empress Qi Yao, ruler of the world, awe-inspiring in all directions. Eternal youth, neither death nor extinction. Only Zhang Rochin stood there, saying nothing, his expression unclear. The Gushur shouted loudly, scolding him, audacious. 9th Prince, why aren't you paying respects to Empress Qi Yao? Zhang Rochin coldly replied, I only worship heaven and earth, and my parents, I will not worship her. In his eyes, the final scene of his previous life flashed, the scene where he witnessed her killing him. He thought, Qi Yao, when my cultivation reaches its peak, it will be the time for me to avenge myself. The others, including those who had lost to him, stood in a line. Situ Linjiang said, he has such an arrogant and stubborn personality, he will harm himself sooner or later. Then, everyone went to a place that looked quite eerie. In the center was a statue composed of the heads of various man-beasts, with chains connecting to different points, as if shackling something. Below was a river as red as blood. This place was called the Mansion Pond. The old Gwisher said, "Continue to cultivate. Remember that the blood essence in the pond is very overbearing. If you can't persevere, leave immediately, do not force yourself. Otherwise your life will be in danger," he explained to Zhang Rochin and the others. The sky and the water were also a bewitching red color, looking extremely eerie. Zhang Rochin's expression was no less frightening. He looked down, his eyes covered by a shadow, while his mouth reflected a bit of light. He thought, "This is the first step on my path of revenge. Just wait and see, Chi Yao." Lin Ningshan took off her outer robe, revealing her slender, long legs. She looked down at the dark red river with a determined look. "This is a good opportunity for me to surpass Zhang Rochin." She put her foot into the water, and immediately the skin on her foot peeled off. As soon as her foot touched the water, the surrounding skin cracked. She was horrified, thinking, "I didn't expect the energy contained in this pond to be so ferocious. If I recklessly go deep into the mansion pond, I will definitely explode and die." As soon as she finished thinking, she saw Zhang Rochin entering deeper water. The people around her scolded him, "Look! Zhang Rochin must be crazy. The violent energy will definitely tear him apart." Lin Ningshan's face showed some forbearance, but there was a smile on her lips. She thought, "You are overestimating yourself and seeking your own death. Don't blame others. The only regret is that I can't defeat you myself." Their cultivation time had been 3 days. Zhang Rochin meditated in the waters of the mansion pond to cultivate. The others had already gone ashore to cultivate, including Lin Ningshan. The old Gwisher had a serious expression, secretly assessing, having entered the mansion pond for the first time and cultivating for 3 days in the central area. The 9th prince has persevered longer than the 7th prince did back then. I must report this to the queen consort. At this moment, Zhang Rochin's body underwent a strange phenomenon. He opened his eyes wide, his eyes flashing with light. His physique has increased a lot. It's time to go back and advance to the Huangji realm's middle perfection stage. Zhang Rochin entered the space within the star crystal. He grabbed the scroll. The scroll emitted extremely strong Jinqi. Zhang Rochin thought, "I have broken through to the Huangji realm's middle perfection stage. I should be able to open the scroll now." He circulated Jinqi and tried to force it open. But it didn't budge even a little bit. Zhang Rochin frowned. He closed one eye and said with difficulty, "Too heavy. This scroll must weigh several hundred pounds." He used force, stiffening his wrist. His eyes were serious and determined. He shouted, "Open for me." Finally, he opened it. As soon as Zhang Rochin opened it, he looked straight at the painting, his eyes wide with surprise. He said to himself, "How can there be such a tall tree in the world?" In the painting was a giant tree that was tens of zhang tall, as if it were the mountain that supported heaven and earth, and below it were mountains, rivers, and waters converging. Suddenly a voice said, "So ignorant, not even knowing about the God-connecting heavenly divine wood that supports the Kunlun realm, you truly disappoint this venerable one." Zhang Rochin looked around, then said, "Who's speaking?" A strange voice sounded, "This old one is in the painting." Zhang Rochin immediately looked at the painting. In the painting, on a part of the rock, he saw a black cat. And it said, "This old one is the heaven-slaying, earth-destroying emperor, sealed in this painting scroll because of a mistake I made back then. Now, only you can release this old one." This cat was black with golden eyes, wearing a white robe with golden trim. Its eyes and demeanor showed it to be extremely intelligent and noble. Zhang Rochin responded, "But why should I release you?" It pointed upwards and said, "I can teach you the secrets of time and space. Now open the second page of the secrets and take a look." Zhang Rochin immediately did as he was told. As he read, he said, "There are 8 types of space inscriptions here. After learning them, you can open up a small space?" The page recreated a symbol of the divine martial mark in space, surrounded by other symbols of various colors. The cat crossed its arms and laughed, "Hee hee, if you can cultivate the time inscription, you can even stop time in that space. Hurry up and release me, and I'll teach you." At this moment, he thought to himself, "Is it really okay to just release it like this?" He asked the cat again, "What do I need to do to release you?" The cat instructed, "Drip blood on the painting scroll to make it recognize you as its master, then inject true qi into it. The seal of the painting scroll will be. And this emperor can come out. Rochin did as it said, biting his finger to draw blood. He thought, fortune comes with risk. Let's give it a try. The cat was overjoyed, grinning to reveal its 2 fangs. It said this painting is called the Qianquan Divine Wood Diagram. It was refined from a leaf of the connecting heaven divine wood. Now it's yours. Young man, quickly release this emperor. In its heart, it was filled with anticipation, a little more, just a little more, and this emperor will be free. So he dripped blood onto the painting. A surge of true qi emanated from the painting. Then, a column of black smoke flew out from the painting. The black cat said, meow haha. 10,000 years. Finally, this old one is out. The smoke dissipated from the painting, and the cat appeared completely before him. As soon as it was out, it immediately turned hostile. That's why they say, don't trust anyone, especially not cats. You despicable thing, this old one is the heaven-slaying earth-destroying emperor. One paw is enough to kill you. Rochin frowned and simply waved his hand, sending it flying. It flew straight into the wall. He slowly walked over and drew his sword. The cat, who had called itself the heaven-slaying earth-destroying emperor, immediately changed its tune again. It trembled and said, this old one was just testing your cultivation level. Why would I want to kill you? Don't be rash. Rochin struck it on the head with his sword, causing it to wail. Then, he swung his sword again, sending it flying once more. He said, fat cat, do you think I still believe your words? He landed a sword strike on its leg. Lucky it was just a leg, or it would have lost something else. It was sent flying and fell to the ground. Rochin thought to himself, it took several sword strikes and didn't suffer any real damage. This fat cat is indeed extraordinary. The fat cat covered its private parts and said, still with a very arrogant attitude, this old one has an indestructible diamond body. You can't do anything to me. Why don't we call a truce and talk nicely? Rochin chuckled, feigning excitement. His true qi circulated. All right, let's talk slowly. Suddenly, the cat panicked. It raised its hands and said, meow meow meow. I don't want to go back. Suddenly, it was sucked back into the painting. The painting floated and then rolled itself up. Rochin concluded in his heart, indeed, I am now the master of the Qianquan Divine Wood Diagram. As long as I think about it, I can bring people back into the world within the painting. He stored the painting in the mark on his forehead, chuckled, and said, stay honestly inside the painting. I don't have time to pay attention to you right now. I need to go to the Inscription Guild. Inscription Guild, one of the most powerful organizations in the Kunlun realm, further divided into 4 major alchemists, weapon refiners, beast tamers, and eccentrics. In the dark night, lanterns on both sides lit up the way. Yunu sat in front, driving the carriage for Rochin. On a rooftop somewhere, 2 women with their heads covered were observing Rochin's carriage. One said, that's the 9th prince's carriage. The servant girl driving the carriage is exactly as in the painting that Han Gunyang drew for us. The other woman said, we should only make a move on him later, probably kill him outside the palace. Rochin lifted the curtain and said to Yunu, Jia, wait for me on the road. I'm going to buy something at the Inscription Guild. Yunu replied, yes, 9th Highness. Rochin got out of the carriage and walked to a building. Before he knew it, he saw 2 familiar figures standing in front of the building. The 8th prince had a cold expression, while the other was frowning uncomfortably. He thought, after the assessment, my mother and I lost power. I was planning to cultivate weapon refinement before going out, but why is this kid here? With that mood, he said, 9th brother, you're already a martial arts genius. What are you doing at the Inscription Guild? Rochin pretended not to hear anything and immediately walked past the 2 of them. Xiangling suddenly became enthusiastic towards him, a world of difference compared to her previous attitude. She said, 9th prince, wait. Xiangling is here to seek a master at the guild. What about you? The 8th prince immediately grabbed Xiangling's hand, using considerable force. He frowned, very displeased, and said, junior sister, have you forgotten about him and the owner of the Qinxian Pavilion? You should stay away from this kind of person. Xiangling quickly shook off his hand. She said, 9th prince is young and talented. How can he be the kind of person you say he is? The 8th prince was quite shocked at this point. His face darkened and he said, junior sister. You. Seon Ling continued, as if wanting to draw a clear line with him. 8th Prince, men and women are different, please have some self-respect. Then she quickly ran after Zhang Rochin, saying, 8th Prince, men and women are different, please have some self-respect. Leaving the 8th Prince trembling with anger. She walked with him and smiled affectionately with a blush. Seon Ling has been learning inscriptions since she was young. Maybe she can help 9th Prince. Let's go inside. In her heart, she thought, if I can get guidance from an expert, I'll quickly master the method of engraving inscriptions. The 8th Prince gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowed like bullets. He said, Zhang Rochin, I will definitely make you regret it. He walked out and saw Zhang Rochin's carriage. Huh? Zhang Rochin's carriage? His smile became smug. He said, haha, Xingqiu couldn't deal with him, isn't this an opportunity? Seeing the 8th Prince coming, Yunu greeted him, greetings 8th Prince. He said, this prince has to return to the palace, take me back. Yunu was stunned. She said, but this is 9th Prince's carriage. The 8th Prince's eyes became cold. He said, aren't the 9th Prince and I both princes? He waved his hand, slapped Yunu, and said loudly, how dare a servant girl resist this prince's orders? Get out! Yunu fell to the ground, turning her head to look at him as he leisurely walked towards Zhang Rochin's carriage. He said again, aren't you getting out of the carriage? If you offend this prince will make your whole family wish they were dead. Yunu touched her cheek, right where she had been slapped by the 8th Prince. She didn't know what to say. In the end, she had no choice but to drive him back. Sitting in the carriage, the 8th Prince began to scheme. Zhang Rochin must have some treasure to be so powerful. As long as I control Lin Fei, with her personality, she'll have to force her to hand over the treasure. His eyes and smile became eerie, revealing his evil nature. When I become a martial arts expert, I'll be the first to kill Zhang Rochin, then I'll turn Seon Ling into my plaything. Little did he know that he was about to die in place of Zhang Rochin. Those assassins had been observing the carriage and waiting for a suitable opportunity. A female assassin said, it's here, let's do it. The other said, assassinating a prince, it's really exciting. So, the female assassin raised her bow and aimed straight at the carriage. The arrow carried true chi, flying towards the carriage. The arrow pierced through the 8th Prince's chest. His eyes widened, blood spurting from his mouth. Even at this moment, he still acted arrogantly, I am a prince. How dare someone assassinate me? His face paled as he clutched his chest. The other assassin was already standing behind him. She raised her sword high, preparing to strike. Only to see blood splattering everywhere. Yunu, sitting outside, heard the noise. She immediately stopped the carriage and said inside, 8th Prince, what happened? Are you alright? Hearing no reply, her intuition told her that something had happened. 8th Prince? Yunu lifted the curtain, intending to see what the situation was inside. As soon as she saw the scene inside, she was extremely horrified. She screamed, a shrill sound echoing throughout the Inscription Guild. The scene shifted to somewhere else, perhaps in a forest beneath a cliff. It was the scene of a murder. A girl in purple clothes had ruthlessly sent the 2 assassins to the afterlife. She said, you 2 wastes, you actually killed the wrong person? This time, it's troublesome. She held a sword with a strange shape in her hand, her expression tense. She thought to herself, the 8th Prince being killed will definitely be a shocking event. And there's no chance to assassinate the 9th Prince again. She immediately flew upwards, leaving, and thought, I must immediately report back to the Queen, so we can make a plan. As for Zhang Rochin, he walked out of the Inscription Guild. Seon Ling was still walking beside him. She said, 9th Prince, you actually have 12th order spiritual power. Which startled Master Yuan, you're amazing. Zhang Rochin replied, not at all. You're also Master Yuan's disciple now, cultivate diligently. Zhang Rochin looked around and didn't see the carriage or Yunu. He wondered, where did Yunu Jia go? Suddenly, the sound of horses rang out incessantly. In front of him and Seon Ling, a palace guard was galloping towards them. Zhang Rochin was surprised and thought, why would palace guards appear at the Inscription Guild? The palace guard dismounted his horse and respectfully bowed to him. He said, 9th Prince, the 8th Prince was attacked. The Lord told you to return to the palace immediately. Seon Ling was stunned. She said in a panic, how could this be? We met the 8th prince earlier. Zhang Rochin seemed calmer. He thought to himself, could it be that Yunu would never leave without saying goodbye? And is the 8th prince being assassinated and killed related? I hope Yunu is safe and sound. Returning to the royal palace, a voice rang out in the main hall, absolutely absurd. The king slammed his hand on his dragon throne. He looked down at the assembled officials in the night and roared, how dare someone assassinate a member of the royal family in the royal city? They have some nerve. The national preceptor stood before the main hall, clasping his hands and respectfully reporting, Your Majesty, could this matter be related to the Worship Moon Demon sect? He continued, the Worship Moon Demon sect may be using the assassination of the 8th prince to probe our country's internal affairs. Perhaps many demon sect experts are preparing to take action against our commandery. In his heart he thought, to prevent the king from suspecting the queen, I can only push it to the Worship Moon Demon sect. At this moment, Zhang Rochin said loudly, the 8th prince could not have been killed by the Worship Moon Demon sect. He stood before the crowd and said loudly, he was assassinated on my carriage returning to the palace, which shows that the assassin's target was originally me. Hearing what he said, the king immediately said, 9th son's words make sense. The demon sect acts ostentatiously. Wanting to provoke the royal family is definitely not as simple as assassinating. 8th son, Guqian, you must investigate this thoroughly. All the princes and princesses temporarily stay in the palace to cultivate. 8th son being like this. Time passed to a month later. Zhang Rochin was cultivating in the star crystal space. He practiced until his body was covered in sweat, and his breathing became rapid. He sat down heavily, his eyes becoming firm. Remembering his glorious past life, in my past life, I only opened 33 meridians. Why couldn't I open the chakra meridian, blood spirit meridian, and soul meridian? Martial artists who open the chakra meridian will have an additional growth ring on their skin after a year of practice, increasing their defensive power, even reaching the point of steel bones and iron skin. The blood spirit meridian is the meridian believed to be connected to blood. The soul meridian is connected to the body and soul of a martial artist, even allowing the soul to leave the body and see thousands of miles away. Zhang Rochin lowered his head and said, these 3 meridians are inexplicably mysterious. The chakra meridian has the most likely chance of existing, perhaps I can successfully open it. At this moment, the black cat spoke again, this old one knows how to cultivate the chakra meridian. Let this old one out, I absolutely won't deceive you this time. Zhang Rochin took the painting scroll out of the mark. He immediately opened the painting scroll and released the black cat. It was overjoyed to be out. As soon as it came out, he threatened it, you better say something useful, otherwise you'll be stuck in the painting forever. This aura frightened the black cat. It immediately said, young man, don't be impatient. Actually, the answer is in your hands. Imagine yourself as a tree connected to the divine wood. The tree can grow growth rings. Then you can cultivate the chakra meridian. Zhang Rochin opened the painting scroll and began to do as it said. Immediately, the chakra meridian appeared from his arm. After that, the chakra meridian appeared all over his body. Zhang Rochin stood up, stunned, and said, I succeeded. He happily thought to himself, too good. Breaking through the extreme position of the yellow realm and also cultivating the chakra meridian. Continuing to cultivate will definitely be much stronger than my past life. Obviously, it was suggested by it, but when it saw him succeed, the black cat became extremely shocked. The chakra meridian actually exists? I just said it casually. I didn't expect him to actually cultivate it successfully. Where did this kid come from? Suddenly it became obedient to him. It walked over and rubbed against his leg, acting spoiled. Young man, take this old one to buy a weapon refining furnace. How about this old one teaches you how to refine a space ring? Zhang Rochin also said, I can take you out, but if you run around, I'll immediately take you back into the painting. Then, he thought thoughtfully, weapon refining furnaces are not cheap. This time, I bought high-level medicinal pills for the breakthrough, my little treasury is empty now. The black cat suddenly became imposing. It said, only you in the entire world can refine a space ring. When you sell it, you can get rich. Suddenly, he grabbed its clothes, pulling it up in its stunned and bewildered state. Zhang Rochin dragged it out of the star crystal space. The black cat resisted, but not significantly. It shouted, let this old one go. This old one is not a pet. This old one is the heaven-slaying, earth-destroying emperor. After going out, Zhang Rochin immediately went out to the streets with Zhang Yuxi and Xiang Ling. The black cat was held in Zhang Yuxi's arms, and Xiang Ling also reached out to touch it, looking very happy. Yet it said it didn't want to be a pet. On a high floor, two people looked down at him and said, walking with Ninth Princess and Dan Xiangling, two famous beauties of the royal city, "Who is this young man?" The other replied, "Lu Xiong, this is the recently famous Ninth Prince. You actually don't recognize him?" Lu Fong said, "So it's him? If he cultivates higher, I might be interested in competing with him." The other, named Situge, added a little fuel to the fire. "Lu Xiong, are you interested in Xiangling Gunyang? If you don't take the initiative, she'll become the Ninth Prince's woman." Lu Fong laughed. He said, "This young master's status in the royal city is no less than the Ninth Prince's. If I want a woman, all it takes is a word." Suddenly, he placed his hand on the windowsill. Then, from the second floor, he jumped down, blocking the path of Zhang Rochin's group. Zhang Rochin looked up and thought, "This idiot is showing up again. He must be the son of some wealthy family." He landed. Then, he turned his back to Dan Xiangling and said, "Xiangling Gunyang." Then, he gave what he thought was an elegant smile and said, "Would you like to stroll through the royal city with this young master?" Dan Xiangling immediately said, "Lu Gongzi, I'm preparing to go to the martial arts arena with the Ninth Prince and Ninth Princess, so I'll have to pass." Lu Chifeng placed his hand on his chest. He laughed, pretending to only now notice Zhang Rochin's presence. He said, "Oh, Ninth Prince is also here, apologies." "Apologies. I am the young master Lu Chifeng. The martial arts arena also belongs to my family. Why don't we go together?" Zhang Rochin thought, the young master of the Wushu Xianzhuang, not a small background, let's see what kind of waves he can create. So, the four of them went to the martial arts arena together. Before them was an extremely magnificent structure, made of stone and quite tall. Lu Qinfan looked at Zhang Rochin and said, "Ninth Prince, you don't want to go on stage to compete too. Before going on stage you have to sign a life and death agreement. If Ninth Prince dies on stage, he." Zhang Rochin was speechless at his words. He thought uncomfortably, this kid is really both scum and nonsense. Why are the Gongzi Ji of the royal city so morally bankrupt? Everyone entered the arena, which was packed with people. Below, two people were fighting. One person was holding a fan, he circled behind the other person, he raised his fan high. His eyes were empty, he immediately waved his fan. It was just a fan, but it was extremely sharp. The other person's neck and body were severed into two. That person fell straight to the floor. The person holding the fan, with an embarrassed look, scratched his head and said, "I told you to admit defeat, you didn't listen. Winning 7 consecutive matches wouldn't have killed you at my hands." Xiangling standing next to him was a little worried. She said, "Ninth Prince, even martial artists in the yellow extreme realm are easily killed. Do you really want to go on stage to compete?" Zhang Rochin was now full of interest. He said, I want to try." Zhang Yuxi next to him was very worried. She quickly grabbed his hand and said, "Ninth brother, I know I can't stop you, but you have to promise me, if you encounter a strong enemy that you can't defeat, you must admit defeat." Zhang Rochin still stared down and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Zhang Rochin stepped onto the stage. The audience below cheered. Who is this person? So young and already dares to come to the yellow-level martial arts arena? Another person said, "Want to be famous? This kind of person dies about a dozen times a month here, no pity." Lu Chunfeng, sitting in the stands, also gave a smug smile, "Just right. If you die on the stage, Yunwu Junwang won't have anything to say." His opponent was holding a large broadsword. He clasped his hands and said, "Hijia Hishichi, the first to challenge you, please draw your sword." Zhang Rochin replied, "You're not worthy of me drawing my sword. If I draw my sword, I'm afraid it will injure you." Hearing this, he was angry and shouted arrogant. Then he lunged with his broadsword. Zhang Rochin said, "Overestimating yourself?" That Hishichi hadn't even touched him when he was sent flying by a palm, spitting blood. Just like that, he smoothly landed face down on the floor, flying out of the arena. Which meant that he had lost with just one move. Zhang Rochin turned to leave. He said, "Admit it?" Hishichi was also the kind of person who knew what was good for him. He said with difficulty, "Thank you for not killing me." The stands erupted, everyone cheering, defeated with one move. Who is this mysterious youth? This is the 9th prince who won the divine martial mark on the same day as me. Showing that I am also a person cared for by the gods. The future will definitely be a heaven-supporting, earth-treading person, ha 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 ha. As for Lu Fong, his eyes became tense. He said, I thought I could use this opportunity to humiliate him. I didn't expect him to make me lose all face. Zhang Yuxi and Dan Xiangling were overjoyed. Zhang Yuxi said, 9th brother is profound and unpredictable. How much power is he still hiding? Dan Xiangling said, 9th prince is truly a genius of the world. Back on the stage, a person holding a blade rushed towards him. Zhang Rochin gently waved his hand and gave him a punch. Next was another person, and he gave him a punch as well. Another person got a kick. The whole process was very easy and smooth. The people on the stands were extremely surprised. Some covered their heads and said, he won 4 consecutive matches. Every time he only used one move to defeat his opponent. What kind of monstrous talent is this? The young man with the fan had been watching him. He covered most of his face with the fan, thinking to himself, although he didn't draw his sword, every move he made had the essence of sword intent. It seems his sword intent has reached the state of sword follows the heart. If he can persevere until the 8th match, I will personally go to meet him. Next, he easily sent a guy wielding 2 huge hammers away with just one punch. Zhang Yuxi covered her mouth, extremely surprised. Unexpectedly 9th brother defeated a Huangji realm great perfection martial artist. Dan Xiangling looked at Zhang Rochin with affectionate eyes, as if she had been struck by Cupid's arrow. She said, although 9th Highness hasn't taken the exam, he will definitely break through to a higher realm. Oh my, this aptitude moves me so much. Lu Chunfeng was more anxious than ever. He thought to himself, at only 16 years old, he has already reached such a realm. He absolutely can't be allowed to live. He looked at his subordinate and said, go and call Han Fu here, just say that this young master needs him. The person nodded and replied, this subordinate will go immediately. Now, a girl appeared on the arena, with a very beautiful figure. Her weapon was a leather whip. She leaned forward and said, greetings, 9th Prince, Your Highness. If I offend you later, please forgive me, Your Highness. With that, she swung the whip. Zhang Rochin dodged it easily and said, interesting. Then, Zhang Rochin immediately closed in on her with considerable speed. Her attacks completely missed. After a while, Zhang Rochin got close to her face, much to her surprise. He then sealed an acupoint on her arm. She frowned, in extreme pain, and screamed. Ah! The leather whip fell to the ground. He turned his back and said amid defeat. She held her arm where he had sealed the acupoint and said, thank you, 9th Prince, Your Highness, for showing mercy. That young man with the fan became excited. He closed his fan and said, the 8th match will be me, here to stop your winning streak. He jumped onto the arena. Everyone in the audience was eagerly anticipating the match between the two, cheering excitedly. Zhang Rochin looked at him, thinking, that guy with the hand fan. The man looked at him and introduced himself. This humble one is Shui Bingxing, greetings, 9th Prince, Your Highness. Zhang Rochin became speechless. He thought to himself, the way he came on stage is exactly the same as that Lu young master. Why is it that the way rich kids enter the stage is so unsightly? Shui Bingxing opened his fan, smiled, and said, 9th Prince, Your Highness, in front of Shui, you should draw your sword. Zhang Rochin replied, if I think your ability is strong enough, I will draw my sword myself. Beneath Shui Bingxing's paper fan were extremely sharp hidden weapons. He said menacingly, then 9th Highness must be careful. 9 people have died under the force of my iron bone fan. The two stood facing each other. Zhang Rochin sensed something. He widened his eyes, focusing on him. Here it comes. Shui Bingxing held the fan in his hand, and he rushed forward. In Zhang Rochin's sight, many illusions of him suddenly appeared. He said, 9th Prince, Your Highness, it's best not to become the 10th. Zhang Rochin was excited. He laughed and said, so, you're here to stop me from entering the top 10? Let's see if you have the ability. The two began to clash. Shui Bingxing attacked from above. Zhang Rochin drew his sword to block his attack. The two created a huge shockwave, and the surrounding ground cracked into pieces that flew everywhere. Zhang Rochin's eyes were somewhat serious. He said, as expected, you have some ability, worthy of me drawing my sword to deal with you. Xue Bingxing roared, "Stop talking nonsense, bring out whatever skills you have." Lu Qingfeng, who had been watching for a while, widened his eyes, thinking to himself, unexpectedly Xue Bingxing can only fight to a draw, unable to determine the winner. Behind him, someone was walking over, a very burly and fierce-looking man. Judging by his tendons, he didn't look like a human. He had beastly hands, red eyes, and long fingernails, but he was very respectful in front of Lu Qingfeng. He said, "Han Fu pays respects to young Master Lu." Lu Qingfeng said, "No need for formalities. Pay attention to that young man in the arena. If Xue Bingxing loses, you will go and kill him in the next match." That Han Fu grinned, revealing his fangs, and replied, "Han Fu will definitely not disappoint young master. Even if it means dying together, I will kill him." On the arena, Zhang Rochin had already drawn his sword. He unleashed sword moves towards his opponent. His sword skills hit 2 of his clones, but that was enough to injure him. Xue Bingxi coughed up blood. He frowned and said, "Just a few simple sword strikes shattered my afterimages. This guy's strength is much higher than mine." In an instant he had moved behind him. He said, "You still have time to be surprised, you're really confident." Zhang Ruochen swung his sword. This time it was the heavenly heart-severing strike. As soon as the sword move was unleashed, blood splattered everywhere. Xue Bingxing was hit by the move. He was sent flying into the air along with the 6-petal flower engraved on his chest. As soon as the sword move ended, Xue Bingxing immediately collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. His situation was more bad than good. Zhang Yuxi cheered, so the stinky brat was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. I was worried about him for nothing. If father knows, he will definitely be so happy that he'll throw a banquet to entertain all the officials. Dan Xiangling was also extremely surprised. "Ninth Prince, Your Highness, why is he still fighting on the arena? Does he still have to fight?" Suddenly, Zhang Ruochen turned his head. He sensed a strong murderous aura coming towards him. Han Fu rushed towards him from behind. He attacked immediately, but he dodged it. He roared, "Indeed you have some strength. This makes killing you worthwhile." The 2 girls were extremely frightened when they saw Han Fu. They said in unison, "It's Han Fu. We're in danger." The moment that Han Fu stepped onto the stage, he launched a surprise attack. He arrogantly said, "Little brat, your luck isn't bad. You have 2 little beauties worrying about you, which makes me even more excited to kill you. Take an axe from me." He swung the axe at him with incredible strength. Zhang Ruochen quickly used his sword to block it. He also felt his incredible strength. He thought to himself, "What's this guy's background? He has such berserk power." With just 1 blow, he sent him flying far away, but he was unharmed. Zhang Ruochen assessed him. He doesn't look like a normal human, could he be? From the moment Zhang Yuxi saw Han Fu, she couldn't remain calm. She shouted in panic, "Ninth brother! Admit defeat quickly! Han Fu is a man of the martial hall. No martial artist who fights him can survive." Dan Xiangling was a little more calm. She said, "He is Lu Qingfeng's half-human servant. He will definitely kill you on the arena. You don't need to risk your life with a man." Han Fu stood several heads taller than him. He was exuding an aura as if he wanted to oppress him. He said, "Little brat, those 2 little beauties told you to admit defeat. If you don't listen, my axe will split you in 2. Lu Qingfeng stood in the audience. He taunted him, "If Ninth Prince Your Highness is afraid of death, then admit defeat quickly. If you die on the arena, it will be difficult for this young master to explain to the Prince of the Commandery." Zhang Ruochen said to that Han Fu, "We haven't fought yet. Who lives and who dies is not certain." Lu Qingfeng angrily shouted, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Han Fu, let Ninth Prince Your Highness experience your strength. Don't let him look down on you." Han Fu gripped the axe in his hand. He faced Zhang Ruochen, still confident that he would win. He said, "Little prince, enjoy your last moments in this world." Han Fu focused his chi into his legs, preparing to attack. But before anything could happen, Zhang Ruochen smiled arrogantly and said, "Use all your strength, big head. Let me experience what fear tastes like." He immediately channeled his true chi into the axe in his hand. Then, he swung the axe. Zhang Ruochen blocked the attack, and he casually teased him, "Is this all you've got?" Han Fu laughed triumphantly at this moment, If you want to die, then I will fulfill you? No one knew what happened on the arena, only a powerful burst of true chi erupted violently. The pillar of true chi soared straight up to tens of meters. Zhang Yuxi was extremely worried. Even though she had seen Zhang Rochin's abilities, she couldn't help but think, we're in danger, standing in front of a madman like Han Fu. Ninth brother is probably seriously injured. Beneath the thick smoke that rose up in swirls, two figures suddenly appeared. Zhang Rochin raised his sword high, blocking Han Fu's axe. He said, Han Fu, with only this much strength, how can you be worthy of your half-beast bloodline? Zhang Rochin laughed triumphantly, you disappoint me so much. Then, he knocked the axe away from him, and kicked him in the chin. Taking a blow, he vomited blood. He seemed to sense something. Zhang Rochin was filled with murderous intent. He glared, his eyes devoid of emotion. True chi on the sword flashed with a blue light. Zhang Rochin swung his sword and slashed a line straight across his body. The sword strike cut a long line from his left shoulder to his right hip. Zhang Rochin released another move. He said, let's see how many of my swords your proud body can withstand. He released 3 simple sword strikes towards him. He was hit continuously. Han Fu only had time to cry out, Fa. Blood splattered everywhere on his body. Having taken so many blows, Han Fu still stood firm. He laughed and turned his head back to say, not bad, kid, you can actually seriously injure me. At this time, he was in a berserk state. He said, it seems I have to send you to the underworld. Afterwards, Han Fu broke the string of beads he wore around his neck. Suddenly, it felt as if he had become much stronger. He gripped the axe tightly in his hand. Then, Han Fu threw the axe, attacking him. The axe sped away with extreme speed. Zhang Rochin frowned. He gripped his sword tightly, thinking to himself, clearly the strength of this blow has increased significantly. He slammed the sword into the ground, creating a bell-shaped shield that enveloped his body, protecting it from the attack. The axe struck the bronze bell, but there was no sign of cracking. Han Fu immediately rushed forward. He jumped high and swung his arm. He slammed hard against Zhang Rochin's shield. The sound of impact rang out, but Zhang Rochin's shield was much stronger. It didn't break. Zhang Rochin spread his arms to reinforce the shield. He said, if you want to kill me, you have to break through my defense first. Can you do it? Han Fu retorted, your mouth is driving me crazy. Then came a series of punches from that Han Fu against his bell. He remained standing inside the shield, without moving. Han Fu stopped because he was exhausted. His body was drenched in sweat, but his bell shield remained strong, without a single crack. He grinned, revealing his fangs, and said again. He howled like a wolf. He became frenzied. Zhang Rochin gripped the sword in his hand. He assessed, unexpectedly, this guy is still so berserk, interesting. The audience below was also restless. Someone said, Han Fu is going crazy again. After he activates the Fire Fury bloodline in his body, he can explode with terrifying power equal to 19 oxen. Zhang Yuxi looked extremely worried. She said, Ninth brother, admit defeat quickly, don't play with your life. Lu Qingfeng was extremely pleased. He smiled and said, to force Han Fu to go crazy. That's considered your ability. It's a pity that, if you lose, there's only one way to die. Han Fu was now like a ferocious beast. He growled, while he still maintained his shield. Han Fu roared. He swung his arm. This time the explosive force was much stronger. He punched straight into the bell. This was the chaos-shattering strike. The explosive power could be described as terrifying. The surrounding rocks and debris flew everywhere just from the impact. At this moment, Zhang Rochin frowned slightly. He thought to himself, I still want to fight the next match. I can't waste too much true chi. I have to wait for him to break my defenses. Relax his vigilance, and then I'll give him a fatal blow. Zhang Yuxi, standing outside, shouted anxiously, it's bad. Ninth brother's defense has been broken. His shield was finally shattered by him, but at this moment, he grabbed his sword and rushed towards him. This is it. The cold eyes reappeared, the sword's edge flashed with blue light emitted by true chi. Zhang Rochin swung his sword, a fatal strike. Han Fu's eyes widened, his pupils were pure white. He said unwillingly, fierce as I am, yet I lost to this little brat. Han Fu immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The audience erupted, cheers rang out, even the half-beast Han Fu fell at Huang Fu's feet. This isn't trash, but a favored child of heaven. The two girls were also overjoyed. They hugged each other and cheered, "Great! Winning another match and ninth brother will become a golden ranking martial artist." Then, as if realizing something, they immediately separated with mutual dislike in their eyes. Lu Chunfeng clenched his fist and cursed, "Trash." He gritted his teeth and was extremely angry. He couldn't even kill a ninth prince who had been trash for years. Truly a waste of a waste. "It seems I have to take action myself." At this time, the referee said, "Ninth Prince Zhang Rochin has won 9 matches. Winning one more match will promote him to a golden ranking martial artist. Invite those who wish to challenge the martial artist to the arena." Lu Qingfeng flew onto the arena. He said arrogantly, "I will come and experience the martial skills of Ninth Prince, Your Highness." Then, he aimed at him and unleashed a blow. This blow was enough to show that he was stronger than the previous guys. But why did this guy also attack sneakily like that, Han Fu? "Like master, like servant," he said, looking at the expression. "It's hard to tell if he's smiling or annoyed." "Ninth Prince, you are truly a prodigy," Lu Chunfeng said extremely arrogantly, "but you definitely can't win against me now." His appearance and demeanor clearly showed contempt for him. "But this Lu Chunfeng is strong. He's ranked 10th on the golden ranking," Zhang Rochin replied. "Then let's see." He also assessed him. "The true qi in his body is much fuller than mine. I must fight quickly and win." Lu Chunfeng took out a purple sword, revealing his domineering true qi. He said, "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." He immediately closed in on Zhang Rochin. Lu Chunfeng attacked Zhang Rochin with a frustrated mood. Zhang Rochin also swung his sword, thinking to himself, "Let's test the strength first." The two swords collided. The strength of the two could be equal because now no one was inferior to the other. He glanced at him with disdain. He said, "It's hard to imagine that with this little strength, you could defeat Han Fu. A little disappointing. I've decided to fight quickly and win." The two swung their swords and separated. The force was so strong that they were both sent flying far away. Lu Chunfeng was sent flying further. He laughed loudly and said, "I heard you're good with the sword? Coincidentally, I'm also good with swordsmanship." Then, he circulated his true qi, swung his sword high, and a large amount of true qi erupted into the sky. From that stream of true qi, thousands of sword qi were released. But they were shaped like water droplets. They immediately rushed to attack him. Zhang Rochin looked up at them, thinking to himself, "With so much sword qi, the only way for me to dodge is with that one move." He opened his eyes wide, eye meridian open. Lu Chunfeng chuckled, as if he had victory in his grasp. Zhang Rochin also chuckled. He thought to himself, "Opening the eye meridian and avoiding this sword qi is as easy as flipping my hand." He said, "Is this all you've got?" He dodged each sword qi easily. His mood was very relaxed, as if there was no challenge at all. Seeing him dodge so easily, he roared, "Don't be delusional." In a blink, the number of sword qi increased significantly, and the speed of descent also became faster. Zhang Rochin thought to himself, "Clearly the speed has increased." Zhang Rochin moved extremely quickly to dodge the attacks. He used his own sword intent to deflect them. He also quickly moved to where Lu Chunfeng was. He was using his skill and couldn't move now. But at this moment he smiled. Looking triumphant, he said, "At such a close range, you can't escape being in the range of my attack." With that, he lightly slashed his sword down, with the triumphant look of someone about to win. Zhang Rochin was stunned. In fact, at such a close range, it was impossible to dodge. There was a loud explosion, and true qi erupted violently. Those streams of true qi also dissipated, leaving only some residue. In the arena, only a thick layer of smoke covered everything, making it impossible to see the outcome. Zhang Yuxi and Dan Xiangling also became extremely worried. Zhang Yuxi shouted, "Ninth brother!" Lu Chunfeng stood in the smoke, looking up at the sky. With a confident expression, he said, "Miss Xiangling, have you seen? The genius you speak of can't withstand even one blow in front of me. Is he the person you want to rely on? That won't do. Fighting over a girl won't end well." Sure enough, Zhang Rochin, standing in the smoke, spoke up. "Under the thick smoke, you've fallen into a passive position. You can't catch my figure, and opening the eye meridian is truly the most favorable attacking environment for me." Zhang Rochin became like an illusion as he rushed extremely fast to where Lu Chunfeng was. In an instant, he was right next to him. Lu Chunfeng was extremely surprised. Unexpectedly his speed was so fast. Before Lu Chunfeng could react, he had already rushed forward. He swung a sword at his neck, leaving him with a rather large cut, but luckily he dodged in time, otherwise his neck would have been severed. He was stunned. Looking at the wound, he gritted his teeth and thought, he actually injured me. How is that possible? Having taken a blow, Lu Chunfeng swung his sword to slash him. Zhang Rochin lowered his center of gravity to dodge his sword. Lu Chunfeng swung his sword again, lunging forward. How could Zhang Rochin allow him to keep attacking? He glared and brandished his sword. The tips of their swords clashed, and their jinshi erupted once more. Lu Chunfeng's eyes were filled with malice. He roared, "Die!" He swung his sword back, and a wave of sword energy surged toward Zhang Rochin like a fierce gale. Zhang Rochin immediately leaped back to evade the attack. He retreated slightly and landed on his feet. Lu Chunfeng was drenched in sweat. He was exhausted from unleashing so many attacks. He forced a smile and said, "Haha, your jinchi is finally running dry." Zhang Rochin was equally strained. He retorted, "Even if my jinchi is depleted, I doubt you'll have much left either." At this, Lu Chunfeng flew into a rage. He bellowed, "Are you kidding me? I am the esteemed young master of the Wushu Qianzhuang, a genius among geniuses. How could I be forced to exhaust my jinchi? By you? With the next move, I will take your life." Zhang Rochin chuckled mockingly. "Listen to you barking like a mad dog. You're becoming more and more like a stray." Lu Chunfeng swung his sword again, unleashing 3 precise strikes of sword energy known as the Meteor Triple Flash. He roared, "I don't have time for nonsense. Take this." Zhang Rochin countered with his own sword technique, the Heavenly Heart Guiding Light. Waves of sword energy rippled forward. The two sword techniques collided fiercely. After the collision, the outburst of jinchi triggered a violent explosion. The explosion was immense, sending plumes of smoke and sparks soaring into the sky, and showering the surroundings with falling rocks and debris. The two women were utterly astonished. Dan Xiangling exclaimed, "Even a duel between Huangji realm great perfection martial artists might not cause this much destruction." Lu Chunfeng charged toward Zhang Rochin. Zhang Rochin thought to himself, "This is a good opportunity." Lu Chunfeng struck, and this time he managed to knock Zhang Rochin's sword away. He laughed triumphantly and said, "You've lost your weapon. How will you fight me now?" But before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. Zhang Rochin remained calm and composed. He circulated his jinchi into his hand and launched an attack toward Lu Chunfeng, the same attack he had used to defeat Lin Ningshan. Zhang Rochin immediately struck Lu Chunfeng in the abdomen. At such close range, Lu Chunfeng had no way to defend against this fatal blow. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. His legs trembled, but he remained standing. He was on the verge of losing consciousness, his eyes bloodshot, and saliva drooling uncontrollably. Zhang Rochin stood beside him, chuckled, and said, "It seems I've won, young Master Lu." Zhang Yushi was overjoyed. She shouted, "That's my little brother. He made it to the Huangbang martial artist ranks in one go." Suddenly, 2 figures were observed standing at the highest point of the arena, having watched from the beginning. The man, whose face was unclear, possibly Lu Chunfeng's father, said, "My son is still too impulsive. Take him down and tend to his injuries." The masked woman said, "The 9th prince's strength exceeds expectations. If he matures, he could hinder the 7th prince." Lu Chunfeng's father continued, "When necessary, we must give the 9th prince a hand. Mutual casualties are the scenario that our Wushu Qianzhuang, the Min Wen Gongwei, and the Heisher desire most." Zhang Rochin held the Huangbang martial artist badge in his hand, examining it closely. A woman standing nearby said, "Congratulations to His Highness the 9th Prince on becoming a Huangbang martial artist. The reward of 100,000 silver coins will be deposited into your account." The crowd below cheered. He became a Huangbang martial artist on his first challenge. Unbelievable! The royal family truly has talent emerging one after another. I wonder who is more talented, him or the 7th prince? Zhang Rochin continued to gaze at the badge, his expression not particularly joyful. How sad, he thought. These martial artists risked their lives for nothing more than this worthless title. At this moment, Zhang Yushi rushed toward him from afar. His mouth gaped open, puzzled. Besides Zhang Yuxi, Dan Xiangling also rushed forward and embraced him. Zhang Yuxi put her arm around his neck and said, "Ninth brother, you're amazing. I've already sent a messenger back. Father and consort Lin will be overjoyed." Zhang Rochin said, "Ugh, ninth sister, Miss Dan, you're squeezing too tight. I can't breathe." The beautiful women in the audience sighed. It seems that geniuses are always surrounded by beauties. That Lin family's young lady still doesn't know what's good for her. Callously abandoning the ninth prince. Back with Zhang Rochin's group, Zhang Yuxi said happily, "Becoming a Huangbang martial artist also grants you a trip to the Mansion Qi. I'm truly envious of you." Zhang Rochin smiled and replied, "Really? Then I should hurry back to the palace." Time passed, and it was evening. They finally returned to the prince's residence. In the prince's chambers, the prince, unlike his usual imposing self, had removed his dragon robe and wore only a thin garment, revealing several scars on his chest. He sat on a long chair, looking up at Zhang Rochin, and said, "Ninth son, tell father, how many meridians have you opened in total?" Zhang Rochin replied, 27 meridians. The prince revealed a clear look of surprise. "So many." "Ninth son, I won't ask what fortunate encounters you've had, but you must learn to conceal them. The Binghui Jilin armor can hide the number of meridians. Remember to wear it." He then reached into his sleeve and took out a small box. "This is a rank 4 body refining elixir, the Jilin pill." He presented the box to Zhang Rochin. Inside was a pill with purple patterns resembling Jilin scales. He continued, "Wait until you go to the Mansion Qi for cultivation and take it then, borrowing the power of blood essence to refine it." He looked at Zhang Rochin and said, "Ninth son, born into an imperial family, if you are not outstanding enough, you will be eliminated." Zhang Rochin replied, "I understand." At this time, at the queen's residence, the woman who always followed her was still there, while the queen angrily smashed a vase. Her face was filled with rage. She exclaimed, "That ninth prince! He became a Huangbang martial artist. If we let him grow like this, won't it be dangerous?" The woman asked, "What is your majesty's intention?" The queen ordered, "Qing Luo, have you broken through to the Xuanji realm yet? At all costs, I must see the ninth prince's head within a month." The person named Qing Luo asked, "What if the ninth prince doesn't leave the palace within a month?" The queen sat gracefully on the bed, frowned, and said, "This queen has already said, at all costs." Qing Luo immediately replied, "This subordinate understands." The queen leaned back, crossed her legs, and placed a hand on her knee, striking a pose as if inviting someone, remarkably seductive for a married woman with children. Her face darkened as she said, "Kill him in the cradle, and see how a so-called genius develops." The scene shifted to the Lin residence. In a certain room, an old man with white hair and beard sat opposite the rest of the Lin family and said, "I just returned and heard that a martial arts prodigy with great potential has emerged in the county, my grandson Zhang Rochin. Fong, the matter from 3 years ago should be put aside." This old man was the head of the Lin family, Lin Jingye, who was also Lin Fei's father. He smiled and said, "Find an opportunity to apologize to Lan'er. After all, you are siblings. Moreover, Chinan and Ningshan are childhood sweethearts. Wasn't the prince even planning to arrange a marriage for them back then?" Lin Ningshan's face darkened, and he remained silent, while the two people behind him kept watching his reaction. Lin Jingye didn't say much. He only glanced slightly, but it still made others feel oppressed. "Why aren't you saying anything? What's wrong?" The old master's second son, Lin Enba, spoke. "Father, a few months ago, fourth sister brought ninth highness back, wanting to mend relations, but she was humiliated and driven out by eldest brother. I'm afraid she still resents us." The old master's third son, Lin Shizhao, also added, "Eldest brother's actions were indeed too much, but they are our relatives. How could we treat them like that?" Lin Jingye slammed his hand on the floor, unleashing a surge of formidable jinqi toward Lin Fengxian. He shouted, "You ignorant fool! Quickly go with me to the palace to apologize to your sister and Chiner." Lin Fengxian said, "Father, I understand your intentions, but as the head of the family, to humbly beg my sister for forgiveness would be a disgrace to our Lin family." Lin Jingye reprimanded him, "Do you still have the face to mention the Lin family's reputation? Do you know that your stubbornness could ruin our Lin family's future?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside, Why should we humbly apologize to them? A strangely dressed person with disheveled hair and wearing a green outfit and wide pants walked in with sandals. Lin Fengxian turned to look at him and said, Shen Xinyu? Why are you back? This was Lin Fengxian's son, a henchman of the seventh prince, Lin Xinyu. He was a man, but he dressed like a woman. He said, the seventh prince has sent me back to resolve some troublesome matters. For example, that cousin of mine. Lin Jingye was shocked. He trembled and said, the seventh prince sent you back to eliminate the ninth prince? He's your cousin. Lin Xinyu glanced and replied with a smile, so what? If my master wants him dead, then he must die. He continued, grandfather, don't blame your grandson for not reminding you. If you stand on the wrong side, when my master's cultivation breaks through again, destroying the Lin family would be no problem. Lin Jingye was provoked into anger. He gritted his teeth and shouted, you rebellious son! Lin Xinyu said, oh right, under my persistent pleading, my master has agreed to let Ningshan be a concubine. I will personally discuss it with the queen. With that, he turned and left. Lin Jingye's remaining two sons whispered to each other. Lin Shizhao said, second brother, father's anger has all shifted to eldest brother and Xinyu. He probably won't vent it on us. Right. Lin Enba replied, probably not. Lin Jingye asked Lin Fengxian, the seventh prince, getting engaged to Ningshan, what's going on? Lin Fengxian replied with sweat dripping down his face, father, this is Xinyu's and Ningshan's intention. Relying on the big tree that is the seventh prince is a good thing for our Lin family. Lin Jingye slumped, his face filled with disappointment. He said, why do you think like the entire Lin family has become the seventh prince's slaves? After those words, time passed and it was 7 days later. In the mansion Qi, the atmosphere was still gloomy, and the crimson water was still pristine, making the place even more terrifying. Zhang Rochin cultivated day and night. He meditated in the air, surrounded by the crimson water, forming a circle around him. At this moment, the image of a Jilin appeared above his head. Zhang Rochin continued to meditate, thinking to himself, it took 7 days to completely refine the Jilin pill. Zhang Rochin gently exhaled. He opened his eyes and thought to himself, if I integrate the power of sacrifice within the mansion Qi, perhaps it will be enough to help me comprehend the blood-spirit meridian and the soul meridian. 10 days later, at the mansion Qi, a golden light appeared in the sky, revealing the image of a certain great emperor, extremely majestic. This golden body originated from Zhang Rochin, who was now meditating a few inches above the water's surface, emanating a golden aura. Zhang Rochin opened his eyes wide and said happily, I succeeded. I've reached the Huangji realm great perfection. I've opened 36 meridians. Then, he tensed his body, gritting his teeth. Zhang Rochin stood in midair, the Jinqi within him surging and erupting powerfully, causing the crimson water in the mansion Qi to churn into a pillar of waves that shot straight into the sky. Within that explosion of Jinqi, he also successfully refined the soul meridian. His soul could now be freely projected outside his body at will. He said joyfully, so this is the soul meridian? Unbelievable! Fat Cat was utterly shocked. He gaped and said, this kid can actually project his soul out of his body? Are you kidding me? That's something only a Tianji realm great perfection martial artist can do. Fat Cat began to speculate, the strength of this soul, it has unexpectedly become a martial soul. With more cultivation, he can borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack his enemies. Fat Cat glanced at Zhang Rochin, who was still immersed in cultivation, and continued to contemplate, moreover, this is the precious space-time martial soul. If he opens up a space domain in the future, he can use the power of space-time to resist enemies. The image of a great monk appeared in Fat Cat's mind, and he thought further, with long-term cultivation, this kid may truly have the potential to infinitely approach that person. A moment later, he was outside practicing fist techniques. Zhang Rochin assumed a stance with his feet and then his hands, practicing his punches vigorously. At this moment, Zhang Yushi was approaching him. She called out loudly, ninth brother, you're still in the mood to practice? Zhang Yushi's forehead was sweating, and her expression was somewhat serious. She said, do you know that Lin Ningshan and seventh brother are engaged? Zhang Rochin, who was also sweating profusely from practicing his punches, replied, oh, what does that have to do with me? Since ninth sister is here, why not come with me to the Huangji Martial Arts Arena for a trip? Zhang Yuxi exclaimed in surprise, going again? I heard you've been cultivating in the mansion Qi for 24 days. Could it be that you've broken through to the Huangji realm great perfection? Hearing this, he smiled sheepishly, scratched his head, and said, hee, while cultivating in the mansion Qi, I accidentally broke through. Zhang Yuxi grabbed his hand, cheerfully pulling him along, and said, Ninth brother, compared to you, I'm really just a mediocre person. Let's go now and let your sister broaden my horizons. Zhang Rochin then said, Sister, let me put on my clothes first. Afterward, the two went out onto the street, but Zhang Rochin had to cover himself from head to toe. He turned to Zhang Yuxi and asked, Sister, why do I have to wear a hat? She replied, Your 10-game winning streak on the Huangbang has made you a big star in the royal city. To avoid too many admirers gathering and causing congestion, we can only ask you to conceal your handsome face, hee. Not far away, on the roof of a building, a woman was sitting and observing the two. Qing Luo watched the two of them, her right hand holding a straight-edged blade in the air. She said, I've finally seized the opportunity. This time, you won't be so lucky. At this moment, there were many people gathered around the martial arts arena. Zhang Rochin asked, Why are so many people gathered here? What's happening? Zhang Yuxi replied, I heard that today there's a life-reaping swordsman who, whether his opponent is male or female, decapitates them with a single sword strike. This is already the 8th person. What's even scarier is that he seems to be only 15 years old. Zhang Rochin smiled with interest. Life-reaping swordsman? Such a unique attack style, I really want to ask him for guidance. Hearing this, she replied, Having a younger brother like you really makes your older sister feel uneasy. The life-reaping swordsman appeared. His name was Aluo. He wore a large sword on his hip, his clothes were untidy, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and there were 2 thick scars on his forehead, extending down to his left cheek. Zhang Rochin glanced at him, and recognized his realm. He said, Innate talent, sword chi at will? His sword intent realm has reached the middle stage of will. And it also contains murderous intent. Zhang Yuxi added, He doesn't seem to be a pure human, but a half-werewolf, half-human. Zhang Yuxi observed him and pointed out his unusual features. Look at his ears, and those red eyes are so scary. At this moment, in the arena, he was facing an opponent. He arrogantly said, Another one who is not afraid of death. The newcomer was Han Fu. He was not to be outdone and loudly threatened, Life-reaping swordsman? So you're just a werewolf brat. I, Han Fu, will come and meet you. Aluo showed murderous intent, his crimson eyes making people even angrier. In the blink of an eye, he swung his sword, shattering Han Fu's axe and also giving Han Fu a slash in the middle of his chest. Zhang Rochin's eyes widened in surprise. He said, Too fast. Zhang Yuxi was also no less astonished. Ninth brother, he really killed Han Fu with one move. Can you withstand one of his swords? He turned to her, smiled, and said, If it were a month ago, I wouldn't be sure, but now, hee. Zhang Yuxi covered her forehead, her face troubled. She said, Alas, I really don't understand you more and more. Having a younger brother like you is really surprising. Both joyful and frightening. Lin Xingyu and Lin Ningshan stood high above and called out to Zhang Rochin, Cousin, it's been 3 years. Lin Xingyu grinned and continued, I really miss you a lot. Zhang Rochin looked up and secretly assessed, This person who is neither man nor woman is the rumored cousin who was crippled by the 7th prince. Then, he replied, It has been a long time, my flamboyant cousin. I didn't expect to meet you in the Huangji martial arts arena. Hearing this, he was furious. Flamboyant? This brat actually openly mocks my flaws. He really doesn't respect me. Back in the arena, the audience was noisy and chaotic. Someone shouted, The 10th person. This young man Aluo has really killed 10 people in a row. Aluo turned toward Lin Ningshan, raised his hand high, and shouted loudly, Miss Lin, I have fulfilled my promise to you. 10 consecutive victories without a single defeat. Lin Ningshan bowed, her figure flattering and seductive. She smiled, her expression strangely gentle. Aluo, with your abilities, many forces will surely try to recruit you. Why be a servant in the Lin family? He was immediately captivated, his eyes shining, and he said, Aluo only wants to protect Miss Lin forever, and has no other desires. Lin Ningshan smiled triumphantly. She thought to herself, if you weren't still useful, how dare a half-human slave like you covet me? Disgusting. Then, she immediately turned her attention to Zhang. Rochin, she said, cousin, if you were to fight Aluo, how many of his swords could you withstand? He didn't pay much attention to her. He said, since someone has agreed to protect you, you should cherish them. Zhang Yuxi also cheered him on. Ninth brother, be more careful on the arena. She looked at him, his image reflected in her eyes. She wondered, he has already become a Huangbang martial artist. Why is he still going to the arena? Could it be? Lin Xingyu was slightly cold. He said, interesting, if Aluo kills him on the arena, that wouldn't be bad. Zhang Ruochen walked step by step up the stairs. He stood towering in the arena, waiting for someone to challenge him. The audience saw him enter the arena again and shouted, look, it's the 9th prince. He's here again? If he wants to earn more silver, he has to defeat 10 Huangbang martial artists. Impossible. The royal family wouldn't risk their lives for a bit of silver. Moreover, no one in Yunwu County has ever been able to win 10 Huangbang martial artists in a row. Even the 7th prince couldn't do it. Seeing him appear, Lu Qingfeng immediately rushed forward with his sword. He said, last time, you were lucky to win. He frowned and declared, this time, you won't have that luck. Zhang Rochin chuckled, his eyes darkening, revealing murderous intent. He said, as expected, Gengzi Lu is determined to be the first to challenge me. Then come on. As the two prepared to fight, Lu Qingfeng asked, fighting me? You're not using a sword? Zhang Rochin replied, not for now. He glared angrily, then growled and charged forward, daring to underestimate me. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Lu Qingfeng swung his sword, unleashing the move, Starlight Firefly. A purple jinchi erupted outward, aimed directly at Zhang Ruochen. He simply raised his hand calmly. He blocked his sword with his bare hand, his jinchi being no less powerful than his. His hand was like iron, stopping his sword without any harm. The jinchi followed the sword and broke his arm bone. Lu Qingfeng screamed in pain. He clutched his arm and cried out, my arm! Zhang Ruochen said, you are no longer my opponent. Lu Qingfeng's face darkened, his eyes somewhat apprehensive. He asked, how has your cultivation become so much stronger? Zhang Ruochen replied, why bother to stubbornly strive for victory? Being able to live comfortably, why not just enjoy being a rich young master? Why come here to lose all face? Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng was enraged. He growled, I'll kill you! He charged at him, intending to attack him sneakily. Zhang Ruochen closed his eyes and sighed, he won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. As quick as lightning, he swung his leg. He delivered a kick straight to his face. Zhang Yuxi stood observing in the audience, and said, this younger brother of mine really doesn't know the weight of his actions. It's one thing to hit the young Master Lu a little too hard. But he also confronted his cousin before, causing her to lose all face in front of everyone. He really doesn't know how to cherish beautiful women. It was unclear whether she was saying this for Lin Ningshan to hear, but someone didn't take it well. Lin Ningshan stood behind, her face dark and unhappy. She said angrily, that damn 9th princess. She actually dares to gloat over my misfortune in front of me. When Zhang Ruochen falls under Aluo's sword later, I want to see how she will react in front of me. In the arena, Lu Qingfeng had already fainted on the floor. He lay crying on the floor, tears and snot flowing nonstop. He sobbed and said, you just wait, Zhang Ruochen. I will cultivate well, and then I will come and challenge you. Zhang Ruochen chuckled and said, you are really different from those pampered young masters. I'll wait for you to challenge me. Following that, he continuously challenged others. The second match was with a long-haired man, but Zhang Ruochen was victorious. The next match was with a blue-haired girl wearing a tight black dress. But she still couldn't win. Zhang Ruochen won 2 consecutive times. Zhang Ruochen won 3 consecutive times. He continuously won victories. Zhang Ruochen won 4 consecutive times. Zhang Ruochen won 5 consecutive times. Won 6 consecutive times. Won 7 consecutive times. The audience was extremely shocked by what they saw. Everyone was completely flabbergasted. He continuously defeated 7 Huangbang martial artists, and all of them were defeated with one move. Terrifying. Just over a month, he is truly a martial arts prodigy. As expected, we can't use ordinary logic to explain him. Several girls revealed how much they idolized him. Everyone looked at him with desire. The ninth prince is so handsome. If I could marry him, even if I had 10 years less to live, I would be willing. I'm willing too. Zhang Yuxi couldn't help but rejoice at what she saw. She exclaimed, the weakling who was once mocked as trash has now been reborn as someone everyone admires. Being his sister, I'm so proud. While some were proud, there were also those who felt uncomfortable. Lin Ningshan's expression was sullen. She said angrily, damn it, he's stolen all the glory again. Her face was cold. She said to Aluo, Aluo, it's time for you to take action. Deal with that person who humiliated me. He clasped his hands, respectfully, and replied, as you command. Zhang Rochin and Aluo began their match. A girl stood between them, raised her hands high, and said, I believe that the next match will definitely be extremely exciting. Life-reaping swordsman Aluo challenges Prince Zhang Rochin. Aluo looked at him and said, you are indeed very strong. Unfortunately, you have offended Miss Lin. I am forced to take your life. Zhang Rochin frowned, his face coldly saying, your swordsmanship has fatal flaws. You definitely can't win against me, and there's even a possibility of death. Concede. Aluo replied, who lives and who dies, will only know after a fight. Zhang Rochin said again that what he cultivated was the forbidden martial technique killing sword technique. Although it was powerful, each swing of the sword would cause great damage to the body. His words were like wind blowing through clouds, not reaching his ears at all. He was already holding the sword tightly in his hand, and the whites of his eyes had turned scarlet. His eyes shone like electric lights. He said, since you know my killing sword technique, you should also understand its power. No one in the same realm can withstand a single strike from me. Zhang Rochin drew his sword and said, the killing sword technique you cultivate is incomplete. If you don't admit defeat, then let me see how strong you are. Lin Ningshan, standing outside, couldn't wait any longer. She glared and shouted, don't waste words with him. Attack now! He charged at Zhang Rochin like a hunting wolf, fierce and ferocious. Zhang Rochin glared, activating his eye meridian. He could immediately and easily block his sword strike. Both he and Zhang Rochin glared at each other with murderous intent, each unleashing their sword intent towards the other. The two engaged in a power struggle in the air, each strike of their swords immensely powerful, either giving way. Zhang Rochin smiled, thinking to himself, his speed far exceeds that of Lu Daishao. Fighting him can improve my adaptability. This is indeed a good training session. He shouted, you still have the mood to laugh? Did you think I only have this much patience? The audience below watched the competition with great excitement. Some doubted, I can't see the movements at all. Is this speed really that of a Huangji realm martial artist? Someone replied, it's really too fast. I can only see shadows. Lin Ningshan smiled triumphantly. Her expression was extremely sinister. She thought, a genius swordsman will die at the hands of another genius swordsman for my sake. This feeling is truly wonderful. Just then, the two stopped. Zhang Rochin advised him again, admit defeat. If you continue, you will fall under my sword due to insufficient stamina. Indeed, he was sweating, tired, and his expression no longer had the vitality it had at the beginning. But he still said, you, a mere human, think my stamina is inferior? I must show you the horror of the werewolf race. Zhang Rochin chuckled and said, bring out any killer moves you have. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to use them again. He tensed his body, and Jinchi erupted. Then, his hair tie snapped. His body began to change. Hair began to grow on his hands, and his fingernails grew long and sharp. His face was also covered with beast fur, his fangs gradually protruding, and he emitted a howl like a wolf. Zhang Yuxi immediately called out, Ninth brother, to kill him, you can only do it now. Once he awakens the bloodline of the werewolf race, it will be troublesome. Zhang Rochin was extremely calm. He replied, what I'm waiting for is this moment. Hearing this, she didn't know what else to say. Finally, the bloodline of the werewolf race within him completely awakened, and powerful Jinchi erupted. His aura was much stronger than before. He revealed his fangs and roared. Lin Ningshan sat cross-legged, smiling with the triumphant tone of a victor. She said, Zhang Rochin, you and I are childhood sweethearts? If you hadn't humiliated me first, I wouldn't have used this trump card. It's all your fault for being too reckless. Rochin held the sword firmly in his hand. He began to release his own zishi to the outside, a cyan zishi that brought a bit of coolness but was also full of oppression. He said, "You are an opponent worthy of a serious fight." Aluo roared, "If you want to fight, then fight. No need to talk so much." He rushed towards Rochin at an astonishing speed. Looking at him, one could only see his figure streaking past without clearly seeing his face. He moved behind Rochin and launched a violent attack. Rochin immediately looked back, thinking to himself, "Too fast. I can't dodge it anymore." Just as he was about to stab his sword at him, Rochin immediately created a shield to protect himself. His sword strike erupted with extremely powerful zishi. Rochin's shield quickly cracked immediately. He smiled triumphantly and said, "The shield is broken. See where you can escape to." Rochin chuckled and replied, "What if I never wanted to escape?" With that, he used force to grab his wrist tightly. Rochin glared and swung his sword. Because his hand was grabbed, he couldn't escape at all and directly received Rochin's sword strike. This sword strike directly slashed into the middle of his chest, and his sword was also sent flying. Yushi, who was observing, couldn't help but be surprised. Does this swordsman not have any other trump cards? Lin Ningshan looked unwilling. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, I didn't expect Aluo to be such a waste." The audience was also in an uproar. The ninth prince is too strong. The sword assassin has been defeated by him. Now, among the geniuses of the same age, perhaps only the seventh prince can defeat the ninth prince. On the arena, Aluo, after taking a sword strike, lay flat on the ground. He struggled to ask Rochin, "Why didn't you kill me?" Rochin replied, "I don't kill people unnecessarily." He kept the words in his heart unspoken, "Unless I encounter someone who deserves to die." Hearing this, Aluo replied, "I owe you a life. Later, I will definitely repay you." The scene changed to a late-night sky with incessant thunder and lightning. From below came the voice of Lin Ningshan, "Beat him. Break his hands and feet for me." She and a group of people carrying large sticks beat Aluo incessantly. She said, "I'm so angry. What kind of dog-hit swordsman can't even kill Rochin?" Lin Ningshan stood with her arms crossed, her face angry, and she gritted her teeth. She said, "I really shouldn't have taken in such a useless slave like you. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Kill him." Aluo's body was covered in wounds. He stared at her in shock. Someone stood behind him, raising a stick to strike him. When he turned his head to look, the stick was about to hit him. A shrill scream echoed in the silent night. After finishing, Lin Ningshan turned to leave. He still reached out to call Miss Lin. Aluo lay rolling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Then let my lowly life repay the miss." Then, he lay silently, saying nothing more. Heavy rain began to fall. The rain became heavier and heavier, as if mourning for him. Under the rain, Rochin walked to where he was. He was already unconscious. Yushi held an umbrella in her hand. She looked at Rochin and said, "Ninth brother, his body is seriously injured, his limbs are broken. He certainly can't be saved. His master doesn't care about him either. Why should we worry about him?" Rochin replied, "If we don't care, he will surely die. Send 2 people to take him back to the palace." Remembering the moment before his death in his previous life and giving rise to a sense of empathy, he said, "Whether he can live or not depends on his will." Rochin's eyes flashed with extreme coldness. In the heavy rain, his carriage sped quickly towards the palace. Under this rain, someone had been waiting patiently for a long time. Luo's clothes were soaked. She glanced down and said, "The ninth prince's carriage? There's definitely no mistake." On the roof of a house, she took a stance. She rushed towards Rochin's carriage. She glared, released her zishi, and shouted, "Die!" A loud explosion rang out, and his carriage was torn to pieces. Under the heavy rain, the carriage was shattered, and the horse also lay here. But there was no one in the carriage. Luo was also extremely surprised. "This is a ghost story. The damned ninth prince escaped again." Suddenly, from behind her came Rochin's voice. "To be able to make a Huangji realm assassin personally take action is truly my honor." Qing Luo heard the voice and glanced back. His figure approached from behind her, and she was extremely shocked. Before she could finish her shock, Zhang Yuxi also stepped out. She held an umbrella in her hand, smiled, and said, "Don't panic. We have no interest in killing people. We just want to know who you are. Who is the person behind you directing you?" Qing Luo said, "Two Huangji realm kids dare to say killing me is as easy as pie, truly boasting without shame." She held the blade firmly in her hand. She released her Jinqi towards Zhang Yuxi. Zhang Rochin shouted, "Ninth sister, be careful." She swung her blade, creating 3 sword intents that rushed straight towards Zhang Yuxi. Zhang Yuxi didn't panic at all. She lightly replied, "You have underestimated a Huangji realm martial artist." "Like me," she cheerfully said, "you think with this trick you can get me? I can block it." With that, she used her umbrella to block the attack. She glared and said, "With your level, it's not worth me fighting seriously." Zhang Yuxi looked up and shouted, "Oh no! Ninth brother, be careful." Qing Luo leapt onto a tree branch, directing her gaze towards Zhang Rochin. She used the tree trunk as a springboard and launched herself forward. She shot extremely quickly towards Zhang Rochin, swinging her blade to take his life. Zhang Rochin immediately used his bare hands to resist. The blade didn't pierce through his arm. Zhang Rochin said, "The impact force of a Xuanji realm expert is indeed more ferocious than that of the Huangji realm." She replied, "You think I'm useless like Lu Chifeng?" She shouted, "Move!" Her blade immediately trembled. Then, it transformed into a rope that tightly wrapped around his hand. Zhang Rochin's eyes widened in shock. Just like that, she locked his hand and suppressed him to the ground. On her finger, a sharp claw was revealed. Zhang Yuxi was extremely worried. She pleaded, "God, save my younger brother!" Qing Luo smirked triumphantly. She swung her claw to finish him off. The sharp claw almost touched him. Zhang Rochin also widened his eyes in horror, staring at the sharp weapon. Suddenly, he used his other hand to point at an acupoint on her finger, causing her pain and forcing her to retreat. Zhang Rochin stood up, holding his hand and saying, "Ah, next time you send someone to assassinate me, be sure to send someone stronger." She squatted on the ground. Zhang Rochin glared and kicked her away as he spoke. "With your level, you're not even worthy of being used for practice." This kick sent Qing Luo flying several meters away. Then, Zhang Rochin chuckled. He said again, "Xuanji realm. That's all there is to it." Her leg was already tightly held by him. Qing Luo glared, gritting her teeth. She thought to herself, he only has the cultivation of the Huangji realm. How can his strength be so overbearing? Then, Zhang Rochin used force to throw her far away. Zhang Yuxi said in surprise, "Ninth brother. For better or worse, she's a girl, yet you use such ruthless methods." He replied, "Female assassins don't count as girls." She said again, "Your verbal skills are stronger than your strength." Qing Luo collapsed on the ground, her face contorted in pain. Zhang Rochin frowned. He said, "This is your last chance? Who wants to kill me? Speak." Suddenly, her body radiated a red jinqi that enveloped her body. She pressed her hands on the ground. She used her hands as force to lift her body high. Then, she delivered an extremely fast kick to Zhang Rochin's face. He dodged in time but still had a cut on his face. La Qing chuckled, thinking to herself, the assassination has failed. Run first. After all, he's just in the Huangji realm, lacking experience. Taking advantage of this moment, she launched herself high to escape. As she ran, she thought, the ninth prince's fighting strength is even comparable to a mid-stage Xuanji realm martial artist. I must escape to report to the Empress. But before she could think further, Zhang Rochin was already closely following. He even leisurely analyzed, after the blood she surges, the speed is indeed not ordinary. But it's still just the Xuanji realm. She looked over and widened her eyes in shock. She thought, he's only at the great perfection of the Huangji realm, how can his speed be so fast? Under the torrential rain, Zhang Rochin and Han Qing Luo flew and fought in the air. Neither gave way. Han Qing Luo ran and fought, and Zhang Rochin also didn't allow himself to be distanced. He quickly flew closer to her. The rain became heavier and heavier, but this chase showed no signs of ending. While running like this, Han Qing Luo glanced back. She thought to herself, this kid not only has a strangely fast speed, but his strength is also astonishing. If this continues, I'm afraid I will be captured alive by him. Suddenly she stopped and took out 3 flying daggers from her hand. Rochin glared, thinking to himself, there are hidden weapons. Han Qingluo turned around and launched 3 flying daggers towards him. At the same time, a huge thunderclap erupted in the sky. Rochin calmly used his bare hands to deflect the hidden weapons. Seeing this, Han Qingluo also began to frown, thinking to herself, I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to escape. Rochin glared, holding 3 copper coins in his hand, preparing to launch them at her. He said, You have hidden weapons, and I have them too. With that, he strongly flicked the 3 copper coins towards her. 1 copper coin struck her directly in the back. The force was quite strong, causing her to widen her eyes in anger, looking back. She fell straight to the ground, motionless, lying awkwardly in the rain. Rochin approached, thinking to himself, Who exactly sent her to assassinate me? I'll see her real face first. He reached out to pull off the cloth covering her mouth. He had brought his hand close to her face when she suddenly opened her eyes. Immediately, she thrust her sharp iron fingers at his face, catching him somewhat by surprise. She threw herself back, intending to pin Rochin to the ground. But the attack was meaningless. Instantly, he flicked his hand and directly sent her flying. The strike was not light, and she flew several meters, face down on the ground. At this time, he no longer had any intention of showing mercy. Rochin took out his heavy sword and said, You don't appreciate a toast, so you prefer to drink a forfeit. I have no choice but to forcibly make you confess. Han Qingluo looked up at him, her body full of wounds. She wore a difficult expression but still showed a smile. She said, Since I came to assassinate you, then I certainly won't be captured by you. Immediately, she bit something in her mouth, and Rochin looked extremely shocked. Suddenly, a black smoke rose from her body, as if her body was turning into black sand. Her body decomposed faster and faster. Before that, she had looked at him and said, I couldn't kill you today. Later, others will come to kill you. A moment later, only her clothes remained in front of Rochin. She had completely disappeared. Zhang Yuxi ran over at this time. She asked, Ninth brother, how is it? Where is the female assassin? He replied, She's dead. He said with a sinking face, She drank poison to destroy her body and erase the traces. I'm very curious as to who trained such a loyal assassin. Zhang Yuxi bent down and looked down. She said, Now that she has evaporated, what other way do you have? Curiosity must have clues to find her master. Rochin suddenly laughed. I have a way that might work, but to lure the snake out of its hole and find the person behind the command, I need Ninth sister to perform a play with me. Zhang Yuxi asked in surprise, Perform a play? Back in the Empress's bedroom, she was sitting on the bed, thinking to herself, Han Qingluo assassinated a small 9th prince and hasn't returned to report after so long. She bent over anxiously. Her eyes were dark, there must be something hidden inside. Suddenly, a maid rushed into the room. She said breathlessly, Your Majesty. Big trouble. She shouted, What's the panic? What happened? Speak quickly. The maid bent over and said the 9th prince said that Han Qingluo's assassination failed and was arrested and escorted to the heavenly prison. The 9th prince was seriously injured. Before he fell into a coma, he saw Han Qingluo's real face. The Empress was also extremely panicked when she heard this. She turned pale and widened her eyes. What, the heavenly prison? She thought to herself, this is not good. The great king knows that Han Qingluo is my personal maid, if he goes to the heavenly prison and recognizes her. She lowered her head in frustration, put her hands on her head and said to the maid, Zhao Lin, I want you to rush into the heavenly prison at any cost to rescue Qingluo before the great king arrives. If not, then kill her and destroy the traces. Zhao Lin said, This disciple understands? Zhao Lin asked again, The 9th prince has seen Qingluo's face, wait for him to wake up. The Empress fell backward, propped herself up and said, I will send your junior sister to eliminate him so that he can never wake up again. After that, she said angrily, The 4 of you are my confidants, my sharp weapons, as long as I have you, no one can shake my position in the court, don't let me down. Zhao Lin's eyes became sharp, she said, The queen can rest assured, Zhao Lin will definitely not fail to live up to the queen's trust. The next day, she summoned the 2 brothers, Lin Qingyu. The person on the seat said, Qingyu, The marriage of Ningshan and seventh child is decided like this. As for the specific marriage, you are fully responsible. What do you think? The two knelt down together and said, "Thank you, Queen, for your grace." The sound of high heels sounded, and a maid from the palace stepped in. That person stood in front of the Queen and said, "Your Majesty." The three great princes encountered an ambush by the Forbidden Army, and all of them committed suicide by drinking poison. Hearing the bad news, Lin Ningshan was extremely surprised. Even Lin Ningshan was equally astonished. The Queen, on the other hand, was furious, grinding her teeth as she said, "Zhang Rochin, I truly underestimated you." The Queen, seated on her throne, was seething with anger. If Zhang Rochin isn't eliminated, he will become a calamity from within. Lin Ningshan, kneeling on the ground, had a sinister look in his eyes. "Your Majesty, I have a plan. How about hiring assassins from the black market to kill the ninth prince? We can guarantee that no one will be able to trace it back to us." Hearing this, the Queen said, "That makes sense. I'll leave it to you. If you succeed, the Lin family will benefit greatly." Lin Ningshan clasped his hands respectfully and said with determination, "Your Majesty doesn't need to trouble yourself with such a small matter. Just leave it to us servants. We guarantee to quickly obtain the ninth prince's head." The Queen replied, "Then I shall await good news." At the Jade Pavilion Palace, Zhang Rochin and Zhang Yuxi sat down together to discuss. Zhang Yuxi asked, "Those assassins all committed suicide with poison, leaving no clues. Ninth brother. What should we do?" Zhang Rochin replied, "The assassin who raided the prison had the cultivation of the earth realm. It seems that her master must be someone quite formidable." His eyes became serious as he thought, "Before, I suspected that the instigator was someone in the palace. This morning, I learned that the Queen executed the 4 maids serving her for making mistakes. What a coincidence. These 4 maids must be the 4 female assassins who tried to kill me repeatedly. The one who wants to kill me must be the Queen." Zhang Yuxi changed the subject with a cheerful tone. "Ninth brother, the sword master Dueling, who was brought back yesterday, has woken up. Should we go see him?" Hearing this, he said, "Really? Then let's go see how he is." In his heart, he thought, "I'm still no match for the Queen. I should focus on cultivation and plan for the long term." Zhang Rochin and Zhang Yuxi went to see Aluo. Yunu was already waiting outside. She giggled and said, "Your Highness, Aluo's injuries have healed, and his severed tendons have been reconnected. But he's been listless all day, not saying a word, like an idiot." Zhang Rochin rubbed his forehead, saying wearily, "Mental illnesses are hard to cure. Whether he can escape from his predicament depends on his own will." Zhang Yuxi scolded from the side. "You have time to worry about others but not your own situation." Yunu pointed to a corner under a tree. Aluo was sitting there, holding a stick, not knowing what he was doing. Yunu said, "These past few days, he's always been sitting on the ground, drawing people like this. The person being drawn is..." Zhang Yuxi exclaimed in surprise, "The person he's drawing couldn't be Lin Ningshan?" On the ground was a drawing of Lin Ningshan with an extremely adorable appearance, completely different from her real self. Zhang Rochin approached. He asked, "Where is your sword?" Aluo lowered his head, his eyes lifeless. He replied, "My meridians are broken, I can't lift a sword anymore." Zhang Rochin continued, "Meridians broken, and you're crippled? If you're a cripple, how do you have the strength to sit here drawing people because of a woman? It seems I overestimated you before." Hearing this, his hand trembled slightly, causing the branch to tremble along with it. It was unclear whether he was trembling from anger or humiliation. Before he could say anything, Zhang Rochin continued, stepping on the face of Lin Ningshan that he had drawn, "She doesn't call you a person, yet you treat her like a goddess. Indulging in depravity. You're not even as good as trash." At this moment, Aluo stood up and roared at Zhang Rochin, "What are you doing? If I didn't owe you 2 lives, I would have killed you already." At this moment, Zhang Rochin suddenly burst out laughing. He said, "Haha, relying on trash like you? Even if you cultivate for another 10 years, you won't be my match." At this moment, Aluo was completely provoked. He roared, "I'm not trash." He gripped the branch tightly, channeling his true chi. Then, he treated the branch like a sword and charged at Zhang Rochin. Zhang Rochin said, "Trash is trash." Before his attack could reach, Zhang Rochin sent him flying into a tree with a palm strike. he said again. Why did I save trash like you? Aluo gritted his teeth and growled. Then, he transformed his body and charged at Zhang Rochin. Zhang Rochin lightly punched him, sending him flying away. Next, he showed no mercy, raised his hand, and punched him. He punched him straight in the face. Zhang Rochin roared, "You don't even have the strength to fight back, you trash. You're wasting your time being my opponent." Continuing, he kicked him. Then punched him in the face again. Yunu, standing outside, was extremely worried. She said, "Your Highness, Aluo." Zhang Yuxi winked at her and said, "Don't panic, ninth brother is just trying to awaken Aluo." An hour later, he was beaten to the point where he couldn't stand up. He hunched over and sat on the ground, panting, "Hook, hook, no more fighting." Zhang Rochin glared at him and said, "What? Still want to be a cripple?" Aluo replied, "I am a swordsman, not a cripple. I've thought it through, thank you." At this moment, Zhang Rochin laughed. He said, "No need to thank me. You were able to think everything through based on your own will. What are your plans next?" Aluo stood up. He said, "My meridians are broken and I can't step into the profound realm anymore, but I want to find a way to find spiritual medicine to reconnect my meridians." Zhang Rochin looked thoughtful and said, "I have a cultivation technique that only people with broken meridians can cultivate. If your willpower is strong enough, you might be able to successfully cultivate this special technique." Aluo suddenly knelt down, his eyes full of gratitude. He said, "I agree. Benefactor, please accept a bow from Aluo." Aluo considers himself to owe benefactor 3 lives. In the future, if the benefactor has a need, even if it is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, I will not refuse. Zhang Rochin took out the cultivation technique and handed it to him, saying, "Yunu will take care of your daily life. Work hard on cultivation." After finishing his work, Zhang Yuxi put his arm around his neck and said, "Ninth brother, you've never been to the royal family's martial arts training ground, have you? Today, go there with your sister to cultivate." Zhang Rochin replied, "Okay." The scene shifted to evening, in the king's bedchamber. An old man stood before the king, clasping his hands respectfully, and said, "Your Majesty, a fledgling that does not leave its nest cannot become a mighty eagle. Should we consider sending the 9th prince out of the palace to study under a master?" Hearing this, the king said, "That is indeed so. If 9th child can quickly break through to the profound realm, perhaps he can catch up with the recruitment time of the Cloud Platform sect this year." The old man also said, "This old servant feels that it is inappropriate. The 7th prince has already entered the Cloud Platform sect. If the 9th prince also goes, it may not be a good thing." The king heard this and said, "That makes sense. The owner of the Wu family money house, Lu Chuanshan, mentioned to me that he wanted to recommend 9th child to study at the Wu family's academy for cultivation." The old man said again, "The Wu family's academy? It accepts disciples from the Heavenly Demon Spiritual Sons County Kingdom, which is larger than the Cloud Platform sect. And the entrance examinations are even stricter." The king laughed very heartily. He said, "Ha ha ha, this king feels that 9th child has a 9% chance of passing the entrance examination for the Wu family's academy. When he breaks through to the profound realm, this king will go and ask what his goal is." The next morning, at the royal family's martial arts training ground, Zhang Yuxi and Zhang Rochin were already standing there. In this place, a group of experts, each with extraordinary skills, demonstrated their abilities. He observed the experts here and found it amazing. He thought to himself, although the Wu Yun County Kingdom is only a small border state, there are plenty of talents in the royal family. Zhang Yuxi started teasing him again. She said, unexpectedly, the peerless genius 9th prince would be surprised by this small situation. He narrowed his eyes and replied, "Although I am a prince, I have not seen too much of the world. As for 9th sister who has broad knowledge and cultivates many types of martial arts, she actually chose a female assassin." Zhang Yuxi said, "Hey, calling me rustic is already overestimating me." Zhang Yuxi smoothed her hair, showing off the outfit she was wearing today. She said, "Don't you think this outfit is both useful and seductive?" Suddenly someone said from behind, "I heard that the 9th prince has won 10 consecutive victories against the golden ranking martial artists, and is now the top-ranked person in the golden ranking." Zhang Rochin glanced over. He thought to himself, "Why is it this evil 6th prince?" Together with the 6th prince, the 5th prince was also here. He said, "What level has your strength reached? Can you give us a chance to broaden our horizons?" The sixth prince said with a sneer, I don't know who would be stronger if the ninth prince's strength fought against the profound realm martial artist. In front of him, there was another person who stepped forward. That person said, Ninth brother, let third brother learn your high skills. The third prince Zhang Honghuan was quite refined. He looked quite old, handsome and quite similar to the king. He smiled and said, convenient for the brothers and sisters to learn from your supreme style. Zhang Yushi stood in front of him and said, Third brother, you have already reached the middle stage of the profound realm. Ninth brother has only reached the great perfection of the yellow realm. Isn't this kind of competition unfair? Zhang Rochin looked at her and thought, among the descendants of the royal family, only this silly sister regards me as family. Zhang Honghuan smiled slightly. He said, What does ninth sister mean by that? Isn't it considered practice for ninth brother to lose to his own brother? Lin Ningshan clapped his hands. He said, Third prince, your highness, well said. The third prince's words are very reasonable. Cousin, are you afraid of losing? So you don't dare to fight, or do you despise the third prince? Zhang Yushi looked in his direction. Beside him was Lin Ningshan. She said coldly, Lin Ningshan, this is the royal family's training ground. Why are you guys here? In her heart she thought, this pair of evil brothers and sisters are really hateful. Lin Ningshan looked extremely smug. He smiled and said, By order of the queen, your highness, today Ningshan and I can also come to the royal family's training ground to practice martial arts skills. And conveniently also train with the princes and princesses. Zhang Yushi reached out and touched her hair. She frowned, clearly showing her contempt. She said, I'm just afraid that some people will ride on the high branches and still not be able to become a phoenix. What do you think? Ningshan, younger sister. Lin Ningshan glared, her face showing extreme anger. She thought, Zhang Yushi has repeatedly humiliated me. I must find an opportunity to teach her a lesson. Returning to Zhang Rochin, Zhang Honghuan still did not give up. He raised his hand in front of him and said, Ninth brother, do you ultimately dare not fight with this prince? Or do you look down on this third brother of yours? Zhang Rochin clasped his hands and said respectfully, If you have said it to this extent, then I will train with third brother. Zhang Honghuan grinned. He said, Ninth brother, don't lose to me from the very first move, then the face of the person at the top of the golden ranking will be completely lost. Lin Ningshan heard this and looked extremely excited. She thought, I didn't hear wrong, he actually agreed? This time there's a good show to watch. I can't wait to see how he gets beaten black and blue. At the training ground, the two are standing facing each other, ready to fight. Zhang Honghuan tensed up, his muscles showing. This is called the Man Neo Battle Fist. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, wants to use strength to suppress me. Zhang Honghuan threw a punch. Zhang Rochin immediately bent down to dodge the blow. He smiled and said, Fast speed, but do you think you can resist me like that? He replied, Resist? Let's see if you can hit me first. Zhang Honghuan began to swing his second punch. He said, In the face of absolute strength, what use is speed? He replied, Oh? Please, third brother, give me a demonstration of what absolute strength is. The third prince circulated his true chi. A strong ancient energy surrounded him, which was very strong. He said, Ninth brother, my Man Neo Battle Fist has been cultivated to the 9th level. The strength is equal to 81 bulls. Can you withstand it? Then he punched the ground. This punch carried an extremely large aura. The ground shook, and broke into many small pieces of stone, blowing away Zhang Rochin. Zhang Honghuan immediately attacked. He said, This time, let's see how you dodge. A punch directly erupted with extremely powerful true chi, striking at Zhang Rochin. He seemed to have been hit. Zhang Yushi, standing outside, was extremely worried. She shouted loudly, Ninth brother. The two Lin Ningshan siblings were extremely happy. Lin Ningshan had a happy expression, and smiled with complacency. She said, Hit by Zhang Honghuan head-on this time. Even if he doesn't die, he will be crippled and difficult to live. This punch caused the ground to be messed up, and the flat ground was now uneven and cracked. Zhang Honghuan stood proudly like a victor and said, It seems that your speed cannot guarantee your safety. But before he could rejoice, Zhang Rochin's figure had flashed behind him. He attacked with a palm, dragon elephant prajna palm. The third prince immediately used the Man Neo Battle Fist to meet the move. The palm technique and the fist technique collided. Both were evenly matched, and no one suffered a loss. The pressure of this collision was quite large, and the true chi touched each other, creating a loud explosion. After the explosion, Zhang Rochin was pushed back, but overall he was not injured. Zhang Rochin laughed with interest. He said, "This is the power of a middle-stage profound realm martial artist?" At this time, Zhang Honghuan's eyes suddenly turned red, and a mark appeared on his forehead. He shouted, "This is just the beginning." His body underwent a strange phenomenon. His muscles became stronger, and he looked like a mad bull. Zhang Rochin burst out laughing. He thought to himself, "The middle stage of the profound realm is indeed a rare treasure to practice with. I must seize this opportunity." The sixth prince and the fifth prince saw Zhang Honghuan's burst of power, and immediately looked excited. The sixth prince laughed. "Ha ha ha, third brother is angry. Little ninth child will suffer a disaster." Zhang Yuxi was uneasy. She was extremely worried. She thought to herself, "Honghuan's face is very pale. It seems that he has just reached the middle stage of the profound realm. Ninth brother will definitely be able to cope." Zhang Honghuan clenched his fists and rushed madly towards Zhang Rochin. He kicked Zhang Rochin in the face, as fast as lightning, and he quickly tilted his head to the side to dodge the blow. Zhang Honghuan smiled triumphantly. He said, "Thought you could dodge my punch and be safe?" He struck out. He didn't hit Zhang Rochin, but Zhang Rochin was knocked up into the air. Zhang Honghuan was arrogant and said loudly, "This is the strength of the number one martial arts genius of the golden ranking?" Zhang Rochin glanced at him. He thought, "Just relying on the fist wind can blow me away. This guy's strength cannot be underestimated." Before he could think more, he saw his figure coming towards him. Zhang Honghuan had moved to in front of him a long time ago. He said, "Each punch now is like 100 bulls of strength. Ninth brother, see if you can still hold on." Having said that, he again punched towards Zhang Rochin. This punch was even more powerful than the punches just now combined. The true qi erupted violently, directly receiving this punch, causing him to fly straight down to the arena immediately. Zhang Yuxi could not sit or stand still. She called out, "Ninth brother." Some were sad and some were happy. Lin Ningshan took this opportunity to say ironic words. "Why is Princess so panicked? Is your heart aching because your dear younger brother was defeated by others?" Zhang Yuxi looked at her with half an eye, hating her very much in her heart. How hateful! "My ninth brother is so cute, but he has such a disgusting cousin. It's really incomprehensible." On the arena, thick columns of smoke rose. Zhang Honghuan stood looking around in the smoke. Zhang Rochin appeared and disappeared. He moved behind him quietly without him knowing. Then, he took the opportunity to give him a palm to his back. Zhang Honghuan received the palm and gritted his teeth, uncomfortably looking behind him, wanting to use the thick smoke to attack. Next, he again used the smoke to move forward and gave him a punch to his stomach. Zhang Honghuan only knew how to grit his teeth and endure it. He vomited blood. His eyes lit up with anger. He shouted, "Want to defeat me with these petty tricks? How naive! Your level is worse than hers." Zhang Honghuan took a deep breath. He blew and the smoke disappeared. Zhang Rochin gradually appeared. He smiled and said, "No more fog to cover you. Let's see where you are going to hide." Then, he rushed towards him like a storm. Zhang Honghuan erupted with true qi to the outside, attacking in droves to his side. Zhang Rochin quickly dodged. He broke out in sweat thinking, the martial artist of the middle stage of the profound realm is indeed not to be underestimated. The third prince is probably the weakest among them. Lin Ningshan stood outside watching the competition and laughed. She put her hand across her chest and said arrogantly, "Although the third prince is a waste, his cultivation is not bad. Zhang Rochin seems to have lost." Lin Qianyu next to him said, "Zhang Rochin's cultivation is much stronger than I thought. The third prince can hardly do anything." Lin Ningshan stomped her foot hard on the floor. Her expression immediately changed, and a hint of unbelievable horror appeared in her eyes. How is this possible? He was clearly beaten to the point where he could only retreat, and even didn't have the strength to fight back. Lin Qianyu also had eyes. He frowned, his hand on his forehead and said, "Look at the ground he is stomping on. He seems to be pouring all his strength into the ground. It looks very difficult, but in fact he is not injured at all. This kind of subtle control really exceeded my expectations. We must thank this stupid third prince for helping us verify Zhang Rochin's true strength, otherwise we would have paid a reward to hire an assassin in the night market." Zhang Yuxi watched the match, thinking, still continuing to entangle with the third brother, "I'm afraid the ninth brother will be at a disadvantage." Zhang Yuxi threw her sword to Zhang Rochin. She said loudly, "Ninth brother, Your cultivation is not as good as third brother, don't use force to fight him, take the sword. Zhang Rochin thought, I wanted to practice palm techniques with him, but oh well, it doesn't matter. Thinking this, he raised the sword in his hand, with a confident expression, and said, If that's the case, then let's end it soon. As soon as the sword was firmly in his hand, Zhang Rochin released the sword move. The sword intent of Heavenly Heart was only revealed. A sword move pulled countless true chi divided into a path aimed at Zhang Honghuan and ran. The sword move split the ground into small pieces. But it didn't hit Zhang Honghuan. He jumped up and dodged the blow. As soon as he landed, Zhang Rochin immediately rushed over. Immediately he clenched his fist and said, No matter how strong you are still just a Yellow Realm martial artist, and cannot defeat me. Zhang Rochin immediately unleashed the second sword move, the sword intent. The ground exploded, and earth and rocks flew into the air, smoke and dust flew everywhere. After a while, the smoke gradually dissipated, and the place was completely flattened. Zhang Honghuan lay helplessly on the rock. He grimaced uncomfortably. Lin Ningshan looked at it, and broke out in a cold sweat. He stared, stunned. 2 simple swords defeated the third prince. If this talent continues to develop, it will definitely cause big trouble in the future. Lin Ningshan frowned. Unbelievable, she cursed inwardly. This trash third prince, instead of making Zhang Rochin embarrassed, he made him even more prominent. Damn it! Zhang Yuxi seemed to realize something. She narrowed her eyes, scolding Zhang Rochin. This stinky kid, clearly he is in a winning position, making everyone nervous. He always makes his sister worry. Before this undeniable victory, it made the people who witnessed it look at him with different eyes. A little girl said, I understand. 9th brother must have spared 3rd brother. Otherwise, with 9th brother's strength, 3rd brother would have been defeated long ago. Zhang Honghuan glanced at him. His eyes unwilling, he said, I'm not convinced. 9th brother, let's fight again. He reached out and said again, Don't rush to leave, I haven't lost yet. Zhang Rochin glanced to the back and said, No need to force it. Who wins or who loses, does it really matter so much? Zhang Rochin raised the sword and returned it to Zhang Yuxi. He said happily, There is no battle in the world that is all win. Thank you for the sword, 9th sister. Zhang Yuxi immediately put her arm around his shoulder and said, 9th brother, why didn't you tell me in advance that you could win against 3rd brother and make me worry? Lin Ningshan saw the scene of the brother and sister being close and became hateful. She frowned, thinking, another brother and sister, it's really annoying. She immediately approached Zhang Yuxi and proposed a match. 9th princess, I heard that you have reached the realm of sword following your heart. Ningshan suddenly wants to compete with you. I don't know what 9th princess thinks. Zhang Yuxi laughed and said, Okay. Last time I lost to you, I've always been worried about it. The two stood facing each other. Zhang Yuxi reached out and touched her sword, and continued with a serious expression, This princess has long wanted to rematch with you once. If you have already come to this royal family martial arts arena, then we should also compete. Lin Ningshan heard this, and a smile appeared on her mouth. She drew her sword and revealed her deep true chi. Then I will have to ask the princess to give me guidance. As soon as she came out, Zhang Yuxi used a fairly strong sword move. She put the sword at eye level and circulated her true chi, activating the water system Inscription. Zhang Yuxi raised the sword high, and a pillar of true chi rose to the sky, and the waves of the sea were faintly visible outside. Lin Ningshan smiled smugly. She thought, the 9th princess's sword technique has improved quite a lot compared to the end of your assessment. Not bad, but still nothing. Lin Ningshan jumped high, slashing through the wave, heading straight for where Zhang Yuxi was standing. She laughed, I've got you. Zhang Yuxi was shocked, a little sweat breaking out on her forehead. Before she could react, Lin Ningshan turned and unleashed a sword intent. Zhang Yuxi quickly blocked it, her eyes showing a hint of seriousness. Lin Ningshan suddenly shouted and released her grip. She used force, and with a single swing of her sword, sent Zhang Yuxi and the sword in her hand flying. Lin Ningshan was now sure of her victory. She laughed arrogantly and said, Just like last time, I win again. After that, she raised her sword high, constantly uttering sarcastic words. The 9th princess, known as the favored daughter of heaven, can't even hold a sword properly. It seems the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Zhang Yuxi struggled to sit up. She said to Lin Ningshan, you are deliberately humiliating this princess. Lin Ningshan frowned, smugly saying, I wouldn't dare. Lin Ningshan wouldn't dare humiliate your highness, the princess. It's just that I didn't expect the sword skills of your highness to be so bad. Zhang Yuxi was extremely angry, tears welling up in her eyes. She shouted, audacious. At this moment, Zhang Rochin stepped onto the arena, picked up Zhang Yuxi's sword, and said, Lin Ningshan, your cultivation is a whole realm higher than Ninth Sister's. He stood up straight, swung his sword to the left, and continued, does winning prove that you are more outstanding than her? Don't be so childish. Zhang Yuxi saw him and said, Ninth brother. Lin Ningshan frowned, folded her arms across her chest, and said provocatively, everyone who dares to say I'm childish can see that I can defeat the ninth princess with just one sword. Her strength is not worthy of her fame, unlike me. Zhang Rochin calmly replied, if that's the case, then let's have a rematch in a month. If you still defeat Ninth Sister then, I will apologize to you. Zhang Yuxi sat behind, her eyes filled with tears. She looked at him in surprise and said, Ninth brother, if I lose again you will. In her heart she thought, could it really be because of me that Ninth brother is willing to bow his head and apologize to that bitch? Lin Ningshan found this interesting, so she agreed, okay. Zhang Rochin, remember your words. I am looking forward to the day a genius bows his head and apologizes to me. Zhang Rochin said again, but if you lose, you must apologize to Ninth Sister in front of everyone. She replied, okay, I agree. Lin Ningshan looked at his back and thought to herself, apologize? You think it's that simple? Trampling on you to humiliate you is even more interesting than killing you. At this time, Lin Qingyu and Lin Ningshan had already left the royal palace. Lin Qingyu said, Zhang Rochin is not an easy person to deal with. If he wants to do something, he will definitely do it. Ningshan, you'd better be careful. Lin Ningshan confidently said, brother, you think too much. With the spiritual energy medicine liquid that you brought back from the Yuntai sect, I will definitely reach the great perfection of the extreme realm in a month. The ninth princess cannot defeat me. Lin Qingyu was pleased to hear this and said, practice hard and strive to reach the great perfection of the Huangji realm early. At that time, I will give you a Xian blood pill to help you break through to the Xuanji realm in an instant. Suddenly he stepped forward and stood facing her, saying, with your talent, entering the Yuntai sect after the Xuanji realm is not difficult. The ninth princess is just a stepping stone for you. And even Zhang Rochin. Lin Ningshan laughed smugly when she heard this. She said, he dares to disobey Empress Nyang. He won't live long anyway. But before that, I still want to make a splash. Back at the royal arena, only Zhang Yuxi and Zhang Rochin remained. Zhang Yuxi was still sitting on the ground and said, Ninth brother, Lin Ningshan may have used some kind of secret medicine. Her cultivation has increased rapidly. A month later, her horror will probably increase again. I almost can't win against her. You are too reckless. Zhang Rochin looked at her and said confidently, Ninth sister, do you believe me? Have you forgotten that I cultivated to the great perfection of the Huangji realm in just half a year? Zhang Yuxi now remembered. She immediately asked, that's right. Ninth brother, what exactly have you done? But she covered her mouth again, or maybe, don't tell me, after all, that's your secret. Zhang Rochin laughed. He put his hand on his forehead and said, it's okay, ninth sister, you are cultivating the 1000 water technique of the lower grade of the spiritual rank. Right. Zhang Yuxi lowered her head and said, our royal family can monopolize 3 complete spiritual rank cultivation methods is already amazing, and I can't do anything about it. Zhang Rochin leaned closer to her ear and said, if ninth sister is willing to keep a secret from me, I can pass on to you a lower grade of the ghost rank cultivation method. She was shocked by this information. She stammered, ghost rank, lower grade? Zhang Yuxi asked suspiciously, ninth brother, where did you get such a shocking secret manual? Even the strongest cultivation method of the Yuntai sect I heard is only a lower grade of the ghost rank. He replied, the cultivation method that I want to pass on to you is called Heavenly River Jade Scripture, divided into 7 levels in total. If you successfully cultivate the first level, you can reach the great perfection of the Huangji realm. Then, a few hours passed. In Zhang Rochin's room, a large fire burned fiercely. The crackling sound of burning firewood could be clearly heard. Zhang Yuxi and Zhang Rochin stood in front of the large brazier. She said to him, ninth brother, don't worry, even if mother or father asks, I won't say a word. I will definitely keep this cultivation method a secret for you. Zhang Rochin didn't care much about that, he said. Now you can convert your previous cultivation into the Heavenly River Jade scripture. Once the conversion is successful, the quality of the energy in your body will definitely increase a lot, and from there you can break through to the great extreme position. Zhang Yushi was extremely happy. Her eyes were round and bright. She was very touched. Ninth brother, you even passed on such a priceless Heavenly River Jade scripture to your sister. Tell me, how should I thank you? Zhang Rochin smiled but frowned awkwardly. Ninth sister, we are siblings. What's there to thank? A month is very short. You must seize the time to cultivate. Zhang Yushi moved closer to his face, her expression full of teasing. She said, if you weren't my younger brother, I would definitely repay you with my body. His eyes showed a hint of helplessness and embarrassment. But then, Zhang Yushi let go of him, smiled playfully and said, he, I'm just kidding. And he was so scared that he fell to the floor. After that, she turned around 180 degrees, as if nothing had happened, and said, I'm going back to cultivate. I will definitely win against Lin Ningshan in a month. I will definitely not let ninth brother down. Zhang Rochin could only helplessly look at her. Zhang Yushi said again in a serious tone, I want to make Lin Ningshan regret looking down on such an outstanding talent like you. Time passed to 20 days later. Inside the crystal, Zhang Rochin was still cultivating here. The black cat was sitting beside him watching. It looked at him, pondering, this kid's true energy pools should be almost full. I wonder if he can reach the supreme extreme realm. Zhang Rochin laughed and said, now I can unleash the power of 99 parts, only one part away from the 100th part of the supreme extreme realm. The black cat yawned and said, although there is only a difference of one part of power, reaching the supreme extreme realm will lead to the resonance of divine power with the ancient gods. The benefits are unimaginable. What a pity. He turned to look at it and said, it's not necessarily that there is no chance. If I cultivate the dragon elephant prajna palm to the third palm, and my martial body is strong enough, I may be able to erupt with the strength of 100 oxen. Hearing him say that, it made sense, so it excitedly said, that's right. You only used the human rank cultivation method just now. Of course you can't exert your full strength. Zhang Rochin said again, there are too many constraints in the royal palace. I can't practice the palm freely, otherwise I wouldn't have failed to cultivate the third palm until today. But if I leave the palace, I will encounter assassins sent by the queen. Suddenly, he thought of something. He said excitedly, I've got it. There's no need to leave the palace. It's okay to go to Wang Mountain to fight with demonic beasts. That's the decision. The black cat was extremely panicked by this move. Is this kid crazy? Is he planning to risk his life to fight? In the end, Zhang Rochin still ventured to Wang Mountain. He was facing a silver dragon lion demonic beast. Zhang Rochin looked at the beast, sweating constantly. He thought to himself, my speed is not as fast as the silver dragon lion. If I can't find an opportunity to use my strength to suppress it, I'm definitely done for. Suddenly the silver dragon lion pounced. It swung its sharp claws towards him. Zhang Rochin quickly jumped up to dodge. Its sharp iron claws lightly chopped the tree behind him as if cutting a cake. But this missed attack created an opportunity for him. He leaped high and struck down with his palm. The demonic beast directly received his man-elephant earth palm strike. Zhang Rochin shouted, it's not over yet. He strained his eyes and continuously struck several more palms at it. The silver dragon beast was unprepared. It took several palms in a row. Zhang Rochin's eyes were fierce. He shouted, H.A. A huge explosion occurred in the surrounding area. The troops standing in the distance could also hear and see it. A soldier spoke up and asked, General, do we need to go and help the ninth prince? The general replied, the county king ordered that unless the ninth prince encounters a life-threatening danger, we are not allowed to disturb the ninth prince's cultivation. After that shocking explosion, there was a cloud of smoke below, and the demonic beast finally fell. Zhang Rochin laughed and said, even a high-level demonic beast has to rely on such despicable and cowardly means as feigning death? As soon as he finished speaking, it immediately sat up, opened its mouth wide, condensed a ball of energy, and aimed it at Zhang Rochin. Zhang Rochin was shocked. Just as it released that surge of true energy, he immediately dodged to the side. Zhang Rochin circulated a surge of energy into his hand, leaped high, and used Flying Dragon in the sky to attack it. One palm struck directly hit the demonic beast. As a result, It was killed immediately. Rochin turned and left, a triumphant smile on his face. He thought, with my current strength, I can fight with a profound extreme realm late-stage martial artist. At this time, the general who had been observing from above came down to assess the situation. He said, now he can kill the silver dragon lion. The realm of His Highness the Ninth Prince is truly unpredictable in the future. He looked at his subordinates and said, someone, take this corpse to exchange for silver coins and send it to His Highness's mansion. The person clasped his hands respectfully and said, yes, sir. For the remaining time, at a deep lake in Wang Mountain, Rochin sat firmly at the bottom of the lake, meditating and cultivating. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Following that, the surface of the water parted, the sky turned purple. Rochin stood in the middle of a pillar of true energy that was fiercely shooting upwards. Rochin threw a punch. Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm. Third palm. Dragon Elephant returns to the field. As soon as a palm was thrown, the calm lake's surface seemed to be surging. Wave after wave roared with the flow of true energy. Rochin turned around. He threw another palm, causing the water surface to seem to be split in half. Strange patterns appeared in the sky again, of all colors, as if they were attracted by the pillar of light and came flocking. And the pillar of light covered Rochin from above. In the distance, a group of soldiers saw the strange phenomenon and called out, General, this is... The general saw the strange phenomenon, and immediately exclaimed in panic, the gods are manifesting. All living beings kneeled down. With that, he immediately knelt down. Rochin looked at the scene he created and couldn't help but sigh. This is the resonance of the gods? Even I in my previous life have never experienced it. The pillar of light stretched straight into the sky. Even in the royal palace it could be seen. The old servant beside the king said, auspicious celestial phenomenon. This old servant has never seen it before. I wonder if the great king has ever seen it before. The king then explained, although I have never seen it with my own eyes, but from the descriptions in ancient books, this celestial phenomenon is probably the resonance of the gods. Those gods turned into streams of true energy of all colors. They all headed towards Rochin at the same time, and he was ready to accept them. Reaching the supreme extreme realm will indeed lead to the resonance of the gods. I have finally taken a step to become the strongest. The streams of true energy immediately entered his divine martial mark. Rochin frowned slightly, feeling every bit of it. The space inside his sea of consciousness seemed to be wrapped in more colors, extremely comfortable and pure, he thought, such pure energy, even I, the son of the underworld emperor, have never seen it before. If I can completely refine the energy of the resonance of the gods, I will definitely be able to break through to the profound extreme realm. Rochin was excited, clenched his fist. He eagerly thought, I can't wait to unleash this power a little. With that, he glared and punched the surface of the river. At this time the water surface seemed to collide with a strong energy. They were no longer swept along but immediately blasted away in all directions. The water in the lake splashed out of the lake like that, soaring several meters into the air. The force of the water splashing away was also terrifying, as if a large tornado had just arrived, sweeping them away several meters away. The generals who followed also stared in amazement at this scene. General Guqian said, the matter is very important. I must immediately report to the great king. You continue to protect the ninth prince. Do not leave without permission. The soldier beside him immediately replied, your subordinate obeys. At the royal palace, Guqian had returned to report to the king. The king asked in disbelief, Guqian, you didn't see it wrong, did you? It was definitely ninth son who caused the resonance of the gods? Guqian replied, this god saw it with my own eyes. I definitely did not speak nonsense. The king said again, now follow me to Wang Mountain to find ninth son to check on him. Guqian clasped his hands respectfully and said, this god receives the order. The king also said this matter must be kept secret. From tomorrow onwards, you and the soldiers go to guard the ancestral temple of Tianzi Mountain, and you must not leave the ancestral temple a single step for the rest of your life. At Wang Mountain, the king was standing in the distance observing Rochin sitting and cultivating on the water surface. He also immediately realized that someone had arrived. The king then spoke. He said, ninth son, don't panic. Father heard that you are cultivating here. I came to see how you are doing. He laughed and said, have you broken through to the profound extreme realm? Use your greatest strength to attack me and see. Zhang Ruochen laughed and replied yes. Then he circulated his true energy, creating great pressure. The ground under his feet cracked open. He rushed towards the king and unleashed a large amount of true energy. Launching the dragon elephant returns to the field. The king thought in surprise, in such a short time, he has obtained such mighty power. Zhang Ruochen struck down. The king immediately erupted his true energy to protect himself. He glared shocked. I have used all my strength, but I can't even break his true energy armor. The king stood still and received his palm, his face showing satisfaction. Seeing your growth, father is very happy, but my expectations of you are even greater than this. Zhang Ruochen frowned. He was blasted away by his true energy. Zhang Ruochen touched the ground with his hand to reduce the force of the blast. But even so, he was blasted away several meters further, skidding across the water surface. Zhang Ruochen quickly stood up. The king stood on the shore and said, "Not bad, this punch of yours is much stronger than the power of a profound extreme realm late-stage martial artist. With your control of power, you can even reach the Earth Extreme Realm." He laughed again and said, "It seems that you have truly cultivated to the supreme extreme realm of the Huangji realm, otherwise you could not be so strong. With your talent, your achievements in the future will definitely surpass even this king. Staying in the royal palace will only bury your talent." Zhang Ruochen asked suspiciously, "Then what do you mean?" The king now raised 2 fingers and said, "This king has arranged 2 paths for you to choose." He said sternly, "First, enter the Yunhai sect. With your talent you will easily be able to become an outer disciple." Zhang Ruochen also showed a serious expression and asked, "What about the second path?" He replied, "The second path is a bit more difficult. Do you know about the Wu Market Academy?" Zhang Ruochen replied, "The Wu Market Bank opened an academy in the Yunwu County Kingdom." He said again, "It is located in the Heavenly Demon Ridge, recruiting talents from the 36 counties around the Heavenly Demon Ridge. You will encounter even more challenges there." Just hearing this, Zhang Ruochen immediately said, "I choose this path of the Wu Market Academy." Hearing this, the king patted him on the shoulder. He looked satisfied. He said, "Ha ha. Good. Worthy of being the son of this king. A month later is the day that the Wu Market Academy recruits students. At that time I will send someone to take you to the Heavenly Demon Ridge." Zhang Ruochen replied, "Yes, I will go and prepare right away." At the palace of concubine Lin, Aluo had almost completely recovered. He was practicing with great enthusiasm. Zhang Ruochen sat in a corner watching. He said, "Aluo is indeed a remarkable talent. In a short time his strength has improved by leaps and bounds." Aluo was still diligently practicing. He swung his sword extremely sharply, cutting even the leaves in half. At this time, Zhang Ruochen stepped out, clapped, and praised, "Not bad. It seems that you have cultivated the first level of the 9 revolutions of life and death, reaching the profound extreme realm early stage." He replied, "Indeed." Aluo said again, "Benefactor, the cultivation method that I am practicing will definitely embark on a path of killing. I want to go to the black market and cause a scene." Zhang Ruochen replied, "That's fine, the black market for you may be a good way out." At this time Yunu came from behind and said, "Reporting to your highness, Lin Ningshan asked a palace maid to deliver a message." Zhang Ruochen was puzzled and asked, "Lin Ningshan?" Yunu replied, "The 1-month deadline has arrived. Today is the day of the 9th princess's decisive battle with Lin Ningshan, inviting you to participate in the battle at the royal training ground." Zhang Ruochen said while glancing at Aluo, "I know, I'm going right away." "Aluo, do you want to come and watch?" He replied, "Okay." Zhang Ruochen was silent, pondering. Lin Ningshan took the initiative to deliver the message. She must be very confident in herself. I wonder how Ninth Sister is doing with her cultivation. At the Royal Martial Training Ground, experts were already standing densely in the crowd, including Lin Xingyu, Lin Ningshan, and Zhang Yuxi, who had arrived some time ago. Zhang Ruochen and Aluo were probably the last 2 people to arrive. Seeing the 2 of them, Zhang Yuxi immediately waved and greeted with a bright smile, "Ninth brother, Aluo, over here." Lin Ningshan heard the name Aluo, slightly surprised. Aluo, wasn't he supposed to be? Lin Xingyu also couldn't remain calm. The people who came to watch the match began to talk. "Isn't that the first Mrs. Slave? He's not dead yet. He really has a big life? So what if he's not dead? His meridians were all severed. He's already a cripple." A tall man stepped closer. He was a head taller than Aluo. His eyes looked down, and he chided Aluo, "Aluo, you are the second Mrs. Slave? Seeing the miss and you don't quickly kneel down? From Aluo's eyes, a terrifying murderous intent appeared. Recalling the day he was beaten almost to death, he felt a tightness in his chest. He said, if I remember correctly. You were the one who delivered the final blow to me, right? The man was unconsciously panicked, sweat broke out, he felt like he was being targeted by a crazy wolf as prey. Another person stood out to shield the man. He shouted loudly, he is a cripple, what are you afraid of him doing? Can a slave rebel against the heavens? But his eyes excitedly landed a punch. The man also enthusiastically said, today I must teach a humble slave like you a good lesson for the second miss. That punch immediately flew straight at Aluo. Only to see Aluo frown, glaring, his blood-red eyes were even more terrifying. Then only the sounds of swords swishing could be clearly heard. In just a blink of an eye, the man had been defeated by him. Aluo smiled the smile of a victor. Zhang Yuxi looked at Zhang Rochin, her eyes slightly confused. She asked him, ninth brother, what's wrong with Aluo? He has an additional air of desolation about him. Zhang Rochin replied, he definitely wants to be friends with death. Killing is always his eternal theme. The guy fell to the ground, motionless. Lin Ningshan was shocked. She thought to herself, killed instantly with one sword? I couldn't even see his sword-drawing motion at all. Lin Qianyu chuckled and said, as expected of the life-reaping swordsman of our Lin family, Aluo, your cultivation is indeed stronger, and your sword is faster too. Aluo immediately retorted, Aluo was a slave of the Lin family before. Aluo now is just Aluo, and has nothing to do with the Lin family. Lin Ningshan put on a petty attitude. She laughed slyly and said, you're too naive. Once a slave, always a slave. If you break through to the profound extremity realm, returning to dedicate yourself to the Lin family will naturally bring you great benefits. Otherwise, I'll push you to your death. Aluo calmly replied, treating Lin Ningshan as something not worth mentioning, I agreed to be your slave because you once saved my life. But the Aluo of the past was beaten to death by you. The current me will naturally not be a slave to anyone. Aluo curled his lips slightly, a murderous look in his eyes. He threatened, if you force me, you will surely die. Upon hearing this, Lin Ningshan gnashed her teeth in anger. She shouted, are you rebelling? Guards! Zhang Rochin quickly spoke up, cousin, I bought this slave. Lin Ningshan showed some disdain. She crossed her arms and said, cousin, can I take it that you're begging me? Zhang Rochin chuckled and replied, if you insist on understanding it that way, it's not impossible. Lin Ningshan then said, since cousin is begging me, how can I not show some respect? Just give me 100 million my gold coins, and I'll sell this slave to you. Zhang Yuxi stepped forward and questioned her, Lin Ningshan, are you trying to rob us? She glared, her voice quite angry, 100 million can buy 100 profound extremity realm early-stage slaves. You're truly obsessed with money to the point of madness. Lin Ningshan covered her mouth with her hand, looking extremely smug. If you can't afford it, don't pretend to be a good person. Being a good person comes at a price. Zhang Rochin didn't want to argue further. He said, it's decided then. Within a month, I'll deliver 100 million gold coins to the Lin residence. Zhang Yuxi turned and said, ninth brother, she's clearly taking advantage of our misfortune. Why would you? Zhang Rochin didn't care about those things. He chuckled and turned to look at Aluo. Compared to 100 million gold coins, I value the bright future of a young genius more. Aluo was extremely touched. He called out, benefactor. Lin Ningshan found this exchange extremely profitable, and her mood improved significantly. She took out a contract and said, cousin, I admire you. 100 million my gold coins is just right as a wedding gift for me to marry His Highness the 7th Prince. Thank you for your generosity, cousin. Zhang Yuxi pouted, her eyes showing disgust. Lin Ningshan, you petty person. That smug look of yours is truly nauseating. Zhang Rochin took the contract. He said, thank you, cousin, for fulfilling my desire to cherish talent. As soon as he received the contract, he tore it up and said, Aluo, from now on, you are no longer anyone's slave. You are free. Aluo trembled with emotion. He said, benefactor, I will repay you 100-fold in the future. The people present immediately started discussing animatedly. One person said, is he crazy? Ninth Prince spent 100 million to buy a slave, and then destroyed the contract? A child looked admiringly. Wow, ninth brother is truly generous. Others, with money signs in their eyes, said in unison, the ninth prince values righteousness over wealth. Why don't we seek refuge with the ninth prince as well? At this time, Zhang Yuxi stepped forward. In her heart, she thought, as expected, ninth brother has made a decision. But I can't let that bitch Lin Ningshan benefit. Thinking this, she gripped the sword in her hand and stood in front of Lin Ningshan, saying, Lin Ningshan, don't even think about being smug. At this time, the two girls were standing on the arena. Zhang Yuxi stood with her arms crossed, while Lin Ningshan said, it seems that Her Highness the Ninth Princess has been planning this all along. She laughed smugly, placing her hand on her chest and saying, I wonder if you'll still be as arrogant when you lose to me for the third time later. Zhang Yuxi narrowed her eyes, her expression indifferent. She said, if you lose to me, I won't let you off easily. Lin Ningshan looked at her with a contemptuous expression. She said, oh? Then I want to change the rules. If I win, I don't need to apologize. I just need cousin to do me a favor. Lin Ningshan looked down at Zhang Rochin and said, cousin, what do you think? I certainly won't harm you. He replied, I have confidence in ninth sister. I agree. Lin Ningshan tilted her head, smiled triumphantly, and said, since cousin has agreed, you can't regret it. Zhang Yuxi looked at him, her face full of confidence. She said, ninth brother, don't worry. Ninth sister will definitely not disappoint you. Zhang Rochin was a little surprised. He thought to himself, could it be that ninth sister has successfully cultivated the first level of the Celestial River Jade Manual? Lin Ningshan took a step. Her steps were as light as nothing. Then, she rushed towards Zhang Yuxi and shouted, stop boasting, ninth princess. Take this sword. Lin Ningshan swung her sword, True Qi was released, shooting straight towards Zhang Yuxi. Zhang Rochin's face darkened as he watched the sword. He said, great perfection of the yellow extremity realm? What kind of elixir did she take to have such a fast cultivation speed? On the other side, Zhang Yuxi gripped her sword firmly, blocking her attack, looking quite flustered. The third prince Zhang Honghuan commented from the crowd, with Lin Ningshan's current cultivation, defeating ninth sister is as easy as flipping her hand. Ninth brother is too arrogant because he's still young. The fifth prince standing beside him added, if Lin Ningshan asks ninth brother to kneel before her, wouldn't that be a loss of dignity for our royal family? Lin Ningshan glared. She said, no matter how long you cultivate, I will always beat you. Zhang Yuxi smiled slightly, her eyes full of confidence. She replied, so what if you're at the great perfection of the yellow extremity realm? I'm at the same realm. Then, Zhang Yuxi widened the distance between them, jumping far away and leaping into the air. She raised her sword high, True Qi transformed into a stream of water surrounding her. Zhang Yuxi used the Celestial River Jade Manual. Lin Ningshan narrowed her eyes. She said again, even if you reach the great perfection of the yellow extremity realm, you still can't be my opponent. She swung her sword, unleashing the Heavenly Heart Finger technique. On the other side, Zhang Yuxi also swung her sword, and pillars of water rushed out. This move was called Azure Water Flood Dragon. A swirling wind collided with a pillar of seawater, creating a significant shock, and the ground trembled slightly. Lin Ningshan raised her sword high, and swung it again. This time, sword qi streaked across Zhang Yuxi's arm. Zhang Yuxi frowned, enduring the pain, and cried out, ugh. Seeing this, Zhang Yuxi immediately retreated, not recklessly attacking anymore. Lin Ningshan taunted again, after a month of hard training, you still can't withstand a single blow like this. You're too disappointing. Zhang Yuxi was sweating, but her eyes were still very firm. She said, even if I fall on the arena, I won't let you humiliate ninth brother. Don't underestimate my determination. Zhang Rochin, who was watching below, was also anxious. He shouted, ninth sister, don't stubbornly confront her head-on. Quickly exhaust her true qi. Lin Ningshan began to pursue her, continuously unleashing sword intent. Zhang Yuxi no longer attacked, but jumped to dodge. She glared and shouted, even with Zhang Rochin's guidance, you're still not my opponent. Zhang Yuxi also widened her eyes. She thought to herself, ninth brother is right. It's stubborn to confront this bitch head-on. Following that, she continuously dodged her sword attacks. Lin Ningshan continuously slashed down, and Zhang Yuxi simply dodged. Lin Ningshan was somewhat annoyed. She shouted, hiding and dodging, you'll never beat me in this lifetime. This time, Zhang Yuxi blocked her sword attack. But she was still knocked back by the sword chi, although it didn't cause any injuries. Zhang Yuxi bent over, touching the ground with one hand to maintain her balance, thinking to herself, as expected, it's effective. This bitch has consumed a large amount of true chi. My victory is more certain now. Looking at Lin Ningshan, she was narrowing her eyes, panting, looking extremely embarrassed. She thought to herself, Zhang Rochin, you damn bastard. If you hadn't guided the 9th princess, she would have fallen before my sword long ago. Zhang Rochin was standing below with Lin Ningshan beside him. He said, 9th sister, continue to stall and wait for her to reveal an opening, then attack. Lin Ningshan frowned, displeased. He said, as expected of my talented cousin. A few simple words have changed the situation. If cousin wants to guide the 9th princess, then can I also guide Ningshan? He replied indifferently, cousin, please do. Lin Ningshan smiled. He said, Ningshan, if the 9th princess wants to escape, use the Lin family's light-chasing sword technique to block her retreat. Hearing this, Lin Ningshan knew what she needed to do. She narrowed her eyes, a hint of killing intent flashing in them. Let's see how you dodged my Lin family's sword technique. She launched herself forward. A refined sword path, sword chi surged towards Zhang Yuxi. Zhang Yuxi didn't have time to react, she directly took the sword strike. Zhang Rochin also guided her, 9th sister, used the azure water sword technique to attack her lower body. Zhang Yuxi frowned. She hadn't regained her balance from being hit by that sword strike. But hearing Zhang Rochin's words, she gripped her sword, and streams of true chi began to converge on the sword. Zhang Yuxi glared, and true chi erupted again. A surge of waves rushed towards Lin Ningshan. She didn't defend and immediately took a sword strike. Soon, the clothes on her body were torn. Her body was thrown several meters away. Zhang Rochin said again, 9th sister, press the attack while you have the advantage. At this time, Lin Ningshan hadn't landed yet, and Zhang Yuxi had already launched herself into the air, moving directly above her. From above, Zhang Yuxi used the silent void technique. Sword chi was released extremely quickly and sharply. Lin Ningshan was lying on the ground, and in front of her was a stream of sword chi wrapped in raging water aimed at her. Her eyes widened as she watched. Finally, a huge waterfall poured down on her. The waves crashed violently, surging continuously. The family members below shouted anxiously, young miss. Lin Ningshan gnashed his teeth, his expression gloomy. He thought, this move isn't enough to kill Ningshan. At this time, Zhang Rochin reminded, 9th sister, don't let your guard down. On the arena, Zhang Yuxi stood upright with her sword, while Lin Ningshan struggled to crawl on the ground. Zhang Yuxi was exhausted, sweat dripping down her face. She said, Lin Ningshan, you and I are both injured. Do you want to continue fighting? Lin Ningshan replied, are you kidding? A loser like you dares to dream of fighting me? She picked up her sword. Below, Lin Ningshan continued, Ningshan, use the Heavenly Heart sword technique to directly take her life gate. Lin Ningshan focused her weight on her legs. She continued to swing her sword, knocking Zhang Yuxi high into the air. Zhang Yuxi widened her eyes and looked down, thinking, you bitch, daring to attack this princess, I can't hold back. Zhang Rochin continued to remind, 9th sister. Immediately take 3 steps to the left, and turn around to stab. Zhang Yuxi did as he said, swinging her sword straight towards Lin Ningshan, who was almost unable to dodge. Lin Ningshan frowned, crying out in pain, ah. Following that, the two continued to fight, each sword strike colliding, fighting relentlessly, but still unable to determine a winner. Zhang Rochin, standing and watching, was uneasy. He thought to himself, if they continue to fight, 9th sister and Lin Ningshan will both definitely be seriously injured. Both of them losing and being injured is not what I want. Suddenly, he pulled out Aluo's sword that was hanging on his waist. Then, Zhang Rochin, holding the sword, launched onto the arena. He said, 9th sister, watch how I draw my sword. Heavenly Heartbreaking May. Lin Ningshan gnashed her teeth, feeling uneasy in her heart. Heavenly Heartbreaking May? I haven't even learned this move yet, what should I do? Under Zhang Rochin's guidance, Zhang Yuxi quickly executed the Heavenly Heartbreaking May, sword intent condensing powerfully. The sword move came right in front of Lin Ningshan, her face full of panic, as if she knew what kind of damage she would suffer if she was hit. She quickly ducked to dodge. The sword moved just now, although it didn't hit, still created an opportunity for Zhang Yuxi. She moved quickly. Zhang Yuxi moved behind her, pointing the tip of the sword at Lin Ningshan's neck. Lin Ningshan glanced down. Zhang Yuxi was standing tall behind her, pointing the sword straight at her neck. Zhang Yuxi chuckled and said, "I won?" Lin Qinyu's eyes widened in shock, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Ningshan used the profound blood pill, yet she lost to a 9th princess with ordinary talent. Lin Ningshan's servants were also extremely shocked. "Young miss. How could she lose? It was too fast, I couldn't even see clearly." Aluo remembered her past self and thought, "To think that someone as glorious and beautiful as you would become so pathetic." A little girl, who didn't know which royal family she belonged to, rejoiced. "Great! 9th sister defeated the fierce 1st sister. Arrogant royal." Zhang Rochin was holding his forehead, sighing in relief. This is even more stressful than when I compete." Aluo standing beside him was also surprised. To think that someone as calm as Benefactor would also find this difficult. Lin Ningshan didn't seem to have given up. She was about to move and counterattack. Zhang Yuxi, standing behind her and still pointing the sword at her, said, "Ningshan, don't mess around. If I accidentally graze your face, it'll be over." Her face showed a lot of unwillingness. She frowned. "If it wasn't for Zhang Rochin helping, you wouldn't have been able to beat me at all." Gnashing her teeth, she said. Zhang Yuxi smiled and said, "I've already won, why would I fight you again?" Lin Ningshan glared and said, "We can bet even bigger. If I lose to you, I'll serve you as a maid for 10 years. Zhang Yuxi chuckled and said, "Not interested. You've already lost. Now, quickly kneel down and apologize to me, or I'll slash your face." At this time, she still wanted to go back on her word. "I agreed to apologize to you, but I didn't agree to kneel down and apologize to you." Zhang Yuxi replied, "Since I won, that means I can demand you to kneel down and apologize. If you don't kneel, haha." Saying that, Zhang Yuxi streaked across her neck, creating a cut that wasn't too deep, but enough to make blood flow. Lin Qinyue stepped onto the arena, clasped his hands and said, "Princess, you must be magnanimous." Zhang Yuxi didn't turn to look. She said, "Lin Qinyue, you're just a servant of 7th brother, what qualifications do you have to talk to me?" Only then did she turn her head, showing the authority of a princess. Zhang Yuxi glared and shouted loudly, "Kneel down for me." He was trembling with anger at her raised voice, his eyes full of unwillingness. Zhang Yuxi continued, "Lin Qinyue, didn't you hear what I said?" Glancing at him, she shouted, "Kneel down." Lin Qinyue stood looking at her, trembling all over. His eyes widened, thinking, just a little yellow extremity realm martial artist dares to humiliate me like this. Forget it, she's still the daughter of a prince. Then, under the gaze of many people, he knelt down, begging, "Princess, please calm your anger." "Ningshan, why aren't you kneeling down and apologizing to the 9th princess?" Zhang Yuxi said again, "I'm not an unreasonable person. If you take out 100 million silver taels to atone for your sins, I'll waive your kneeling." Lin Ningshan glanced at her. She replied, "Where would I get 100 million silver taels?" Zhang Yuxi chuckled, and said calmly, "As long as you don't demand the 100 million silver taels that 9th brother owes you, I'll forgive you this once." Hearing this, Lin Ningshan started calculating again. No way. 100 million silver taels is a huge fortune for the Lin family. Even if I have to kneel down, I have to make Zhang Rochin bleed. She bit her lip tightly, suppressing her frustration, and said, "Your Highness the 9th princess." She knelt down before Zhang Yuxi for money. She knelt on both knees, placing both hands on the floor, lowering her body, her face still looking down. She said unwillingly, "Ningshan apologizes to you. It was all Ningshan's fault before. Please forgive me." Zhang Yuxi was also surprised. She only intended to get the money back for Zhang Rochin, but who knew that Lin Ningshan would actually kneel down? She stood motionless looking at her, thinking, I didn't expect Lin Ningshan to actually kneel down for this. It seems that 9th brother's 100 million silver taels will really have to be thrown out the window. Those princes now changed their attitude. The 5th prince said, "I didn't expect the proud and arrogant favored daughter of the Lin family to actually kneel down." That little girl laughed triumphantly. She said, a favored daughter of heaven? My 9th sister's progress in 1 month made her kneel under the majesty of our royal family. In that case, It seems that ninth sister is the real favored daughter of heaven. The servants of the Lin family were in an uproar again. Some said the young miss actually knelt down. Others replied, there's no other way. The other party is the daughter of a prince, not someone that the young miss can offend. On the arena, Lin Ningshan turned her face away and left. Lin Qianyu was already standing beside her. She was still looking down, tears falling down her cheeks, and said resentfully to Lin Qianyu, the ninth princess humiliated me like that. She must die. In this life, I don't want to see her and Zhang Rochin again. He grabbed her shoulders and said, rest assured, I have already offered a large reward for Zhang Rochin's head. If he dares to leave the palace one step, he must die. Lin Ningshan's eyes were full of killing intent. She said firmly, I will definitely cultivate diligently in the future, and I will personally tear the ninth princess into pieces, to resolve the hatred in my heart. Lin Qianyu felt satisfied hearing this. He said, this is my good sister. When you reach the profound extremity realm, I will recommend you to the reincarnation sect for study. At this time, Lin Ningshan quickly wiped away her tears and smiled, great, that means I can meet His Highness the Seventh Prince, right? Lin Qianyu stroked her head and replied in a loving tone, of course. His Highness the Seventh Prince is an inner disciple. If you can gain his favor, you will definitely receive many benefits in the future. At the same time, Zhang Rochin came to Zhang Yushi's side and said, ninth sister, you've humiliated Lin Ningshan so much today, I'm afraid she will use extreme methods to take revenge on you in the future. Zhang Yushi closed one eye, holding her forehead, her expression a little helpless. She said, I didn't want to humiliate her, I just wanted to help you get your money back. Moreover, even if you gave her 10 guts, she wouldn't dare to touch someone in our royal family. His expression was somewhat worried. He held up a box of pills and said, I hope so. Ninth sister, take this profound blood pill. Taking it when you break through to the profound extremity realm will increase your success rate by 30%. Inside the box was a blood-red pill. Zhang Yushi opened her eyes wide looking at the pill, somewhat stunned and surprised. Zhang Yushi was moved in her heart. She moved close to his face, touched his cheek, and said affectionately, ninth brother, you're so good, then I won't be polite. Zhang Rochin was taken aback by the sudden attack, and his cheeks flushed red. The 3 seconds of emotion ended, and Zhang Yushi's expression changed immediately. She hugged his face and pressed it tightly to her chest, bursting into tears. Stupid brother, I'm even more reluctant to let you go, what should I do? Oy. Zhang Rochin's face was red, but his expression was somewhat helpless. Leaving the arena, Zhang Yushi held the box of pills and admired it, her face full of joy. Zhang Rochin and Aluo walked behind, and he said to him, Aluo, I'll be going to the Martial Market Academy in a month, but there's something I can't help but worry about. He replied, the ninth princess? Zhang Rochin looked at Zhang Yushi's back and replied, yes. Apart from mother and when she's sister, ninth sister is the one who really treats me like family. I cherish this feeling very much. His expression became somewhat serious. He continued, Lin Ningshan was humiliated like that, she will definitely take revenge on ninth sister, and may even kill her. Aluo replied, benefactor, rest assured, as long as I'm still in the royal city, I will definitely secretly protect the ninth princess, and will not let the Lin family harm her. Zhang Rochin looked at Aluo and laughed and said. Aluo was surprised, his eyes widening as he looked at him, thinking, benefactor, as a prince, is willing to be friends with a lowly slave like me. A scholar dies for a confidant. Even if I have to risk my life, I will protect his family. Time passed quickly, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day Zhang Rochin set off for the Martial Market Academy. Consort Lin, Zhang Yushi, and others came to see him off. Consort Lin said worriedly, Chinan, I heard that fierce beasts run rampant in the celestial demon territory. You must be careful. Zhang Rochin smiled and replied, Mother, you're thinking too much. The Martial Market Academy has experts like clouds, those wild beasts wouldn't dare to come. Her eyes still showed deep worry, you're so old, yet you've never left my side. You must take good care of yourself. Lin Fei frowned and said, I heard that you and Ningshan have become enemies again. After all, she is your cousin. Even if she makes a big mistake in the future, remember to spare her life. Zhang Ruochen replied, "Is this what the old Master Lin told my mother to pass on to me? Mother, I promise you, as long as they don't provoke me, I won't deal with them." Suddenly, his eyes became serious, and he raised his hand and said, "If they dare to bully my mother, I will make the Lin family perish." As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately flicked on the head. Zhang Yuxi appeared with bullet-shaped eyes. She clenched her fists and said, "You brat, just listen obediently to what Aunt Lin says, why talk so much?" Then, Zhang Yuxi hugged Lin Fei's shoulders tightly, smiled and said, "Besides, I'm taking care of Lin Fei, what are you worried about? Just go in peace." It was time to set off. Zhang Ruochen waved his hand, smiled and said, "Ninth sister, I'll be waiting for you at the Martial Market Academy." Watching Zhang Ruochen's figure riding away on horseback, Zhang Yuxi secretly resolved, "Ninth brother, I will quickly cultivate to the profound extremity realm. I will definitely go to the Martial Market Academy to find you." In the queen's residence, she stood in the main hall and shouted, "Useless things! It's been a month and you still haven't found an opportunity to assassinate Zhang Ruochen. Must we just watch him go to the Martial Market Academy? He will definitely become a great threat." Lin Ningshan lowered his head, somewhat subdued, and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry, Zhang Ruochen leaving the royal city is even more beneficial for us to eliminate him." The queen glared and said, "The others are gone, are you planning to chase him to the Martial Market Academy to assassinate him?" Lin Ningshan revealed a sinister smile, and he said, "Without the protection of the royal family, he will be completely exposed to the eyes of assassins. This servant guarantees to make him die in a foreign land." The sound of horses galloping quickly arrived. The girls there saw Zhang Ruochen's figure and said, "Look quickly, the ninth prince is here too." The girls saw him, all blushing, casting admiring glances. They said with admiration, "Not long ago, he obtained first place on the royal list, and now he has broken through to the profound extremity realm. He truly is a martial arts prodigy." Among them, there were two people observing him. One of the girls was named Zishi. As soon as Zhang Ruochen dismounted, someone stepped forward to greet him. "Ninth prince, Lu has been waiting for a long time." He asked him, "What instructions does the young master Lu have?" Lu Qingfeng smiled happily. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Your Highness misunderstands. Lu apologizes to you for what happened before. Since failing twice at the hands of the ninth Highness, I have been thinking and quickly decided to improve myself. Unexpectedly, I understood one thing from 10, and my cultivation immediately broke through to the profound extremity realm." Zhang Ruochen's eyes were puzzled. He thought to himself, "Is this still the young Master Lu in my memory?" Then, he said indifferently, "Then congratulations, brother Lu." Lu Qingfeng scratched his head. "If it weren't for the encouragement of the ninth prince, I probably wouldn't have broken through to the profound extremity realm so quickly." Suddenly, the crowd stirred, and in the center, 3 people walked over. Everyone shouted, "The clan lord is here." The Lu clan lord came to his side. He put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Ninth prince, this clan lord and the Commandery prince swore to live and die together when we were young. I hope you can give me some face and spare Qingfeng, and take care of each other in the future." Zhang Ruochen was surprised, thinking to himself, "Such great pressure. This clan lord is definitely not simple." He smiled, clasped his hands together respectfully, and said, "Uncle Lu is too polite. As long as young Master Lu doesn't mind, I will naturally treat him sincerely." The Lu clan lord glanced at him, thinking to himself, "Facing pressure from me without changing his expression or skipping a beat, this demeanor is not inferior to the Commandery prince when he was young." Then, he patted Lu Qingfeng's head and said, "Qingfeng, you act too rashly and lack composure. In the future, learn more from the ninth prince." He smiled and replied, "Without father's instructions, I will definitely learn from the ninth prince." Zhang Ruochen observed the two of them, thinking to himself, "Lu Qingfeng is also a genius young man. If he can improve himself, I can also ignore what happened before and befriend him." Suddenly, a giant blood eagle soared in the sky, and there was someone standing on the eagle. The blood rain eagle swooped down. The crowd below looked up and exclaimed. The crowd shouted, "Blood rain eagle! This is a tier 3 pet beast. Its combat power is stronger than a great perfection Earth realm martial artist. Is that girl going to the Celestial Demon Ridge? How terrifying!" The blood rain eagle didn't land, it glided to the Lu clan lord. The Lu clan lord faced the person above and said, "Elder Xie, long time no see." The person standing on the Blood Rain Eagle was the Martial Market Bank Elder, Seon Family. He said, Elder Lu, does the Yunwu Commandery only have these few dozen people participating in the Martial Market Academy examination this year? Elder Lu chuckled and said, Elder Xie, rest assured, the number of people participating in the Martial Market Academy examination this year will definitely be more than last year. And who knows, there might even be some surprises. Xie Tianan said, could it be that the Yunwu Commandery has any top geniuses who can rank in the top 10 in the Academy examination? The Lu clan lord was still ambiguous. He smiled and said, if I say it, it won't be fun anymore. Surprises naturally have to be discovered by yourself. After receiving the powerhouses of the Yunwu Commandery, the Blood Rain Eagle flew back to the Martial Market Academy. On the way back, it had to fly over a desert full of sand, without a single tree, and occasionally saw the corpses of animals. The martial artist sat in the middle of the Blood Eagle's back, while Xie Tianan stood on the eagle's head, observing everything. The girl named Zishi suddenly approached Zhang Rochin. Lu Chunfeng saw a girl coming and looked up. Zhang Rochin looked at her with a puzzled expression. Zishi clasped her hands together and said, Your Highness, do you mind if I sit next to you? Zhang Rochin replied, Please sit. Lu Chunfeng became lecherous, his eyes fixed on her. He thought to himself, so big, so fragrant. Zishi sat down comfortably next to Zhang Rochin. He noticed the pattern on her stockings. He remembered his encounter with the assassin before, thinking to himself, the way she dresses, it seems like the person who came is evil. Lu Chunfeng didn't know anything. He leaned closer to him, smiling and said, Ninth Prince, are you really not moved? This woman is named Zishi. She is not only beautiful, but also a lesser extreme of the profound extremity realm. She might become our future classmate. You have to seize the opportunity. Zhang Rochin closed his eyes and said calmly, Brother Lu, didn't you want to improve yourself? Why not start by improving your playboy character? He looked at him with a disgusted expression and said, with such a good thing in front of you, and you're not moved? You deserve to be a martial arts prodigy. Zishi looked over, smiled, and thought to herself, you talk a good game. Ninth Prince, even if you die in Zishi's hands, it will be your blessing. Then, from her hand, a poison needle appeared. Of course, Zhang Rochin had already noticed. He glanced at her. She quickly retracted her hand, put her hand on her hair, pretending to brush her hair. She thought he noticed. How is that possible? She slipped the poison needle behind her ear. Zhang Rochin smiled and thought, needles again, these assassins are so boring, there's nothing new. Zishi was sweating, and her companion sitting next to her glanced at her with a disgusted expression. He thought to himself, useless woman, I still have to take action. Then, he launched a poison needle at him. Zhang Rochin created a space domain to block the attack. He glanced back and thought to himself, in my space domain, nothing can hide from the senses of my martial soul. Then, he grabbed the poison needle in his hand. Zhang Rochin threw the needle away, looked at him, and laughed. Poison sealing needle, kills people silently, seals the throat upon seeing blood. Are you a professional assassin? He widened his eyes in disbelief. Impossible. Even a great perfection profound extremity realm martial artist wouldn't be able to detect the poison sealing needle, let alone catch it. He immediately pulled out his dagger, thinking to himself, I'm exposed. There's only one way to go straight at it. Seeing him about to attack, Zhang Rochin said, You want to kill me based on you alone? At this time, a hand reached out to stop him. Elder Xie shouted loudly, Audacious madman, daring to be unrestrained in front of this old man. A stream of genuine chi shot straight into the back of his head, his face filled with shock. Then, he was shot far away. Zhang Rochin looked up, thinking to himself, being able to kill someone with one finger, the elders of the Martial Market Academy are indeed extraordinary. Lu Chunfeng was surprised. Glancing over, Zishi's face twisted. She was afraid. If I had been the one to provoke him just now, I'm afraid. The assassin was knocked up and fell down, not moving at all. Lu Chunfeng went to check his pulse. Then, he said, he's dead. The people on the same trip were surprised. Everything happened extremely quickly, and no one could react in time. Elder Xie still stood tall and straight. He glared and said, The poison sealing needle and the sword gathering in the fish market are definitely assassins from the underworld. The underworld has always wanted to send assassins secretly into the Martial Market Academy. Unexpectedly, this old man caught one. He looked at Zhang Rochin and asked, "Who are you? Why would assassins from the underworld want to take your life?" Lu Chunfeng immediately replied. He pointed to Zhang Rochin and said, "Uncle Xie, he is the 9th prince of the Yunwu Commandery, known as a martial arts prodigy." Elder Xie said, "Cultivating to the profound extremity realm at the age of 16 is indeed worthy of being called a martial arts genius. But you absolutely cannot be called a prodigy. Only someone like the 7th prince, who cultivated to the profound extremity realm at the age of 12, can barely be considered a prodigy." Then, he turned away and said, "Chunfeng, throw the corpse down for the blood rain eagle to eat. Touching this thing will easily dirty my hands." Lu Chunfeng cupped his hands respectfully and replied, "As you command." The assassin's corpse was quickly thrown down into this barren desert. At this time, Zhang Rochin stood in front of Zishi, not knowing what he was going to do. She lowered her head in fear, thinking to herself, "He wouldn't have discovered my identity as an assassin, would he?" Under the gaze fixed on her, and the pressure radiating from him, she thought, "He's only in the profound extremity realm. How can he have such a powerful aura?" Her eyes widened in shock. She clutched the dagger tightly in her sleeve, calculating, "I can't sit here and wait for death, I have no choice but to." At this time, Lu Chunfeng walked to his side, smiling and said, "Your Highness, there's still a long way to go before we reach the academy. Let's sit down and rest for a while." Hearing this, Zhang Rochin turned his head and left. She broke out in a cold sweat. That was close. If I had suddenly attacked just now, I would have been in mortal danger. This little brat must have some secret. Before I investigate clearly, I can't easily kill him. Lu Chunfeng then came over and sat next to him. He said, "9th Prince, don't worry. As long as you enter the Martial Market Academy, these assassins will definitely not be able to do anything to you." He replied, "I hope so." Zhang Rochin knew who wanted to kill him. Who else could it be besides that queen? He clenched his fist, thinking to himself, being able to hire assassins from the underworld, the queen is indeed rich. It seems that the Martial Market Academy cannot be absolutely safe. I must be more careful. When I reach the Heaven Realm, I will definitely come back and settle accounts with her carefully. The Blood Rain Eagle flew a long distance, and as soon as it left the desert, it saw a lush forest, with green trees and vegetation flourishing, and there were also mountains looming in the distance. In the middle of the vast forest, a large city appeared, with a protective barrier erected on top. Elder Xie stood on the Blood Rain Eagle and shouted loudly, "This seat is Seon Family. Who is guarding the formation? Hurry up and open the formation." Immediately, the barrier opened a gap, and the Blood Rain Eagle quickly flew inside. The Blood Rain Eagle landed. The people on top began to slide down. The first person to come down was Zhang Rochin. The people present observed them. Some said those are probably martial artists from the Yunwu Commandery. After all, it's a small, marginal country, and geniuses are so rare. He came down first, and immediately looked around. Zhang Rochin noticed a stone tablet with 4 characters engraved on it. He observed each character and assessed, the person who engraved these 4 characters must be a Heaven Realm powerhouse who has reached the Sword Heart Enlightenment Realm. Suddenly someone said loudly, "Does the Yunwu Commandery only have these few people participating in the examination this year? Compared to our Sifeng Commandery, we're missing more than half." Zhang Rochin and Lu Chunfeng glanced at the source of the voice. The person who came was from the Sifeng Commandery, Shin, and there were 2 other people beside him. He showed obvious disdain. He said, "Shin doesn't mean anything. It's just that he sees the Yunwu Commandery getting worse and worse." One person stomped his foot on the ground. It was a burly man with bulging muscles. He faced Shinmingshi and said, "Dare to insult the powerhouses of our Yunwu Commandery. I, Jianghong, challenge you. I will definitely teach you a lesson carefully." Shinmingshi laughed loudly. He said, "All right. If you can take 3 moves from me, then I will immediately retract what I said just now." Jianghong was quite angry. He activated his genuine qi and shouted, "3 moves? Dare to underestimate me, I will make you regret it." Jianghong immediately swung his fist in front of Shinmingshi. But the martial artists of the Yunwu Commandery cheered happily. Jianghong's genuine qi is dense, and he has successfully cultivated the Fire Dragon Fist. There will definitely be no problem. Shinmingshi only curled his lips and sneered. Zhang Rochin had also noticed something. He strained his eyes and observed, "This Shin is definitely not simple. I must prepare to save Jianghong at any time." But before anything else, Jiang Hong was given a punch and sent flying away. The girls who were cheering just now were stunned and astonished. Zhang Rochin glared and assessed. He acted very quickly. His strength is not bad. Shin Mingxi now laughed triumphantly. He mocked, haha, the younger generation of powerhouses in the Yunwu Commandery can't even take one move from this young master. It really makes me disappointed. He stood in front of Jiang Hong, his hand still rotating with a stream of qi. He said, this kind of waste is not worthy of being a disciple of the Martial Market Academy. Why not just cripple him? With that, he swung his fist. Lu Chunfeng shouted loudly, Jiang Hong, be careful. Zhang Ruochen immediately stood up and used his bare hands to block his attack. Then, he gently flicked his hand, causing him to retreat. At this time, he was surprised and thought, there is actually a candidate in the Yunwu Commandery who can repel me? Zhang Ruochen took out a medicinal pill. He said, Jiang Hong, take this medicinal pill. Jiang Hong was not lightly injured. He stood up and said, thank you, Ninth Prince, cough. Zhang Ruochen turned his head to look at him. He said, it's nothing, it's just one medicinal pill. Rest assured and heal your injuries, leave the next thing to me. Shin Mingxi now had a humble attitude. He clapped his hands and praised, that's great. I didn't expect that today there would be a prince among the candidates from the Yunwu Commandery. He lightly touched his forehead with his finger and said, Ninth Prince must have cultivated the royal family's Xiantian Gong, right? Shin is very curious. Can you invite someone to give me some pointers? Elder Xie thought to himself, he is a prince of the Yunwu Commandery. If there is any accident before the examination, would the Yunwu Commandery king let it go? He was about to stand up to stop him, but was blocked by an old man, who said, young people are sparring with each other, why should we interfere? Elder Xie thought to himself, if Shin Mingxi knows his identity, then he probably won't use too much force, but just wants to humiliate and strike at the martial artists of the Yunwu Commandery. Zhang Ruochen said, now is not the time for the academy examination. You injured a martial artist from the Yunwu Commandery. You need to compensate for the medical expenses. He chuckled and offered a price, take out 30,000 silver, and I won't pursue the matter. Shin Mingxi laughed heartily as if he had just heard a joke. He said, ha ha ha. Is Ninth Prince afraid? You don't even have the courage to fight with me. He showed a disdainful attitude and continued, it's really embarrassing for the Yunwu Commandery king. Lu Chunfeng stood up, he shouted, bragging without knowing shame. Even if you fought with me, you would fail, and you still want to fight with the Ninth Prince? Lu Chunfeng revealed his genuine qi. He shouted, let me be your opponent. Shin Mingxi smiled, his head slightly lowered, raised his hand to his forehead. He said, I won't waste time with trash like you. If the Ninth Prince can't beat me, then I will immediately give 30,000 silver to that injured martial artist, and apologize to him. How about it? Lu Chunfeng gritted his teeth, frowned and glared at him. You actually look down on this young master. The people who came to watch the show at this time showed a contemptuous attitude and wanted to force Zhang Ruochen to take action. They said, that's right, that's right. If the Ninth Prince doesn't dare to fight, he should just go back to the Yunwu Commandery to drink his mother's milk. Zhang Ruochen didn't care much. He chuckled and said to Shin Mingxi, since that's the case, then I agree with you. But if you lose, then you have to compensate 100,000 silver. Shin Mingxi glanced at him. He said, how dare you open your mouth so wide? Zhang Ruochen shrugged, then chuckled, and spread his hands and said, you were scolding so happily just now, don't you need to pay? At this time, Shin Mingxi took off his outer coat. He rushed towards Zhang Ruochen very quickly. The genuine qi on his hand fluctuated strongly, releasing the palm of enlightenment. He shouted, Humph, don't say it's 100,000 silver, what if it's 1,000,000 silver? You have no chance of winning. Faced with his attack, he only saw him close his eyes. Then, he opened his eye meridian, his scarlet eyes emitting a slight light. As soon as the eye meridian opened, Zhang Ruochen quickly dodged his attack. Taking advantage of the situation, he gave him a punch in the cheek, breaking his teeth. Shin Mingxi was punched and sent flying away. Lu Chunfeng then laughed loudly and said, Shin Mingxi, this young master told you a long time ago not to overestimate your abilities. Do you think your abilities are worthy of fighting with the Ninth Highness? The people who were laughing just now were also shocked. Everyone exclaimed, they didn't see the Yunwu Prince's movements at all. Shin Mingxi is not on the same level as the Yunwu Prince at all. Shin Mingxi took a punch, his face changed, tears and snot flowed, and several teeth were broken, he said. How can you attack so fast? At this time, Zhang Rochin was already behind him. Someone shouted to warn him, Young Master Shin, be careful behind you. He turned around to look, and his foot was already close to his face. Just like that, he kicked him straight in the face. The two elders, one sighed in relief and the other widened his mouth in shock. Elder Xie thought, it turns out that the 9th prince is deeply hidden. I was worried for nothing. The other scolded in his heart, that useless Shinmingshi. Shinmingshi was beaten until he was deformed. He lay on the ground crying, don't come over here anymore. Zhang Rochin looked at him, chuckled and said, you lost, you have to pay up. 100,000 silver, quickly take it out. He said again, I don't have it. I only have 30,000 silver. Lu Chunfeng stood beside him and said, Your Highness, 9th Prince, how can you personally handle such vulgar matters as debt collection? Zhang Rochin replied, Young Master Lu, remember to be gentle. Lu Qingfeng's eyes turned fierce as he looked at Shinmingshi and smiled sinisterly. The 4th young master of the 7th-rate Shin family can't even produce 100,000 silver coins. Do you take Lu Qingfeng for a fool? You said it yourself before fighting with the 9th prince, and now you want to renege on the debt? With that, he stomped on Shinmingshi's hand. Shinmingshi screamed in agony as his hand was stomped on. Yeah. Zhang Rochin glanced over and said, I told you to be gentle. You really don't know your own strength. Lu Qingfeng even turned his head back to the two elders and said, Elder Xie, Elder Xie too, you both heard it, right? Elder Xie chuckled, haha, this elder can testify to this. It is only right and proper to pay back debts. Elder Xie too gritted his teeth in anger, that hateful Shinmingshi. Losing all the face of the Xifeng prefecture. Lu Qingfeng crossed his arms, his tone extremely smug. He said, Did you hear that? If you don't pay today, this young master will crush your hands first, and then cripple your legs. He stomped on Shinmingshi's hand again, loudly asking, How does that feel, young Master Shin? Shinmingshi, who had been so arrogant before, was now utterly pathetic. He cried out in pain, begging for mercy, don't hit me anymore, I'll pay. Please spare me. He reached into his pocket. Then, he took out a money bag and held it out in front of the two men, saying, All my assets are in here. Lu Qingfeng took the money bag and examined it. He frowned and said, You poor devil, there are only 30,000 silver coins. But these odds and ends also belong to us. He turned to look at Zhang Rochin and said, Your Highness, 9th Prince, this guy doesn't have enough 100,000 silver coins. What should we do? Zhang Rochin replied. Then, before he could finish, Lu Qingfeng interrupted, Got it, you don't need to instruct me, I understand. Zhang Rochin was puzzled and thought, Wait, I haven't said anything yet. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng transformed into a devil with horns growing on his head, approaching Shinmingshi and yelling, Young Master Shin, I won't be polite anymore. Shinmingshi looked at him and cursed inwardly, You're a demon, aren't you? Then, with 7-7-4-9 movements, Lu Qingfeng stripped him clean. Zhang Rochin stood observing, speechless. He thought to himself, It's a good thing I didn't fall into his hands back in the prefecture, or I'd be in trouble. Lu Qingfeng took all the valuables on Shinmingshi's body and left, not forgetting to turn back and mock, The 4th-grade true martial protective sword is worth 10,000 silver coins. Taken. The sea stone jade and 300 silver coins, also taken. The assets on your body are only worth 20,000 silver coins. Lu Qingfeng suddenly remembered something and said, Oh, that's right. You still owe the 9th Prince 50,000 silver coins. Come sign the IOU. Zhang Rochin watched this scene, holding his head in resignation. He thought, Lu Qingfeng is indeed a wicked young master, truly a tough nut to crack. Lu Qingfeng wrote the IOU and forcibly grabbed Shinmingshi's hand to sign it. Shinmingshi cried out in pain as his hand was twisted, It hurts. Suddenly someone stepped forward to stop them. That person shouted, Enough! Zhang Rochin and the others looked in the direction of the sound. A handsome and robust young man, accompanied by two experts, frowned, looking displeased, and said, 9th Prince, even if Shinmingshi owes you 100,000 silver coins, you shouldn't humiliate him like this. He was the Xifeng prefecture's prince, was Xing. He glared and said, Or is your real purpose to humiliate our Xifeng prefecture? Lu Qingfeng stood beside Zhang Rochin, warning, Your Highness, you must be careful. Prince Wuxing is already at the late stage of the Profound Extremity realm, and has royal protective artifacts on him. He is definitely not easy to deal with. Zhang Rochin replied, I know. Zhang Rochin stepped forward to question him, saying, Is it only permissible for martial artists of your Sifeng prefecture to humiliate us, and not for us to retaliate? Wuxing replied, The strong can naturally humiliate the weak. Zhang Rochin chuckled and replied, If that's the case, it seems there's nothing wrong with us humiliating the martial artists of the Sifeng prefecture? Wuxing frowned, smiled sinisterly, and said, Don't be too proud too soon. In tomorrow's academy entrance exam, this prince will definitely make sure that none of you from Yunwu prefecture are accepted. He thought to himself, Especially you, Zhang Rochin, I will definitely make sure you go and never return. With that, he and the other experts of the Sifeng prefecture turned and left. He said, See you tomorrow, Prince of Yunwu. Zhang Rochin indifferently said, No need to see you off. Lu Qingfeng said, This is not good. In tomorrow's academy entrance exam, we may be in danger. Zhang Rochin was puzzled and asked, Is killing allowed in the academy entrance exam? Lu Qingfeng explained, On the surface, it is not allowed, but the first round of the exam takes place in the Celestial Demon Forest. At that time, they will definitely try to assassinate us. So we'll die without any evidence. Upon hearing this, the others immediately became worried. Doesn't that mean we're finished? Jiang Hongjin felt guilty, saying, It's all my fault for dragging everyone into this. Zishi stood beside him and said, If they want to hunt us down during the exam, why can't we counter-kill them? She turned to look at Zhang Rochin, smiled, and said, Your Highness, Ninth Prince, if you and I join forces, we can definitely defeat the martial artists of the Sifeng prefecture. It's time for Yunwu prefecture to take back the humiliation we've suffered over the years. Zhang Rochin thought to himself, This zishi not only has extremely high cultivation but also possesses such courage as a woman. She is truly rare. He replied. Since Miss Z has such courage, this prince will naturally follow you to the end. Tomorrow, we will make them pay a price. Zishi smiled smugly. She thought, Excellent, gaining his trust will give me the opportunity to kill him later. The next day, the bell rang. In the main hall, the elders were already standing in their places, and the candidates had gathered. An elder spoke, Candidates, welcome to the entrance exam for the Martial Market Academy. Zhang Rochin was surprised. He thought, After all, it is the Martial Market Academy. What a powerful aura! Lu Qingfeng standing next to him said, The Martial Market Bank's internal ranks are strict. Only elders are allowed to wear silver robes, and only the West Campus Dean is allowed to wear gold robes. Zhang Rochin asked, If we pass the exam and enter the Martial Market Academy, what color robes will we wear? Lu Qingfeng replied, White. The elder continued, The academy entrance exam is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is hunting demonic beasts, and the second round is challenging the martial tower. Ultimately, those ranked in the top 120 or above will become West Campus Outer Disciples. The detailed rules of the exam will be announced by Elder C2. Elder C2 spoke, The first round of the academy entrance exam is hunting and killing demonic beasts. For the early stage of the Profound Extremity realm, kill 6 second-tier low-grade beasts to pass. For the middle stage of the Profound Extremity realm, kill 10 second-tier low-grade beasts to pass. For the late stage of the Profound Extremity realm, kill 20 second-tier low-grade beasts to pass. For the small extreme position of the Profound Extremity realm, kill 40 second-tier low-grade beasts to pass. For the middle extreme position of the Profound Extremity realm, kill 80 second-tier low-grade beasts to pass. He raised his finger and continued, Killing 1 second-tier mid-grade beast is equivalent to 5 second-tier low-grade beasts. 1 second-tier high-grade beast is equivalent to 25 second-tier low-grade beasts. Zhang Rochin said, If we encounter a second-tier high-grade beast, I'm afraid any candidate here would surely die. The other girls frowned slightly shocked. They said, Even if we encounter a second-tier mid-grade beast, we would definitely die. Is the Martial Market Academy exam so cruel? Is it too late to withdraw now? Lu Qingfeng stepped forward to reassure everyone, Don't worry too much. The designated area for the exam is very large. In theory, we won't encounter second-tier high-grade beasts. On the main hall, Elder C2 took out a red jade ball. He smiled and said, before entering the celestial demon forest, everyone will receive a ball. When your life is in danger, crush it to be rescued. Of course, this also means giving up. Then, he shouted loudly to create momentum, the exam will last for 3 days. 3 days later, those who haven't killed enough demonic beasts will be eliminated. I announce that the Academy entrance exam officially begins. The crowd cheered excitedly upon hearing the announcement. Zhang Rochin also perked up. He clenched his fists, smiling, and thought, it's finally starting. On Huixing's side, he stood among the experts of the Sifeng prefecture and gave the order, everyone, listen up. After entering the celestial demon forest, kill all the martial artists of Yunwu prefecture. As long as you kill one person, this prince will reward you with a bottle of second-grade elixir. Upon hearing the reward, everyone was extremely excited. He smiled and continued, if you kill that 9th prince, this prince will reward you with a set of true martial protective gear. In an ancient forest, trees were more than several zhang tall, shadowy and dense. Zhang Rochin and a girl were walking beneath the trees. Zhang Rochin asked Zishi, do we need to hunt 40 demonic beasts to pass the assessment? Why don't you seem anxious at all? Zishi replied, that would be too tiring. Killing the participating candidates from the Sifeng prefecture and seizing their beast eyes would be much faster, wouldn't it? As they walked, many fallen leaves appeared beneath her feet. Suddenly she stopped, knelt down, and picked up a leaf. After bringing it to her nose to sniff, she analyzed the aura of a Sifeng prefecture martial artist. He passed through this place a moment ago. This leaf was once stepped on by him. Zhang Rochin was puzzled. Did you learn tracking techniques? How do you know that the aura was left by a Sifeng prefecture martial artist? Zishi replied, last night, I hid among the Sifeng prefecture martial artists, and memorized the auras of all 667 of them. Zhang Rochin held his forehead. He said, unless you are a descendant of a sage and have undergone rigorous training, you can have such sharp hearing and sense of smell. Otherwise, even a heaven extremity realm martial artist wouldn't be able to do this. Zishi turned around and replied, you're actually right. One of my ancestors was a sage, but unfortunately, the family rapidly declined after his death. Now it's just me. As she walked, she said, all right, let's chase after this Sifeng prefecture martial artist first. Zishi ran ahead, and Zhang Rochin quickly followed behind. Somewhere else, a Sifeng prefecture martial artist was hunting beasts, gouging out the eye of a demonic beast. The demonic beast fell to the ground, dead. He held a saber on his shoulder, happily saying, I've collected 2 more eyes. Adding this one, I've killed 3 second-tier low-grade demonic beasts. Suddenly he sensed something and said, who's there? Get out here. Zhang Rochin appeared. Seeing him, the martial artist laughed. The 9th prince of Yunwu prefecture? Haha, my luck is really good. Zhang Rochin smiled and said, seeing me, do you have to be so happy? The martial artist laughed loudly and said, Prince Wuxing has put a price on your head. As long as I kill you, I can claim the reward. I am at the late stage of the profound extremity realm. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. With that, he swung his saber into the air. An extremely abundant surge of genuine qi enveloped the saber. He slashed down, and the surging genuine qi rushed toward Zhang Rochin. Seeing the surge of genuine qi, Zhang Rochin curled his lip in a smile. He said, just some petty tricks. His eyes widened, and his genuine qi erupted, blasting back the martial artist's genuine qi. He shouted, you still want to hurt me? The martial artist frowned, sweating, and said, how is this possible? You are only at the early stage of the profound extremity realm. How can you dissolve my full force attack with just external genuine qi? Zishi had appeared behind him at some point. She smiled and said, don't you know that he was once at the top of the Yunwu prefecture's yellow board? Then, she slashed his head with a sword. Zishi killed him, saying resolutely, not knowing is also a crime. The martial artist lay motionless, his saber stuck in the ground. Zishi sat leisurely on a branch, while Zhang Rochin slowly walked over. He lowered his head and said, I only wanted to cripple his meridians so that he would no longer pose a threat to us. Why did you have to kill him? Zishi replied, at such a young age, he has cultivated to the late stage of the profound extremity realm. The power behind him must be strong. If he doesn't die, he will definitely seek revenge on us. Let's quickly divide the spoils. They obtained the saber, some spirit stone fragments, a bag of silver, and a wooden box. The beast eyes were probably inside the box. Zishi smiled kindly and said, Your Highness, Ninth Prince, you probably don't lack money, right? The spirit stones and money are mine, and the weapon is yours. How about that? Zhang Rochin replied, Of course. So, he put the saber and the box containing the beast eyes into his space ring. Zishi stood still, astonished. I'm not seeing things, am I? She looked at the ring on his finger and exclaimed, A space treasure. Zhang Rochin chuckled. He took off the ring and said, The pattern on this space ring is too elaborate, more suitable for a woman. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Zishi smiled, thinking, You want to give me something as precious as a space ring for free? This ninth prince is quite naive. Thinking this, she said, Don't you know that a man can't casually give a ring to a woman? Zhang Rochin closed his eyes, rubbing his head. He said, I'm just giving you a space ring to store items. I'm only 18 years old. How could I have any ulterior motives towards you? Zishi said, Then let me take a closer look at your space ring and see how to use it. Zhang Rochin gave her the ring. He placed the ring on her hand and explained, Pour genuine qi into the ring. She put on the ring, admiring it, and said, This space treasure is truly magical. Inside the ring was the saber that Zhang Rochin had just stored. Zishi shrugged. She said, But I can't take your things for free. I'll give you 30 spirit stones. Zhang Rochin turned to leave, saying, This ring is worth at least 200 spirit stones. But since I said I'd give it to you, I certainly won't take a single coin. Zishi asked, Why would you give me something so valuable? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you and rob you of your other treasures? Zhang Rochin replied, You and I are very compatible. Right. I don't believe I'd be so unlucky as to encounter an ingrate like that. Suddenly Zishi frowned, drawing her sword. The sword pointed straight at Zhang Rochin's neck, startling him. He immediately asked, What are you doing? Zishi stood behind him. She said, It's obvious, I'm naturally. She laughed and said, After treasures and a life in danger. Zhang Rochin calmly said, Killing to seize treasures? A very reasonable reason. Zishi continued, The prince's reaction is truly surprising. Even with a blade to his neck, he's still so calm. Zhang Rochin laughed and said, Killing me is actually extremely simple. All you need is the resolve to die. Are you ready? Her eyes widened, shocked. She thought, His cultivation isn't high, so why does he give me such a suffocating feeling of pressure? Zishi sheathed her sword. She said, I just want to tell His Highness, the Ninth Prince, that people's hearts are treacherous, and vigilance is essential. Afterwards, she turned to leave. I'll accept the ring. Thank you for your good intentions, Your Highness, Ninth Prince. Let's continue to follow the Sifeng Prefecture martial artists. Zhang Rochin glanced at her, thinking to himself, Her sword-drawing technique is exactly the same as Chen Lebing's. As I expected, she is also an assassin from the underworld. Somewhere else, the sound of swords clashing could be heard continuously. Zishi had killed a martial artist. The martial artist's eyes widened in horror before dying. Then, they lay motionless on the ground, covered in wounds. Besides this person, she had killed many people. She sat on a branch, telling Zhang Rochin, I've killed 8. Killing 12 more will complete our mission tonight. The Sifeng Prefecture has massacred Yunwu Prefecture for many years. Now is the best time for revenge. Zhang Rochin said, Crippling their cultivation is enough. Why do we have to pursue them to the ends of the earth? Zishi replied, Dear Prince, the Sifeng Prefecture was not merciful at all when they slaughtered your people. As Zishi spoke, someone was drawing a bow and aiming at her. She smiled triumphantly, releasing her hand to let the arrow fly. The arrow quickly flew towards Zishi. Zhang Rochin shouted, Danger! Zishi didn't have time to dodge and could only glance over. Zhang Rochin immediately rushed over. He hugged Zishi, pulling her to the side. The arrow hit the branch, shattering it instantly. Zishi glanced over, sweating profusely. She said, Even I was almost shot to death. The young powerhouse with such excellent archery can only be one person. The archer continued to draw his bow, smiling and saying, Fong family of the Sifeng Prefecture, Fong Chui. Miss Zishi is indeed a top-tier young expert of Yunwu Prefecture. Actually able to guess it was me. But I'm more curious as to how the Ninth Prince recognized me hiding in the shadows? Zhang Rochin unleashed his space domain. He smiled and said, "Your archery is too poor, naturally you can't hit us." Fong Chui was still aiming, his eyes and expression scornful of Zhang Rochin. He said, mocking the Fong family's archery? "In the Battle of Moha 2 years ago, my grandfather almost shot your father to death on the battlefield. And for that, he received the reward of a city with 80,000 slaves. Once the Sifeng prefecture destroys Yunwu prefecture, the Fong family will gain even more. By then, even you will become a servant of the Fong family." Zhang Ruochen curled his lip in a smile and said, "You want to provoke me and find an opening to shoot me, right?" Fong Chui smiled and said, "So what if I provoke you? Can you kill me?" Zhang Ruochen took out his sword. He said, "If that's the case, let's try it." Zishi widened her eyes, thinking to herself, "It's rumored in the royal city that the 9th prince is a swordplay genius, but I've never seen him use a sword. Taking this opportunity, perhaps I can probe his true strength." Zhang Ruochen rushed towards Fong Chui. Fong Chui stared, shocked. "I can't see him anymore." Zhang Ruochen moved incredibly fast, so fast that only a blur could be seen. Fong Chui glanced around. Suddenly he turned around, laughing. "I've got you." Afterwards, he jumped high into the air and fired 3 arrows at Zhang Ruochen. All the arrows missed, at most just grazing Zhang Ruochen's shadow. Zishi frowned, her expression full of worry. "He's too fast." It seems that choosing to assassinate the 9th prince wasn't a wise choice after all. "It's a good thing I didn't act." At this moment, Zhang Ruochen had already moved behind Fong Chui. Fong Chui was sweating. He glanced back, thinking, how is he so fast? Zhang Ruochen swung his sword at him, a sword slicing horizontally across his body. He dropped his bow, then moved away to a distance. Zhang Ruochen didn't move anymore. He said, "You've dropped your bow. What are you going to use to kill me now?" Fong Chui still stubbornly said, "You've entered my firing range." Afterwards, he shot out poison needles from his mouth. Zishi panicked, shouting, "Your Highness, be careful." Zhang Ruochen stared in shock, thinking, "I'm done for, I can't dodge it." The poison needles immediately pierced through his head. Zhang Ruochen's head was pierced by the poison needles. Zishi exclaimed in horror, "Your Highness!" But in her heart, she thought, if Zhang Ruochen dies, I'm afraid I'll be killed by Fong Chui too. Fong Chui burst out laughing, overjoyed. "Haha, the genius prince of Yunwu prefecture died at my hands. The elders in the family will definitely vote for me to become the successor." Zhang Ruochen curled his lips in a smile. He was fine and was currently charging towards Fong Chui with his sword. He instantly closed the distance, to Fong Chui's shock. Zhang Ruochen didn't show any mercy, chopping down with his sword. An unavoidable strike. Fong Chui's eyes widened in extreme fear. He thought to himself, isn't this my Fong family's secret technique? There's almost no precedent for being able to fight a martial artist with higher cultivation than myself. Yet he mumbled, "Impossible, how did you dodge that arrow?" Zhang Ruochen laughed. He said, "Have you heard of the space domain?" Fong Chui questioned, "Space domain?" Zhang Ruochen replied, "This is a type of mystical and enigmatic power." Recalling the scene at that time, when the poison needles were about to pierce his forehead, he activated the space domain. "When the arrow and the space domain collide, it helps me deflect the arrow." Fong Chui clutched his chest, his expression disbelieving. He shouted, "Who would believe this nonsense? How can that kind of power exist? Could it be you possess the time-space divine mark? Impossible, isn't it only the holy monks who can possess this kind of mark throughout history?" Zhang Ruochen grabbed his sword and chuckled, "Anyway, you're about to die, so it doesn't matter if I tell you. Throughout history, only 3 people have possessed the time-space divine mark. And I am one of them." Upon hearing this, a wicked thought flashed through Fong Chui's mind. This kid is truly an idiot, revealing such an important secret so easily. I will spread the secret. And then Zhang Ruochen and Yunwu Commandery will become targets of attack. When that happens, the surrounding commanderies will reward me and my family. Suddenly, he took out a purple pill. Zhang Ruochen saw it but didn't know what he was planning to do. Then, in front of him, he threw the pill on the ground, and a layer of purple smoke rose. Zishi stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, he's so heavily injured that he definitely won't be able to run fast. Let's split up and chase after him." Zhang Ruochen closed his eyes, his expression extremely calm. He said, no need for such trouble. He activated his eye meridian. The eye meridian was originally very powerful. It helped him see through everything and see far away. He had already seen Feng Chui's fleeing footsteps. Zhang Rochin laughed and said, "Found him?" Zishi looked at him in surprise. Then, Zhang Rochin grabbed his sword and rushed out. He said, "Take this strike from me." Feng Chui ran ahead, but Zhang Rochin had already caught up and swung his sword at him. There was a loud explosion, followed by his loud scream, "Aaa!" Zhang Rochin took the items on his corpse. Zishi had also caught up. Zishi said to him, "I thought your highness wouldn't kill people." He replied, "If I don't kill him, he will kill me. If he wants to die himself, what else can I do?" Zishi said the Fong family had very high expectations for him. His death during the exam will definitely enrage the Fong family. His elder brother is also cultivating at the Martial Market Academy. I'm afraid he will come looking for trouble. Zhang Rochin stood up and said, "Let him come if he wants to. Miss Z, I've collected enough beast eyes. You should keep trying." Zishi replied, "Yes, I still haven't killed enough beasts from the surrounding commanderies." Zishi smiled to herself, thinking, many martial artists experience mental conflicts when they kill someone for the first time, but I didn't expect the ninth prince's mental fortitude to be so strong. Moreover, he is righteous and generous. Following him will be more beneficial than assassinating him. The next day, still within the assessment forest, Zhang Rochin and Zishi stood by the lake. The two saw the corpse of a girl. Zhang Rochin took off his coat and covered her. Zhang Rochin said, "This is a martial artist from our commandery. Judging from her appearance, she was likely humiliated before her death." Zishi broke out in a sweat and continued, "This method of killing is similar to the methods of the Qing family, a genius of the Sifeng commandery. His aura is indeed still present here." Zhang Rochin asked, "Who are you talking about?" Zishi replied, "Qin Yu. The most outstanding genius of the Qing family in the last 100 years. He is currently 21 years old, and has already reached the profound realm, lesser extreme stage." Zishi recalled the Qing family's cultivation method. She explained, "It is said that he cultivates a type of evil art that can absorb the true qi of women, which is why his cultivation speed can be so fast." He said, "Let's bury this young lady first." Afterward, he erected a grave for the girl. Then, he frowned, gritted his teeth, and looked at Zishi, saying, "I will kill that Qin Yu." Zishi said, "He has likely reached the peak of the lesser extreme stage. Compared to Feng Chui, he will be much more difficult to deal with. Have you thought it through?" Zhang Rochin sensed someone approaching. Zishi frowned, "Not good, we've fallen into a trap." Suddenly a shadow loomed from above, along with laughter, "Ha ha ha ha." From above, a person was riding a bird. He said, "I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. You recognized us so quickly." The person was Huixing, riding a green-winged serpent bird down. He laughed and said, "You guys are also amazing. At least 15 martial artists from the Sifeng Commandery died at your hands last night, right?" Zhang Rochin asked, "How did you find us?" From below, another person arrived. He said, "As long as we discover the people you killed, what's so difficult about finding you?" That person stepped out and said, "Birds leave a sound when they fly, and people leave a name when they pass. Moreover, you left a bloody trail all the way. Finding you is as easy as pie." Zishi said, "Qin Yu?" That Qin Yu looked at Zishi, thinking to himself, the little beauty next to Zhang Rochin is truly a masterpiece. He scrutinized her rosy lips, her upright and proud figure. Her cultivation is not low either. If I can absorb her true qi, perhaps I can break through to the middle extreme stage. He stuck out his tongue, extremely greedy. Zishi stood close to him, holding her sword. She shouted, "If you've already set up an ambush, then come out already." The others began to emerge. They stood and surrounded him in a circle. Huixing stood high above, saying, "Why haven't you crushed the jade Jilin yet? Do you think you still have a chance?" Zishi thought to herself, dealing with Qin Yu alone is already difficult. Adding Huixing and these 7 martial artists, even escaping will be difficult. Huixing glanced down and said, "But even if you crush the jade Jilin, no one will come to save you. The people guarding this area are all seniors from our Sifeng Commandery. I already informed them long ago." Zhang Rochin looked up and said, "Prince Huixing, you truly work meticulously. Is there no loophole? Are we definitely going to die today? That Chinyu laughed and said, No, Ninth Prince, you are definitely going to die, but this beautiful woman, I won't kill her so easily, ha ha ha. Another person added, Qin Xiao, after you absorb her true qi, you must let us brothers have some fun with her. Zishi frowned and said, Courting death. Zishi moved. She moved extremely fast, swinging her sword at one person. Before he could react, the sword was already close to his neck. Qin Yu stepped out and blocked her sword with his hand. He said, Haha, let's see what you can do now. Qin Yu gripped the sword tightly, not letting go. Zishi shook her hand. She broke out in a sweat and said, Qin Demon Hand. Then, she released her sword and jumped far away, keeping her distance from him. Qin Yu threw away the sword and said, Not bad, a lower-grade spiritual weapon. It seems I've cultivated the Qin Demon Hand to a small degree of success. Knives and spears cannot penetrate it. And fire cannot melt it. He rushed toward her. He struck a palm toward the ground. Fortunately, Zishi dodged in time. Zhang Rochin frowned. He thought, damn it, if I don't take action, I'm afraid Zishi will suffer more than she gains. Zishi glared, unable to escape anymore. He rushed over, shouting, Give up resisting. Perhaps you'll be much more comfortable. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A sword flew straight over his head. It was thrown by Zhang Rochin. The others said, He even threw away his weapon. Is he seeking his own death? They rushed toward him fiercely. The group attacking him suddenly froze. They couldn't see him anywhere. At this moment, Zhang Rochin had jumped high into the air, his fist filled with true qi. Did you think I only knew how to use a sword? You don't know that my palm techniques are even more outstanding than my sword techniques. He struck a palm down, and a powerful surge of qi erupted. They couldn't dodge in time. With just one palm, the group was lying motionless on the ground. Huixing shouted from above, Qin Yu, what are you doing? Quickly deal with that woman and then kill Zhang Rochin. Qin Yu didn't listen and still aimed for Zishi. Such a superb toy, how can I quickly win? Let me indulge a little. Huixing ordered, kill her, and I will reward you with 30 profound realm female martial artists who are more beautiful than her. Qin Yu smirked. He said, Your Highness didn't say so earlier? As long as the payment is in place, I can reluctantly accept it. He swung his claws toward her, but fortunately, she dodged in time. Zishi swung her foot out. She kicked him, but he was unharmed. He smirked. You won't escape this time, you slut. Qin Yu appeared arrogant. He said, This jade-like leg looks so soft and tender, but I didn't expect it to have such great strength. I like it. Zishi broke out in a sweat. She was shocked. I poured all my strength into this strike. He didn't dodge or evade and just neutralized it. He's underestimating me too much. Suddenly, she propped her hands on the ground. Raising her body high, she kicked him straight in the face. Qin Yu was kicked away but seemed to enjoy it. He laughed, hee hee. Zishi was knocked backward. Suddenly, she saw her sword behind her, stuck straight into the ground. Zishi grabbed the sword. Qin Yu stuck out his tongue. He frowned, interested. How interesting. Zishi circulated her true qi. She activated the inscription. A powerful surge of true qi radiated from the sword. Zishi swung the sword. He actually used his bare hands to block her attack. True qi exploded, wave after wave shooting straight up into the sky. Zishi gritted her teeth, shocked. The Qin Demon Hand is truly powerful. It can directly block my Jifeng Fei Xue. He wore a smug smile. Don't struggle anymore. It's not a bad choice for you. Qin Yu laughed maniacally. He flung her away. His expression was extremely excited. He said, Receive my Qin Demon Hand strike. The two fought fiercely, sword strikes and fists colliding, but Zishi was somewhat at a disadvantage. She was not lightly injured. Her clothes were torn to shreds, and she was retreating further and further. She frowned, thinking to herself, If I continue like this, it will be difficult for me to escape alive. If I don't do well, I might even drag His Highness down with me. Although I must kill him, I cannot deny that he is a person who values friendship and righteousness. Zishi opened her eyes wide, and the figure of Zhang Rochin appeared. Suddenly, she rushed forward. Standing in front of Qin Yu, she raised her sword high, unleashing all of her true qi to the outside. The true qi was like a raging wave. Qin Yu opened his eyes wide, shocked. He shouted, "Danger!" At their location, a wave of lightning struck, exploding in the sky. Qin Yu, standing at such a close distance, could not dodge in time and took the full brunt of her attack. As soon as the lightning dissipated, white smoke rose, reaching even Zhang Rochin's location. He frowned, calculating, the destructive power is truly terrifying. Zishi must have exhausted all her strength. After striking that blow, Zishi lay sprawled on the ground, unable to get up, but that Qin Yu seemed unharmed, walking through the thick smoke. Zishi seemed to have lost consciousness. Qin Yu grabbed her leg and laughed, "Haha, let's see how I play with you properly." Suddenly, a blade rushed toward his face. Zhang Rochin had rushed to his side at some point, using his flying sword with the heaven's heart wave breaking. He glared and said, "Taste this move again." Zhang Rochin slashed down, executing the heaven's heart sword release. Qin Yu still stood still without dodging, taking the hit. He stepped back slightly, his body motionless, and cried out. Zhang Rochin squatted down, shielding Zishi. Qin Yu, even with the wound on his chest, was still able to laugh. He unleashed his true qi, tearing apart the clothes on his body. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. To actually be injured by me, Ninth Prince, you truly are a strong one. Killing like this has meaning." At the same time, the wounds on his body healed. Zhang Rochin looked at this scene and thought, his self-healing ability is truly strong. Qin Yu spread his arms wide and rushed toward him ferociously, his true qi transforming into scythes. Zhang Rochin's face fell. He stuck his sword into the ground, executing the Heaven's Heart sword bell to defend. Qin Yu still rushed forward and punched straight into the bell. He continued to laugh, even though blood was flowing from his nose and mouth, constantly saying, "Die." The two sources of true qi collided, and another explosion occurred, with shockwaves flying straight up into the sky, leveling the surrounding rocks and soil. As soon as the explosion ended, thick smoke rose, but for some reason, the person he grabbed was Zishi. She smiled and said, "You're done for?" He was stunned, not understanding what was happening, when Zhang Rochin swung his sword from behind. He said, "Prepare to go to hell and apologize to those innocent girls." Zhang Rochin burst out from behind. He infused his genuine qi into the sword, causing it to flash with light. Qin Yu glanced back, still not understanding the situation. Qin Yu's eyes widened. He laughed, "So you're using a woman as bait to attack me? I truly have no pity for beautiful women." Zhang Rochin rushed forward, while he still acted arrogantly, unleashing a palm strike full of power. Zhang Rochin used his sword to block his attack. A clang resounded. Qin Yu glared, his eyes becoming like those of a predatory beast, his genuine qi surging forth abundantly. The two clashed fiercely. One unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, while the other used his sword to counter, either giving way. Zhang Rochin was sweating. He gritted his teeth, glared, and thought to himself, this guy's strength is truly terrifying. Even though I'm defending against every attack. If this continues, even if I can endure it, my sword will be shattered by him. Suddenly, he stomped heavily on the ground. The situation became extremely perilous once again. Behind him was a large boulder blocking the path, and in front of him was Qin Yu, still relentlessly pursuing. He reached out with sharp claws, roaring, "Let's see how you avoid this claw." Zhang Rochin frowned, glared, and opened his eye meridian. As soon as he attacked, Zhang Rochin leaped up to dodge, his claws directly splitting the massive boulder in two. Qin Yu glanced over, his mood puzzled. He thought he saw through my movements? Could he have opened his eye meridian? Absolutely impossible. Many young geniuses in Fong Prefecture have failed to open their eye meridian. He's just a disfavored prince from a small border country. The odds of him opening his eye meridian are infinitesimally small. Zishi worriedly asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Zhang Rochin braced himself on the ground, his body sliding back quite a distance. He asked her, "Can you hold on?" Zishi touched her injured arm and said, "I'm fine. Let's join forces and fight our way out. I'll hold off Qin Yu, you go kill the other 5 martial artists." She looked at him and continued, "At most, I can only withstand 10 of Qin Yu's moves. You must quickly kill the others. Only by joining forces can we have a chance to survive." Zhang Rochin replied, "You're so badly injured, let me hold off Qin Yu while you kill the other 5. Zishi stepped forward and continued, "No, Qin Yu won't kill me, so I can take 10 of his moves. Then she drew her sword and said, if it were you, you'd be killed by him within 5 moves. Rochin glared, grabbed his sword, and charged forward. That's not necessarily true. Seeing his imposing manner, Zishi said, fine, I don't want to die with you. She frowned, feeling somewhat helpless but also a little happy. She thought, such a stubborn personality, not like a prince at all. But only someone like that is worthy of my admiration. Rochin had already rushed towards Qin, slashing his sword. But Qin used his bare hand to block it. Then, before Zishi's eyes, the two engaged in fierce combat. The group of martial artists looked at her and said, little sister Z, how do you plan to deal with the 5 of us? She replied, the 5 of you are nothing more than 5 corpses in my eyes. The 5 surrounded her in a circle. One of the women spoke up, still acting tough when death is near, so full of personality. No wonder the young master took a fancy to you. She smiled, starting to use persuasive tactics. What's wrong with following the young master like me? Not only will you be happy, but you'll also receive plenty of cultivation resources. Why not do it? She couldn't stand listening. She swung her sword and charged forward. Shameless wretch, how dare you compare me to you? Disgusting. She dodged in time, but this sword still shocked her. The sword is too fast. A burly man had snuck up behind her at some point. He swung his fist and laughed. Ha ha ha. Zishi chuckled and said, have you ever heard of feinting east while attacking west? Zishi turned around and stabbed him in the chin. Huixing frowned and said, the way she attacks is like a seasoned assassin. It's strange, why is there an assassin next to the Yunwu prince? Then, he stood on the eagle and shouted, listen up, this prince wants them alive. Capture them alive. One of the women jumped high, aiming for Zishi. She went straight for Zishi, but luckily, Zishi blocked with her sword. Zishi glared and said, looking for death. She jumped up, charging towards the woman. She swung her sword. The woman was hit, her body heavily wounded, and her clothes torn to shreds. She screamed, "Aaaaaah!" Zishi frowned, her face covered in sweat. She said, "Die." Zishi unleashed an extremely powerful sword strike, her genuine chi transforming into bolts of lightning, striking the woman head-on. Zishi began to pant. She thought, there are still 3 left, but I don't have any genuine chi left to continue fighting them. Then, she looked at the woman's corpse and thought, I can only take a gamble. If this move fails, Zishi and the 9th prince will truly have a difficult time escaping this calamity. Zishi poured out all of her remaining genuine chi. Her genuine chi erupted outwards, so powerful that it tore her clothes. Rochin glanced over, feeling a little worried. Her genuine chi is truly powerful. This is probably Zishi betting her life on this attack. I must also fight quickly and decisively, or we will both lose our lives here. Zishi stood in the midst of her mighty genuine chi, her eyes shining with a hint of determination. She thought, I originally came to kill the prince. But if I can fight alongside you, I would be honored. Zishi focused her strength in her legs and leaped. She held her sword, charging towards the remaining men. Before they could even react, they were struck by a fatal blow. Zishi continued to move. She began charging towards one of the women, smiling and saying, "Next." The woman only managed to scream, "Fast, too fast." Zishi continued to charge towards the last one, her image at this moment no different from a bloodthirsty fiend. The man only managed to widen his eyes in shock before being struck by her sword. She killed all 3 of them with a single sword stroke. An extremely fast sword stroke. After finishing them off, she collapsed to her knees, panting, her face utterly exhausted. Suddenly, she shouted, "It's over!" Explode! Her genuine chi erupted, creating a thunderous explosion. Those within its range were sent flying hundreds of feet. Rochin strained his eyes and shouted, "Zishi!" From behind him, the figure of Qin appeared. He roared, "You still have time to feel sorry for the fair sex? After I kill you, this woman will be mine." He swung his claws towards him. Rochin immediately jumped onto a cliff wall. In the hazy smoke, Zishi's figure stood tall. Her steps were unsteady. Then, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. She was so tired that she couldn't even sit up. Beside her was the pit she had created, smoke rising from it. As for Rochin, he stood on the cliff, looking down at Qin. He looked up at him and said, "Not running anymore? Preparing for a head-on battle? Good. I'll kill you first, and then slowly enjoy that beauty. Zhang Rochin replied, then you'll have to see if you have the ability. Zhang Rochin glanced down at him, thinking, he's strong, and the other one is also strong. Facing an enemy with such speed, the best thing is to maintain distance. Zhang Rochin opened his palm and took out an object from his spatial ring. A saber appeared. Zhang Rochin held a sword in one hand and a saber in the other, emitting an extremely imposing aura. Yu stood there, staring at him for a while. Then, he laughed and said, holding a saber in one hand and a sword in the other. If you can't unify them, it will only lower your combat strength. Saying that, he punched the cliff wall. Zhang Rochin jumped up to dodge the attack. He circled behind him. Then, he unleashed a sword strike. The sword strike pierced his back, but it didn't cause any damage. His body erupted with a layer of snake scales, blocking his sword. He looked up and said, haha, you're still too green, kid. He laughed savagely, swinging his claws towards him. Zhang Rochin glanced over, his eyes determined. He swung his saber towards him, both blocking his attack and striking at him. But he still charged towards him. He was already close to him. Zhang Rochin glanced at him. Then, he turned and slashed his sword across his face. The sword slashed across his face, causing him immense pain, but it didn't leave any marks. Zhang Rochin smiled. He said, your defense is very strong, huh? Then I'll tear through your armor a few more times. Zhang Rochin used his sword to slash downwards. Then, he spun his sword. He shouted, see how you defend against this strike. A sword stroke slashed across his body. The sword strike was quite vicious. Yu was completely hit. Xing stood high above and cursed, Yu, you good for nothing. Not only couldn't you kill Zhang Rochin, but you've also been beaten so badly by him. Then, he glared and shouted, do you want this prince to personally take action? Hurry up and kill him, you useless piece of trash. Good on the outside, but rotten on the inside. Yu replied, Your Highness, please forgive me. I will kill him now. He began to unleash his genuine qi. A cyan genuine qi enveloped him. He raised his hand high and said, You have made me lose all face. His eyes burned with murderous intent. He grinned and said, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Zhang Rochin laughed. Your crazed appearance proves that you're panicking. All that awaits you is defeat or death. He glared, charging forward and swinging his claws, shouting, Nonsense. Then, he swung his claws down on the ground. Genuine qi erupted into blades, slashing straight at Zhang Rochin, sending him flying. He closed one eye, smiled, and said, Hee, a genius? Still going to be killed by me. Zhang Rochin was sent flying, and then he stabbed his sword into the ground to avoid being thrown further away. Yu was shocked. He thought clearly my attack hit him, so why? Zhang Rochin leaped up again, charging towards him. He glared, shouting, Ha! Then, he slashed his sword into his chest. Following that, he swung his sword into him again. Zhang Rochin glared, his eyes stern. He thought, this guy not only has a strong defense but is also a monster in terms of stamina. Continuing to fight like this will make the situation extremely serious. Suddenly, he chuckled. There was a large wound on his chest. The skin on his body had transformed into snake scales. He said, Since the day I was born, you are the most unpleasant enemy I have faced. If you were a woman, I would definitely take you in. Zhang Rochin thought, take me in? He immediately imagined the scene of him looking at him with affectionate eyes and even stroking his cheek. He frowned, his eyes wide, and made a decision, thinking, I will not let that happen. Zhang Rochin became serious again. He continued to charge forward, saying, Let's decide the victor. Yu frowned, thinking, why did Zhang Rochin suddenly become like he took some kind of elixir? He swung his sword towards his face. The sword intent brushed against his face. Luckily, he dodged it. Zhang Rochin was still full of vigor. He shouted, Let's see how long you can endure. He swung his sword into his chest. This time, he couldn't dodge. He took the full brunt of the attack. Yu clutched his chest in pain. Xing looked down, thinking, Yu is actually dragging on for so long with Zhang Rochin. It seems I have to take action myself. He took out his bow. Then, standing high above, he fired a sneak arrow at him. He shouted, What a pity! Your flesh and blood body can't withstand the arrow that can shatter my war chariot. Yu frowned, annoyed. He thought, mind your own business. I want to kill this brat myself. If Huixing takes action, he'll definitely die. The arrow, wrapped in a large amount of genuine qi, hurtled towards him. Yu suddenly jumped up. Rochin widened his eyes in shock. Huixing frowned and chuckled. He said, Ninth Prince, farewell. Then, an arrow pierced through his back, tearing the fabric in that area. Following that, a thunderous explosion shook the earth, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Rochin gasped for air. He said with difficulty, cough, cough, cough. What powerful strength! It easily shattered my space domain. What a fearsome arrow! Its power is 10 times stronger than the thunderclap arrow. Rochin lay on the ground, gritting his teeth. Yu was already difficult to deal with, and now there's Huixing. Huixing was shocked and shouted, Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How can his ordinary body survive my soul-shattering arrow and not die? He took out another arrow. Then, he fired it at Rochin, who was still lying motionless. Rochin braced himself with his hand. He said, Yunwu Prefecture's prince? Perhaps I should call him father. He's truly far-sighted, leaving an assassin for me. Suddenly, a strange beast appeared. It was the ice-fire Kirin armor. Its true form manifested, roaring and blocking the arrow. Yu was shocked. Kirin! Kirin! Too extravagant! Huixing glared. The divine miracle just now was definitely not wrong. It's the ice-fire Kirin armor. I never expected the Yunwu Prefecture's inheritance divine artifact to be inside him. Rochin stood in the midst of the raging genuine qi, a surging wave of released genuine qi. Huixing said, Yu, kill him. Seize the ice-fire Kirin armor on his body and bring it to me. The thick genuine qi enveloped Rochin's body. He looked at his body and thought. This is the ice-fire Kirin armor? Normally it's like a thin layer of armor covering the body. Only when seriously injured does it lightly manifest to block the attack. So miraculous. Huixing began to draw his bow, shouting, Aren't you going to attack yet, you piece of trash? Don't let him escape. Yu frowned, vigilant. Rochin's figure was gradually moving away. Rochin ran away, with Yu chasing after him. He said, Want to escape? Keep dreaming. He took out a saber. His eyes filled with murderous intent. He said, You think you can escape into the forest and avoid Huixing's arrows? Even without him taking action, I can kill you. He swung the saber at him. Rochin used his genuine qi to block the attack. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he was sent flying. Rochin glanced over. He thought, just in terms of strength, I'm no match for him. But as the saying goes, when you encounter a strong enemy, you must use your wits. Suddenly, he smiled and said, Lady Z, I've been waiting for you. Zishi rushed out from behind, saying, Qing my hand, today is the day you die. Rochin also rushed over, saying, I'm here to lend you a hand. The two of them launched a finishing blow together. Yu lay collapsed at Zishi's feet. Rochin took out a cloak and put it on. He smiled and said, Lady Z's martial arts are indeed superb. I knew those trash wouldn't be able to stop you. I still have spare clothes in my ring. Would you like to change? Zishi also said, I didn't expect Ninth Prince to still be alive. Zishi smiled. She raised her hand to her chin, posing with her hand. She said, Ninth Prince is joking? I'm not a casual woman. How can I wear a man's clothes? Huixing still didn't know what was happening. He got off the eagle and shouted, Yu, are you done yet? He took out a flute and began to play it. This useless fellow, there's no hope for him at all. I'll have to lend you a hand myself. Following the sound of his flute, many bees flew over. They flew over in such large numbers that they blocked out the sky. Zishi looked up and said, Ninth Prince, look. Rochin strained his eyes, his expression very serious. He said, They're the Huandu bees. He thought, I didn't expect Huixing to be a beast tamer. I must kill him first, or it will be very difficult to escape. But he's in midair, how can I attack him? Chubby Cat in his spatial ring said, Young man, this deity might be able to help you. Rochin and Zishi simultaneously slashed at the bees. Rochin said, I don't have time to talk to you, just tell me the conditions. Chubby Cat spoke in a smug tone. It said, As long as you don't seal this emperor in the Qiankun divine tree diagram again, this emperor will bring you many unexpected joys. Zhang Rochin laughed. While killing the poisonous bees, he opened his spatial ring and said, "Deal." Zishi was also struggling to deal with the bees. She said, confused, "Conditions?" "Deal." "Ninth Prince, what are you talking about?" "I don't understand." The black cat was released from the spatial ring. It happily said, "Young man, this emperor will lend you a hand and take care of that guy flying in the sky." Zishi's eyes widened in shock. She said, "Your Highness? That cat can talk? Could it be your Highness's divine beast?" She continued to slash at the bees, saying, "Ninth Prince, don't get distracted. There are many Huandu bees." Zhang Rochin said to the black cat, "Little Black, are you sure you can attack him? If you dare to deceive me, you know the consequences." Suddenly it transformed, becoming large and growing wings. It said, "My title is Heaven's Slaughter Earth Execution Emperor. If I couldn't fly into the sky and tunnel into the earth, how could I be worthy of slaughtering him?" Zhang Rochin was shocked. "You can transform?" It flew high into the air, then said, "This emperor has many abilities. After it's done, don't forget to get me some clothes." Zhang Rochin glanced at it, sweating, not knowing whether he was surprised or frightened. The cat shot off towards Huixing. Huixing was also shocked. What the hell? A fat cat with wings? He thought, could it be that Zhang Rochin is also a beast tamer? The black cat charged forward, swinging its claws, saying, "This emperor isn't a fat cat. Today, this emperor will teach you what manners are." The black cat swung its claws at the eagle's eyes. Below, Zhang Rochin and Zishi stood back to back, surrounded by the Huandu bees. Zishi said, "Ninth Prince, the number of Huandu bees is incredibly high. We can't kill them all. We have to find a way." Zhang Rochin replied, "We can only defend." Suddenly, he embraced Zishi's waist. He pulled her tightly into his arms and thrust his sword into the ground, activating the Heavenly Heart Sword formation. A protective barrier enveloped the two of them. Zishi, being pulled so close, her face flushed red. Zhang Rochin and Zishi held their ground within the sword formation, the bees constantly attacking from the outside. Zishi looked at him and said, "Ninth Prince, the number of poisonous bees is so dense. Defending like this is no different from waiting for death." Zhang Rochin, sweating, said, "The poisonous bees are summoned by the beast tamer. To disperse them, we can only escape the beast tamer's range of control." He thought, "Little Black is from the Qiankun divine tree diagram. I have a blood pact with the divine tree diagram. Perhaps it can sense my thoughts." The black cat, fiercely battling with the eagle, heard Zhang Rochin's voice in his head, "Little Black, quickly win. Don't dawdle." It replied, "This emperor only gets to fight once every 10,000 years. I have to enjoy it." Zhang Rochin immediately said, "Don't forget our agreement. If you don't keep your promise, I can summon you back at any time." The black cat panicked. It immediately said, Wait. Young man, this emperor will quickly destroy this damned bird." Zhang Rochin frowned, struggling. "Must be fast, I can't hold on much longer." The black cat narrowed its eyes and opened its mouth wide. It condensed a blood ball, shouting, "Little thief, taste my bubble." Huixing was terrified, thinking, such powerful genuine qi is being released. He immediately said, "It's over, quickly fly up." An extremely powerful energy erupted, and the eagle flew high to dodge the attack. But unfortunately, it was still within the range of the attack. The eagle screamed, "Gao!" Huixing frowned, saying, "This fat cat is too difficult to get rid of. Azure Scale Eagle, take me away." The eagle quickly turned its head and flew away. The black cat frowned, muttering, "Want to escape?" The Xifeng Prefecture's prince is indeed a coward. Compared to him, Zhang Rochin is too unyielding. On Zhang Rochin's side, the poisonous bees had dispersed. Zishi watched them leave, saying, "Ninth Prince, look! The poisonous bees are scattering." Zhang Rochin wiped the sweat from his forehead. He said, "Judging from the situation, Little Black has successfully driven back Huixing." Zishi said, "Little Black? You mean the flying cat?" Huixing is the favored son of Xifeng Prefecture. That cat was able to restrain him. Zhang Rochin gave Zishi a pill. He said, "Let's not talk about that. Your internal injuries are too severe. You must quickly take medicine to heal them, to avoid encountering danger again. The two found a place and sat down to rest. Suddenly Zishi fidgeted. She said, "Itchy? Too hot." She twisted her body, her face flushed, and said, "What's wrong with me? It's both itchy and hot." This feeling is the evil art that Yu cultivated. Despite her discomfort beside him, Rochin sat still, meditating. She glanced at him, calculating. Ninth Prince is right beside me and can easily help me. Suddenly she bit her lip tightly, thinking, why do I have such shameless thoughts? I can die, but I cannot be controlled by lust. Suddenly, something black plummeted from the sky towards Rochin. The black cat crashed headfirst into a branch and bounced back up before Rochin's eyes. He held his head, laughing helplessly, and said honestly, Little Black's body is the strongest I've ever seen. Little Black had a bump on its head but still sat casually on the branch, saying, Not bad, young man, you've improved. You could actually see my indestructible golden iron body. Not bad, this emperor is indeed pleased. Rochin was silent. Oh, I didn't mean to praise you. He asked it, was Xing ran away? Little Black replied, Of course. Fighting this emperor and not running has only ever been you. It pointed its finger, its expression smug. If that guy wasn't a beast tamer, this emperor would have definitely beaten him to death. Fighting him didn't cost me much genuine chi. Young man, quickly give me a spirit crystal to replenish my energy. Rochin threw a rock at it. Why has your cultivation increased so much? Little Black caught it and replied, This seat's power was sealed in the divine tree diagram. The stronger you become, the more seals you unlock, and the stronger I become. This emperor is going to recover my genuine chi in the time-space crystal stone. Young man, be careful. Having said that, it burrowed into his space-time dimension. Finished with that, he stood up and said, Speaking of which, where is Zishi's person? Seeing that she didn't answer, he turned around and said, Zishi, you. Her face flushed red, she stuck out her tongue and glanced at him. I'm poisoned. Save me, only you can save me. Rochin asked anxiously, Poisoned? The poison of the green demon hand? No, that's not right. He saw the wound on her shoulder and said, It's the poison of the poisonous bee. Rochin frowned, he said, The evil art that Yu cultivates has a reverse toxic effect on female martial artists, plus the hallucinations of the poisonous bee, making it even more difficult. Suddenly, Zishi raised her hand and touched his face, causing him to blush. After that, she used her hand to touch his lips, smiled, and said, It's so itchy, so hot, save me. Zishi, with her reddish eyes, pressed tightly against Rochin, causing his face to flush red from the stimulation, and he frowned at her. She leaned close to him and said, Your Highness, I'm so hot, help me take off my clothes. Rochin's eyes widened, his head tilted back slightly as he looked at her. And he said, Zishi, calm down, you must calm down, calm down. Then, Zishi used force to push her leg back. Overwhelmed by her strength, Rochin's hands lost their grip and slipped down. As a result, he lay on the ground with her on top of him, and Zishi said, Save me, Your Highness, are you really going to watch me die without helping? Zishi leaned her face close to his. Rochin frowned uncomfortably, and he thought to himself, Damn, my dragon elephant cultivation has turned me into a young body. Being teased by her like this, I'm afraid it's about to. Suddenly, she grabbed the scarf around his neck and yanked it off with force, her eyes already glazed over. Zishi placed her hands on Rochin, who was now sweating profusely, gritting his teeth. Ugh. Zishi moved even closer, her lips touching his chin, and Rochin's eyes widened as he watched. Then, he shouted, Will you stop it? After that, he put his hand on Zishi's temple. Zishi immediately fainted and fell on Rochin, who said again, This place is not to stay long, but her current situation. At this time, he was sitting with his back against a tree, holding a pill in his hand, and he looked at Zishi and said, Forget it, I'll give her a pill to protect her heart. He put the pill into her mouth. Rochin frowned and pondered, This poison is really terrifying, it can make a cold beauty become so feverish. If the one in front of you wasn't me, the consequences might be unbearable. Suddenly above his head, the sound of eagle wings flapping rang out. He looked up, his face tense as he thought, Xing has brought reinforcements again. Rochin immediately put Zishi into his space, and thought, taking her with me to escape would be too easy to expose, this is the only way. Xing and someone else were standing on the eagle, observing below. He shouted. Damn it, Fong Commandery suffered heavy losses this time. He angrily clenched his fist, and continued shouting, if we don't find them and grind them to pieces, we can't resolve the prince's hatred. Fong Jilin said. The 9th prince of Yunwu Commandery, my younger brother Fong Jue, died tragically at his hands. I will make him pay. He looked at Xing and continued, don't let the other examination points find out that you and I are together. Wait until we find them before contacting us. Xing glanced behind him and said, Senior brother Fong, you go first. Consider him lucky this time. He won't be able to next time. Hearing this, Fong Jilin jumped off the eagle and plunged straight into the forest to find someone. Rochin hid behind a tree, listening to everything, and he thought, Fong Zi's elder brother. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, his eyes thoughtful, and he thought to himself, Xing respects him quite a bit. It seems he is also a character. I have to pay more attention. He might be trouble in my academy. Somewhere, Rochin circulated his genuine qi, helping Zishi detoxify, one hand on her chest forming a seal, the other on her back, transmitting genuine qi. And he thought, the 9 Heavens Emperor Sutra can dissolve evil and poisonous qi. Let's give it a try. He frowned and glanced. 2nd level of the 9 Heavens Emperor Sutra, the great bright jade sky. Suddenly Zishi's face showed discomfort. She frowned and grimaced. Her body involuntarily leaned forward. Then she coughed. Hearing the cough, Rochin was extremely worried, and he panicked, saying, It's over, didn't I beat her to death? He glanced over, nothing was wrong, and it seemed to be a little effective. He smiled, and thought, it's effective, letting my genuine qi circulate in her body for a few days should be able to detoxify her. Rochin spread out his hands, genuine qi emanating from his palms. He continued to transmit more genuine qi into Zishi. While Zishi was in a daze, she felt something very warm. She involuntarily said, It's so warm, what am I, what's going on? Suddenly she closed her eyes tightly, opened her mouth, and coughed a few times, a golden haze flying out of her mouth. She gradually regained her vision, and when she opened her eyes, she saw someone's figure. Rochin said, You're awake? Suddenly she jumped up immediately and said, What did you do to me? Rochin turned away and said, Let's talk about it when you're dressed. She looked back and saw that she wasn't wearing anything, and her face flushed instantly. Zishi hugged herself, her eyes red. She choked up and said, You shameless, how dare you be so rude to me? Rochin still stood with his back to her, and he said, You better not move around. I just cleared the remaining toxins from your body. You're still very weak. Instead of getting angry and disturbing the wound, you should put on your clothes neatly. The clothes are next to your feet. Put them on quickly. Sure enough, there was a neatly folded set of clothes at her feet. Zishi put them on, her face flushed with embarrassment, and said, These clothes don't suit me. Do you have any feminine bodysuits? Rochin had already turned around. He spread out his hands, smiled, and said, Being able to wear the royal family's clothes of your motherland in a foreign land should make you happy. But it seems that this is not what you care about. Zishi blushed and shouted, Tell me the truth, did I give myself to you or not? Rochin frowned, chuckled, and said, Give yourself? I am a prince of a country, no matter how you say it. I am the one who is climbing high, not you. Rochin bent over, revealing several scratches caused by Zishi, and he continued, Moreover, I didn't do anything to you. Look what you did to me. My chest has been scratched all over by you. Zishi felt extremely ashamed. She closed her eyes tightly and shouted, Shut up. Suddenly, her feet began to lose their balance. Oops. Zishi fell to the ground, hitting her buttocks hard on the ground, which was quite painful. Rochin glanced down at her, and said, The poison still remains in your body, and it can recur at any time. I told you not to move around, you're really stubborn. Zishi supported herself with one hand. Lifting herself up, she frowned, and said, I don't need your help. Rochin picked up the sword and said, There's one more thing. This is the sword I found in your sleeve. I'll return it to you. Zishi said in surprise, You knew my identity? Rochin threw the sword to her and said, Apart from the assassins of the underworld gate, no one else uses this kind of sword. Empress Yunwu has repeatedly sent assassins to assassinate me. If they don't use this kind of short sword, they use golden needles. There's nothing new, it's boring to death. Zishi caught the short sword. She frowned, her eyes full of murderous intent, and said, no need to waste words, I'll lay my cards on the table with you. I am also an assassin sent by the Empress. Zishi took a stance, she raised her hand and held the knife high. Seeing this, Rochin said again, don't put on such a desperate pose, you actually know very well in your heart. Even if you were in a perfect state, you wouldn't be my opponent. Zishi replied, do you think you can easily kill me? Rochin smiled, reassuring her, don't panic, if I wanted to kill you, I would have ignored you, why would I save you? Zishi remained serious, and she said, actually, you had already guessed that I came to kill you, so why did you save me? Rochin closed his eyes and said, if you really wanted to kill me, I would have died long ago. If you didn't kill me, why couldn't I save you? Zishi's eyes softened, she clutched the clothes on her shoulder tightly, and thought, saying these frivolous words. Rochin, you are really a scoundrel. Rochin bent down, intending to sit down on the tree stump opposite Zishi, and then said, speaking of which, we have collected enough beasts to pass the test, we can go back sooner. Zishi relaxed her body and replied, no, we have to hunt down more warriors from the Fong Commandery in the remaining 2 days. Don't you want to contribute to the Yunu Commandery? Hearing this, he smiled and replied, if you say that, it seems I can't turn a blind eye. Zishi raised the short sword high, smiled, and said, only through fighting can cultivation grow faster. The more cultivation resources we obtain, the faster we will cultivate after entering the academy. Rochin also frowned, his eyes somewhat competitive, smiled, and said, then I'll go crazy with you. In the next 2 days, the two of them seemed to have turned into killing machines, exuding black aura, holding swords and killing many powerhouses. The thick atmosphere of murderous intent made people somewhat fearful. Zishi approached Rochin, she tilted her head, smiled, and said, I will keep the spirit stones, and you can keep the treasures we plundered, we will redistribute them after entering the academy. Rochin replied indifferently, whatever you want. However, Zishi seemed to like it a bit, she blushed, her eyes looking at him with some affection, and thought, after all, he is a member of the royal family, he doesn't seem to care about any resources. It's really annoying, but this carefree personality makes it hard not to admire him. The scene changed. At the Martial Market Academy, the West Campus competition field. Rochin and Zishi returned. Behind them were words of discussion. They said, I heard that 2 killing stars appeared this year, hunting down examinees from the Fong Commandery. I heard about it. Thanks to them, otherwise examinees from Yunu Commandery like us would definitely be harassed by the Fong Commandery. The 2 people who were called killing stars looked at each other and smiled. As they moved forward a little more, they saw Lu Qingfeng and the martial artists of Yunu Commandery. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand, happily calling out, Your Highness, we are all on this side. Then, he glanced at them and said, oh, you two played pretty wild. Lu Qingfeng judged by the clothes on Zishi's body. Miss Z is not only wearing His Highness's clothes, but her leggings are also torn like this, you two were too intense. The 2 were stunned and leaned back, blushing together and saying in unison, huh? Lu Qingfeng laughed sinisterly, he said, when a high and cold prince and a beautiful iceberg collide, it's like a volcano erupting violently, it's really rare. Zishi closed her eyes tightly, gritted her teeth in anger, shut your mouth for me. Then, she kicked him straight in the face with a painful blow. She shouted, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will make you wish you were dead. Lu Qingfeng flew out several meters, losing a tooth, and replied, I remember. At this time, the elders came out to announce the results. In the first round of the examination, there are a total of 1,537 examinees, of which 468 examinees passed the examination, including. Then, he glanced down at the examinees, smiled, and said, the examinees who have passed the round will rest here tonight. Early tomorrow morning they will participate in the second round at the Martial Pagoda. The 120 examinees with the most outstanding performance in passing the checkpoints will pass the examination, and the rest will be eliminated. He turned inside and continued, tonight, 2 senior sisters will be in charge of maintaining order here. Anyone who deliberately causes trouble will be severely punished. The 2 senior sisters who were mentioned stepped out. One wearing a blue dress said, Senior sister. The female examinees below looked up at them in astonishment, while the male examinees looked up with infatuated eyes. And they said, their aura is too strong. Both girls had beautiful eyes that captivated people. One senior sister had a stern gaze, named Huan Yanchen, the other had a slightly innocent gaze, named Duan Muxingling. The examinees were still in shock at their beauty. Huang Yanchen turned around, her expression somewhat stern, and she said, "All students, please tidy yourselves up. If anyone violates the rules, the two of us will not let it go." Zhang Rochin looked at her figure in surprise. He was reminded of the figure of Yao Qi from his previous life. Her figure left coldly. He frowned, his expression somewhat sad. He hugged his forehead, and thought to himself, "I am really ridiculous, she already belongs to the emperor." Zishi stood beside him, commenting, "I didn't expect them to wear brocade robes. Are they disciples of the inner palace?" Lu Chunfeng replied, "As long as you become a Xian board martial artist or accumulate enough merits, even a disciple of the outer palace can wear brocade robes." Zhang Ruochen and Zishi were surprised, turned their heads to look at him. Zhang Ruochen asked, "They are Xian board martial artists?" Lu Chunfeng replied, "The West Campus has always had more yin than yang. Those two senior sisters are also called the West Palace ladies, managing one side of the academy. You're sure to die if you offend them." Zhang Ruochen thought to himself, being able to enter the Xian board proves that they are the most outstanding people in the heavenly demon territory around the 36 commanderies. It's best not to mess with them for now. Lu Chunfeng stood with his hands behind his back, and he said, "This year, 31 people from Yunwu Commandery passed the first examination. If it were normal, this would be an unimaginable number." Suddenly, Zhang Ruochen looked in one direction, seemingly seeing something. It was Huixing approaching him. He raised his hand to his neck, giving a secret signal to him. He smiled sinisterly, thinking, "Zhang Ruochen, I must kill you to vent my anger." Zhang Ruochen discussed with Lu Chunfeng, "The Dark Star Prince has broken through to the Profound Extremity Realm Minor Perfection." Lu Chunfeng was somewhat surprised. "What? If he has reached the Profound Extremity Realm Minor Perfection, plus he himself is a beast tamer, it is very likely that he will become the top of the academy examination." Zishi sat down, she looked up at the sky and said, "What is the benefit of becoming the top of the academy examination?" Lu Chunfeng also sat down, and he replied, "Don't mention the first place, just being in the top 10 will be rewarded generously. The first place can even get 3,000 merit points, which is equivalent to 3 million silver coins." Zhang Ruochen was somewhat surprised, and he said, "The Martial Market Academy is indeed very rich. If you can get this huge amount of wealth, you can definitely buy a lot of cultivation resources." Lu Chunfeng glanced, he pointed a finger up and replied, "That's right, the key is the performance in the Martial Pagoda tomorrow. The Martial Pagoda has a total of 7 floors. Each floor has 3 doors. In previous years, just passing the first floor was enough to pass the examination." Zishi asked, "What will the 3 doors of each floor test?" He replied, "Combat skills, mental strength, willpower, and talent." The 2 female elders sat on the high steps, both showing abundant genuine qi. The examinees below also meditated and cultivated. Huang Yanchen asked, "I wonder if there are any geniuses this year who can pass the 3 checkpoints of the second floor." Mu Xingling replied, "Huixing, the prince of the Zifeng Commandery. Qi Minghai of the Fire Dragon Commandery, Yao Qingdong of the Jinghua Commandery, and Qing Yu have been killed. These 4 may succeed." Huang Yanchen said again, "Isn't the freshman who killed Qing Yu even more powerful than him?" Mu Xingling replied, "That's right, who is it after all?" Huang Yanchen smiled and said, "If you are so curious, why don't you go to the Martial Pagoda tomorrow and see for yourself?" Mu Xingling smiled, resting her hand on her chin, her fingers on the corner of her eye. She laughed and replied, "Okay, maybe he can become my new toy." The next morning, all the examinees stood in front of the Martial Pagoda. An elder said, "The above 10 examinees, please enter the Martial Pagoda to pass the checkpoints." Elder Xia smiled and said, "Just now, Qi Minghai of the Fire Dragon Commandery almost passed the 3rd checkpoint of the 2nd floor, what a pity." An elder next to him pointed a finger to his forehead. And he said, "Such a freshman is already very good, he has the potential to enter the top, even the top 3. Huixing's image appeared in situ elder's mind. Then the old man said, "This year, someone will definitely pass the 3rd door of the 2nd floor, everyone wait and see." All the powerhouses gathered under a pagoda. They looked up at the pagoda and marveled. Someone said, "Quick, go see, it must be Prince Huixing who has reached the 2nd floor. It only took 10 minutes, he is worthy of being called a genius." The female powerhouses blushed with admiration. A girl smiled and said, "I guess the number 1 freshman this year is Prince Huixing." Another girl turned to look at her and said, Don't say you want to be a princess, you don't catch his eye. The elders were also surprised. The oldest elder pointed to the pagoda and said, Quick, look, the light of the third floor is on. Prince Wuxing has reached the third floor. Elder Xia also said, If he can pass the first door of the third floor, he will prove his strength. A figure came out from the pagoda, and the people below couldn't help but shout, Look, Prince Wuxing is out. Situ elder stood in front of the door to greet him, and he said, Did you pass the first door of the third floor? Wuxing put his hand on his forehead. He laughed and said, I passed the first door of the third floor, but unfortunately lost at the second door. The crowd below exclaimed in surprise, The number 1 freshman is not Prince Wuxing. Prince Wuxing has such a strong talent, he can definitely subdue those 3 female devils. Next, another group of examinees entered, including Zishi, Yao Qingdong and the top 10 examinees. Please enter the pagoda to pass the checkpoints. The examinees turned their eyes to the figure of a female powerhouse. Look, Yao Qingdong of the Jinghua Commandery is about to cross the pagoda. It is said that she activated the 6th grade flying snow mark since she was 4 years old. She must be very powerful. The person named Yao Qingdong glanced at them and smiled, and did not forget to pose and tuck her hair. The men were mesmerized, drooling nonstop. She smiled at us. Zhang Rochin also looked at her, but with scrutinizing eyes. A genius from the Jinghua Commandery? I think Zishi is better. Her talent is better than Wuxing. She has the potential to pass the third floor. As a result, both Zishi and Yao Qingdong passed the third floor. They walked out at the same time. Yao Qingdong said, I passed the first door of the third floor, but lost at the second door. What about you? Zishi replied, Me too. The crowd shouted again, Miss Z is so strong, she will definitely be nurtured after entering the school. Lu Chunfeng couldn't help but sigh a few words. The freshmen of this year are really powerful. I originally thought I had a chance to enter the top 10, but it seems impossible. Zhang Rochin stood beside him comforting, Don't be discouraged, just perform well later. Zishi then pointed her finger at him. She said sternly, A man full of passion, uttering such discouraged and disappointed words, it's really embarrassing for the Yunu Commandery. Being told this, suddenly a cloud of black smoke rose around him. He clenched his fist and said, I never thought I would be ridiculed by a beauty. Lu Qingfeng, the young master of the Yunu Commandery martial market Qianzhuang, absolutely cannot lower his head. I must be famous in the heavenly seas. Continue reading the names of the next examinees. List of examinees for the next round. Lu Qingfeng, Xie Zhaowu, Zhang Rochin. Hearing his name, the crowd also discussed noisily, Look, it's him. He used to be a useless prince of the Yunu Commandery, Zhang Rochin. It is said that a year ago he was not even a martial artist. Now he is a profound extremity realm martial artist. That's an exaggeration. The other female powerhouses blushed when they saw him. Some said, looking closely, he is not very handsome. Another person said, Don't be infatuated, he is still a prince, how can you catch his eye? Inside the pagoda, the leader was Xie Zhaowu of the Zifeng Commandery. He glanced at his opponents and thought, I am already a profound extremity realm minor perfection. These guys have too low cultivation, they are not worth worrying about. Standing behind him was Lu Qingfeng and Zhang Rochin. Lu Qingfeng's feet moved slightly. He came to a gate, he turned his head to look at Zhang Rochin and said, Your Highness, then we'll meet again later. He replied, See you later. Then, Zhang Rochin also came to a gate. He walked through the gate and came to another space. Zhang Rochin looked around and thought, What kind of martial arts arena is this? No people, no mechanisms. Suddenly, a formation appeared on an opposite wall. Zhang Rochin thought, What is this magic formation? Suddenly he frowned, his eyes full of vigilance. A powerhouse appeared from the dust formation, and he said, I am Luo Su, representing the strongest energy of the profound extremity realm middle stage. As long as you can withstand 3 of my moves, you can pass the first door. Zhang Rochin looked at him and asked, You represent the strongest energy of the mysterious extremity realm mid-stage? Luo Su replied, I have been in the west courtyard of the Tianma Ling Martial Arts Academy for 460 years. I am the most powerful martial artist in the mysterious extremity realm for hundreds of years. Zhang Rochin said again, So that's how it is. Then, if I can not only withstand 3 of your moves but also defeat you, what then? He laughed and replied, Then you can directly enter the second level and replace me in guarding this checkpoint. Zhang Rochin then drew his sword and said sternly, "Okay, then I'll give it a try." In a certain room, Huan Yanchen and Mu Jingling were watching. Duan Mu Jingling said, "Sister Chen, wait a moment, look there." Huan Yanchen replied, after wishing Prince Yao Qingtong, zishi, this year's Martial Tower Challenge is no longer worth watching. I'm going back to cultivate. Mu Jingling looked at the space where Zhang Rochin was fighting with Luo Su, and she said, "That mysterious extremity realm mid-stage martial artist is actually fighting Luo Su evenly matched." Huan Yanchen was surprised and said, "How is that possible? Luo Su is the most outstanding talent in hundreds of years. How can anyone compete with him?" On Zhang Rochin's side, he was fighting fiercely with Luo Su, and he rushed towards Luo Su. Then, Zhang Rochin activated the ice-type inscriptions. He glanced sternly and slashed with his sword. The Heart of Heaven finger technique was activated, and Luo Su quickly jumped up to dodge the attack. Zhang Rochin smiled with interest and said, "Senior, pardon me?" Luo Su was in the air at this time. Zhang Rochin looked up at Luo Su, releasing a vast amount of genuine qi. He said, "Senior, please forgive me." Zhang Rochin frowned, glanced, and used the ice-type inscriptions with his genuine qi to unleash a powerful sword strike. He slashed 3 times in a row, and ice blocks were condensed and launched towards Luo Su. Luo Su was very calm. He shouted, "Luo Shui fist technique." His genuine qi condensed into fists that smashed the ice blocks in different directions. Zhang Rochin used the heavenly heart-piercing plum again to rush towards him. He swung his sword close to Luo Su's face, and Luo Su stared in surprise. Unable to dodge, Zhang Rochin directly slashed through Luo Su's body. Despite receiving a sword strike with a surprised expression, Luo Su praised him, "Impressive. I didn't expect you to defeat me within 100 moves." Suddenly, Luo Su laughed and said, "Your aptitude is even better than mine." After that, Luo Su's body turned into a phantom and shone brightly in the sky. He said, "You defeated me? According to the rules, I will directly send you to the second level." Zhang Rochin landed on the ground and thought to himself, Luo Su's cultivation is really powerful. At the same realm, he could withstand 93 of my moves, but if I used the space domain, I could defeat him in just 10 moves. Then, he stood up and murmured, "I can directly challenge the second level." Suddenly, a pillar of light appeared under his feet, sending him straight to the second level. Zhang Rochin was teleported to the second level, but the scenery didn't change at all. He said, "Not only is the room identical, but even the opponent is." His opponent spoke, "We meet again." It was still Luo Su, meditating in the air. He said, "Now I am the strongest martial artist of the mysterious extremity realm late stage. If you can withstand one of my moves, then you will be considered to have passed." Zhang Rochin asked, "Are you not allowed to use weapons? Facing an unarmed opponent like you, I feel like winning wouldn't be glorious." At this time, Luo Su slowly opened his eyes. He smiled and said, "If I used weapons, I'm afraid no one would be able to pass the first gate of the second level." Zhang Rochin immediately rushed forward and said, "Then come on." A deafening explosion rang out, and the genuine qi around them erupted, turning into a wave of water that shot straight into the air. Luo Su moved behind Zhang Rochin with lightning speed, and he glanced at the figure approaching him. Luo Su threw a punch and shouted, "First move, Luo Shui Chu Hai, Luo water emerging from the sea." Zhang Rochin blocked his punch with his sword. But this punch was indeed very powerful, and he was immediately knocked away. Zhang Rochin stared in surprise. Just one strike has such power, and the speed is incredibly fast. He immediately opened his eye meridian. At this time, Zhang Rochin could clearly see Luo Su's movements. He was rushing towards him at an astonishing speed. Zhang Rochin frowned and slashed down with his sword, saying, "I have seen through your movements." Luo Su flipped himself up. Zhang Rochin slashed down with his sword, and the sword strike hit the target completely. But unfortunately, it was an afterimage. He had been standing behind him since who knows when. He raised his hand and threw a punch, second move, Luo Shui Hui Shang, Luo water returning to wound. Zhang Rochin looked back in surprise and thought to himself, an afterimage. He immediately moved. He used the Heavenly Heart Sword Shield to block Luo Su's punch. The genuine qi fluctuated extremely violently. But the sword shield immediately shattered into pieces. Zhang Rochin was knocked away. Luo Su said happily, It's been a long time since I've met such a powerful opponent like you. Zhang Rochin stood in the distance, clutching his chest, and said sternly, "One punch shattered my strongest defense. The powerful one is you." Suddenly, water condensed around Luo Su. They transformed into countless Qin Shui swords, arranged in a circle around him. He raised his hand and clenched it, saying, "Treating a powerful opponent requires proper respect." Third move, Luo Shui Hua Jian, Luo water transforms into swords. Zhang Rochin frowned in shock, releasing genuine qi can actually reach this level. Is this guy a monster? Luo Su stood his ground and waved his hand forward. The water swords quickly flew out, attacking Zhang Rochin. He looked up at the tens of thousands of sword strikes rushing towards him. Zhang Rochin thought to himself, fist force transforms into swords. Luo Su is really too powerful. If I hadn't successfully cultivated the highest state of the ultimate realm, the Huangji realm, I probably wouldn't be able to beat him now. Zhang Rochin quickly used the heavenly heart-piercing plum. The two sword strikes collided, either willing to give in. Luo Su glanced over and opened his palm. Then, he clenched it again. The water swords all changed direction and attacked Zhang Rochin. Fortunately, he quickly dodged, but his eyes couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect him to be able to control the direction of the fist force transforms into swords. Zhang Rochin launched himself into the air. Luo Su glared again and clenched his hand. The water swords chased after him again. Zhang Rochin was soaring in the air with no support to dodge the attack. Zhang Rochin tensed his eyes and gripped his sword tightly. He used sword qi to create a whirlwind, wrapping it around his body to block Luo Su's attack. Luo Su rushed forward and praised, "This move is full of creativity. You are truly a rare martial arts talent." He rushed forward and launched a punch at the whirlwind. His sword qi was torn apart. In front of Zhang Rochin, Luo Su was rushing towards him quickly. In Huan Yanchen and Mu Jingling's room, both of them were still observing their battle. Mu Jingling said, "Sister Qin, how many moves do you think Zhang Rochin can withstand from Luo Su?" Huan Yanchen replied, "It's hard to say. He has already withstood 6 moves. If he can withstand 9 moves, then it proves that he has strength equal to Luo Su." Huan Yanchen speculated to herself, "If Zhang Rochin can defeat a West Courtyard legend across realms, I really can't imagine how big of a shock this would cause." Mu Jingling turned around and said, "Sister Qin, look quickly." Back in the battle, Zhang Rochin was crouching down to dodge Luo Su's attack. Immediately, he swung his sword. The sword swept across, but Luo Su calmly jumped up to dodge. Luo Su continued to circulate his genuine qi. Zhang Rochin had been waiting for this moment. He stared at his hand and thought, "I'm waiting for the moment to erupt with you." Then, he erupted with genuine qi and launched the Manxiang Qi Di, 10,000 elephants trampling the earth, move. The two streams of genuine qi collided, creating an incredible shock. Both of them were knocked away. Even the water arena was stirred up violently. The two sisters who were observing were also shocked. "I didn't expect him to be able to compete with senior Luo Su." Luo Su said, "I really wish I was born in the same era as you. Maybe we would have become close friends or rivals." Zhang Rochin replied, "If senior values me so much, then please use your full strength as a sign of respect to me." Luo Su clasped his hands in front of his chest, stared, and said sternly, "Of course." 8th move. The water continued to swirl around his body. He stared, his eyes shining brightly with the blue light of the water. Suddenly, the water under his feet surged. They curled up together and transformed into a dragon, and this 8th move was Luo Shui Hua Long, Luo water transforms into a dragon. Zhang Rochin was shocked. "This is too exaggerated." Luo Su waved his hand and rushed forward. He said, "Little brother, don't disappoint me." Following his signal, the water dragon rushed towards Zhang Rochin. Immediately, he used the heavenly heart-piercing plum to block it. But it was useless. Zhang Rochin frowned, surprised. "Too hard. I can't pierce through it at all." As a result, he was swallowed by the water dragon and swept away. The water dragon threw him far away and then disappeared, letting him fall freely. Zhang Rochin gritted his teeth, extremely embarrassed. He thought to himself, "Without a doubt, Luo Su is the strongest opponent I have ever encountered in this life." Zhang Rochin frowned and shouted, "Long Xiang Gui Tian, dragon elephant returning to the fields." He mobilized a large amount of genuine qi and erupted. On this side, Luo Su raised his hand and created a water ball floating in the air. He shouted, "Ninth move, Luo Shui Ju Lu, Luo Water Absolute Containment." Both of them rushed towards each other at the same time. The two moves collided, the power was violent, the water surface surged, and the space trembled. The two streams of genuine qi merged together to form a huge water ball. Luo Su was somewhat surprised but also somewhat admiring. "Zhang Rochin, you are indeed a reckless person, daring to risk your life against my full-strength move. With this kind of spirit, you will definitely be a hero in the future." On this side, Zhang Rochin also gritted his teeth and used one hand to block the extremely large stream of genuine qi that was erupting, thinking to himself, "Damn it, Senior Luo Su is really too strong." At this time, the genuine qi of both of them erupted violently, and both of them were knocked away. The two observers were even more shocked. Mu Jingling couldn't maintain her composure and shouted, "Equal." Huang Yanchen was somewhat calmer, but her eyes couldn't help but be shocked, and replied, "Not necessarily." Both of them were knocked far away, slamming hard into the walls. Zhang Rochin closed his eyes and coughed a few times. He thought, if Senior Luo Su uses one more move, I will definitely be defeated. Zhang Rochin gasped and said, "Huff. Huff. You won." Luo Su replied, "You won?" Luo Su laughed and raised his hand, saying, "At this realm, I have cultivated Luo Shui's 36 moves into 9 moves. Now that the 9 moves are over, but there is no way to defeat you." Zhang Rochin stared and said, "In the first move, I only used 20% of my power. In the 9th move, I used all of my power. Otherwise, I would not have been able to resist your 9 moves." Luo Su said again, "But other mysterious extremity realm mid-stage martial artists only need to withstand the first move with 20% of my power to pass the gate." Zhang Rochin seemed to have understood. He immediately sat down to meditate and said, "I understand. After adjusting, I will continue to challenge the tower." And Luo Su entered the formation and went to the 3rd level. Outside, the 3rd level began to light up. The people outside were surprised and exclaimed, "Look! The 3rd level of the martial tower has lit up." The elders were surprised. Xie Zhaowu has failed and left the tower. Then who is still challenging the tower? Elder Xie Zhao smirked and said, "Have you forgotten someone?" "The 9th Prince of Yunwu County, Zhang Rochin." Elder Situ immediately said, "Someone, bring the information of Zhang Rochin here for this elder." A girl replied, "Yes, sir." The person handed the scroll of information to the old man, then respectfully bowed. The old man looked at the scroll and pondered. Elder Xie Zhao stood beside him, teasing, "Why does Elder Situ's face look so bad? Did you have a stomachache during breakfast?" Elder Situ still held the scroll, his expression extremely surprised. He said, "How can this be?" Elder Xie Zhao teased again, "Calm down. You are old, so learn to keep calm when facing surprises. What made you so excited?" He threw the scroll of information to Elder Xie Zhao and said, "Look for yourself." Elder Xie Zhao looked at the information on the scroll and couldn't help but be shocked. His attitude was even more exaggerated than Elder Situ. He shouted, activated the divine martial imprint at 16, became the first on the gold ranking in half a year, and reached the mysterious extremity realm mid-stage in less than a year. Elder Xie Zhao frowned and threw his anger at Lu Chuanshan. That bastard Lu Chuanshan didn't say anything beforehand. If I had known that the 9th prince was such a genius, I would have accepted him as my disciple. Now it will be a long time before it's my turn. The people below heard this and were shocked. They shouted, activated the divine martial imprint at 16, became the first on the gold ranking in half a year. Such a remarkable cultivation speed has never been seen before. Huixing frowned, his eyes full of resentment. He said, "That damn Zhang Rochin, I will make sure you die without a burial place." Elder Situ put his hand on his shoulder. He said, "Don't be impulsive and spoil things. This matter needs to be planned carefully." Inside the tower, Zhang Rochin was standing in front of Luo Su. Luo Su said, "No need to fight the first gate of the 3rd level." Then he laughed and continued, "You have passed the first gate of the 2nd level." Zhang Rochin asked, "How many moves do I need to withstand from senior at this gate to pass?" Luo Su replied, 3 moves. He said again, "So that's how it is." "Senior, I have a question in my heart. I don't know if Senior can answer it. Luo Su smiled and replied, I can answer one question for you. Zhang Ruochen asked, in the West Courtyard for the past 460 years, have you been the strongest expert of the 7 realms of the mysterious extremity realm? Luo Su put his hand on his forehead, chuckled, and said, before you appeared, that was indeed the case, but I believe that from now on, you will replace me and become the gatekeeper in every realm of the Martial Tower. Zhang Ruochen rubbed his head, his eyes somewhat gentle. He smiled and said, I am not interested in being a gatekeeper, but compared to this. Then he raised his hand forward and said, I am very honored to be able to fight Senior with all my strength. Luo Su did not hesitate to grab Zhang Ruochen's hand. Luo Su disappeared, leaving only Zhang Ruochen. He thought to himself, I didn't expect that I would become the new gatekeeper of the Martial Tower. Then, he suddenly thought of Zhang Yuhai. Later, if Ninth Sister comes to the West Courtyard to challenge the tower, and encounters a gatekeeper like me, I wonder what the scene will be like. Zhang Ruochen stood still, his eyebrows drooping, his clothes somewhat tattered, one side of his robe was torn due to the battle. He thought again, time flies. It's been a while since I left home. I really miss Ninth Sister and my mother. After all, I only have them as relatives in this world. He stepped forward and opened the gate. He glanced over, not knowing what he saw. On this side, the 2 sisters Huan Yanchen and Mu Jingling were still observing him. Mu Jingling asked, Sister Chen, when we enrolled, we couldn't pass the second gate. This little brat might be able to do it. Huan Yanchen replied, well, let's continue to observe and see what happens. When necessary. Suddenly, Mu Jingling turned her head and looked with knowing eyes, a smile blooming on her face. That's right, how can we let a new male disciple steal all the limelight? This little brat is quite interesting. Once he enrolls, we'll have something to play with. Huan Yanchen also smiled and said, let him feel the love of the senior sisters properly. Zhang Ruochen was looking at a notice posted on the wall. It said that he had to defeat these chi-refining warriors with his bare hands. Using weapons would be considered a forfeit. Zhang Ruochen said, bare hands, huh? Just right, to try out the power of palm techniques. In front of him were countless puppets that had been waiting for him since who knows when. Zhang Ruochen chuckled, he raised his hand and said, I won't be polite. He launched himself forward. Then he punched the puppet directly in the face. But they were not damaged at all. Zhang Ruochen frowned and thought to himself, damn it, I have to win quickly, otherwise if I get surrounded, I'll definitely lose. Then, he put his hand down and attacked, lifting a kick to the back of the puppet's head. But it didn't have any effect. The puppet reacted at this time, it raised its arm, a blade appeared from inside. It reached out and attacked him. A punch from the figure stabbed straight into the ground, sending Zhang Ruochen flying away. Zhang Ruochen leaped back. He thought to himself, it would be too disadvantageous to engage in close combat with these chi-refining warriors with just his physical body. Suddenly, the figures rushed towards him, attacking simultaneously. Zhang Ruochen immediately summoned the earthly bearing of the barbarian elephant to help, and the image of a dragon appeared, followed by the appearance of an elephant. His genuine chi was extremely dense, and he unleashed a palm strike towards the figures, overwhelming them with genuine chi and sending them flying. Zhang Ruochen gathered momentum. Then, he glared and rushed forward. A palm strike sent one figure crashing into the wall. Another figure leaped high above his head. Zhang Ruochen glanced up. As the figure attacked, he quickly dodged. Circulating his genuine chi to his hand, Zhang Ruochen raised his hand and charged forward. A palm strike as deadly as the true power of the Azure Dragon. The figure was slammed straight into the floor. Zhang Ruochen had defeated all the figures, which lay scattered on the floor. He stood there, slightly hunched over, looking tired. Sweat poured out incessantly, but his eyes were extremely determined. He took out a medicinal pill and thought to himself, no wonder so many cultivators can't pass this. There's no room for trickery, it's purely head-on confrontation. Outside, the examinees were still watching the tower. Some people said, Zhang Ruochen hasn't come out yet, could he have died in the tower? Yao Qingtong said this year's dark horse might be him, a prince from a small border country. The girl next to her said, so what if he's from a small border country? His handsome looks are what I care about. Zishi was a little worried, she said, His Highness the Ninth Prince won't be in danger, right? Lu Qingfeng next to her said, you fought alongside him before, you should understand his strength. He mentioned the time when his father grew up with the county prince. My father grew up with the county prince in his youth. Even a hero like the county prince was not as fierce in terms of aptitude or spirit as His Highness the Ninth Prince is now. Such a blessed prodigy of heaven will definitely be this year's dark horse. Even the extremely dangerous third level can't hold him back. Rochin stepped up the stairs, pondering as he walked. The trial of the third level requires a spiritual power of at least 25 stages. No wonder almost no one has passed this level in hundreds of years. His head was slightly lowered, and he was covered in sweat. He continued thinking, my results are enough to ensure I take first place, so I shouldn't rush to the fourth level. Being too dazzling may not be a good thing. Then he came to a corridor, where someone was waiting for him. It seemed to be Huang Yanqin. Rochin was quite surprised. He asked, are the two senior sisters waiting for me? Besides Huang Yanqin, there was also Mu Jingling. Huang Yanqin put her hands on her hips and said, Rochin, you don't need to go to the fourth level of the martial tower. Rochin replied, it's one thing if I don't want to challenge the level myself, and another if someone warns me not to go. She said, we're not trying to harm you, we're saving you. Mu Jingling said, that's right, if you perform too well, it might lead to a fatal disaster. Rochin smiled and said, that seems reasonable, but we're neither close friends nor enemies, so why are you so concerned about me? I'm afraid you have other motives, right? Huang Yanqin stroked her hair and said, it's okay to tell you the truth. You must have heard of the 3 great female devils of the West Campus, right? Rochin was puzzled and asked, what? Huang Yanqin thought of the remaining female devil. She frowned, her expression serious, and said, besides us, the remaining female devil is a descendant of Senior Luo Su. She quite admires her ancestor. Mu Jingling put on a scary face, but it wasn't very convincing. She continued, guess what would happen if she found out that you defeated Senior Luo Su? Wouldn't she be so angry that she'd challenge you to a duel and kill you? Rochin didn't know if they were telling the truth or just trying to scare him. He also frowned, sweat pouring down, and said, it's really hard to say for sure. Then he thought to himself, women are indeed incomprehensible sometimes. Like Lin Ningshan and Yao Qi. Back then. Just thinking about it made Rochin sigh. But then, he smiled and said to them, it's fine if I don't challenge the fourth level of the martial tower, but you have to agree to one condition, otherwise I'll go and challenge it right now. Huang Yanqin seemed angry. She thought to herself, how dare this freshman make demands of me? Is he out of his mind? Mu Jingling stood beside her and said, Qinjia, calm down, why don't we hear what his condition is? But in her heart, she was thinking, I'll put up with him for now, I'll definitely play with him properly later. Rochin rubbed his forehead and said, the 2 senior sisters probably know that the From Commandery has always been targeting the Yunu Commandery. His previous opponents suddenly flashed through his mind, and he continued, from the moment I set foot in the academy, first there was Shenmingxi, then the Fong family and Qin Yu. And now Huixing hates me to the bone. He looked at the 2 of them and said seriously, I only hope that when I encounter danger, the 2 of you can lend a helping hand. Both of them were somewhat surprised. Huang Yanqin said, it's just a small matter. Huang Yanqin said to him, they still don't dare to act recklessly in front of us. I'll take care of you from now on. Mu Jingling added, as long as you're in the West Campus, we'll help you deal with anyone who wants to mess with you. Rochin smiled and said, so the 2 of you agree? Then it's settled. I'll leave the tower now. Rochin turned and left. Both of them achieved their goals and left. Before leaving, Huang Yanqin said, when he gets to the Dragon Martial Hall, this lady will definitely teach him a good lesson. So he can taste the power of a female devil. Mu Jingling turned back to look at him, smiled and said, Qinjia, don't accidentally kill him, I still want to play with him. After a while, Rochin came out of the tower. When the other examinees saw him coming out, they said, look, the prince of the Yunwu Commandery is out. Elder Situ walked up to him and shouted, you said you passed the 3rd level of the 2nd trial and unlocked the spiritual Qi realm? You're not allowed to lie about this. Rochin turned to look at him, what's there to lie about? It's not a big deal. Elder Situ shouted again, someone, bring the spiritual Qi mirror here for this old man. The others were also very surprised when they saw this. Did I hear correctly? He passed the 3rd level of the 2nd trial? I heard that no one has reached this height in decades. Suddenly, arms were raised below. Zhang Rochin was surprised to see this. The strong men of the Yunwu Commandery were facing him, shouting in unison, "Ninth Prince! Ninth Prince! Ninth Prince!" Lu Qingfeng smiled at Zhang Rochin and said, "Was Xing that idiot? I heard that someone passed the third level of the second trial. He must be so angry that he's paralyzed. Ha ha ha." Zishi also said, "Now let's see who dares to look down on the martial artists of our Yunwu Commandery." Zhang Rochin replied, "We're still alone and helpless. If the From Commandery doesn't actively provoke us, we should still be humble and work hard." Hua Xing was trembling with anger. "Damn it, he's taking all the glory. I must get rid of him as soon as possible." He smiled sinisterly. "It's time to use Fong Jilin to deal with Zhang Rochin." A girl took out a mirror, which reflected the scene of Zhang Rochin attacking the figures. Elder Xie and Elder Sita looked into the mirror. Elder Xie said in disbelief, "He really defeated the 18 bronze figures and passed the third level of the second trial." Elder Sita said, How is this possible?" Both of them were sweating profusely, their eyes somewhat frightened. Elder Xie said, "A prodigy? It's been a long time since anyone in the West Campus has been able to pass this level." The examinees were also shocked. Someone said, "The ninth prince of the Yunwu Commandery is too strong. He must be the number one freshman." After a while, everyone had changed into their uniforms. Zhang Rochin and Lu Qingfeng were walking on the field, talking to each other. Lu Qingfeng said, "Your reward of merit points, Your Highness the Ninth Prince, is in this card, and the key has your residence written on it." Zhang Rochin took out the key to look at it, and he said, "Dragon Martial Hall, Huangzi number 1. Lu Qingfeng laughed and said, "Dragon Martial Hall? I knew it, I knew it." Zishi asked, "Is there something wrong with the Dragon Martial Hall?" Lu Qingfeng explained, "The Dragon Martial Hall is the place with the most abundant spiritual qi in the West Campus. Only the number 1 freshman each year can live there, but..." Lu Qingfeng's eyes suddenly became serious, and he continued, "Legend has it that in the West Campus, any man who enters the Dragon Martial Hall will either be crippled or disabled. It's said that 2 years ago, the number 1 freshman, Yuqi Tiantong, had both legs broken and was thrown out on the first night." Zishi glanced over and said, "Even the number 1 freshman prodigy had both legs broken by them? Don't the elders of the Martial Arts Academy care?" Lu Qingfeng continued, "How can they care? One of the female devils bit Yuqi Tiantong for barging into her room to peep at her bathing. He brought it upon himself." Zishi asked, "Yuqi Tiantong clearly knew that the 3 female devils all lived in the Dragon Martial Hall. How dare he sneak a peek at them bathing?" Zhang Rochin widened his eyes and said, "Dragon Martial Hall? It's clearly a dragon's pool and a tiger's den." Lu Qingfeng was worried, and he put his arm around him and said, "Your Highness the Ninth Prince, you must take care. A man should be flexible when needed." Zishi walked and said, "Your Highness the Prince, if it's really too much." Suddenly she hesitated. "Stay at my place for 1 night tonight." Zhang Rochin turned his head, his eyes a little indifferent and incredulous. "Huh?" Zishi blushed unconsciously and said, "Where did you get that idea?" "I'm just afraid that you'll also have both legs broken and be thrown out of the Dragon Martial Hall." Zhang Rochin smiled and said, "No need. What if you take advantage of me being asleep to chop off my head and take it to the market to exchange for a reward? Wouldn't I be wronged?" Zishi was so angry that she couldn't speak. Taking this opportunity, Lu Qingfeng began to tease. He laughed and said, "Your Highness the Ninth Prince, Zigunyan has always been infatuated with you. Why do you have to reject her? Besides, you were both in the forest before, and your clothes were torn, very passionate. The 2 of you are soulmates, and a few years later you'll bring your child back to visit your relatives. The County Prince and Consort Lin will be very happy to see their fat grandson." The scene of Zhang Rochin's father holding a baby in his arms and laughing heartily, with his mother smiling happily beside him. Thinking is beautiful, but reality is unpredictable. But then, Lu Qingfeng was quickly kicked in the face by Zishi for talking nonsense. She glared angrily, her eyes murderous, and her kick was not light at all. Lu Qingfeng flew far away, he still smiled happily. Zishi retracted her foot and shouted, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll smash your tongue." Zhang Rochin watched this scene and didn't dare to say anything. He thought to himself, "She changes her face in an instant, you really shouldn't provoke women." Zishi put her hands on her hips and said to Zhang Rochin, I don't care about you, be careful when you go out next time, I can kill you at any time. Zhang Rochin shuddered slightly. And sweat was already pouring down. After that, Zishi didn't care anymore, she turned away, but she thought, how strange. Why do I want to help him a little? Moreover, I can't bear to kill him, but I'm an assassin. Zhang Rochin stood there rubbing his forehead. Lu Chunfeng lay on the ground, waving goodbye to her. Zigunyang, take care. The color of the sky began to change. The scenery began to turn orange due to the setting sun. Zhang Rochin came to a place called the Dragon Martial Hall. He stopped and thought. Dragon Martial Hall, this must be it. 2 female students saw him arrive and showed some sympathy. One said, the number 1 freshman, Zhang Rochin, is here. How long do you think it will be before he's thrown out by the female devil? The other replied, the higher the talent, the worse the beating. He's probably even more miserable than Yu Qi Tiantong. What a pity for that handsome face. Ignoring the gossip, he still walked inside. He also thought, as expected, the spiritual qi is dense. Cultivating in this place will definitely be much faster than outside. The first thing that caught his eye was a hot spring pool. It seemed like there was someone. He looked around and thought, There's a sound inside. Could someone have taken this place before me? Suddenly, Zhang Rochin widened his eyes in surprise. In front of him was the unclothed figure of a girl. She was bathing in the pool. You there, raise your hands high, and use the other hand to rub your body. Zhang Rochin was stunned when he saw this. His face flushed red, and he couldn't help but say in his heart, so beautiful. At this time, he was fascinated, and even his nose was bleeding, but he still retained some of his sanity. He thought, they really used this trick again. If I get caught, I'll definitely have both legs broken, or even have both eyes gouged out. He looked at the figure and thought, it's no exaggeration to say that, for some people, being able to see such a beautiful back is worth having their eyes gouged out. That's enough looking. Zhang Rochin began to turn on alert mode. He wiped away the blood from his nose and thought, this female devil actually stripped naked for me in order to deal with me. So unscrupulous. I must run away quickly. Thinking this, he tiptoed away. But Huang Yanqin had heard the movement. She turned her head and thought, why is the newcomer here now? Zhang Rochin thought he had been discovered. He immediately turned his head and channeled his genuine qi into his hands, thinking, have I been exposed? Since she dared to set a trap to harm me, I might as well fight her to the death. He moved quickly towards Huang Yanqin. Huang Yanqin thought it was Mu Jingling, so she turned her head and said, Jingling, if you're here, why don't you say something? At this time, Zhang Rochin had approached her. At this moment, Huang Yanqin saw him and was extremely surprised. Zhang Rochin immediately launched a palm strike directly at Huang Yanqin. Caught off guard, Huang Yanqin was sent flying away. She was knocked onto the floor. She screamed, ah! Her bare back hit the floor directly. After that, she even coughed up blood. She lay still and motionless. Zhang Rochin stood with one foot in the water, staring at his hand and thinking, so smooth and soft. Ah, that's not right. I didn't expect to hit this female devil so easily. Huang Yanqin frowned, her expression extremely labored. She cursed, bastard, how dare you break into my residence? Zhang Rochin took off his coat and said, although you use despicable methods, I won't take advantage of you. Then, he looked down and thought, she seems to be really seriously injured. If she was setting a trap to harm me, why wouldn't she have any defenses? Could it be a misunderstanding? He put his coat on her. Huang Yanqin couldn't open her eyes. It seemed like she could faint at any time, but she continued to curse, I want to kill you. Zhang Rochin thought, she really is a stunning beauty. He took out a medicinal pill and offered it to her. Then, he directly fed the pill to her. Zhang Rochin stared blankly at Huang Yanqin, thinking, no wonder so many people are willing to pay a bloody price to get close to a beauty. What a pity. I am a righteous gentleman. He began to use his genuine qi to heal her. The next morning, in a room, Zhang Rochin put a pile of essence stones on the floor. He picked up an essence stone. The room was quite beautiful, with many screens hanging up, unlike a man's room. Huang Yanqin was resting on the bed, while Zhang Rochin sat on the floor, displaying a pile of essence stones, and said, I plundered a lot of things during the first assessment. I can definitely sell them for a lot of money. At this time, Huang Yanqin woke up. She thought, my whole body aches. What happened last night? She remembered the scene last night. Zhang Rochin peeked at me bathing last night and knocked me unconscious. Wait, why am I in bed, and with clothes on? Thinking this, Huan Yenchen glared angrily. This lecher, why is he in my boudoir? Could it be that last night we... She sat up, propped herself up on the bed, and she shouted, Lecher. What did you do to me? Zhang Rochin glanced over, smiled and said, You're awake? Don't be afraid. I don't have any malicious intent. After all, I can't completely blame me for what happened last night, right? Huan Yenchen noticed the thing that Zhang Rochin was holding in his hand. He had a weapon in his hand. She should calm him down first, otherwise there would be no chance to clean him up later. Huan Yenchen apologized, but her expression and tone were extremely harsh. You're not wrong. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have bathed to seduce you. What do you want? Zhang Rochin widened his eyes, thinking, she really set a trap to harm me. Luckily I took the first step and injured her, otherwise it would have been terrible. Then, he stood up and said, It's good that you know. You rest up first, I have something to go out for. I'll visit you again in the evening. Huan Yenchen sat on the bed, her hand on her chest, cursing him in her heart, this beast. Don't tell me he still wants to. At this time, he had already stepped outside. On the way he saw Mu Jingling. She also noticed him and called out involuntarily, Zhang Rochin. Mu Jingling was surprised. You're actually okay? Zhang Rochin was puzzled. He asked, Why would senior sister Duanmu say that? What could happen to me? At this time, Mu Jingling knew that what she said was wrong. She forced a smile and raised her hand. No, I was just guessing. But she thought to herself, Chenjia actually didn't kill him? Could it be that the bad thing I did last night was seen through by them? Zhang Rochin replied, Huang Shiji and I had a misunderstanding last night. Now she's seriously injured. Please visit her. Mu Jingling was surprised, she thought. Chenjia is injured? Shouldn't the injured one be Zhang Rochin? Zhang Rochin went to Zishi's place. He had already stepped outside and was walking on the field. He thought as he walked, I gave the spirit stones to Zishi just now. Now it's just right to return to the Dragon Martial Hall. Suddenly, a spear shot towards him from behind. Zhang Rochin didn't turn his head but still felt the murderous aura emanating. This attack exploded with fierce genuine chi. The explosion just now created a lot of white smoke. Zhang Rochin was unharmed. The spear-wielding man asked, You are Zhang Rochin? He replied, That's right, I am Zhang Rochin. He stepped forward and said, Do you know who I am? Zhang Rochin replied, Fong Jilin of the 4th from Commandery, Fong Family. He covered his head, unable to see his eyes clearly. He laughed and said, Haha, if you know my name, you must also know that I'm here to avenge my younger brother. Fong Jilin smiled smugly. He said, Out of respect for your status as a prince of a commandery, you can choose how to die. In addition to him, there were several other people surrounding Zhang Rochin. They were planning to gang up on him. Zhang Rochin didn't panic and said, Pay for a life with a life? Avenge a grudge. Even the elders of the academy can't interfere with this kind of thing. One of them said, Zhang Rochin, if you have the ability, fight senior brother Fong. Life and death are destined. Wealth is determined by heaven. Do you dare? Zhang Rochin turned his head and sneered, mocking him. Oh, does your face not hurt any more? How about I hit you again for another round of pleasure? His face darkened, angry. You! Fong Jilin said, Don't even think about sweet-talking me. All of you, go together and kill him. I'll bear the consequences. Suddenly someone stepped forward and said, Fong Jilin, you're bullying people too much. He stood against the sunlight, so his face wasn't clear, but this person's figure was somewhat round. He said, Isn't the life or death duel between my 9th brother and you just a one-way ticket to death? Zhang Rochin glanced behind him upon hearing this, thinking, He called me 9th brother just now. Could he be the 4th son of Yunwu Commandery Prince, Zhang Xiaochu? Zhang Xiaochu had a benevolent face. He smiled and said, 9th brother, you're really talented. I heard you got first place among the new students. I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night. Zhang Rochin didn't answer. He was focused on the person's appearance, thinking, this image of 4th brother is really unlike a prince. Zhang Xiaochu stood in front of him, protecting him. He spoke up, Fong Jilin, what's so great about you bullying a new student? If you're so capable, come at me. Fong Jilin smiled and said, Zhang Xiaochu, haven't you been beaten enough before? Get out of the way, this young master is too lazy to deal with you today. Zhang Xiaochu got angry and shouted, "This young master's name is Zhang Xiaochu, not Zhang Xiaoshu." Zhang Rochin thought to himself, it seems fourth brother gets bullied quite a bit usually, and yet he still dares to stand up for me. Nie Xian teased Zhang Xiaochu, "You look even fatter than a pig, how dare you say you're not a pig?" One of the women added, "The Prince of Yunwu Commandery is a pig. I bet he was born from his mother and a pig, ha ha ha." Nie Xian said again, "Zhang Xiaochu, crawl between this young master's legs in front of your ninth brother, and I'll let you off today." Zhang Xiaochu was furious, revealing his genuine chi. "Nie Xian, this prince will go all out with you today." Zhang Xiaochu charged forward, but his body betrayed him, making his charge look laborious. Zhang Rochin thought, fourth brother has plenty of courage, but not enough strength. Zhang Xiaochu rushed in and threw a punch, which Nie Xian easily blocked with his hand. Nie Xian raised his hand to punch Zhang Xiaochu. Zhang Rochin shouted, "Fourth brother, be careful." Nie Xian punched Zhang Xiaochu in the face, sending him flying. Then that Nie Xian frowned, smiled, and said, "Since you want to be the early bird, this young master will let you know the fate of the early bird today." He grabbed Zhang Xiaochu's cloak and pulled him back. Zhang Xiaochu opened his eyes slightly, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, Nie Xian punched Zhang Xiaochu straight in the stomach. The cloak was torn. Zhang Xiaochu took a direct hit, his eyes turning white from the pain. But then, Zhang Xiaochu hadn't been defeated yet. He used his hands to keep his balance. He picked up a rock. Then he threw it at Nie Xian with all his might. But Nie Xian used his genuine chi to deflect it. Zhang Xiaochu struggled to catch the rock with his hand. Nie Xian laughed gleefully. That rock suddenly burst with extremely powerful genuine chi, its color resembling poison. Zhang Rochin widened his eyes and raged. Fighting in the academy, yet he's secretly trying to kill people, this is unbearable. Zhang Xiaochu was hit, and poisonous chi spread out. Then, Zhang Xiaochu fell to the ground. Nie Xian raised a large rock high, laughing, "You overestimating fool." He glared, smiled sinisterly, and said, "Wait until I beat him half to death, then you guys chop off his limbs, strip him naked, and throw him into the manure pit for the savage beasts." Suddenly a rock hit him straight in the face. It was Zhang Rochin who threw it. He glared and said, "Nie Xian, do you believe I'll cripple you right now?" The surrounding crowd had gathered to watch the show. Nie Xian fell to the ground, his head bleeding. He shouted angrily, "What did you say? You want to cripple me? What are you? Shameless boasting." Zhang Xiaochu lay weakly on the ground, but he still said firmly, "Ninth brother, just ignore me, quickly go find an elder for protection." Zhang Rochin began to move, moving so fast that afterimages could be seen. Nie Xian frowned, glaring. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Rochin landed a palm strike on his eye. Fong Jilin was surprised, then thought, too fast. This Zhang Rochin is indeed not simple, I can't let him continue to develop. Nie Xian flew backward, and Zhang Rochin immediately charged forward. He gave him another punch. Zhang Rochin jumped up, channeling genuine chi into his hand, and executed the flying dragon in the sky move. He slammed the move down on Nie Xian, the wind whistling and rocks and dirt flying everywhere. After the move, Zhang Rochin landed on the ground. Nie Xian still stood firm, saying, "Zhang Rochin, you're not planning to rely on this little bit of strength to cripple me, are you?" He was injured but unharmed. He laughed and said, "I don't want to waste time with you, let's get straight to the point, show me your real skills." Zhang Rochin said. "Nie Xian, do you think I should cripple your hands, or your legs?" Nie Xian clutched his head, acting like he had just heard a joke, and said, "Little brat, you're a little too arrogant." Zhang Rochin raised his hand, saying solemnly, "Then give me your hand." Nie Xian charged forward to attack. Zhang Rochin stood still, beginning to throw out palm strikes. The bones in Nie Xian's arm cracked. He frowned in pain, thinking to himself, "Such strong power, this is bad." Zhang Rochin exerted force in his legs. Fong Jilin also noticed everything, saying, "Nie Xian, Zhang Rochin is putting his power on the ground, face him head on." Zhang Rochin glared, channeling genuine chi into his hand, and said, "Then try this move of mine." Zhang Rochin struck Nie Xian in the stomach with a palm, hitting him directly. After that, he clenched his fist and punched Nie Xian straight in the face. The others were surprised. He can actually face Nie Xian head-on without being at a disadvantage. Ningshan was losing his balance from Zhang Ruochen's punch. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he immediately moved behind him and took a stance. Ningshan could see it. But there was nothing he could do. Zhang Ruochen immediately unleashed the dragon elephant, returning to the field palm strike, sending him flying backward. Ningshan slammed painfully into a tree. Zhang Ruochen turned to Fong Jilin and shouted, "Fong Jilin, next is when you and I settle all our debts." Fong Jilin laughed, saying, "You want to fight me? I'm afraid you'll have to get past another obstacle first." Suddenly a hand reached out from somewhere, getting extremely close to Zhang Ruochen's face, surprising him. Zhang Xiaochu looked up, panicking, and said, "Ninth brother, be careful. Ningshan's golden steel bone-shattering finger is extremely dangerous." Zhang Xiaochu called out anxiously, "Ninth brother." Ningshan had approached Zhang Ruochen and unleashed his move. Blood immediately splattered, his hand stained with blood. Zhang Ruochen had been hit. Zhang Xiaochu teared up and roared, "Ningshan, you killed my ninth brother. I will never share the same sky with you." Fong Jilin smiled contentedly, but the female powerhouse felt a little regret for his face. "Alas, what a pity for that handsome face, I didn't even get to love it before it died young." Ningshan smiled triumphantly, turning his head to look, but he didn't know that Zhang Ruochen, who was completely fine, had already moved in front of him. The others noticed and shouted, "Senior brother Ningshan, be careful. Zhang Ruochen specializes in hitting people in the face." Ningshan still didn't understand, turning his head to look. Before his eyes, Zhang Ruochen's foot had landed on his face. He thought, "This is bad, I'm getting hit in the face." As expected, Zhang Ruochen kicked him straight in the face. Ningshan clutched his face and staggered backward. Zhang Ruochen hadn't withdrawn his leg yet, saying, "I missed. I originally wanted to kill him with one blow." Ningshan laughed, saying, "So that's why that trash Shumingshi had his face beaten black and blue by you. You really are ruthless and accurate." The person whose name was mentioned wasn't too happy. He snorted softly, thinking, "You damn dog, I was kind enough to remind you, and you're still mocking me. You deserve to be beaten to death." "Zhang Ruochen, go for it," Zhang Ruochen said. "If you only have this much strength, you'll be beaten to death by me." Ningshan staggered up, saying, "Well said for the number one new student, you really do have something. Then I'll let you see a bit of my real strength." He released an immense amount of genuine qi, which transformed into his hands, unleashing the illusionary shadow hand. Ningshan laughed, saying, "To lose under my illusionary shadow hand is your honor." The genuine qi transformed into hands and rushed toward Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen frowned, somewhat shocked, thinking, "I have to cripple him before he unleashes the power of his bloodline, otherwise I'm sure to lose." Zhang Ruochen took out a short blade from the crystal block, holding it firmly. Then he leaped up and chopped off his arm. Fong Jilin shouted, "Ningshan, don't underestimate Zhang Ruochen." Ningshan still argued, "No matter how strong he is, he's still several stages lower than me." Zhang Ruochen rushed forward, unleashing 3 sword strikes at him. Then he continuously slashed away all of Ningshan's after-image hands. Ningshan struggled somewhat, but he still glared and said, "I'll see how you block this attack." He transformed an extremely large hand and rushed toward Zhang Ruochen. The hand slammed heavily into the ground, causing the arena to shake and rocks and dirt to fly everywhere. Zhang Xiaochu burst into tears, shouting, "Ninth brother." Fong Jilin thought that Zhang Ruochen was dead, saying smugly, "Zhang Ruochen, letting you die so easily is really a bargain for you." But suddenly a crack appeared in the genuine qi, and the crack spread wider and wider. Then it shattered. Ningshan was shocked, his body unconsciously trembling. Zhang Ruochen still stood tall, stepping forward heroically. He still had a cut on his face that was bleeding, but he said seriously, "Don't move, otherwise what breaks next won't just be your hand." Zhang Ruochen leaped up. He got close to his face. Zhang Ruochen glared, holding the blade firmly. Ningshan still stood still, not moving. He widened his eyes, looking at the blade in front of his face. Zhang Ruochen immediately slashed a sword across his body. Zhang Ruochen glared, slashing another sword. Ningshan took the full force of the 2 swords, closing his eyes in pain and flying away. Zhang Ruochen raised the blade high, glaring and saying, "This blade is the Azure Rain blade, you really want to take it back, right?" Fong Jilin frowned and shouted, "Zhang Ruochen, How dare you? Zhang Rochin continued slashing a third sword, saying, We're already at a point of no return, what wouldn't I dare? Zhang Rochin stabbed the knife straight into Ningshan's stomach. Fong Jilin lowered his head, gritting his teeth. Zhang Rochin, you're really something. You won't drink a toast, so you'll have to drink a forfeit. Ningshan was beaten until he lay motionless on the ground. Zhang Rochin looked down at him and said, I hate those who rely on their master's power like you the most. Then he stomped on his face. Fong Jilin had now approached Zhang Xiaochu, grabbing his head and saying, Zhang Rochin, you dare to touch Ningshan, and I'll cut off this fat pig's head. Zhang Rochin glared and said, Release my fourth brother. Fong Jilin said, Zhang Rochin, in the academy, only strength matters. When you should bow your head, you have to bow your head. Zhang Rochin cursed, Despicable. Fong Jilin tightened his grip, Zhang Xiaochu's head feeling like it was about to be crushed. AAA. Zhang Rochin glared and charged forward. He knocked his hand away. Fong Jilin staggered back, saying, Everyone, attack together, cripple him. His accomplices obeyed the order and charged forward. Zhang Xiaochu was worried, saying, Ninth brother, run. You can't beat so many people. Zhang Rochin took out his sword, touching it, glaring and saying, They're asking for death themselves. Zhang Rochin moved quickly, using his sword to cut down those people. After a while, they were completely defeated, and Zhang Rochin was exhausted. Fong Jilin assessed him, saying, Little brat, you really have some skill, but it ends here. He prepared to fight, and purple genuine chi rose continuously. Suddenly someone stepped forward, interrupting the melee. Judging by her legs and clothing, it was probably Mu Qingling. She said, Oh? What do you mean it ends here? Sounds very interesting. Fong Jilin was surprised, turning his head. Suddenly he changed his attitude 180 degrees, respectfully cupping his fist and bowing, Senior Sister Duanmu, I don't know what matter has troubled you to come here personally. Zhang Rochin was confused, thinking, what is Mu Qingling doing here? Could it be to cause trouble for me on behalf of Huang Yanchen? Mu Qingling smiled, saying, I'm not here to find you. She pointed at Fong Jilin and said, I'm here to find him. Zhang Rochin and Fong Jilin were both surprised. Fong Jilin immediately said, Senior sister, Zhang Rochin killed my only younger brother. I sought revenge for my younger brother with the elder's permission, which complies with the academy's rules. Mu Qingling glared, saying sternly, I hear what you're saying, you're using Elder Situ to pressure me. Fong Jilin was horrified, saying, I wouldn't dare. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare threaten Senior Sister. Mu Qingling frowned, smiling and saying, Then why are you so scared? I'm not here to make things difficult for you either. Zhang Rochin is the person you killed, and you caused the trouble, so you should think of a solution. The other students then realized, it seems Mu Qingling wants to protect Zhang Rochin at all costs. Zhang Rochin said, Fong Jilin, 1 month from now, on the life and death stage, I will duel you to determine the victor. Mu Qingling was alarmed, suddenly thinking, what? A duel? Is this kid crazy? Fong Jilin put his hand to his ear, looking disdainful and saying, with me? Determine the victor? Did I hear that right? Zhang Rochin was annoyed, glaring and continuing, that's right. 1 month from now, meet on the life and death stage. By then, I want to avenge fourth brother and break both your arms. Fong Jilin laughed, continuing, you said it yourself, meet 1 month from now. Don't be scared and run away. The female powerhouses who witnessed this were either stunned, blushing in disbelief, or smiling. Most of them expressed their disbelief, not knowing whether to say Zhang Rochin had spirit or was stupid, actually giving Fong Jilin the opportunity to kill him. He really overestimated himself. After a while, Zhang Rochin and Mu Qingling left the square and used their feet in some corner of the forest. Mu Qingling asked him, have you really thought about stepping onto the life and death stage? You're very likely to die. Zhang Rochin held a medicinal pill in his hand and said, thank you senior sister for your help, but the grudges between me and Fong Jilin ultimately have to be resolved by myself. Then he crushed it in his mouth. Mu Qingling looked at him and said, I know you have a reason why you have to fight, but you don't necessarily have to pay with your life. Zhang Rochin replied, senior sister probably doesn't understand the grudges between us. This isn't just a fight or oppression between students. Then he explained, It is well known that the four directional kingdoms have ambitions to annex the martial Yun Commandery kingdom, and it has become even more serious in recent years. The students that our country sends to the Western campus to cultivate are subject to the oppression and exclusion of the forces of the four directional kingdoms, causing the self-confidence of our students to be trampled to the bottom. If we don't repay this humiliation, it will be difficult for our students to continue to hold their heads high in the Western campus. Mu Jingling frowned, smiled, and said, "So that's how it is." Then she laughed again, sighing inwardly, "This top freshman looks much more pleasing to the eye this way." Time flies, and 10 days have passed. During this time, Zhang Rochin continuously cultivated within the crystal. Zhang Rochin meditated and pondered. The fourth palm of the dragon elephant Prajna palm remained elusive. Then he opened his eyes, drenched in sweat, realizing that he needed to spar with a master to gain insight. Thereupon, Zhang Rochin emerged from the crystal. He took a towel to wipe away the sweat, saying, "Huh? Where's Xiao Hei? I was going to spar with it to practice my palm techniques." Suddenly, a commotion was heard outside. "Fat cat, if you don't move aside, I'll kill you too." Outside, Xiao Hei was blocking the door, its fur bristling as it bared its fangs, saying, "Zhang Rochin is in closed-door cultivation. This emperor advises you to leave quickly. If you anger this emperor, you won't have a good end." Huan Yanxian chuckled and said, "Is that so? Then let me try splitting you open." Xiao Hei laughed, saying, "Ha ha ha ha, little girl dares to speak so arrogantly in the face of this emperor. You have a lot of courage." Unlike Xiao Hei's attitude, Huan Yanxian was a little annoyed. She glared and said, "I'll give you one last piece of advice. Get lost." Xiao Hei swung its claws to attack, saying, "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Huan Yanxian moved, swinging her sword and sending Xiao Hei flying away. Then she continued to swing her sword. A stroke of the sword struck Xiao Hei's head directly, which was quite painful. Xiao Hei lay rolling on the floor. Huan Yanxian smiled triumphantly, "Fat cat, your speed is very fast, but unfortunately it's still too slow for me." Xiao Hei glared, even more enraged, "Smelly woman, you hit too hard. This emperor is really angry now." Xiao Hei swung its claws in front of Huan Yanxian. She gently punched it, sending it flying far away, a very easy victory. Xiao Hei smashed its head straight into the ground. Xiao Hei stubbornly stood up, clutching its nose and yelling, "Meow! Stinky woman, don't you know the rules? Don't hit the face." In the distance, Mu Jingling stood lurking in a corner, observing. Her eyes shone brightly. "This cat can actually talk. This time, I have something to play with, hee hee hee." Huan Yanxian glared, impatiently scolding, "You fat cat, you're as shameless as your master. This young lady must cut your tongue off." Xiao Hei wouldn't lose either. It glared and yelled, "Meow! Stinky woman, this emperor will fight you to the death." Suddenly, the door behind them opened, and Zhang Rochin asked, "Senior Sister Huang, has your injury healed?" He chuckled and said, "I wonder what brings Senior Sister here?" Huan Yanxian smiled, unleashing her genuine qi in preparation for battle, saying, "You dare to come out and face your death? You've come at the right time." Huan Yanxian charged forward. Xiao Hei thought to itself, "This crazy woman has come at the right time. Let me see how much Zhang Rochin has improved." Huan Yanxian said sternly, "Zhang Rochin, to die by my hands is your honor." Zhang Rochin unleashed the spatial domain, creating a barrier to block Huan Yanxian's strike. The two streams of power collided, creating a large tremor. Seeing this scene, Mu Jingling was a little startled. She thought to herself, Zhang Rochin isn't planning on relying on releasing genuine qi to block Senior Sister Chen's powerful attack. Is he? But she suddenly realized something was wrong. This isn't simply releasing genuine qi. What kind of magical cultivation technique has this kid mastered? At this time, Huan Yanxian was still trying her best to attack Zhang Rochin's defense. She was astonished. "I can't penetrate it." But at this time, Zhang Rochin was also sweating coldly. Huan Yanxian's power was too violent. If he continued to resist, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold on. Just a few seconds later, the battle between the two created a shocking explosion. Some of the women outside had worried expressions. They thought to themselves, judging by the situation in the Dragon Martial Palace, the top freshman is probably in more danger than safety. At this time, Mu Jingling was extremely flustered. She blamed herself. The events of that night were all just her teasing. If this blows up, it will involve someone's life. Thinking this, she hurried to intervene. Senior Sister Chin, calm down. Without hesitation, Mu Jingling unleashed her fist, stopping the move between the two. Thanks to this, the two temporarily stopped fighting and retreated. Zhang Rochin turned to ask in confusion, Senior Sister Mu, what are you doing? Mu Jingling quickly told him to shut up, leave this to me. Huan Yanxian stepped forward. She angrily shouted, Jingling, move aside. Today, I must kill him. Mu Jingling hurriedly tried to dissuade her, Senior Sister Chen, Zhang Rochin is the top freshman. If you kill him, you will definitely be severely punished. If you're not careful, you might even be suppressed by the Western Campus elders. At this time, Huan Yanxian realized that her guess about the events of that night was correct. Mu Jingling could not escape involvement. She replied, Jingling, you must stop me from killing him? Mu Jingling tried to explain, Senior Sister Chen, I'm protecting you, not protecting Zhang Rochin. Huan Yanxian frowned and replied, I don't want to hear any of this. If you must stop me, then draw your sword. Mu Jingling had no other choice but to draw her sword. I'm sorry, Senior Sister Chen. Then, both women rushed into battle. Could this be a battle for a man? Zhang Rochin observed the battle between the two and sighed, their moves are too fierce. No wonder it's a battle between female devils. Unexpectedly, they both have special martial divinity marks. Gale wind and flying snow. Neither of the two female devils was willing to yield to the other. The swords clashed continuously. At this time, Huan Yanxian angrily said, Jingling, if you continue to stop me, I won't be polite anymore. Mu Jingling quickly reassured her, Senior Sister Chin. Calm down first. Even if you don't make a move, this lecherous thief won't survive for a month. Hearing this, Huan Yanxian asked in confusion, What do you mean? Mu Jingling then replied, He has agreed to a duel with Fong Jilin on the life and death arena in 20 days. At this time, Huan Yanxian temporarily stopped. She said, although Fong Jilin is not considered a top-level expert, with Zhang Rochin's current cultivation, he will undoubtedly die in a duel with him. Then she turned to ask Zhang Rochin, in 20 days, are you really dueling with Fong Jilin on the life and death arena? Zhang Rochin replied, that's right. Huan Yanxian narrowed her eyes and said, if that's the case, I'll let you live for another 20 days. If you can defeat Fong Jilin, I'll spare your life. If you lose, even if he doesn't kill you, I will personally kill you. After speaking, she turned and left. At this time, Mu Jingling turned to ask with a flustered expression, Zhang Rochin, are you really confident that you can defeat Fong Jilin by then? Zhang Rochin replied, I need some help from Duanmu's senior sister. The first scene was a clear and refreshing full moon night. Zhang Rochin and Mu Jingling were doing something in the forest by the stream. The two stood facing each other, and Zhang Rochin said, Duanmu's senior sister, please guide me. Mu Jingling replied, just attack with all your might. Zhang Rochin began to unleash his palm techniques. A man-elephant tramples the earth move advanced towards Mu Jingling. But she easily blocked it without any effort. Zhang Rochin concentrated his strength in his legs. He unleashed a dragon elephant returns to the field move, but still could not push Mu Jingling back. Mu Jingling chuckled, saying, ha 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 ha, these palms are not bad, very good indeed. Time shifted to the morning. Still the same forest. Zhang Rochin was already unsteady, squatting down and panting. Presumably, the two had been practicing all night. Mu Jingling glared at him, saying, with your skills, it will be very difficult to defeat Fong Jilin. Zhang Rochin still could not stand up, his head almost bowed to the ground, but he still said, it is precisely because I know I cannot defeat Fong Jilin that I am seeking senior sister's help. In the following days, Zhang Rochin continued to practice, and Mu Jingling sat beside him, helping him practice. Even she was quite surprised by his speed of development. To have reached this level so quickly, he was indeed a genius with immeasurable prospects. Time shifted to an evening, the wind blew gently, which was very refreshing but also made people very sleepy. Mu Jingling lay on the ground and slept, while Zhang Rochin continued to meditate and cultivate. Then dawn broke again. Zhang Rochin and Mu Jingling began to practice. He said, next is my full force strike, senior sister, please be careful. Mu Jingling was a little careless and said, with your current strength, you won't be able to hurt me. Make your move. Zhang Rochin moved quickly. He unleashed a powerful dragon form elephant shadow palm towards Mu Jingling. Mu Jingling was also a little surprised by this palm. Zhang Rochin unleashed his palm, and Mu Jingling blocked this palm. Genuine qi fluctuated violently once again. Zhang Rochin glared, continuing to unleash a powerful amount of genuine qi. Mu Jingling was now a little more serious. She tried her best to block the attack. Thinking to herself, how could he have made such great progress in such a short time? Then, this palm had considerable power, and she was also sent flying. Mu Jingling was extremely shocked. She quickly regained her balance and landed on the water. Zhang Rochin stood on the shore, saying to her, "Thank you for your help, senior sister. I have finally completed this move." Time shifted to the evening. Both of them had left the forest and returned to their rooms. Zhang Rochin and Mu Jingling sat on the bed, exchanging words. "Thank you for senior sister Duanmu's help these past few days. Otherwise, I would not have been able to master the dragon form elephant shadow so quickly," she replied. "I'm just afraid you'll lose the face of the dragon martial palace." Mu Jingling smiled, tilting her head to the other side, and said, "But I am indeed very curious, how strong will you be in half a month?" Zhang Rochin said smugly, "You will know on the life and death arena in half a month, senior sister." Then he asked her, "Speaking of which, what level is the ice-cold martial divinity mark that senior sister unlocked?" Mu Jingling replied, "Level 6. Moreover, I unlocked the martial divinity mark when I was 2 years old." He then said, "No wonder you reached the great perfection of the profound realm at the age of 13 or 14. It turns out that your talent is so high." Mu Jingling was a little annoyed. She frowned, puffing out her cheeks, and said, "How could that be? I'm 18 years old this year, okay? I don't have such heaven-defying talent." Zhang Rochin looked at her chest, thinking to himself, "Except for the size of that certain part, you don't look 18 years old at all." Knowing what he was wondering, Mu Jingling then said, "The cultivation technique that I practice is a bit special. Unless my genuine qi dissipates, my appearance will stop at the time I cultivate it." "To the first level of the technique," Zhang Rochin said, "Huh? I once heard that the moon worship demonic sect has a type of 8 desolations 6 harmonies technique that is somewhat similar to the technique you cultivate." Suddenly, Mu Jingling reacted strongly. "You said the 8 desolations 6 harmonies technique?" Zhang Rochin then asked, "Why is senior sister so excited? Could it be that senior sister knows this technique?" He looked at her sternly, anticipating her answer. Mu Jingling lowered her head slightly, her eyes showing some concern, and then said, "Why have I never heard that the moon worship demonic sect has this kind of technique?" "How do you know?" He noticed Mu Jingling's feet rubbing together continuously. He thought to himself, "These restless feet, she must have a relationship with the moon worship demonic sect." Mu Jingling pretended to be calm, and asked him, "You actually know the cultivation technique of the moon worship demonic sect, Zhang Junior brother? You're not an internal agent sent by the moon worship demonic sect to the Martial Market Academy, are you?" Mu Jingling leaned back slightly. She smiled, but her eyes did not look directly at Zhang Rochin. She said, "If you are an internal agent of the moon worship demonic sect, then this senior sister of mine cannot easily let you off." Zhang Rochin smiled, saying, "How could that be? I just heard about it." Then he thought to himself, "In my previous life, I happen to have read this type of technique, only lacking the last volume kept at the demonic sect headquarters, which I did not have time to see." Zhang Rochin began to ask further, "Why did senior sister jump when she heard the 8 desolations 6 harmonies technique?" Mu Jingling felt guilty. She began to make something up. No, I was just shocked by the moon worship demonic sect. In the Kunlun realm, this is taboo, let's not discuss this anymore." Then she began to beat a retreat. She turned away and said, "I will not disturb your cultivation anymore. I am looking forward to what will happen in half a month." Zhang Rochin smiled, thinking to himself, "Senior sister Duanmu definitely has some relationship with the demonic sect." Time came to half a month later, at the Dragon Martial Palace. Xiao He lay on the floor with its tongue hanging out, its expression uncomfortable as if it were having a nightmare. It seemed to be dreaming about the person who had trapped it in the painting scroll. Suddenly it opened its eyes wide. It looked at the stream of genuine qi emanating from Zhang Rochin. Xiao He was surprised. Unexpectedly, this kid has improved again. Huan Yanxian lurks somewhere, thinking to herself, humph, it's just a sword following the heart realm. In a small border country, he would be considered a genius. But in the Martial Market Academy, he's just ordinary. Zhang Rochin closed his eyes tightly. Genuine chi began to form sword following the heart, and a shadow sword began to materialize. Zhang Rochin changed his hand gestures, and the sword was formed. Huan Yanxian panicked, thinking, that's not right, this is not ordinary sword following the heart, but the pinnacle realm of sword following the heart. Xiaohei also recognized it. It pondered, this kid can actually cultivate to the pinnacle realm of sword following the heart. It's as if he can use flowers and leaves as weapons. Huan Yanxian glanced over, she smiled, even if you cultivate to the pinnacle of sword following the heart, I'm afraid you still can't defeat Fong Jilin. Even if Fong Jilin doesn't kill you, you will surely die by my sword. Zhang Rochin got up and walked away. Xiaohei smiled, thinking, this young man is quite something. Now he has a bit of the demeanor of the teenage sword god. Zhang Rochin approached Xiaohei and asked, what are you staring at me for? Let's go visit fourth brother with me. Xiaohei frowned. It said, you really think of this emperor as your servant? I will not listen to your orders. Zhang Rochin said, as you wish. At this time, Lu Qinfeng stepped in from the outside. He said, Ninth Prince, your highness, you have finally emerged from seclusion. A big event has occurred. Zhang Rochin turned his head and asked, what has happened? A girl standing behind Lu Qinfeng said, Ninth Prince, while you were in seclusion, the Quadrant Kingdoms have been constantly suppressing our students, and many have been injured. Lu Qinfeng frowned. He said, that's right, and 2 students went missing while on a mission. It is very likely that they were murdered by them. Zhang Rochin asked, the academy elders are just ignoring it? Lu Qinfeng replied, in order to train the students, the elders usually do not interfere. Moreover, they have elders to backing them, so they are even more unscrupulous. The affairs of the Western campus are almost entirely managed by elders Yidu, whose position is second only to the vice dean and dean. Zhang Rochin said again, as long as they don't openly kill people, it's not considered a violation of the rules. They are using this excuse to take revenge on us. The people from the Yunwu Commandery spoke up, Ninth Prince, you must win tomorrow, otherwise our days in the academy will be difficult to survive. If even Ninth Prince loses, then I will not dare to stay here, and can only return to the Yunwu Commandery. Zhang Rochin said, everyone, rest assured. If they have provoked us, then I will play with them. Zhang Rochin then asked Lu Qinfeng, that's right, you came to find me because of this matter? He then replied, I almost forgot the main business. I heard that Nie Xian and Xia Zhao will led a group of students to go and cause trouble for Fourth Prince. They are making their move tonight in order to disrupt you, so that your condition on the life and death arena tomorrow will be affected. Zhang Rochin frowned. He replied, don't even think about it. Take me to fourth brother immediately. I want to see who dares to make a move. That evening, the students were discussing spiritedly, have you heard? Nie Xian of the Quadrant Kingdoms is beating up Zhang Xiaochu again. Someone else said. He can't beat Zhang Rochin, so he chose a soft persimmon to pinch. This Nie Xian is really useless. At this time, Zhang Xiaochu was being beaten to a pulp. The people from the Quadrant Kingdoms were actually ganging up on him. Nie Xian shouted loudly, Zhang Xiaochu, is your hand healed yet? But my hand was crippled forever by your ninth brother. What do you say we should do? As long as you say that Zhang Rochin is a turtle, a coward, I will spare you. Zhang Xiaochu said, not Zhang Xiaozhu, it's Zhang Xiaochu. Zhang Xiaochu's cheeks were swollen from being beaten, but he was still very stubborn. Dream on. Believe it or not, my ninth brother will chop off your remaining hand. A woman sneered, glancing condescendingly at Zhang Xiaochu from above, you really don't know what's good for you. I might as well chop off your hand. She swung her knife towards Zhang Xiaochu, who opened his eyes in horror. Suddenly, the knife was broken by a hand. Zhang Xiaochu looked on in shock. Zhang Rochin appeared. Seeing him, she lost all her momentum. She backed away and said, you won't hit a woman, will you? Zhang Rochin laughed and said, but you are not a woman, but an ugly woman. Zhang Rochin punched her, sending her flying far away. She still tried to argue, at least he's a prince, how can he even hit women? She was knocked to the floor, in front of Nie Xian. He looked down and said, Zhang Rochin, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Shenmingshi shouted, "Senior brother Nye, be careful." Zhang Rochin looked in front of him but saw nothing. Then, suddenly, a foot appeared in front of him, before Nye Xian could even see it. The people around were astonished, too fast. Zhang Rochin has improved even more compared to when he first enrolled. Nye Xian was immediately kicked away by Zhang Rochin. He flew all the way to the corner of the wall. Zhang Rochin grabbed his head and cursed, "You bastard who relies on others' power." He glared, smiling, but looking extremely scary. "What's the skill in bullying my fourth brother? You all come at me, I'll play with you." The others were annoyed, they looked at him with disdain, they said, "He is so arrogant and aggressive, so arrogant that it will be difficult for him to last long." Nye Xian stood up abruptly, he scolded, "Zhang Rochin, don't even think about being arrogant, I haven't used all my strength, I just wanted to give you a way out. If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being impolite." Zhang Rochin glared, he said, "We've already torn each other apart, what's the point of being polite, just putting on an act?" Nye Xian gritted his teeth and thought, "This time I can't be careless, use blood energy to condense weapons and kill him instantly." He began to make his move. Nye Xian this time also used his seriousness to fight Zhang Rochin. He produced a large sword several times his size and said, "I swear to the great and virtuous Empress Qi Yao, if I lose, I will definitely not cause trouble for you and Zhang Xiaochu." Zhang Rochin glared and thought to himself, another extreme believer of Qi Yao. Nye Xian smiled, he unleashed his sword. A sword began to lean towards Zhang Rochin, but he stood still and did not move. At this time, Zhang Rochin glared and said, "It's just blood energy condensed into weapons, a trivial trick." He jumped up lightly to dodge the blow. Zhang Rochin rushed forward. Condensing a palm technique in his hand, he said, "Let's see if you can withstand this palm." Nye Xian was extremely surprised at this time. Zhang Rochin unleashed a palm, and he immediately took the full force of it. The people standing around were also pushed back by the escaping true Qi force. Luo Shuihan stood high above, observing, frowned and said, "Zhang Rochin is indeed not something that can be confined to a pond." After knocking down Nye Xian, Zhang Rochin stepped on the arm that was attached to the sharp iron blade, causing it to break into many pieces. Nye Xian was covered in injuries. He opened one eye and struggled to say, "Zhang Rochin, if I don't kill you, I swear I won't be human." Zhang Rochin turned his head and looked around. He shouted loudly, "Is there anyone else who wants to fight me?" Zhang Xiaochu stood up and pointed at the crowd and said, "Ninth brother, you must help me take revenge. Wang Lang and Qing Hai Tian over there often lead the way in bullying me." Zhang Rochin thought to himself, fourth brother must have been bullied by them a lot before. He coldly said to them, "Do you really think that the royal family of Yunu Commandery doesn't have anyone? Now I will demand justice for my brother." One of them spoke up, "Zhang Rochin, what are you so proud of? I wonder if you can even live through tomorrow." Zhang Rochin revealed his true chi and replied, "No matter what happens tomorrow, today I can teach you what it means to respect classmates." The two of them began to display their blood energy to condense weapons. A saber and a long spear appeared. Zhang Rochin unleashed a palm. He laughed and said, "This move again, how boring." Zhang Rochin unleashed a palm to confront their blood energy condensed weapons. The true chi was powerful and fierce. The others frowned in fear. Zhang Rochin continuously defeated 3 experts in a row. Someone still stood on the sidelines, observing and thinking, so it seems that his challenge to Fong Jilin was not reckless. The 2 loudmouths were defeated by him. Zhang Rochin turned to the people of Seon Commandery and said, "Fellow students of Seon Commandery, is there anyone else who wants to challenge me?" The people of Seon Commandery stood there sweating, glaring, and frightened. Zhang Rochin was so terrifying, he casually defeated Wang Lang and Qing Hai Tian. The new students of Seon Commandery were in trouble. Zhang Rochin slowly walked over. He said, "I'll ask again, is there anyone from Seon Commandery who wants to challenge me? If there is no one to challenge, then I will learn from each of you one by one." At this time, the people of Yunwu Commandery arrived. Lu Chungfeng said, "How could we dare to bother His Highness the Prince with this kind of trivial matter? I and my brothers will teach these mixed rabble a good lesson." Zhang Rochin left upon hearing this. "All right, young Master Lu, pay attention to the limits." Having been given full authority, Lu Chungfeng cast a sinister gaze with a savage smile towards the people of Seon Commandery and said, "Fellow disciples, would you like to spar with this humble student?" Then, he walked over to Zhang Xiaochu and said, "Fourth Prince, you should join everyone as well, so that they will remember it well." Zhang Xiaochu also smiled and said, "Hee, then I won't be polite." Zhang Xiaochu walked towards the crowd. He smiled sinisterly, "Hee, let's settle all the debts." Time shifted to the next morning. The people of Fong Commandery were defeated by the people of Yunu Commandery, lying scattered on the ground. At this time, someone walked over. That person was Fong Jilin. He looked at this scene and shouted loudly, "Enough! Zhang Rochin, everyone is a student of the West Campus, your actions are too cruel." Zhang Xiaochu loudly scolded him, "We are cruel? When you broke my 2 arms, didn't you feel like you were being cruel?" He smiled and said, "Zhang Xiaochu, do you really think that Zhang Rochin can protect you? When he dies on the life and death stage, this young master will slowly deal with you." At this time, Zhang Rochin also arrived. He said, "Fong Jilin, are you really so arrogant that you feel you will definitely win?" Fong Jilin replied with a smile, "If that's the case, let's go to the life and death stage tonight. I wonder if the 9th Prince dares to accept the challenge." Lu Qingfeng said, "Ninth Highness, don't fall for Fong Jilin's trap. You fought continuously with 3 experts, and then go to a decisive battle with him. You will definitely suffer a loss." Zhang Rochin smiled and said, "It's okay, it's better to solve the trouble sooner." Fong Jilin looked at Lu Qingfeng and said, "What, does young Master Lu have an opinion with me? Or should I give young Master Lu some pointers first?" Lu Qingfeng laughed. His demeanor was not upright at all. He said, "I am not your opponent. It's useless to try to provoke me. I am not as upright as you." Fong Jilin was speechless with him. This bastard doesn't know what shame is. After I kill Zhang Rochin, I will kill you to resolve the hatred in my heart. Unable to provoke Lu Qingfeng, he turned to Zhang Rochin, "Ninth Prince, if you have already agreed to the battle tonight, then I don't need to waste any more saliva. Whatever grievances there are, let's end them all tonight." Zhang Rochin replied, "Tonight, meet on the life and death stage." Time passed until the evening. At the life and death stage, Mu Lingxi and Huan Yanchen arrived. Mu Lingxi thought to herself, "Phew, luckily I made it. I didn't expect Sister Chen to arrive so early." The two entered inside. Mu Lingxi smiled and said, "Sister Chen, you even arrived earlier than me. Could it be that you are very concerned about Zhang Rochin?" Huan Yanchen said, "I came to see how he would be killed by Fong Jilin." Mu Lingxi pulled down her eyelids, stuck out her tongue. Her appearance now like a child who hasn't grown up, teasing behind someone's back. She thought, humph. Sister Chen is really a woman who says one thing but means another. The weather tonight, the wind was blowing non-stop. At this time, Zhang Rochin and Fong Jilin had arrived. The two stood on the arena of the life and death stage. Zishi and Lu Qingfeng also arrived. Zishi called out, "Zhang Rochin." Suddenly she lowered her head and said, "I also had a part in killing Feng Qi." Then she looked at him seriously and said, "Let me take your place and duel with Fong Jilin." Zhang Rochin refused. He said, "You can fight him next time, let me do it this time." Zishi glared in surprise, watching Zhang Rochin leave, and thought to herself, Your head is mine, I won't allow you to die here." Suddenly someone was accelerating and running away. Looking at the figure, it must be Elder Xie. He ran and thought, the West Campus finally received a male genius. I can't let him die. I have to stop this duel. At this time, someone grabbed his shoulder. It was Elder Situ. Elder Xie couldn't move. He glanced at Elder Situ and said, "Elder Situ, what are you doing?" He replied, "Elder Xie, calm down, don't rush. It's just a duel between 2 juniors. Why do you need to interfere?" Elder Situ glared at him. He continued, "The grievances between students, just let them solve it themselves. If Zhang Rochin dies here, it can only be said that he doesn't have the destiny to become a powerhouse." Elder Xie was speechless, but then he thought, damn it, the words are righteous and upright, making it impossible for me to find a reason to refute. At this time, Huixing brought a box of something and gave it to Elder Situ. "Thank you, Elder Situ, this is a gift for you. It will help you increase your cultivation by another level." He smiled sinisterly and said, "It's just a small matter. This old man is stationed in Fong Commandery. Of course I have to help the Commandery king sweep away the threat of Zhang Rochin." Back at the arena, Fong Jilin stood opposite Zhang Rochin and said, "I really don't know if I should say you are too confident or too stupid. I didn't expect you to actually dare to come to the life and death stage." Zhang Rochin laughed and said, what's the point of talking so much, let's fight. Fong Jilin also laughed. If you want to die early, then I will help you. Then he ran towards the weapons. Zhang Rochin thought to himself, despicable, trying to strike first and gain the upper hand? He smiled, secretly calculating, on the life and death stage there is a limit to the weapons, whoever grabs the weapon will have the advantage. He was engrossed in taking the weapon and didn't know that Zhang Rochin was moving towards him at great speed. Suddenly he snatched the sword, and also gave him a slash on the hand. He looked at his injured hand and was puzzled. How could this kid's speed be faster than me? Zhang Rochin took the sword, assessed the sword, there was no pattern. But the material was not bad, it would not be easily broken. Fong Jilin grabbed a weapon. He held the long spear, his eyes stern, and said, Kid, you have successfully angered me, next is the final moment of your short life. Zhang Rochin said again, Finally I know why Sifang Commandery is full of trash who are empty barrels, it turns out it's all just boasting. Zhang Rochin was the first to attack, he rushed up and slashed out a sword. Fong Jilin held the long spear firmly, he said, You think being fast is invincible? But for me it's useless. He used the spear to block Zhang Rochin's sword, the two stood in a stalemate. Zhang Rochin glared, shouted, You think I only have speed? The two fought fiercely, the fighting methods were continuous, creating many loud explosions. The people who came to see them fight also marveled, Zhang Rochin's speed is so fast? So does he have a chance to win against Fong Jilin? Impossible, his cultivation is too low. Just being fast alone is useless. At this time, the two separated. Zhang Rochin knelt down on one knee. Fong Jilin grinned and rushed up, then said, The gap between your cultivation and mine cannot be filled with speed. Accept your death, junior apprentice. His long spear was surrounded by true qi and then a raging fire broke out. Zhang Rochin glared in surprise. I didn't expect true qi to carry fire attributes, it's really powerful. He swung the spear to attack, Zhang Rochin quickly dodged. Suddenly Fong Jilin's body burst into flames, and said again, You are indeed very fast, you can avoid one blow of mine, but you can't avoid. True qi was accumulated on the long spear. Then, the fire spread out and swallowed Zhang Rochin, causing him to also widen his eyes in surprise. The fire was like it was adding fuel to the fire, bursting out fiercely, making the dark night sky bright. A female powerhouse standing next to Lu Chunfeng worriedly asked, Will His Highness the Prince be alright? Lu Chunfeng replied, Probably not, I have fought against him before. He always does unexpected things. Zishi also agreed with Lu Chunfeng and said, If you have never fought or fought side by side with him, it will be difficult to understand his true strength. Below the arena, the fire had disappeared, only a cloud of smoke was slowly dissipating. Zhang Rochin's figure was no longer seen in the arena. But then, he suddenly rushed from behind Fong Jilin. A terrifying amount of true qi formed a six-petaled flower. Fong Jilin also sensed it. His eyes widened in horror. Thus, the sword skill of Heavenly Heart-Breaking Dawn was unleashed precisely. Fong Jilin was pushed away by the abundant true qi. Mu Lingxi observed and recalled the days she practiced with Zhang Rochin, thinking to herself, In these short few days, his cultivation has increased significantly. If he uses a killing move, I'm afraid Fong Jilin will also have to admit defeat. Huan Yanchen was also surprised. What kind of ability does this Zhang Rochin have? Why is his cultivation speed increasing so rapidly? Mu Lingxi turned to tease Huan Yanchen, Sister Qin, you once said that if Zhang Rochin wins, you will spare his life. Huan Yanchen's face was slightly red. She turned to another place and said, Wait until he wins and then talk. In the sky, someone was also watching. She said, The duel is also interesting. Zhang Rochin is an opponent worth fighting. Fong Jilin was injured in the back by the sword skill. He fell down, face down on the ground. Hu Xing looked at this scene and became angry. He shouted, Zhang Rochin is bold, unexpectedly dare to destroy the tattoo of Sifang Commandery on his body. Do you want to start a war with my Sifang Commandery? Zhang Rochin looked up at him. Sifang Commandery has long since turned against my Yunwu Commandery, so I don't care about your attitude. Hu Xing looked uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tightly, his blue veins bulging. You, very good, you wait for me, I will make you and Yunwu Commandery go to hell together. Fong Jilin, although injured, was still able to stand up. He laughed, Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to challenge Prince Hu Xing, so even if I kill you, he will follow me to cover it up. He swung his sword and rushed towards Zhang Rochin. He quickly dodged the blow. Fong Jilin continued to swing the spear. Zhang Rochin continued to dodge the blow. Fong Jilin glared and said, "If you have the ability, then don't dodge, and fight me upright." Zhang Rochin did not answer. Only to see him continue to move. The attacks completely did not touch him. He dodged while closing the distance. He said, "If you can't even touch the corner of my clothes, then what qualifications do you have to fight with me?" At this time Zhang Rochin shouted, "Receive a sword from me." He swung his sword towards Fong Jilin, and he immediately used his spear to block the sword. Fong Jilin was surprised. "Damn it, how can this kid's sword art be so powerful?" True Qi erupted fiercely. The sound of explosions echoed through the sky and the earth were dyed blue. A person sitting in the audience surprised, "Zhang Rochin is so fast, then isn't he without a chance to win against Fong Jilin?" Another person said, "Impossible. His cultivation is too low, just being fast alone is useless." Mu Lingxi smiled lightly, thinking, "A group of ignorant people, how can you know its magical point?" Luo Shuihan also said, "If his strength is not weaker than Fong Jilin, then speed will have the advantage. If Fong Jilin can't bring out more outstanding skills, then it will be difficult to deal with." Mu Lingxi looked at Huan Yanchen and said, "What, Sister Chen, Zhang Rochin's strength like this can completely win against Fong Jilin. You must remember to keep your word and spare his life. Moreover, the two of you must have fate. If the rice is cooked, then why aren't you happy?" Huan Yanchen laughed and said, "If you mention that night again, then even if he wins against Fong Jilin, I will take his life." Mu Lingxi was speechless. She snorted lightly, thinking to herself, "Sister Chen is really displaying all the characteristics of a woman's hypocrisy." A cloud of smoke rose. Fong Jilin propped the long spear on the ground. He thought to himself, "His cultivation has a very large gap with me. Why can he gain the upper hand a little? This kind of strange person really can't be kept." Fong Jilin frowned, gritted his teeth and struggled. Zhang Rochin smiled and said, "What's the matter, senior brother Fong? You must have felt the gap between the two of us during the fight. It's meaningless to fight anymore, why not?" Fong Jilin mobilized his true qi again. Bright red true qi rose, they moved in circles under his feet. Zhang Rochin glared in surprise. Fong Jilin's eyes were white, but his state was extremely dangerous, terrifying. He said, "Zhang Rochin, you have lost your last hope. I will definitely kill you to resolve the hatred in my heart." Fong Jilin attacked. Zhang Rochin resisted. Both were like equals, resisting strongly. Zhang Rochin continued to swing his sword. A wave of sword intent was swung out towards Fong Jilin. True Qi burst out. Zhang Rochin fiercely pushed him back. Suddenly a blood-red stream of true qi appeared under his feet. Zhang Rochin thought to himself, "Troublesome, I fell for his plan." He glanced down, gritted his teeth, his body couldn't move, he kept retreating to lure me into his blood formation? Fong Jilin rushed over at this time, he soared into the sky, swung his long spear high, and unleashed the scarlet flame divine spear skill. Zhang Rochin tried to move, he planted his sword, using the heavenly heart sword shield to defend. A sword skill with burning flames confronted a solid sword shield. The two moves collided, creating an earthquake. The surrounding rocks were blasted away. Fong Jilin glared, smiled and said, "This young master condensed a medium-grade blood formation, which can increase my strength and also suppress you. You are doomed to die." Fong Jilin's sword skill shattered Zhang Rochin's sword. He was hit. His body was blasted away. Zhang Rochin was hit. He was blasted out. Huan Yanchen was restless. She jumped up, panicked and shouted, "Zhang Rochin." Mu Lingxi looked over, sneered and thought, clearly very worried about Zhang Rochin's safety, but still pretending to be indifferent, this woman. The people in the audience commented, "Zhang Rochin's attack is beautiful, but the gap in cultivation is difficult to overcome." Challenging Fong Jilin was originally a matter of overestimating his own abilities. Being killed is like playing with fire and burning himself. The two elders, one was happy, the other was worried. Elder Sitter laughed, thinking, Fong Jilin is not bad. If he is given enough cultivation resources, he may become a Xian board martial artist. Fong Jilin stepped on a rock and said, "This young master condensed a medium-grade blood formation, which can increase my cultivation and suppress you." Then he laughed, speaking as if he was certain to win, "You are doomed to die." Zhang Rochin was not lightly injured. He glared, and said, "Senior brother Fong is stronger than your useless younger brother, worthy of me treating him properly." Although he said that, he thought, using the space domain can easily win, but there is no need. Fong Jilin rushed to attack. He roared, "You are about to die and still pretending, this young master will send you on your way." Zhang Rochin moved the sword lightly. Suddenly the illusion of the sword appeared. Following that, he moved in a circle forming a round moon. Under his feet a still water surface imprinted his shadow on it. After a full circle, his sword technique materialized into countless sword shadows, forming a ring around him. This was the heavenly heart full moon. Tianxin Manyu. Fong Jilin was filled with murderous intent, and he erupted his true qi. Then, the two techniques collided, and tens of thousands of swords directly shot forth, withstanding the attack of an faintly burning flame. But Fong Jilin's technique was somewhat weaker. Finally, his layer of true qi disappeared, and Zhang Rochin's technique immediately shot toward Fong Jilin. Fong Jilin was hit. After a series of exchanges, the arena exploded, and smoke billowed everywhere. Elder Xia's eyes lit up, and he said, "The advanced stage of sword follows the heart, Jian Sui Xin. I didn't expect Zhang Rochin to have reached it at such a young age." Elder C2's eyes widened until his blood vessels showed, his face filled with disbelief as he thought, This is impossible. Mu Xingling, was shocked and bewildered. She didn't expect his swordsmanship to be so terrifying. Once he breaks through the perfect mysterious realm, he will definitely become a Xian Bang martial artist with a high ranking. Huan Yanchen, was no less shocked. She was stunned, thinking, the high level of sword follows the heart. Even I'm not sure I can reach it, but Zhang Rochin has done it. Mu Lingxi giggled. She winked at Huan Yanchen and said, "Sister Chen, you wouldn't bear to kill a genius like Zhang Rochin, would you?" Huan Yanchen closed her eyes, trying to calm down, and said, "So what if he's a genius? His character is too terrible. Do you expect me to accept him?" Mu Lingxi started teasing, "You two have already cooked the rice. What can you do if you don't accept him?" Huan Yanchen remained unchanged and said, "Even if I spare him from death, I can never accept him." Mu Lingxi stuck out her tongue playfully. She put her legs up, clasped her hands together, and said, "Sister Chen, if you say so, then if I accidentally fall for him in the future and snatch him away, don't blame me." Huan Yanchen was surprised. "Don't tell me you've really taken a liking to him?" Mu Lingxi replied, "He's young, handsome, and extremely talented, and he's also a prince. Such a perfect man, it's possible to accidentally fall for him." Huan Yanchen observed Zhang Rochin solemnly and asked, "Lingxi, do you think he can become a saint?" Mu Lingxi looked at her and replied, "Not even one saint exists in the entire 36 commanderies of the demonic sect. His talent is high, but it seems impossible for him to become a saint." Then, her face was full of affection and said, "But I think if he always maintains the current state of cultivation, to the heavenly realm, he may be able to become a half-saint." Huan Yanchen said, "A half-saint?" Zhang Rochin, I really can't understand you. Back in the arena, Fong Jilin was severely injured. His upper garment had been torn at some point. He thought, the advanced stage of sword follows the heart. How can Zhang Rochin's swordsmanship be so superb? No, I'm 3 realms higher than him. I must defeat him. At this moment, Zhang Rochin appeared from behind him. He unleashed a sword strike. Fong Jilin was startled. This is bad. He swung his spear to block Zhang Rochin's sword strike. Zhang Rochin laughed and said, "Fong Jilin, you've lost." Then he continued to rush forward. Fong Jilin still tried to resist. He glared, looking down on others. "I'll make you pay." Zhang Rochin narrowed his eyes slightly. He unleashed the technique Heavenly Heart Chi Lake, Tianxin Chi Hu. A wave tens of meters high appeared, sweeping away everything around it. The wave was extremely powerful, sweeping away everything within its range. Of course, Fong Jilin could not escape it either. He was squeezed by the water and dragged away. Fong Jilin stared in fear, thinking, this is bad. Then, he was submerged by the water. He screamed, "Aya!" The water gradually receded. Fong Jilin lay sprawled on the ground. Zhang Rochin stepped forward and said, "Fong Jilin, you've lost." He said sternly, "I once said that I would not kill you. I'm only avenging Ziga." The people sitting in the stands were shocked. He really knows how to surprise people. Oh my god! Zhang Rochin. A new student has actually defeated Fong Jilin. Elder C2 broke out in a cold sweat, stared blankly and thought, he has made such significant progress in just over a month. This Zhang Rochin really can't be kept around anymore. Or he will become an important capital to overthrow Yunwu Commandery. Down in the arena, Zhang Rochin said, I only broke both of your arms. You don't have any objections, do you? Fong Jilin, covered in injuries, stammered, wait. Then he frowned, unwillingly, wait a minute. After that, he immediately knelt in front of Zhang Rochin and begged, Zhang Rochin, thank you. Thank you for not killing me. Huixing, seeing this scene, shouted, this good-for-nothing Fong Jilin, how can you kneel before the prince of an enemy country? Get back here for this prince. Such a shocking development caused those in the stands to look on in horror. What a disgrace. He has completely lost the reputation of the Commandery. But the one being ridiculed laughed, thinking, a disgrace? I'm clearing the way for the Commandery. At this moment, hidden weapon fired from his mouth. Zhang Rochin was not afraid at all. He calmly analyzed, tongue-hidden arrow, Danshi Tianjian. As expected of good brothers, using the same kind of poison. Then, he glared and flicked away all of his hidden weapon, and yelled, take it all yourself. The hidden weapon was flicked back, and Fong Jilin's scream rang out shrilly, "Aaaaaah!" His eyes were bleeding, and he painfully crawled on the ground, calling out loudly, Prince Huixing! Save me! He crawled to the edge of the arena, about to fall onto the deadly sharp thorns, constantly calling, save me! Prince Huixing! A spray of blood shot out. Huixing cried out in dismay, Fong Jilin. The people around also widened their eyes, and some even frowned in pity. Fong Jilin was pierced through and died. Zhang Rochin looked on, unable to say anything, his mood indescribable. He looked on and thought, I only wanted to teach him a lesson, not kill him. Physical injuries can be healed, but who knew? This must be the will of heaven. Luo Shuihan, who had been observing all along, thought, although Fong Jilin was arrogant, he didn't deserve to die. I can only lament the heavens. I didn't expect this Zhang Rochin to be able to defeat an opponent from a higher level. It's worthy of being the top new student. Mu Lingxi said happily, how is it? Sister Chen, spare Zhang Rochin's life. You have to keep your word. Huan Yanchen frowned, looking uncomfortable. Huan Yanchen thought, Zhang Rochin, what kind of person are you, after all? I can't deny it, you have successfully attracted my curiosity. The people of Yunwu Commandery cheered, Your Highness Ninth Prince, you're too amazing. With Your Highness Ninth Prince here, let's see who dares to bully the students of Yunwu Commandery. Lu Chungfeng looked at him and said, Your Highness, Fong Jilin's death was self-inflicted. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to worry. Zishi raised her hand and brushed her hair. Fong Jilin was tyrannical, he deserved it. Your Highness is acting on behalf of heaven. Why should you feel guilty? Zhang Rochin said, since Fong Jilin is dead, then let's consider this matter over. Everyone disperse. Huixing stood behind Zhang Rochin and said, the trash Fong Jilin is truly trash. He couldn't even kill Zhang Rochin. He was so angry that his eyes seemed to pop out. He gritted his teeth and ordered, I can't spare him. Now help me report to my father and invite high-level assassins to the mansion. I don't believe I can't kill him. A girl bowed her head and replied, as you command. A few days later, in a very dreamy place, extremely beautiful, someone was sitting by the stream fishing. That person was the dean of this place. Zhang Rochin was called here. He respectfully clasped his hands and said, Greetings, Dean. When the dean saw him coming, he glanced behind him and said, Zhang Rochin, do you know why this old man set up the recruitment exams in the academy and then met you? He replied, Student does not know. The dean said again, the first thing every class of students receives is to be accepted as a personal disciple by the dean. This old man personally takes in new students with good talent as disciples. You performed outstandingly in the martial tower. I am referring to you passing through the 3 levels of the 3rd stage. And defeating Luo Su, at the same realm as you. Zhang Rochin was surprised and asked back, does the dean know about what happened in the martial tower? Zhang Rochin asked, does the dean know about what happened in the martial tower? The dean laughed, how can such an important place as the martial tower only have those 2 girls guarding it? The dean was fishing, but he had no bait. There were many fish below, but none had taken the bait. The dean said again, there are some secrets that even those two girls don't know. But this old man also agrees with the way those two kids did things. His attitude suddenly became serious. If they hadn't stopped you, this old man would have personally stopped you from going to the 4th level of the Martial Tower. Zhang Rochin said, is the dean worried that I will reveal too much talent and be assassinated by some people? The dean replied gently, in recent years, the black market and the moon worship, by you, demonic sect have been constantly infiltrating. The academy is not absolutely safe. There are even their spies among the higher-ups of the academy. Zhang Rochin was silent. He said, I heard my father mention the black market assassins. It is the cradle for assassinating geniuses. The reason why the dean delayed the student's summoning must be to use the student as bait to catch all the black market and demonic sect spies lurking in the West Campus. The dean stroked his beard and laughed, that's right. Aren't you hating this old man? He replied, the dean has already informed the students. Why should the student hate you? But should the dean investigate the lurking heretics in the West Campus? And what about it? The dean glanced over and said, the clues have been found. We are just waiting for the big fish to fall into the net. This old man believes that it will be gathered very quickly. He looked at Zhang Rochin and asked, Zhang Rochin, now this old man asks you, are you willing to become this old man's personal disciple? Zhang Rochin was surprised, thinking, becoming the dean's personal disciple is naturally extremely good, but my secrets are too many and cannot be discovered for the time being. Thinking this, he respectfully clasped his hands and refused, thank you for the dean's praise, but the student wants to cultivate his own martial path, so I have no intention of becoming a disciple. For the time being. Although he was rejected, he laughed, hee. This old man has held the position of Dean of the West Campus for 34 years and has proactively taken in disciples a total of 11 times. You are the second person to reject this old man? He asked curiously. Who was the first person? The dean replied, the first genius of the Dragon Martial Hall, Long Wu Dian, Luo Shuihan. Zhang Rochin heard but was not surprised. As expected, it's her. Then the dean said, Zhang Rochin, you must understand that the achievements of this old man's personal disciples are not to be underestimated. With this old man backing you, you can benefit more. No one dares to easily cause trouble with you. Zhang Rochin said, the student has decided. Even if I encounter difficulties in the future, I will not regret it. Then, the dean threw him a vial containing sacred liquid and said, in that case, this old man will not persuade you anymore. This is a drop of sacred liquid. Consider it compensation. Zhang Rochin replied, thank you, dean, for the sacred liquid. Zhang Rochin held the vial in his hand, thinking, the sacred liquid is invaluable. With its help, my martial body will become stronger, and I may even have the opportunity to reach the supreme ultimate. Realm of the mysterious realm. The scene shifts to late at night. Zishi flew high into the sky, going somewhere. Under the full moon, she flew high into the sky, moving across the buildings. Besides her, there were others who were also moving. They moved out of the academy to a cliff somewhere. Then, they all knelt down. In front of them, an old man stood tall. They all called out in unison, greetings, elder. The person called elder noticed Zishi and asked, you are a new student this year? Zishi replied, yes, elder. The old man took out a token and said, in the past 3 months, a total of 7 groups of people have offered rewards for Zhang Rochin's head, totaling 3.3 million silver taels. Then he brought the token close to his face and continued, among them, the largest one was just announced yesterday, reaching 2 million silver taels. The sect leader personally ordered to kill Zhang Rochin within a month at any cost. He stared menacingly and said, I will give you 20 days. If you cannot kill Zhang Rochin within this time, then I will take action myself. The same old rules. Do not reveal your identity, follow my signals in all actions, and leave. The people there all replied in unison, yes. Then all the assassins dispersed and left. The elder who ordered them was actually Elder C. Tuesday. He chuckled and said, 3.3 million silver taels is not a small number. That kid's head is really worth it. The next day, at the Dragon Martial Hall, Zishi came to find Zhang Rochin. He went out to greet her and said, Junior Sister Z, long time no see. It seems your cultivation has improved quite a bit. Zishi said. Who is your junior sister? Then, the two entered inside. As they walked, Rochin said, I am the first new student, and you are the second new student. Of course, I am the senior brother. And you are the junior sister. Zishi said again, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Won't you invite me to your number 1 royal residence to play? Rochin glanced at her, thinking, it seems Zishi has something to say. The two people went inside. In high place there were people who were observing them. Lingxi narrowed her eyes a little sad. She told herself, 9th Prince is truly romantic character. Unexpectedly, can catch the new student so easily. Huan Yanchen scolded, lecherous bandit. The two sisters was standing in the high places to look at Zhang Rochin and Zishi. Lingxi said, Chen's sister, are you really going to turn the blind eye on him being with another woman? Lingxi winked and laughed and said, I also don't feel reconciled for you. You should not go there, they will really have something with each other. Huan Yanchen glared and replied, Go then go, can't let that lecherous bandit ruin the prestige of Dragon Martial Hall. Suddenly Snowflake appeared on her hands. Huan Yanchen put her hand on the wooden sword. Then, she took her sword and rushed down. Her gaze was murderous like she wanted to kill somebody. Lingxi got her wish. She laughed with satisfaction. Who asked him to do bad things in the daytime, then I will just teach him a bit of lesson, humph. Zhang Rochin and Zishi into his room. He's surprised to say, you mean my head had reached 3.3 million silver coin on the black market. Little Black has shining eyes said. That kid's brain is worthy than what he is. That mean lord is making money. Zhang Rochin a bit uncomfortable to hear what he said. He gives it a lovong hit. Little Black lied after a bump on its head. Lord is just joking. Then, both sit down to think. Junior sister, you tell me the news. Aren't you afraid that the killer in hell will cause trouble for you? Zishi blushed and said, I didn't tell you any news, just tell you the worth of your head. Zhang Rochin smiled. His eyes are soft and said, if that is the case, I also said to you in news, Martial Academy prepared to clear the heretic, you remember to be careful. Outside there is sound of shoes coming closer to Zhang Rochin's room. Both surprised, and thought to Heather, there are people outside. Then, the door was slashed to two. Zishi and Huan Yanchen faced to each other. Huan Yanchen were surprised to think, These two dressing nicely, obviously do not have something going on. Huan Yanchen opened her eyes big, sweat and think, it is me who got the wrong idea. Zhang Rochin look at Zishi, and think, this is bad. Just now what they said for sure heard by Huan Yanchen. Not Zishi going to be in dangerous, right? Zishi biting her lips, think, if it's been exposed then it's just a matter of taking a risk. Then she took her sword and rushed to Huan Yanchen. She stabs her sword to Huan Yanchen. With truth she revealed and strong. Huan Yanchen frowns, what you doing? To break the door you want to kill me? Zishi frowns with fear, the pressure are strong. Then, Huan Yanchen slashes a sword which make her flung away. Zishi hits her back straight to the wall. She closes her eyes, cough up a few times full of pain. Zhang Rochin open his eyes, he think, for trying to protect Zishi to retreat, only can offend Huan Yanchen. Huan Yanchen stepped closer to Zishi. She tilted her head and asks, want to kill me? Seems like you guys have unsettable secrets. Suddenly on the high place, Zhang Rochin rushed down to attract Huan Yanchen. He unleashes a palm to Huan Yanchen's back. But not able to break Huan Yanchen's defense. Zhang Rochin open his eyes, surprised and think, so good. One of the top master defend, even she not moving to let me attack, I still cannot hurt her. Huan Yanchen turned around and said, Pervert, again with this trick, you think you can land this appease attack again? Zhang Rochin used more true chi, he shouts loudly, Zishi run away fast. Zishi with panic to think, I didn't expect he going to attack Huan Yanchen. Zishi quickly move, she break the door, rush outside. Huan Yanchen moved to follow, she says, you want to run? Naive. Zhang Rochin blocks her and says, Senior Sister Huang, I also have no choice, if Zishi has left, I also not your opponent, if you want to report the dean then I would go take the punishment. Huan Yanchen looks like not going to investigate, she says, no need to report to the dean, I am not that narrow man like that, just remember from now don't casually bring in women to Dragon Martial Hall, do not ruin this fame, humph. Zhang Rochin think, she just going to let Zishi go, then he asked, Huang's senior sister, you decided to let Zishi go. Huan Yanchen says, today I didn't catch you guys in bed, That's why I'm going to let you go. If there's a next time, we'll not be soft-handed anymore. Zhang Rochin let out a sigh. Thankfully, must go say to Zishi. Then shift to next day. Zhang Rochin meets Zishi. He explained the things clearly. The summary is your identify has not been exposed. You no need to worry. Be like the previous time is enough. Zishi soft eyes, she said. That senior sister has a big of imagination. Even if we have something going on that has nothing to do with her. He holds his forehead says, between me and her is a misunderstand. Maybe it's not a misunderstand. It's me who have something to apology to her. Zishi coldly said, Humph, senior sister personality is cold, the level is strong. If you guys has a normal relationship that shouldn't let her be easily to attack. Thing between you I don't want to care. 1 month near you need to be careful of yourself. Don't die on someone hand. Zhang Rochin suddenly remembers the last time Zishi said. That's right, the reward money so high, that for sure a strong master going to aim for me. How is it? Then suddenly he was smiling eyes I got it. Shift scene to some house, this place being called number 1 effect. Mu Lingxi put her hand on her head gently, then say, what are you saying? Want to in here for a month? Zhang Rochin thinks, it's safe to stay in Mu's senior sister, for sure the killer don't have any matter coming here. Then he said, Huang's senior sister even tear down my places. I have no house, or Mu's senior sister has the goodwill to take me for a period of time. Little black on the shoulder of Zhang Rochin said, that crazy girl with Huang name is so bad. Mu Jingling thought to herself, being close to the light makes one brighter. Chenjia driving away that junior sister is truly beneficial to me. Then she said, perfect timing, with you here, we can exchange martial arts insights more often. In her heart, she thought, Chenjia, such a handsome and dashing prince is being offered at our doorstep. So I'll accept him, okay? Mu Jingling pointed to a room and said, you can stay here. I'm next door. Oh right, where's your luggage? Zhang Rochin presented the crystalline object and said, my luggage is all on me. Zhang Rochin took out his luggage. Mu Jingling was surprised, a spatial treasure. Zhang Rochin smiled and said, just consider it that way. If senior sister Duanmu wants a spatial treasure, I can give you one. Mu Jingling was astonished, spatial treasures are priceless. Having one is already great, and you have a second one? Zhang Rochin asked, does senior sister Duanmu want a spatial ring or a spatial bracelet? Mu Jingling thought, looking at his expression, he doesn't seem to be bluffing. Could it be that he has more than one spatial treasure? Then she said, if possible, I'd like a spatial bracelet. Zhang Rochin replied, senior sister Duanmu, come find me a little later, and I'll definitely give you a spatial bracelet. Suddenly she chuckled, oh right, lend me that talking cat for a few days. With that, she grabbed Xiao Hei's collar and lifted it up. Mu Jingling held Xiao Hei high. It looked towards him and yelled, Zhang Rochin. Save this emperor. Hey, Zhang Rochin. Zhang Rochin didn't know what to say and had no intention of saving it. Xiao Hei was carried away, screaming, Zhang Rochin, you're so unrighteous. The screams startled even those outside. Time shifted to the evening. The spatial bracelet was completed. Zhang Rochin was resting when there was a knock on the door. He opened the door. Appearing before the door was Mu Jingling, dressed rather alluringly. She said, good evening, junior brother. Zhang Rochin widened his eyes, blushed, and stared at her without blinking, asking, senior sister Duanmu, why are you dressed so beautifully? Mu Jingling reached up and touched his cheek, saying, of course, it's for you. She hugged him tightly and said, junior brother, am I beautiful? Then she added, junior brother, why aren't you saying anything? Am I not beautiful? Zhang Rochin's eyes remained fixed, beautiful. Mu Jingling asked again, then do you think senior sister is more beautiful, or junior sister Z? He answered, both are beautiful. He frowned, thinking to himself, this little enchantress, I can't handle this. Mu Jingling hugged him again, saying, you know I'm not teasing, who is more beautiful, me or junior sister Z? Zhang Rochin blushed and broke out in a sweat. Suddenly he grabbed her hand. Then he placed the spatial bracelet into her hand. The spatial bracelet hit her eyes directly. She said in surprise, it really is a spatial bracelet. Mu Jingling put it on and said, junior brother, this is a spatial treasure. It's worth a lot of money if sold. Do you really want to give it to me? He replied. It's just a bracelet, it's nothing much. Mu Jingling smiled and said, in that case, senior sister won't take your spatial bracelet for nothing. She took out a small vial and presented it to him, saying, I'll give you this drop of semi-Saint True water. Zhang Rochin accepted the small vial, smiled, and said, thank you, senior sister. He also pondered, Duanmu probably considers me a friend now. Mu Jingling continued to pose seductively and said, a drop of semi-Saint True liquid is as valuable as your bracelet. Senior sister owes you a favor. In the future, just come to the West Courtyard. Remember to find me if you need anything. Oh right, the Upper Divine Power Hall will temporarily open the day after tomorrow. It's beneficial for your cultivation, don't miss it. Zhang Ruochen sat on the floor and said, thank you for the reminder, senior sister. He looked at the vial and smiled, perfect timing. Refining this drop of semi-Saint True liquid, I'll have a great harvest when I go to the Divine Power Hall the day after tomorrow. Today was the day the Upper Divine Power Hall opened. The sky was clear and bright. The experts of the West Courtyard had gathered. Zhang Ruochen walked among the crowd and thought to himself, as expected, the West Courtyard is a place where yin flourishes and yang declines. He approached Mu Jingling and Huang Yanchen, who were standing with others. Mu Jingling saw him and smiled, saying, senior sister, I've been waiting for you for half a day. Why are you only arriving now? Huang Yanchen didn't say much, but she also noticed him, this lecherous rogue. Luo Shuihan looked at him, thinking to herself, his cultivation has increased significantly in just a few days. Yuqi Tongtian spoke up, asking, is this little brat Zhang Ruochen the #1 new student this year? Xueling next to him said, he's not just the #1 new student, but he's also incredibly impressive, even killing Fong Jilin. Zhang Ruochen frowned, forced a smile. The gazes of some people really make one feel uneasy. Mu Jingling moved her face close to his and said, hey, junior brother, your aura. Could it be that you've already refined that drop of semi-Saint True liquid? Zhang Ruochen smiled and said, indeed, I've refined all of it. She said in surprise, what kind of monster are you? You finished refining the semi-Saint True liquid in just over a day. Yuqi Tongtian and Xueling widened their eyes in shock upon hearing this, just over a day. He refined a drop of semi-Saint True liquid? Huan Yanchen was also surprised. She asked in doubt, are you really the exiled prince of that small country? Luo Shuihan also said, this talent? Truly monstrous. Mu Jingling was amazed. She put her hand to her mouth, opened her eyes wide, and said, I'll never understand how you could refine the semi-Saint True liquid in a single day. Zhang Ruochen said, this is my secret, don't ask any more, senior sister. Mu Jingling replied, you won't even tell a cute senior sister like me? How stingy. Yuqi Tongtian and Xueling addressed Zhang Ruochen, saying, Zhang Shidi, you've only been here for a month, you shouldn't have the true liquid that the Academy bestows. Xueling added, aside from the Academy's rewards, the only other way is to buy the true liquid from the black market. Could it be that Shidi has connect tie-ins in the black market? She continued her deduction, or perhaps Shidi has backing within the Academy. Mu Jingling spoke up, scolding the two, what do you mean? Are you implying that Zhang Shidi is involved with the black market? Xueling replied, senior sister misunderstood. If Shidi has the semi-Saint True liquid, then I want to buy a few drops too. Yuqi Tongtian chimed in, that's right. I also want to know where Shidi got it. Can you sell me a few drops? Zhang Ruochen gestured towards Mu Jingling and said, if you insist on asking, then I'll tell you. Senior sister Duanmu gave me the semi-Saint True liquid as a greeting gift. If you want to buy it, go find her. Mu Jingling glared, feigning displeasure, and said, that's right. I did give Zhang Shidi this drop of semi-Saint True liquid. Both of them were shocked, thinking to themselves, Zhang Ruochen found Mu Jingling as his backer. Could it be that the relationship between these two is not ordinary? What does Mu Jingling, with her appearance and talent, see in this guy? Huan Yanchen looked at Mu Jingling and said, Jingling, don't tell me you like this guy. Mu Jingling winked, raised her arm wearing the spatial bracelet, and said, Qinjie, let me show you the treasure he gave me. Huan Yanchen observed the bracelet, and said, you can be fooled by a broken bracelet? Get your act together. Mu Jingling frowned and said, what broken bracelet? Try channeling your genuine qi into it. This is a spatial jade bracelet. Following her words, Huan Yanchen channeled genuine qi into the bracelet. Indeed, It was a spatial bracelet. Huan Yanquan's eyes widened in surprise. It really is a spatial treasure. Mu Jingling whispered into Huan Yanquan's ear, Qinjie, as far as I know, he has more than one spatial treasure. Huan Yanquan glared at Zhang Rochin, causing him to feel chills down his spine. He thought to himself, what's going on? Her gaze is making me uneasy. In addition to the others, Zishi, Huixing, and Yao Qingtong approached. Zishi looked at him and said, Good morning, Your Highness. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense, especially with Yiqi Tongtian, who had been making trouble for Zhang Rochin earlier. Every year, new students visit the Divine Power Hall first. What are they doing? Huan Yanquan glared at Zishi, scolding, That vixen Zishi again. She's so annoying. Mu Jingling chimed in, Qinjie, did you hear how intimately that little fairy called him, Your Highness? Zhang Rochin looked at the three of them and smiled. Thinking to himself, all three of them have passed the first stage of the third level of the Martial Tower. They definitely have the qualifications to enter the Divine Power Hall as an exception. From the main entrance, two figures entered. Vice-Dean Qinghua announced, This old one is the Vice-Dean Qinghua of the West Courtyard. The person next to me is a golden-robed elder from the Inner Palace. The leading formation master, Elder Yu Jingchan. Everyone cupped their hands respectfully and said, Greetings, Vice-Dean, Elder Yu. Vice-Dean Qinghua said, Elder Yu's spiritual power has reached level 39. She is the one with the strongest spiritual power in the Inner Palace. Elder Yu also spoke. Cultivating in the Divine Power Hall is to raise your spiritual power. If you want to become top geniuses, you must cultivate spiritual power. Suddenly, Elder Yu became serious and asked, Does anyone know what spiritual power can do for you? Everyone remained silent. Then, Zhang Rochin stepped forward and said, Elder, the stronger the spiritual power, the sooner one can comprehend higher realms and be on par with the experts. Elder Yu asked in surprise, What is your name? Zhang Rochin cupped his hands respectfully and replied, This student's name is Zhang Rochin. Elder Yu smiled and said, Before coming here, your dean praised you to the heavens, right? As expected, you are a prodigy. What level has your spiritual power reached now? He replied, Elder, this disciple is not sure, probably level 25. Huixing interjected with a sneer, Zhang Rochin, anyone can boast. I can also say my spiritual power is level 30. Do you believe it? Zhang Rochin said, If you don't believe it, then so be it. He thought to himself, I don't want to expose myself yet. Huixing smiled and said to Elder Yu, Elder, this student suggests that before entering the Divine Power Hall, all students here undergo a spiritual power test. Genius or mediocre, it's clear at a glance. Elder Yu pointed and said, Prince Huixing makes sense. Let this old one see how strong your spiritual power truly is. After a while, a level testing machine was prepared. Vice-Dean Qinghua stood in front of the machine and said, Start the test. Do your best, so that Elder Yu Jingchan and I can guide your spiritual power cultivation. A senior brother spoke up, smiling and saying, Then let me, as the senior brother, go first. He channeled genuine qi and struck the testing machine. The gem on top emitted light. The others were surprised, 24 light patterns. That means level 24 spiritual power. No wonder he's the senior brother. I heard he also cultivates both weaponry refinement and beast taming simultaneously. His spiritual power is indeed different. Vice-Dean Qinghua smiled and said, To cultivate to level 24 spiritual power before the age of 30 is truly remarkable. But if you focus on cultivation, your future achievements will be even greater. The senior brother cupped his hands respectfully. Two people spoke up, Why does this sound so awkward? The senior brother asked Vice-Dean Qinghua, May I ask the Vice-Dean, which path should this student take from now on? She replied, The choice is up to you, but if you intend to follow the path of martial arts cultivation, then you must reduce your effort in weaponry refinement and beast taming. That way, in next year's exploration test of the intermediate relic of the Inner Palace, you will have the opportunity to break through to the Earth realm. The senior brother clenched his fist and said, Vice-Dean, I have decided to continue martial arts cultivation. I must enter the intermediate relic in the best possible state. The senior brother was secretly pleased. Only those at the great perfection of the profound realm in the inner courtyard, ranked below 10, can participate in the exploration of the intermediate relic. My suppression is also for this reason. Zhang Rochin thought to himself, so that's how it is. Exploring the relic can yield significant resources. No wonder the geniuses of the West Courtyard have been deliberately suppressing their cultivation for the past 10 years. I can also try to compete when I enter the relic. Following that, others step forward to be tested. Hua Lian, level 16 spiritual power. Zhu Hailan, level 18 spiritual power. Yuqi Tongtian, level 12 spiritual power. He smiled, thinking to himself, the spiritual power of ordinary martial artists is not bad if it exceeds level 10. I only started cultivating spiritual power 2 years ago as a new student. This can be considered genius. Xueling, level 12 spiritual power. Jinghua continued. Next, Zishi. Yuqi Tongtian showed disdain. She's not from a noble family. She probably won't be anything great. Xueling said these new students probably only have Huixing's spiritual power slightly higher. Zishi stepped forward. Then she put her hand into the testing machine. Weistin Jinghua called out, Zishi, level 16 spiritual power. Xueling said in surprise, no way. What did this woman eat to get so strong? Yuqi Tongtian looked at Zishi with a blushing face. He said, she's really strong. But it was unclear what he meant by strong. Next was Huang Yanquan's turn. Weistin Jinghua said, Huang Yanquan, level 21 spiritual power. Huang Yanquan happily thought, not bad, I didn't expect my spiritual power to increase by 1 level recently. Next, Prince Huixing of the Four Directions Kingdom. Huixing put his hand into the testing machine. Jinghua happily said, not bad, level 17 spiritual power. This year's new students in the West Courtyard are truly hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Huixing smiled, cupping his hands respectfully. Thank you for your praise, Weistin. He had some arrogant thoughts. Damn it, I originally wanted to scare people through the spiritual power test. But I was completely matched by Huang Yanquan. Next was Mu Jingling's turn. She put her hand into the testing machine. Elder Jinghua said, Duan Mu Jingling, level 20 spiritual power. Mu Jingling snorted lightly and said, still 1 level weaker than you, elder sister. Huang Yanquan replied, you're so playful. It's not bad that you only dropped 1 level. Jinghua said, Luo Xuehan, it's your turn to measure your spiritual power. Zhang Rochin paid attention to this girl, thinking to himself, I heard that this Miss Luo came to the West Courtyard to study because of her transcendent ancestor Luo Su. What ability does she have? Luo Xuehan stepped forward. She gently placed her hand on the testing machine. The 2 seniors were surprised. Elder Yu opened his eyes wide in shock. At only 17 years old, her spiritual power has reached level 26. As expected of a descendant of Luo Su. Weistin Jinghua held his forehead, happy but also somewhat regretful. The younger generation of students is getting stronger and stronger. We are all old now. Mu Jingling said in surprise, monster. Huang Yanquan did not express it clearly, but her eyes also showed some admiration and surprise. I thought we were trying hard enough already. Xueling widened her eyes and said, what kind of monsters are these 3 female devils? Annoying. Yuqi Tongtian thought in surprise, being surpassed by a new student, truly embarrassing. Huixing teased Zhang Rochin, didn't you say before that your spiritual power had reached level 25? Then there's only 1 person left. Why don't you go test it? Zhang Rochin did not answer. The group pressed on. Xueling said, you actually believed his lies? Yuqi Tongtian also said, do you think his talent is equal to senior sister Luo? Huixing said, that's not certain. Isn't 9th Prince a heavenly genius? Zhang Rochin placed his hand on the testing machine, thinking to himself, I can't be too outstanding. I have to restrain myself. It should be similar to Luo Xuehan. The jade on the machine emitted a green light. Elder Yu snorted softly. He said, level 25? Luo Xuehan and Zhang Rochin have spiritual power ranked in the top 5 of the student list. Weistin Jinghua was also surprised. So powerful. Almost equal to Luo Xuehan. Huixing was shocked. How is that possible? I didn't expect him to have level 25 spiritual power. Could there be a problem with the testing stone? Mu Jingling was surprised. Why is this kid Zhang Rochin as monstrous as Luo Xuehan? How annoying. Huang Yanquan asked, who is the number 1 spiritual power genius on the student list? Elder Yu said the top student reached level 26 at the age of 16, but he is a weaponry refiner, and his main focus is spiritual power. Then, he said solemnly, the one ranked second is Luo Su, who reached level 27 at the age of 16. No one has surpassed him among today's martial arts cultivators. Luo Shuihan didn't show much expression when Luo Su was mentioned, but she seemed to be pondering something. Suddenly she spoke, Zhang Shidi, you haven't used your full strength. Level 25 is not your true strength. Huan Yanchen said, Senior Sister Luo is not joking. Spiritual power level 25, and you say it's not your true strength? Zhang Rochin also said, Senior Sister Luo indeed has a good eye. I was a bit reserved and didn't fully reveal it. Zhang Rochin smiled and thought, she has a good eye. I didn't expect her to see through it. Luo Shuihan didn't show any prominent expression. She tilted her head to one side and said, Are you afraid of surpassing me? Don't worry. If your talent is high, then I will admire you even more. Vice-Dean Qinghua also scolded him, Zhang Rochin, show your talent. Only true geniuses receive the best training. If you can surpass Luo Su, I will request 10 drops of semi-saint true liquid for you. She smiled, thinking to herself, Fool, if you are truly valued by Luo Shuihan, your future will definitely be bright. He started to put his hand on the jade, saying, Vice-Dean, you must keep your word. Vice-Dean Qinghua smiled and said, Rest assured, as long as you have high talent, the Academy will not mistreat you. He thought to himself, 10 drops of semi-saint true liquid. Too precious. I have no choice. He channeled genuine qi into the jade. The light emitted strongly. Zhang Rochin stared at the jade, thinking to himself, although the more talent, the better, I still can't show all my strength. Otherwise, it will cause a disaster. This time, I'll try to pretend to be a little better. Genuine qi surged up continuously. The people there also watched, waiting for the results. Zhang Rochin pretended to gasp and said, This student has done my best. I can only reach level 29. Hearing his blunt announcement, the others turned into statues, widening their eyes. Seeing this outrageous expression, he knew he had overdone it. I'm ruined. For 10 drops of semi-saint true liquid, I overacted and harmed myself. After a while, Vice-Dean Qinghua regained her composure. She put her arm around his shoulder and said, You are very good. Rest assured I will help you ask for 10 drops of semi-saint true liquid. Zhang Rochin sweated and said, I'm troubling you. Although you thought to himself, it seems the rumor that he had an internal conflict with Luo Su in the tower is not false. I didn't expect the West Courtyard to produce such a heaven-defying genius. The quality of this generation of new students is probably led by the West Courtyard. Luo Shuihan smiled, Zhang Rochin. Not bad. Mu Jingling teased, Chenjie, is Zhang Rochin with this kind of talent worthy of you? Huan Yanchen said, Shut up. After a while, Elder Yu turned around and said, All right, it's not early anymore. Everyone, enter the Divine Power Hall and begin cultivating. Hu Xing looked at Zhang Rochin with murderous eyes. He thought, why? He has always been a waste in front of me. He gritted his teeth, angry, his hand clenched into a fist. Why don't the assassins in the underworld come and kill him? Are they all useless? Zhang Rochin entered the hall with everyone. He looked up, thinking, 12 pictures of semi-saint intent diagrams. He paid attention to the semi-saint intent diagram with the fire symbol. Zhang Rochin looked at it attentively, thinking, That's not right. These things look like rubbings. You need to consume spirit stones, and activate the will of the saint's spirit in the semi-saint intent diagram through a formation to temper your spiritual power. This also costs wealth. Mu Jingling stood on the stairs, looked down, and said, What are you spacing out for? Quickly follow me. Zhang Rochin looked up and replied, Oh. Okay, senior sister. Mu Jingling said, Students with spiritual power below level 20 cultivate on the first floor. Those who exceed level 20 go to the second floor. Zhang Rochin asked her, Is the second floor also the rubbings of the semi-saint intent diagrams? She replied, Yes, but the 6 saint intent diagrams on the second floor can allow students to cultivate their spiritual power to level 30. She added, I heard that the third floor has a rubbing of a saint realm saint intent diagram, but only Luo Shuihan can go to the third floor. Zhang Rochin glanced at her and said, You know I can't, and you still tell me. Are you deliberately trying to get me down? Mu Jingling smiled and said, "Alright, senior sister has to go over there. We'll see each other later." He replied, "See you later, senior sister." Zhang Rochin turned around, looking for a Saint Will diagram for himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened, thinking of the Saint Will diagram left behind by Banxing Zuanjian. It was a painting of a starry sky, with brilliant galaxies communicating with each other. Zhang Rochin looked up at it, and said, "Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking half-Saint Will diagram would contain such great power?" He began to sit in front of the half-Saint Will diagram, meditating. Zhang Rochin entered the half-Saint Will diagram, opening his eyes and thinking to himself, "This is the world inside the painting of the half-Saint Will diagram." Inside the half-Saint Will diagram was a vast space, with an image of a starry sky above, just as he had seen in the painting. Zhang Rochin looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. A surge of energy emanated from the stars in the sky, its light illuminating every corner. Zhang Rochin followed the direction it was moving. He felt an immense pressure present. Zhang Rochin was crushed by the weight, his eyes widening as he said, "This power is too heavy." His body was pressed down, and he struggled to stand firm. The stars in the high sky moved. The ground around him cracked everywhere from the radiating energy. Zhang Rochin couldn't even straighten his back, his eyes widening as he said, "Worthy of a half-saint." He frowned, looking up at the highest mountain, such a strong spiritual will, like a high mountain. His body returned to normal, finally adapted to this pressure. He sensed someone approaching. In the sky, a female powerhouse appeared, approaching him. He opened his eyes wide and looked, thinking to himself, could this be Banxing Zuanjian? That person immediately released countless sword intents, attacking Zhang Rochin. He immediately condensed a giant sword. Then, he glared and signaled the sword to rush forward. The genuine qi of the two sides collided, causing a huge tremor, the genuine qi fluctuating violently. Explosions rang out violently, leveling everything around and illuminating the sky. The senior standing from above said, "Under the pressure of the 10th level of star power, you can still wield your sword to dissolve the attack of the 3rd level of divine power. You have reached level 30. This Thalassic Seal manual can no longer help you. Go out." Zhang Rochin was shaken, his body pushed out. Luo Shuihan had been standing behind him since who knows when. She said, "Your spiritual power has reached level 30. Zhang Rochin glanced, thinking to himself, shouldn't senior sister Luo be in the 3rd level? He stood up and respectfully said, "Greetings, senior sister Luo." Luo Shuihan said, "The second time I checked you, I knew you hadn't used all your strength. I'm really curious, what level has your spiritual power reached?" Zhang Rochin smiled and replied, "I really can't hide anything from senior sister Luo." She then said, "Go to the 3rd level of the Divine Power Hall." So Zhang Rochin and Luo Shuihan stepped onto the 3rd floor. Zhang Rochin asked, "Senior sister Luo, I heard that only you can go to the 3rd floor, and no one else can." Luo Shuihan turned back and replied, "Because on the 3rd floor, there is a half-saint, the authentic Saint Will diagram brought from the Luo family to the West Campus." Zhang Rochin said in surprise, "The treasure of senior sister's family, how dare I?" Luo Shuihan said, "Zhang Rochin, you must understand one thing, if it is my personal item, then of course I can invite people to cultivate together." Suddenly she pressed closer to him and said, "Because, in this entire West Campus, you are the only one who is qualified." After that, Luo Shuihan happily left. Zhang Rochin watched her leave and said, "Senior sister Luo is generous. This junior brother admires you." He thought to himself, "Senior sister Luo's heart for cultivating martial arts is pure, there aren't many people like that." A half-Saint Will diagram that looked like a drop of water appeared. The tremor it created was no less powerful. Zhang Rochin said in surprise, "The pressure is too strong, this authentic piece really can't be compared to the Thalassic Seal manual." Luo Shuihan explained, "The Saint Will diagram left by Ancestor Luo, it is said that it not only contains the will of the ancestor, but also contains a powerful martial Tao, but unfortunately, it has only been in the last 2 years that geniuses have appeared in the Luo family, but no one has been able to comprehend this martial Tao." He was surprised, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect this to be the half-Saint Will diagram of Senior Luo Su." Zhang Rochin cupped his hands respectfully and said, "I didn't expect it to be the half-Saint Will diagram of Senior Luo Su. Please accept Zhang Rochin's bow." Luo Shuihan was satisfied with his attitude, thinking to herself, He has aptitude but is not arrogant. He will definitely be a big figure in the future," she explained. "This half-saint will diagram has 1894 springs, 325 small rivers, 64 large rivers, 4 medium rivers, and 1 vast sea. The saint diagram radiated a powerful pressure," Luo Shuihan continued. "Springs, small rivers, large rivers, medium rivers, and vast sea correspond to the 5 realms of spiritual power. Try to see which step you can reach." Then, both of them closed their eyes and entered the saint will diagram. Their bodies were as if they were lying in water. Luo Shuihan then said, "The path of cultivation has thousands upon thousands of paths." She tilted her head to look at him and said, "But in the end, the small paths will converge into large paths, and large paths will all lead to one direction." Zhang Ruochen thought about it. He repeated her words and said, 3,000 great das converge into one path. Suddenly, a surge of genuine qi emanated from under his feet. Luo Shuihan and Zhang Ruochen walked in an indefinite space with nothing to rely on. Luo Shuihan raised her hand to her forehead and said, "Your aptitude is higher than any genius I have ever met. Can you tell me how you cultivated your spiritual power to such a high level?" Zhang Ruochen replied, "I'm sorry, senior sister Luo, there are some secrets that cannot be told to others." Suddenly, the bodies of the two people sank halfway into the water. At the same time, hearing Zhang Ruochen's answer, Luo Shuihan said nothing. After that, she asked another question, "Do you know what spiritual power is?" Zhang Ruochen replied, "The source of spiritual power is the spirit within the brain. The higher the efficiency of using spiritual power, the higher the spiritual power will be. Even ordinary people, if they can use up to 50% of their spiritual power, they can use it to break through the limits and become a saint. The spiritual power of a saint will be more terrifying than the spiritual power of a martial artist. Some people can summon lightning, summon rain and wind, some people can summon the dead and connect with the gods, and some can even predict the future." As he spoke, the space began to take shape, and the water also began to ripple. Luo Shuihan closed her eyes and said, "That's right, but becoming a saint of spiritual power is as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Elder Yu Jingtian cultivated spiritual power for 80 years. And only reached level 34. Suddenly, Luo Shuihan stopped. Zhang Ruochen immediately asked, "What's wrong, senior sister?" She replied, "I can't continue to move forward." Luo Shuihan said, "This is my limit, I will cultivate here. As long as my spiritual power increases, it will rise, and I can continue to move forward." Zhang Ruochen continued to walk. He said, "Take care." Suddenly his feet also stopped. He glanced down, thinking to himself, "This is also close to my limit. Then I'll cultivate here." He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Zhang Ruochen placed his hands face up, clasping them together, with his thumbs touching each other. Genuine qi began to fluctuate. Zhang Ruochen felt uncomfortable. He opened one eye to look. Genuine qi continued to move into his body. Luo Shuihan came over and called him, "Zhang Ruochen, an hour is up." He opened his eyes and said, "So fast?" Luo Shuihan replied, "If you want to continue to cultivate martial arts, then leave the half-saint will diagram now." Zhang Ruochen replied, "I understand." Suddenly, someone appeared from afar. Zhang Ruochen glanced over. That figure flashed past him very quickly. The person threw a punch behind them. Zhang Ruochen silently watched and thought, disappeared. Luo Shuihan saw him standing there blankly and asked, "What are you looking at?" He replied, "I seem to see the figure of someone very similar to Senior Luo Su." She then asked, "What was that figure doing?" Zhang Ruochen lowered his eyes and said, "It disappeared, maybe it was just my imagination." Luo Shuihan said, "Perhaps it was really the ancestor testing his martial dial." "Right, do you know what your spiritual power is now?" He replied, "Not very clear, probably 34. Luo Shuihan said, "Level 34, when the ancestor reached half-saint, the spiritual power was not more than level 38. With your aptitude, now that you focus on cultivating spiritual power, you have at least half a chance to become a saint of spiritual power." Zhang Ruochen smiled and said, "I'm sure senior sister understands. I can't give up martial arts." Luo Shuihan also smiled and said, "The path is under your feet. I respect your decision, and I won't tell anyone about your spiritual power." He said, "Thank you, senior sister Luo." Outside, everyone had already come out, and at this time Zhang Rochin and Luo Xuehan walked out. Mu Xingling thought to herself, why is Zhang Rochin with Luo Xuehan? Huang Yanchen began to think, could it be that Luo Xuehan brought him to the third level? The group that disliked Zhang Rochin felt uncomfortable seeing him with Luo Xuehan. Yuqi Tongtian gritted his teeth and said, what does this kid have that senior sister Luo values him? How hateful. Hu Xing also thought uncomfortably, just let you be arrogant for a while longer, because you're about to die. Xueling didn't know what she was thinking. But from her expression, it was clear that she was also uncomfortable. Some people disliked him, and some people liked him. Weistin Qinghua thought to herself, they really are a golden couple. She secretly predicted, Zhang Ruochen's aptitude is extraordinary, and he is fortunate enough to be valued by Luo Xuehan. The Yunwu Commandery Kingdom will change its fate because of the existence of this prince. Returning to his room, Zhang Ruochen continued to cultivate. Suddenly, someone outside was walking very quickly towards him. Mu Xingling, without saying a word, kicked the door open and shouted, Zhang Ruochen, senior sister Luo took you to the third level of the Divine Power Hall? Zhang Ruochen replied, I can't say. Suddenly she leaned over, he glanced but didn't know what she was going to do. Mu Xingling pressed closer, glaring, her tone extremely cold, you're definitely hiding even from your lovable senior sister like me? Zhang Ruochen blushed slightly. But then he frowned and said, let me go, senior sister. I really can't say. Mu Xingling seriously asked, what is on the third level of the Divine Power Hall? He replied, I can't say. Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of him, Mu Xingling sat down properly, but her expression was somewhat unhappy. TCH, if you don't want to say, then fine. I was originally going to tell you about the quarterly assassin assessment, but if you don't say, then I won't say either. Zhang Ruochen laughed and said, Senior Sister Duanmu, I really can't say, tell me about the assassin assessment. Then, she still explained to him, 2 months from now, the first quarterly assassin assessment will be jointly organized by the 4 major outer campuses for the freshmen's competition. The second competition is arranged by the West Campus. Do you have confidence? Zhang Ruochen replied, confidence. If I can defeat the other 3 major campuses, what benefits will there be? Mu Xingling replied, if you become the top freshman in the 4 major campuses, you will be rewarded with a large amount of merit points, and at this time, Huang Yanchen walked in. She said, it's not easy to become the number 1 freshman in the 4 major campuses. Mu Xingling was startled and turned back to ask, Senior Sister Chen, why are you here? Huang Yanchen glared and said, Xingling, I really didn't expect you to like this lecture. Mu Xingling panicked and quickly said, Senior Sister Chen, I don't, listen to my explanation. Huang Yanchen didn't listen. She took out a bottle of half-Saint True elixir and said to Zhang Ruochen, Lecture, this drop of half-Saint True elixir is for you. I want to exchange it for a spatial treasure. Zhang Ruochen thought, I originally wanted to give her a spatial treasure, but with this attitude. He immediately refused. I'm sorry, Weistin Qinghua has already promised to help me ask for 10 drops of half-Saint True water. I don't need it anymore. Mu Xingling was shocked, thinking to herself, this bastard Zhang Ruochen, what nonsense is he talking about? Senior Sister Chen clearly came to reconcile. Huang Yanchen smiled lightly and said, okay, Mu Xingling can trade with you, but I can't. You and her are very close, so you named the price. Zhang Ruochen smiled slyly and said, 5 million silver coins. Not a single coin less. Huang Yanchen swung her sword and said, say it again. The sword was pointed at Zhang Ruochen's head. He was somewhat apprehensive but still tried to say, 5 million silver coins, not 1 coin less. Huang Yanchen frowned, uncomfortably said, I finally understand why Mu Xingling stopped me when I wanted to kill you at first. You two have been colluding all along. Huang Yanchen swung her sword. She shouted, if that's the case, then you will have to pay the price for that night. From now on, you will be my eunuch. She pointed her sword at that part of him. Zhang Ruochen was a little panicked. He braced his hands on the ground, quickly dodging Huang Yanchen's deadly attack. Then he backed away, keeping a certain distance. Huang Yanchen began to rush forward. Mu Xingling stepped forward to stop her. She said, Senior Sister Chen, please calm down and listen to my explanation. Huang Yanchen didn't listen. She came to her and said, Duanmu Xingling, it's a good time, we haven't decided the winner yet, today we will compete. The two fought fiercely, The genuine chi of the two powerhouses was indeed not to be underestimated as the collision destroyed everything around. The two fought all the way outside, and the room was also destroyed. Xiaohei stood outside observing. It sighed to itself, alas, this stinky girl with the Huang surname really knows how to destroy a house. There will be no place to live tonight again. Suddenly it glanced behind it, thinking to itself, there are others. His two senior sisters had gone out to fight, leaving only Zhang Rochin sitting in the empty room. He thought to himself, senior sister Huang is really a house-destroying maniac. It seems I have to change to another place to live. Suddenly he sensed murderous intent. Then an arrow shot at him. Zhang Rochin quickly dodged the attack. He glanced over, thinking to himself, assassins from the underworld, the poison is too potent. He moved outside. The jade pure genuine chi that I cultivate cannot purify it. Zhang Rochin took out a pill and crushed it. He began to sense the genuine chi around him. Two strands of genuine chi radiated together. Zhang Rochin frowned. Two assassins from the underworld. One is outside the door. One is on the big tree outside the garden. Two assassins, one far and one near. The poison arrow must have been shot by the assassin in the tree. Zhang Rochin thought to himself, why did assassins come to my door as soon as I left the Divine Power Hall? Could it be that besides Zishi in the academy, there are other assassins from the underworld? These two are both Xuanji realm great perfection, with strong genuine chi. If I didn't have the space domain, I wouldn't even be able to detect where they are hiding, let alone deal with them. Zhang Rochin suddenly smiled. He sensed that Xiaohei had returned. Xiaohei is back. I really have to ask it for help. He used sound transmission with Xiaohei. Xiaohei, help me cover. I'll deal with the assassin nearby first. Xiaohei replied, what are you? If you want this emperor to help you, you have to put in some capital. He said 10 star stones. If you don't agree, then forget it. Xiaohei laughed and said, meow haha, I reluctantly agreed to play with them. With the agreement successful, it began to find the assassin. Here, Zhang Rochin began to unleash genuine chi and start fighting with them. Zhang Rochin smiled. The game begins. Then he waved his hand, releasing the lightning bolt. Zhang Rochin smiled. The lightning bolt began to attack its prey. The assassin was also not an ordinary person. She immediately realized it. But unfortunately, realizing it was not enough, she was immediately hit by the lightning. She fell in front of Zhang Rochin. She quickly struggled to run away. Zhang Rochin glared and said, want to run? Then he pointed his sword at her. The assassin turned her head, her eyes wide too fast. She put strength into her legs. Quickly dodging his sword, she landed on the ground and said, worthy of being the #1 freshman, can you tell me what that lightning just now was? Zhang Rochin rushed forward to attack and said, want to drag out time and wait for your friend to help you? Dream on. She took out her blade. Then, he hurled the Qing blade towards him. Zhang Rochin didn't dodge. He used his spatial domain to block it. The Qing blade stopped in midair and was immediately sent flying. She widened her eyes in astonishment, wondering what had happened. Zhang Rochin rushed forward and slashed at her with his sword. She widened her eyes in astonishment, thinking, Zhang Rochin, he's too strong. She fell to the ground, while the assassin lurking in the tree witnessed everything. Zhang Rochin also looked up at her, smiled, and said, my friend on the tree, how long do you plan to hide? She stared at him tensely, thinking, I didn't expect him to discover my hiding place. She drew her bow, preparing to release an arrow, thinking, it doesn't matter, at such a close distance, he won't be able to dodge my arrow. Seeing this, Zhang Rochin said, so, you won't accept a polite offer, but you'll take a forceful one. Suddenly, a meow sounded from behind. Xiaohei had appeared some time ago. It pounced to attack. Xiaohei swung its claws, scratching her waist. She screamed and fell to where Zhang Rochin was standing. As soon as she fell, Zhang Rochin swung his sword. He tore the veil covering her face. Zhang Rochin was surprised and said, it's you? With the veil torn, the assassin's face was revealed. It was Hua Lian, the #1 new student of the West Campus 6 years ago. Xiaohei lay lazily on the ground and asked, Little Z, do you know her? He replied, I met her at the Divine Power Hall during the day. The Hua Lian said unhappily, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful beast. It was my miscalculation. Xiaohei glared and shouted, who are you calling a beast? When this emperor was shaking the world, Your ancestors weren't even born yet. Suddenly she laughed and said, Rochin, you underestimate me too much. She channeled her true chi into the Qing blade she held. Blood true chi appeared, and her true chi erupted powerfully. Rochin widened his eyes in shock, thinking, this is bad. I underestimated her. Her cultivation is probably not much weaker than a yellow-board martial artist. Xiao Hei also sighed. Her true chi is too strong. I'm afraid Rochin is no match for her. She rushed forward and swung her sword, shouting, Die! Her speed was terrifying. She was extremely close to him. The blood array enveloped him, making his movements slow down. Things were getting bad. The Qing blade was about to reach his face, but suddenly it stopped. Rochin stared blankly, filled with panic. Suddenly she fell down inexplicably. He was extremely shocked and didn't understand what was happening. Hua Lian was attacked from behind. Huan Yanchen stood behind her some time ago, saying, Assassins from the underworld are becoming increasingly arrogant, daring to kill people inside the Dragon Martial Hall. Rochin asked, Why did you kill her? Couldn't you have crippled her cultivation to get information from her? Huan Yanchen replied, naive. Did you think you could get anything from an assassin of the underworld? Then, she turned and left. Mu Lingxi, who was standing beside her, said, Sister Chen's personality is straightforward. She doesn't know how to pretend. If you spend more time with her, you'll find that she's a very good person. Mu Lingxi glanced at Rochin and said, You don't suspect that senior sister Huang is also an assassin of the underworld, do you? Don't worry, that's absolutely impossible. He asked why. She continued, Senior sister Chen isn't short of money or cultivation resources, and she also has another identity. He asked again, what identity? Mu Lingxi replied, She's the most beloved princess of the Heavenly Waters Commandery Prince. You've probably heard of the Heavenly Waters Commandery Kingdom, right? Rochin and Mu Lingxi stood in front of a pile of rubble created by Huang Yanchen. Mu Lingxi said, Don't worry, senior sister will definitely protect you completely. Rochin looked at her and said, So, our room has turned into a wasteland. Where will we live now? Mu Lingxi was still very optimistic and said, Let's go to senior sister Chen's place. Rochin asked, You just fought her. Do you think she'll let you stay in the number 1 Earth residence? Mu Lingxi smiled and said, Don't worry, I fought her, so she should be less angry now. Trust me, she'll definitely accept us. So, the two of them went to the number 1 Earth residence to ask Huan Yanchen for a place to stay. Rochin was still worried, and he turned to ask Mu Lingxi, Senior Sister Duanmu, Are you sure there won't be any problems? Suddenly, a sword flashed across Rochin's face. If he had taken another step, the sword would have pierced his head. Rochin immediately retreated. Huan Yanchen, holding her sword, blocked the two of them, saying, What are you doing here? If you don't want to die, get out of here now. Rochin cupped his hands respectfully and said, Senior Sister Huang. Mu Lingxi turned to leave and said, Go back. There's still an assassin I crippled and knocked unconscious. See if we can get any information out of her. Rochin watched her leave, thinking, I didn't expect Senior Sister Huang to have such a noble identity. The Heavenly Waters Commandery Kingdom is a top-tier Commandery Kingdom. Even the Yunwu Commandery Kingdom, in a sense, depends on them. The two went to where the assassin was, but someone had already arrived and silenced her. Rochin said, She's dead. It's like her heart meridian was shaken. Who did it? Mu Lingxi said, We just left here less than 30 meters ago. How could someone have silently killed her? Rochin widened his eyes in surprise. At least, the opponent must have a cultivation of the great perfection of the Earth realm, or even the Heaven realm. Mu Lingxi said, I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying assassin lurking in the West Campus. We must report this to the campus master. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and said, There's no need. The big fish has already slipped through the net. The campus master had arrived behind them and said, Elder Situ, since you're here, why hide? He smiled and said, Since this old man has personally come, you should show yourself. Rochin glared and said, As expected, it's that old scoundrel. Mu Lingxi frowned, displeased, and said, I'm not surprised at all. Elder Situ jumped onto a rock from somewhere. He spoke up, Campus Master, your calculations are truly divine. You deliberately led us here? The Campus Master replied, I'm just afraid I won't be able to lure everyone out. If I don't capture you, the others won't know fear. Elder Situ took off his hat, smiled sinisterly, and said, Campus Master, it's been 10 years since we last met. I wonder what realm your cultivation has reached. Then, he took out a long spear. He channeled his true chi, and fire rose, enveloping the spearhead. Then, he launched the spear arrow. The spear arrow shot towards Zhang Rochin like lightning. Zhang Rochin widened his eyes, unable to react. Mu Lingxi was shocked and rushed towards him, shouting, Junior brother, be careful. The long spear was grabbed by someone, and the flames disappeared. It was the campus master. He had appeared in front of Zhang Rochin some time ago, catching the long spear without any unnecessary movements. Elder Situ was furious, thinking, a concentrated strike couldn't kill that little Zhang Rochin. His luck is too good. Then, he leaped, wanting to leave. Immediately, the campus master threw the long spear back at him. The spear arrow quickly caught up with him. Then, a deafening explosion occurred, and thick smoke and flames billowed. Elder Situ, charred black, fell down, seemingly dead. The campus master said sternly, Elder Situ is dead, but there must still be assassins from the underworld lurking in the West Campus. Tuanmu girl, for the next 2 months, you must ensure Zhang Rochin's safety. Mu Lingxi turned to him and said, It's okay, master. Don't worry. After saying that, he turned and left, instructing as he went, Take all the corpses of these underworld assassins and hang them on the blood wall of the West Campus as a warning. This is the fate of those who cause trouble in the martial learning palace. Zhang Rochin was still stunned. He was worried about Zishi. Assassins must be prepared to be killed. He wondered what Zishi would think after seeing the tragic state of her fellow disciples. Suddenly, a hand slapped him straight in the face. Mu Lingxi slapped him and ran away, saying, Get out! Then, she immediately rushed to hug Huan Yanchen and said, Sister Chen, we have nowhere to go anymore. Please take us in, please. Mu Lingxi hugged Huan Yanchen's arm, touching her chest. Huan Yanchen said, Stop rubbing. Zhang Rochin was slapped, causing his nose to bleed and knocking out several teeth. He cried. Then, he stood up, holding his head, his gentle eyes filled with sadness, and said, If senior sister Huang is still angry, then I should go stay with fourth brother. Farewell. Huan Yanchen replied, Who said I'm still angry? Since you've come to ask for my help, of course, I'll take you in. Huan Yanchen left, and Mu Lingxi followed her, while Zhang Rochin cupped his hands and said, Thank you, senior sister. Suddenly, Huan Yanchen said, Right, from now on, Lingxi will stay with me on the 2nd floor, and you'll stay in the martial arts practice hall on the 1st floor. Don't come up casually, understand? He closed his eyes, smiled, and replied, Okay, from now on, I'll stay in the martial arts practice hall and definitely won't disturb you two senior sisters. A moment later, Zhang Rochin was practicing in the courtyard. His movements were graceful and powerful. Upstairs, Mu Lingxi and Huan Yanchen were watching. Mu Lingxi said, It seems that junior brother is practicing some kind of profound movement technique. It looks like it's at least a low-grade spirit-level movement martial skill. Huan Yanchen analyzed, movement martial skills are very rare, and there are very few that are suitable for female cultivation. Zhang Ruochen's practice of this martial skill seems to have very flexible movements, which is not bad. Mu Lingxi smiled and looked over, saying, How about, we ask junior brother to teach us? Huan Yanchen said, Do you think he'll teach us a low-grade spirit-level martial skill? Even in the martial learning palace, you need at least 1,000 merit points to borrow it. Mu Lingxi said, Sister Chen, if we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to find a suitable movement technique later. Huan Yanchen thought it made sense. So she replied, Okay, let's try. At most, I'll pay him to buy it. The two quickly jumped down. Zhang Rochin turned his head, glancing at them. Mu Lingxi said, Junior brother, what high-level martial skill are you practicing? Zhang Rochin replied, It's just a speed-type martial skill. If you two senior sisters want to learn, I can teach it to you. They were both a little surprised. Mu Lingxi smiled and said, Junior brother, you are truly a generous person. Huan Yanchen said, I won't learn for free. How many merit points or silver coins do you want? I'll give them to you now. Zhang Rochin walked towards them. Then, he looked at Huan Yanchen and said, If I were to sell this martial skill, I'm afraid senior sister Huang couldn't afford it. Consider it a repayment for saving me last time. Huan Yanchen replied, Okay, thank you, junior brother. Zhang Rochin said, This technique is called Wind Riding Flying Dragon Shadow. Now I'll tell you how to cultivate it, but the steps can't be written down. So I'll have to practice and demonstrate for you. After a while, the three of them practiced together. The two senior sisters started with the movement steps. Huan Yanchen was sweating, but her eyes were extremely serious. Mu Lingxi was no different. So, the three of them practiced until late at night. Zhang Rochin turned his head and said to the other two, "You two senior sisters, I'm going back to cultivate my true qi now." But they were still engrossed in practicing. Zhang Rochin froze, thinking, they truly have a terrifying obsession with martial arts. No wonder they were able to cultivate to this realm. One day, at the Dragon Martial Hall, the sun was quite high, and the light was very warm. Zhang Rochin opened the door to find Mu Lingxi. He asked, "Senior sister, what's the matter that you've come to find me so early?" Not only Mu Lingxi, but Huan Yanchen had also come. Mu Lingxi said, "Junior brother, Sister Chen and I have discussed it. Wind riding flying dragon shadow is more suitable for cultivation on barren mountains with wind. We plan to go to the Heavenly Demon Valley on Heavenly Demon Mountain to continue practicing. Do you want to come with us?" Zhang Rochin thought, these two women have too much energy. But he still replied, "Okay, you two senior sisters wait for me to pack my things." Huan Yanchen said sternly, her eyes slightly widened, "We'll wait for you at the main gate of the academy. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If you're late, we won't wait." Zhang Rochin frowned, thinking, whoever marries this woman in the future will truly have bad luck for 8 lifetimes. He hurried into the room. Then, he said loudly to Xiaohei, "Xiaohei, I have to go to Heavenly Demon Mountain to cultivate. You have to come with me, or I'll be eaten by those two demonesses." Xiaohei teased him, "Aren't you happy to cultivate with beauties? Humph, let this emperor teach you how to interact with those two little sisters." Then, he and Xiaohei went to the main gate to meet the other two. In the distance, 2 women were observing him. They laughed and said, "Send someone to report to Prince Wuxing." The other person replied, "Yes, ma'am." That person quickly went to report to Wuxing. He asked, "Are you sure Zhang Rochin will leave the West Campus alone?" The girl replied, "There's also a cat." Wuxing smiled and said, "A cat is not worth reporting." Zhang Rochin, you didn't take the road to heaven, but you entered the gate to hell. I was worried that you were hiding in the West Campus, and I couldn't deal with you." He seemed to remember something and asked, "Right, is that cat black?" The girl replied, "That's right, a cat that's both black and fat, and also wears clothes." Wuxing remembered and smiled, saying, "It must be that talking stinky cat. It's the perfect time to get revenge." The 4 Directions Commandery Kingdom has 400,000 fierce tiger troops stationed on Heavenly Demon Mountain. This prince only needs to mobilize an elite unit to kill Zhang Rochin and then execute that cat. That's all. Zhang Rochin gathered with the other 2 in the forest. Huan Yanchen said, "Let's set off now." "Junior brother Zhang, I don't know if your speed can keep up with me and Lingxi." Huan Yanchen said sternly, "We won't wait for you specifically." Zhang Rochin said, "I just broke through to the minor completion of the profound realm. I might as well take this opportunity to test it out. You 2 senior sisters, please." Mu Lingxi smiled and said, "Little Z, you're very confident. Come chase after me." Then, the 2 of them jumped up and ran away. Zhang Rochin began to chase after them. After a while, he caught up with the other 2. The 3 of them soared through the air, crossing the forest. Mu Lingxi turned her head, smiled, and said, "Junior brother, you're only at the minor completion of the profound realm, but your running speed can already keep up with us. Not bad." Huan Yanchen didn't show any outstanding expressions and said, unexpectedly, "Not only has Yunwu Commandery Kingdom produced the Zhang Tiankui, but you can also be considered a contemporary." "Genius!" Mu Lingxi said, "Sister Chen, do you think junior brother has a chance to break into the top 10 of the profound board?" Huan Yanchen replied, "If he can accumulate for 2 years at the great perfection of the profound realm, then he definitely can." Zhang Rochin asked, "Is it very difficult to get into the top 10 of the profound board?" Mu Lingxi stepped on a branch and explained, "The profound board of the 36 Commandery Kingdoms of the Heavenly Demon Domain has a total of 1,200 places. I am currently ranked 368th, and Sister Chen is 103. Huan Yanchen said, "Geniuses and talented people like Senior Sister Luo are already ranked 6th on the profound board, but Zhang Tiankui back then reached the third rank of the profound board before breaking through. If it weren't for his eagerness to break through, it was very likely that he would have stabilized in the top ranks. Zhang Rochin thought to himself, it's Zhang Tiankui again. Xiao He also joined the conversation. What, Zhang Tiankui and senior sister Luo, in front of this emperor, they are all ants. Then, Xiao He soared from the back to the front, leading the way, and looked back, saying, who dares to compare speed with this emperor? Huang Yanchen smiled. Her competitive spirit seemed to be stimulated. Your fat cat runs really fast. Let me compete with you. Then, she stepped hard on a branch, accelerating to chase after Xiao He. Mu Lingxi laughed and said, Sister Chen looks very aloof and cold, but she's actually very childish, arguing with a cat. Finally, they arrived. Zhang Rochin arrived and saw Xiao He and Huang Yanchen sitting there waiting. Zhang Rochin asked, who won? Huang Yanchen tilted her head and said, Humph, do you even need to ask? Xiao He lowered its head in dejection. This sovereign's power is only sealed, and my realm is too low right now. How could I possibly lose to a human woman like you? Huang Yanchen glared and asked, you're not convinced? Xiao He said, of course I'm not. This sovereign has fought across the heavens and earth, how could this be? Huang Yanchen walked over. She grabbed Xiao He by the collar, then threw it high into the air. Xiao He floated in midair, shouting, human! That little girl! This sovereign will never coexist under the same sky with you. Meow. Huang Yanchen turned her head and said to Zhang Rochin and Wu Lingxi, let's go inside too. Having said that, she dashed away, leaving the two confused. Zhang Rochin observed and said, it seems she has mastered the Yu Feng Fei Longing to the entry level. Mu Lingxi tilted her head and said, Qinjie's Jinqi is of the wind attribute, which is very suitable for Yu Feng Fei Longing. Her talent is also high, this is obvious. But we must also work hard, we can't let her surpass us too much. Time passed, the sky darkened, the sun gave way to the shining moonlight, the gloomy forest was shrouded in mist. Zhang Rochin sat by the bonfire with Xiao He. He said, Xiao He, protect me, I want to enter the time and space crystal to cultivate. Xiao He lazily said, got it, young man, you can cultivate as much as you like. It's a good opportunity for me to refine some pills to help you cultivate. You become stronger so that I can follow you to restore my strength. I must win against that blonde-haired girl. While Zhang Rochin was cultivating, outside, Xiao He was grilling meat to eat. Xiao He's saliva was flowing, extremely greedy, it said, if you don't come out soon, this sovereign will eat all the meat. Zhang Rochin was still concentrating on cultivation in the space. Then, he suddenly crawled out of the time and space crystal. Zhang Rochin squatted down, staring at the grilled meat. He smiled and said, Xiao He, grilling meat? Give me 2 pieces. Xiao He said, Humph, this sovereign guessed that you should be coming out soon. Suddenly, a hairy foot with sharp claws was slowly approaching. Zhang Rochin glanced back. Behind him was a 2-headed lion beast. Zhang Rochin was startled. Second-class superior beast, 2-headed blood lion. Xiao He, stop eating, get up quickly. Xiao He handed the skewer of meat to him, saying, haha, young man, don't rush, it's a mount that I tamed. The beast obediently sat behind Xiao He. Then Xiao He said, if this sovereign's cultivation was not sealed, this thing, not to mention being my mount, wouldn't even be worthy to pick my teeth. Zhang Rochin took the skewer of meat, smiled and said, then I look forward to the day you show me your skills. Zhang Rochin bit into the meat. He said, oh, you grilled it for me? Then I won't be polite. Xiao He was angry, and shouted, this sovereign didn't grill it for you, give it back. The two fought noisily. Zhang Rochin said, it's all eaten, do you want me to vomit it back to you? Stop making noise, let's go back to Fengmao Valley to meet up with the senior sisters. Suddenly, Xiao He glanced in a direction. It said, sure, don't say anything. Then Xiao He blew out the campfire. Zhang Rochin used the space domain to observe. Then he said, we are surrounded. The enemy probably has 2,000 human martial artists. Xiao He said, Zhang Rochin, what powerful enemy have you provoked? Zhang Rochin said, I understand. Lingxiujiu Commandery has stationed troops in Tianmaling. Wuxing, the prince must have seen me leave the West Institute and mobilized troops to kill me. Zhang Rochin drew his sword. He said, prepare to fight. Xiao He said, not running? Zhang Rochin brandished his sword fiercely. He glared and said, can't run, might as well fight a comfortable battle. Xiao He said, Zhang Rochin, Give me 100 spirit stones. This sovereign can set up a Yenjua sparrow formation, maybe it will pose a threat to them. Zhang Rochin said, the ordinary spirit stones in the space crystal are for personal use. Xiaohei said, with my strength, I can only set up a low-level formation temporarily. Hoping you can buy some time. Suddenly there was the sound of horses approaching. Following him was a group of people surrounding Zhang Rochin. The one on horseback said, Zhang Rochin, you are surrounded. He glanced at him and said, I don't have the energy to pay attention to you, call Huixing out here. Huixing rode on the back of a mammoth beast, he said, Zhang Rochin, this prince thought you would run away knowing the situation. Unexpectedly you are quite brave. Zhang Rochin said, I just wanted to confirm who wants to kill me, so I waited here. Huixing laughed and said, you said you deliberately waited for me. I see you are waiting to die. Zhang Rochin frowned angrily said, you think you can kill me based on you people? Behind him, several archers had already drawn their bows. Huixing shouted loudly, you think you are a heavenly realm powerhouse and can resist an entire army alone? To tell you the truth, even if you are an earth realm powerhouse, you will only have a dead end in front of my elite Liahu army. He laughed, ha ha ha, ridiculous. Then he glared and said, you are crazy, facing death and still able to laugh? Zhang Rochin smiled, think carefully, many times you have made things difficult for me, in the end you still have to fail. Don't you understand? You can't kill me. Huixing bent over, resting his hands on his knees, and said loudly, this time you must die. Zhang Rochin glared, smiled, he used the space domain and said, Huixing Prince, if you want to kill me 3 times 7 times, then I won't be merciful anymore. Tonight either you die or I perish. Huixing still maintained a mocking attitude, disdainfully said, about to die and still bragging, shoot the arrows for me. Those who shoot the arrows had been waiting, they channeled Jinqi into the arrows. After that, the arrows shot towards Zhang Rochin. He had opened the space domain to block them. The arrows were blocked, and then shot back. Those assassins were hit by their own arrows. Huixing glared angrily, how is that possible? Could it be that he has successfully cultivated the legendary Dozhuan Xingyi divine art? That group of people came at Zhang Rochin with swords and blades. Kill, kill, kill! Zhang Rochin burst out with Jinqi. He stretched out his hands. After that, he pushed his palms towards them. The palm force was terrifyingly strong. That group of people was also sent flying far away by this palm. The others were also frightened by his ferocity. They unconsciously swallowed their saliva. Xiaohei appeared. It happily said, meow. The formation is complete. This sovereign is here. Immediately, Xiaohei set up the formation on the ground. The formation appeared. Zhang Rochin and Xiaohei dodged to the side. The assassins stood there blankly. They were confused by what had just happened. Suddenly, a blood phoenix appeared from within the formation. Huixing shouted in panic, get out of the way! The phoenix flew high in the sky, circling around the group of people. After that, a column of fire exploded, the ground shook, the fire enveloped everything within its range, burning it to ashes. The explosion ended, black smoke billowed up. A black hole was created. Zhang Rochin and Xiaohei stood high above, looking down. How is it? Isn't this sovereign powerful? Zhang Rochin smiled and said, unexpectedly, you also have that ability. Xiaohei ran away. It said, don't sigh anymore. Run quickly. Huixing said with difficulty, chase after him. Don't let him escape. The remaining powerhouses immediately rushed to attack him. Zhang Rochin ran and said, two-headed. Xiaohei shouted, two-headed what? That two-headed beast suddenly roared. It ran over. Zhang Rochin and Xiaohei immediately jumped onto its back and escaped. One person returned to report. He knelt down respectfully and said, reporting to your highness, Zhang Rochin has escaped into the Fengmo Valley. Hongjia General has also entered after him. Huixing suddenly laughed loudly and said, haha. Zhang Rochin is really forcing his own death. Unexpectedly he escaped into the Fengmo Valley. Then he won't even have a chance to escape anymore. Hongjia General has definitely killed him now. Suddenly someone fell in front of the two. Huixing looked at the person in a daze. He stuttered to call out the person's name, Hongjia General. Then the state changed to horror. Hongjia General was an Earth Realm powerhouse. How could he be killed by Zhang Rochin? Zhang Rochin stood behind Huixing without knowing when. He said, Huixing Prince, do you dare to fight me one-on-one to decide life and death? Huixing gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Rochin, This prince has 1,000 elite Liahu troops. One attack can chop your corpse into 100 pieces. Why should I fight you? Zhang Rochin smiled and said, Your 1,000 elite Liahu troops, do you think I don't have any helpers? Huixing shouted, Zhang Rochin, who is your helper after all? At this time, Huan Yanqian and Mu Lingxi appeared behind him. Huan Yanqian said, Huixing, you arbitrarily mobilized troops to attack the students of the academy. Do you know what the punishment will be? Standing in front of two great powerhouses like Huan Yanqian and Mu Lingxi, Huixing suddenly fell silent and pondered. It seems that Hong Jia general was killed by them. Zhang Rochin is just a prince of a commandery inferior. How could he invite them? Huixing glared. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and said, Greetings to the two senior sisters. This matter is just a personal feud between me and Zhang Rochin. So I hope the two of you won't interfere. Then, he made a threat. I believe the two senior sisters also don't want to offend the Sifang commandery, right? Huan Yanqian glanced and said, A small Sifang commandery dares to threaten me twice today. Do you believe that I will kill you and the Sifang commandery won't dare to do anything to me? Huixing still arrogantly said, The Sifang commandery is a middle-class commandery. Even 100,000 inferior commanderies combined are not its opponent. Not to mention a profound board martial artist. Even a martial Dao myth of the heavenly realm would have to consider carefully when facing the Sifang commandery. Huan Yanqian was angry, glared. Okay, well said. She began to move. Seeing this, Huixing quickly climbed onto the beast. He said, Senior Sister Huang, you have to think carefully, offending the prince of a middle-class commandery for the sake of a prince of an inferior commandery is too foolish. Huan Yanqian uncomfortably said, If so, then I will kill you. I want to see how the Sifang commandery will deal with me. Huan Yanqian began to launch herself. She swung her sword and rushed towards Huixing. He glared and shouted, You dare. Huan Yanqian still rushed forward. She attacked Huixing so quickly that he couldn't react. He fell in front of his subordinates. They shouted, Your Highness. Zhao Guanglia shouted, Soldiers, follow me to support. Zhao Guanglia will also kill that witch. Protect His Highness. Before he could attack, Huan Yanqian had already rushed forward to attack. She smiled and said, Zhao Guanglia? Okay, I will fulfill you. Now I will bid you farewell in a magnificent and glorious way. Huan Yanqian launched a sword strike. A massive amount of Jinqi radiated, making the sky bright. Zhao Guanglia was completely defeated. In the smoke, Huan Yanqian appeared holding her sword. Then, she frowned and said, What about you? Want to live or die gloriously in battle? His subordinates roared, Avenge His Highness and Commander Zhao. They rushed forward in unison. With just a few sword strikes, Huan Yanqian had defeated all of them. She said, Go back and tell the Sifang commandery, if you want to avenge Huixing Prince, you can come and find Huan Yanqian at any time. The remaining people were all terrified by her strength. Huan Yanqian turned to Zhang Rochin and said, Zhang Rochin, I have accepted the task of avenging the Sifang commandery. Consider it as returning you a favor. Huan Yanqian laughed triumphantly. But the last time I saved your life, you still haven't repaid me. Can you give me a spatial treasure, that way we'll be even? Zhang Rochin looked at her and thought, even at this time she still remembers spatial treasures. This woman is really interesting. Then he said, You think that if you kill Huixing Prince, the Sifang commandery won't put the blame on me? In these 6 months, the Sifang commandery will use this as an excuse to start a war with the Yinwu commandery. Time gradually passed. It was already half a month later, at the royal palace of the Sifang commandery. Huixing's father loudly cursed, Damn it. A mere profound board martial artist dares to be arrogant. Killing my son, this king will kill his entire clan. Immediately investigate the background of Huan Yanqian, kill her entire family without leaving anyone alive. Huixing's corpse had been brought back to the Sifang commandery. One person spoke out to stop him, Great King, you can't. He asked why. That person explained gently, that Huan Yanqian is the 6th commandery princess of the Tianshui commandery. Her aptitude is high, and she is extremely loved by the Tianshui commandery. Hearing about the Tianshui commandery, that old king was somewhat frightened. Tianshui commandery. The Tianshui commandery is an upper-class commandery, much stronger than the Sifang commandery. We cannot afford to offend them. That old courtier continued to speak, Great King, although we can't do anything to Huan Yanqian, we can take this opportunity to make things difficult for the Yunwu commandery. We can spread the word outside that Huixing Prince was killed by Zhang Rochin. If the Yunwu Commandery doesn't hand over the murderer, they will have to compensate 80 million silver taels. Otherwise we will start a war. Hearing this, that old king began to smile sinisterly. The Yunwu Commandery will hand over Zhang Rochin? The Yunwu Commandery will compensate 80 million silver taels? He thought, if my son's death can be exchanged for the border territory of the Sifeng Commandery, then it's worth dying. That old courtier said again, the internal affairs of the Yunwu Commandery are not harmonious. There are many people who support the 7th Prince Zhang Tian. So they don't want the 9th Prince Zhang Rochin to develop. That old king continued, if the Yunwu Commandery agrees to compensate, then the national treasury will be empty. And it will be difficult for our army to attack later. If they don't agree, then it won't be difficult for our army to raise the flag and invade. Occupying the Yunwu Commandery will definitely be noisy and chaotic. We will easily seize it. The old king laughed and continued, good, let's do it this way. Now send a letter of war to the Yunwu Commandery, if he doesn't hand over the murderer and compensate the silver taels. Then the beginning of next year will be the time of the Yunwu Commandery's demise. The Yunwu Commandery was in a time of crisis, with a bleak future. The deep sea of blood debt must be repaid.